A minute passed when it finally stopped pouring energy into the curtain it had enveloped itself, and a moment later, the sphere parted like a curtain, and the ape-man walked out. I only glanced at it instead. I looked at the wall of water that formed behind it after the sphere parted, that wall in which it had poured immense energy it and have to be careful of. A few decades ago, I began on something big. It took me more time than I had thought it would take, but after what I am accomplished through it, making it all worth it, it said languidly, and once again moved its trident slowly, and with it moved the wall of water behind it and formed swirl of water. This had become my greatest trump card. With it, I was even able to defend against the High Grandmaster for one whole minute, it said and pointed its trident at me. Cannon storm, it said and pointed its trident at me. Sup sup sup. The watery swirl in front of its trident rippled, and hundreds of fist-sized water balls came out of the swirl and shot toward me with a speed and velocity that instantly alarmed me. That immediately, I harnessed nearly all the power of boost and disappeared from my spot. There is no running away, human, this is my domain, it said grandly, and the cannonballs scattered and came at me from all directions. It seemed like I have to deal against it, I said to myself, and stopped at the same time. The red glow on my saber's blade became brighter, and its enchantments powered up even further. Since I was going to clash against them, I might as well go all out. It did not take even a second for the first water cannon to appear in front of me, and I swung my saber at it. The blade of the saber touched the water cannonball, and I felt like my saber had touched something solid with high energy content. It is very hard to cut something like it. Not many peak grandmasters might be able to achieve it, but I am not like many grandmasters. Sizzle. A sizzling sound rang out, and my saber cut apart the think water cannonball and also destroyed the energy of the ape-man inside it, so it could not reform, and it had shocked it. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. That was just the beginning, as the very next moment, tens of water cannonballs arrived by me, and I began to cut them apart. Though I did not cut all of them, and nor did I try to, it was very hard, and there was a chance that one of the balls might hit me, considering the bastard could manipulate them even when they are moving at such speed. So I dodged those I could and cut those I could. Still, in a matter of a few seconds, I had cut apart over 100 water balls. Their numbers have begun to decrease, and I am having an easier time dealing with them. I was cutting through the balls when a big surprise couldn't help but appear on my face when I noticed the ape-man was applying a near similar strategy as me. Thin, invisible water wines coming at me. These water wires are thin as water, but contain far more energy than the water balls. Most importantly, they are invisible and very hard to see and detect through the soul sense. It will be very hard to get away once one is bound by these water strings, as I could feel some sealing elements in it too. I couldn't help but be impressed by it. It had made excellent use of the environment in this move. It seemed like the bastard had not wasted the decades it had spent creating this move. After a moment of thought, I let the water wires come over me and let them bind me, and once again became impressed by it. I did not feel anything. If I did not know the invisible water wire binding me, I wouldn't felt them at all. They did not impede my movements. It was like they did not exist at all, just like my strings. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. I could see the hidden joy in the eyes of the ape-man as its water wires bound me, and to keep a charade, it continued attacking me with water cannonballs that kept coming out of the watery swirl, shrinking with each ball is released. Time passed, and as more and more balls were released with even faster speed, I had to tap into all the power of the boost. Now, I do not have any strength. If I want the strength, then I will have to burn my blood, but I don't think it will come to that. Sizzle. Finally, I was able to cut to the last ball of water and looked at the ape-man with a smile. Do you have anything else? I asked with a smile. It was a confident smile. Why do I need anything else when you have already died in my eyes, it said, and a killing smile spread on the huge ugly head. I die? It seemed like you are having quite a delusions, I asked while completely ignoring the invisible water wire that had bound me, acting like I did not see them at all. Am I? It asked back. Hearing that, I put an expression of doubt on my face and looked around with my soul sense. I had told you, human, it is my domain. You are dead the moment you have set a step on it, it said, and anger flashed in my eyes when I tried to open my mouth. I found out I could not. There seemed to be something biting it. It is not just my mouth which I couldn't seem to move, but also other parts of my body I have completely restricted, and powerful sealing energy had formed sealed over me, stopping me from using any of my strength. I showed the alarm I had seen in the eyes of the enemy when I bound them, and also did not fail to notice how it talked. The confidence, the languid, I guess it comes when you are confident. When your enemy is completely under your control, you could kill it any moment you wanted. Unfortunately for it, its confidence of it is quite misplaced. You are dead, human, but I guess before I kill you, I should give you a chance to speak some last words. I am generous that way, it said, and the water binding on my mouth vanished. Speak, human, it will be the last words you will speak before reaching the underworld, it added as binding came down from my mouth. You wanted to know my identity, right? I asked, surprising it greatly. It was hoping to see me panic or beg for mercy, but instead I asked it a question. Well, I will show you it is time to finish this battle anyway, I said, and my helmet disappeared. Just as it happened, a couple of emotions appeared on its face. First was the confusion, then was recognition, then a horror before a mix of fear and confidence settled in finally. You are bound, Tsar, it said with hesitation, to which I shook my head. No, it is you that is bound, I said, and the next moment, water bindings shook before started to flow down from my body, leaving me completely free. An alarm flashed in its eyes as he heard my words, and it tried to flee but found out it could not. It couldn't even twitch its body, much less move. Most importantly, it found out that it could not control its greatest asset, the water. The blue water ape man is smart and made the preparations for the energies by spreading its energies lightly in the water. If it could use its soul energy or bloodline energy, it would have been able to use the water to run away when its body was bound. Unfortunately, I had sealed everything, leaving no avenue for escape I could not afford to. This ape man would take me to the absolute peak of the leader class, which would make my body and soul ready to break through into the master class. Such things are at stake, and I have to be even more forceful and careful with such an enemy. Goodbye, Kagha. Say hi to others when you reach the underworld, I said, and it had disappeared with it inside. A smile has finally appeared on my face, though my work was far from done. You guys can come too, I am sure Kagha would like some company, I said and waved my hand, and 7 Grims disappeared. 2 masters, 3 leaders, and 2 elites, all of them had gone inside my core. I would not waste any Grim with the bloodline, especially when I have many resources to grow inside my core. The energy of these tyrants would help the resources grow before the higher level energy of the Grandmaster took over, which is quite an efficient approach. With the Grims with bloodline disappearing, I called the Grims without a bloodline and bound them with my strings before beginning to harvest them. Though it is quite fast with runes, I could also harvest them on my own, the runes with help when they begin harvest inside my core. Buzz, I did not have to wait long. Soon the runes began to harvest. I directly declined the energy from the below Grandmaster Grims and instead sent my share to the mysterious tree. I do not need it. I am very confident that the purified bloodline energy from the blue water ape man would be more than enough. Within a few seconds, all the Grandmaster below Grims in my core harvested. While it took nearly a minute for that outside to harvest as they finished, the ape man had also been fully leaving behind a husk, and the essence rose. Buzz. A second later, my runes buzzed, and thick crystalline energy poured out of the runes. Just one look at it, and I know I have been right about it. Ah. I moaned in pleasure as the strengthening energy had reached every corner of my body and soul, and started to enrich, which provided me the pleasure that even the world's best spa could not provide. It is just amazing. I could feel my strength rising rapidly, and my body and soul were reaching close to the absolute limit at a rapid speed. Finally, I said after nearly 2 minutes, I had reached the absolute limit of leader class, and it felt fantastic. I could feel the strength coursing through my veins, giving me the illusion that I could do anything, and for a moment I felt like I could do anything. I quickly got my emotions in control. As thoughts are dangerous, many people had lost their lives when they weren't able to control this high. I looked at receding strengthening energy, and no, I have not used it all. I used about 70 of it, and now it is going back to all the shareholders, including the mysterious trees. The mysterious tree is not growing rapidly as it used to. It had already become quite huge, about 35 meters long, and cast quite a shadow. Now normal Grims did not make grow, even Grandmasters make it grow a few inches. Soon, even a Grandmaster's energy wouldn't be enough to make it grow, and I would have to find something stronger, which wouldn't be a problem for me as long as I made a breakthrough. The mysterious tree is continuously releasing the growth energy, making the trees grow at rapid speed, and as always, the one that is most eye-catching is the metal essence tree. It is harnessing more and more essence from the dead metal essence tree floating above it. I could see the fruits maturing quite finely, especially the one I am going to use for my breakthrough. It is going to be quite an important breakthrough. It is going to bring a lot of changes to me. While what is happening to the metal essence tree is amazing as always, there is something more that is just as amazing or even more amazing. Since it is happening for the first time, I have brought them to my core. The stainless blood soul Lodi are growing with growth energy many times. I feared the growth energy wouldn't work on them, but it seemed like my fear was unfounded. The stainless blood soul lotuses are growing, and as I had expected, their speed of growth is much slower than the other resources, but still, the growth energy is miraculous. It is making process that should take years to happen, is happening in seconds. As the lotus trees accept growth energy, they are also absorbing an incredible amount of corruption from the lake. Still, it wouldn't have been possible without the Grandmaster class growth energy. The growth energy of leaders and masters has barely created any growth in the lotus. The lotus buds are growing, and they are becoming bigger. It is not just lotus trees that are growing, but also the more than half of the lotus seeds I have thrown in the pool, which couldn't help but put a big smile on my face. The 7 lotus trees are far from enough to meet the needs of the projects. I need them more and thrown half of the seeds I have got from the 7 stainless lotuses into the pole, and they are growing. It will take them some time and feeding of some more powerful grim monsters before their growth has reached the same level as level lotus trees, but it will happen. I could already imagine the day when a whole corrupted pool will fill with grown red stainless blood soul lotuses. It took a few minutes before finally, all the growth energy vanished. The growth energy was huge, but it was still not able to mature the stainless lotuses. They are still in their buds. It was quite disappointing, but I did not remain sad for a while. With the number of grims that is rapidly increasing, I will have more than enough grims channel their growth. I brought the storages, and essences roses of grims killed outside, and stored them with essence roses harvested inside. Usually my avatar begins right away to create the crystal roses out of them, but now it is busy. It is constantly working on my inheritance, and hadn't moved from its spot once. Even when it threw the lotus seeds in the corrupted lake, it did it from its spot. I stepped out of my core and opened my eyes while fighting. I was not able to get a good look at the structure, but now I do and couldn't help but get awestruck by it. The runic formation is exquisite that if I want to create something like it, I would need centuries, if not millennia. If I understood it right, this formation would take the raw elemental energy from the underground source and refine it. So if I step in here, I said, and appeared in the center of the formation, and just as I did, I felt the quality and purity of energy change drastically. My God, I explained as I felt pure water elemental energy. It is at least 200 times purer than the central continent. This energy is very gentle, but even then, not many people could stand it. One would need to be a grandmaster to be able to bear such dense water elemental energy. Even I am feeling quite uncomfortable in this energy. I am not an elemental water practitioner. If I had been, I would be feeling the most comfortable I had ever felt. Seeing the structure, my resolve to get this ruin deepened even further. It will help tremendously in the project, not just in a huge amount of resources, but also aid the water elemental practitioner. I could name several of my treatments that would work fantastically in such dense energy. I did not stay under the lake for longer and immediately streamed out. A few seconds later, I flew out of the water, and Ashlyn again waiting for me. I landed on her, and she covered us with her invisible fire. A second later, we flew into the sky at high speed. I have accomplished what I have come into the mission, and even if I return right now, no one will say anything, and I would have if I had not found this ruin interesting, and this mysterious pilgrimage made me curious. 3 days is not much time, but I will reach it, and as for the real objective of the mission, I think Nero will manage it on his own just fine. In the months, I realize I am not giving Nero as much as independence he needs. So I am sending him on this mission. He has to botch the defenses and sensors spread into the ruin. It is a hard mission, but I think he will be able to do it. He had already found the sensors kept in the turquoise lake, and now moving toward the other place where the Grims had placed these machines are artifacts. Nero is natural for these kinds of missions, as the signals, these artifacts, and machines released are visible to him. He could see through the spectrum of electrical and magical. These abilities have really made me feel jealous of him. 4 hours passed, and we finally crossed the clear water region and entered the poison river region. Ashlyn had outdone herself. We moved was pretty amazing. If it had been me, it would have taken me more than 12 hours, even after using every bit of speed I had. The poison river region is just as beautiful as the clear water region, but more dangerous than it. The reason for that is a poisonous river that flows around it. The river is huge and beautiful. Its water is so clear that one might want to drink it, but it shouldn't. There are very tiny green crystals floating in clear water, glittering like stars. They are poisonous, so poisonous that the water of some regions is capable of killing the High Grandmaster with a single sip. From the Grimm's chatter, it had happened before. A High Grandmaster Grimm died after drinking the water. The river covers the whole region and makes 90 of flora and fauna here poisonous in nature. Interestingly, this is the region that is most densely populated by both humans and Grimms and provides nearly 35 of all the resources produced in the ruin. It is not surprising that the poison masters require a huge amount of resources of poisonous nature, and this region is a natural field of it. Even though they lose a huge number of human slaves in this region every year, they still concentrate nearly half of the humans here. Slow down a little, I said to Ashlyn as we reached the huge herbal field, the biggest I have ever seen in this ruin. It is beside the city, and one could see tens of thousands of humans working in the field, from doing seeding to harvesting the resources. The humans here are the most pitiful. They not only have to live in constant suppression of Grimms, but also harvest dangerous resources. I could already see the tens of resources that could kill one if handled wrong. Some of them give quite a painful death. As Ashlyn slowed down, I sent thousands of investigative seeds down. Most of them went for the humans, but 100 some went for the grim monsters. A minute later, the metaphysical scans of thousands of people appeared in front of me. Hun. As the scans appeared, I couldn't help but become surprised. They were more surprising than the humans in the clear water region. Every human has elemental affinity. Nearly 60 of affinities are hybrid of poison and water elemental. This region has high water elemental energy as the clear water region, but it also has just as dense poison elemental energy, and people tend to focus on that, and so are the human bodies. As 35 of affinities are poison elemental in nature, and the rest 5 have soul, water elemental affinities. I am surprised because a large number of affinities here border on constitutions. Just a small advancement, and they will transform into a constitution. I am confident that little bit of work and resources, I could transform their affinities into the constitutions. In thousands of people here, I saw not a single human with a constitution. If I am not wrong, then all those with the constitution were sent to the fountain for the pilgrimage. I did not stay more than a few minutes after collecting the scans. I flew away. 2 hours later, I stopped by another huge field, collected the scan samples, and continued with my journey. The fountain is at the boundary connecting all 5 regions, and with speed Ashlyn is taking me, I will be able to reach there before the time. This is great news, as I don't want to be late and miss anything. Ashlyn and I continued till the late night before we landed deep in the poisonous forest for the rest. Though we are not tired, this is likely the only time I might get a chance to rest, and I want to be rested to deal with any surprises that might come my way. I looked at Nero, who was moving from one artifact to another, and I very much wanted to stop him and ask him to rest, but I did not. Since I have decided to give him independence, I will give it to him and will not interfere unless he takes a huge risk as last time. Let's go, I said as I sat on the Ashlyn, and with a single flap of her wings she took us into the sky. We have rested for 6 hours, and now I am feeling good enough to take on any challenge. While we took the risk, Nero was still hopping at one artifact after another without taking a rest. Seeing that, I once again opened my mouth to speak but did not say. Hours passed as we flew through a couple of more cities. At each city, I stopped for a few seconds to collect the scan, and as I studied them, I noticed one interesting thing among human slave seals. On the way, I began to do a little tinkering with the seal. If we manage to get control of this ruin, we will have to deal with these seals. These seals are quite good and quite complex. I am sure they have been furnished hundreds of times through the thousands of years, and it is quite hard to find a flaw in them. Soon we had reduced our speed considerably. We had come quite close to our destination, and if we continued flying at such speed, there was a chance that we might get discovered. With this much reduced speed, it will take us half a day to reach our destination, which is quite long but safe. Grandmasters could forget discovering us at this speed. Even high grandmasters will have to put some effort into finding us. Hun. A few hours passed when suddenly, I saw something which couldn't help but put a smile on my face. I have finally spotted a party going on pilgrimage, and it seemed to have over 1,000 people, and they belonged to the Poison River Legion. Go over them, I asked Ashlyn, without care about the mid-level grim grandmaster who was leading them. I appeared over them and released my seeds, and a few seconds later, meta scans began to appear in front of my eyes. Each and every one of these scans is lit with the color of the Constitution. There is not a single human that doesn't have a Constitution. Such density of the Constitution couldn't help but surprise me. I had been expecting it, but still couldn't help but become surprised. Of all the Constitutions, 50 of Constitutions are below average, 30 are average, 18 are above average, 1.7 are best, and the rest 0.3 are truly exceptional. Such numbers are extremely good, especially for the exceptional Constitution. While these people may have the Constitution, their inheritances are not capable of utilizing their power, not even the power of a below-average Constitution. The inheritances the Grimms have imprinted on them are even worse than what Leonard had. Even tyrants here could not project power more than an average human emperor outside. It is truly a complete suppression of their natural gift. But what can we expect from the enemy? They would cut off any avenue of rebellion. The rebellions have arisen before, and it had cost Grimms a lot. They would be truly an idiot if they did not learn anything from that. In this ruin, they have given humans enough power and levels for them to be expert laborers, but not enough to create trouble. A single elite would be more than enough to deal with any kind of trouble the humans would cause. I will take it from here, I said to Ashlyn and jumped off her while she flew away. I had decided to follow this party from behind while Ashlyn went for the fountain. My plan is to observe and study the seal. I could do that on my own without help from my avatar, which is still working on the inheritance, and do it till it is finished. I planned on making a breakthrough in the leader class after getting out of this ruin, and seeing the progress I am making, I might be able to do that. 4 hours passed in slow travel, and we stopped by a city, the last city in the Poison River region. As we did, a masterclass powerhouse came out, and behind it were 97 humans. As I had expected, a few seconds later, I deposited my seeds inside them, and meta scan began to appear one after another, and all of them had the constitution. Suddenly, 2 constitutions appeared one after another, and they were blinding like the sun. I was instantly shocked by their radiance. These 2 constitutions are extremely powerful. The only constitution I have seen is stronger than that of the twins, but that was no constitution but elemental bodies. These are the true constitutions and the most powerful I have ever seen, so powerful that they had begun to pressure the inheritance. These 2 people are quite young, around their late teens or early 20s. The young woman is older while the young man is a year younger. The young woman had a poison constitution, while the young man had pure water elemental constitution, and their constitutions were powerful. So powerful that within a year, they will break apart the inheritances they have. Their inheritance had suppressed their constitution since the beginning, barely letting them use any of its power. In this constant suppression, the power of the constitution is increasing, and within a year, it will increase so much that it will crush the inheritance in one single push. I was looking at their inheritance when I noticed something in the young women's constitution. It is not stable. I continued to dig deeper, and the more I looked, the more shocked I became. It did not take me long before I understood everything, and it had truly shocked me. I had never thought someone would do something like that. At first, seeing the instability, I thought it was natural or happened due to some accident. Sometimes it happened. I was very wrong to think about that. No, the cracks in the constitution causing the instability are not natural or accidental but intentional. Not just that, there is also deep poison energy that had been filled inside it so much that it got out. It will trouble even grandmasters. If I am not wrong, the young woman is trying to blast away her constitution, and it is a very dangerous thing. I don't think even this young woman fully understands what kind of destruction she would cause if she self-destructed her constitution, and the poison energy that is stored in the cracks, even high grandmasters wouldn't survive it. What shocked me most was the willpower of this young woman. The pain she was feeling was off the charts. If I am seeing her pain scans right now, and she is feeling more pain than what I felt when I had consumed the diluted 9 blood-burning essence. She is bearing this pain, not for minutes, hours, or even days, but for years without breaking apart. Even my mind will break within a day if I bear the pain she is bearing right now. It seemed like the Grimms were not able to break the will of humans, even after thousands of years of slavery. Some are bearing the spark of defiance in their hearts. "My lord, this is Abdif City's tribute," said the master-class Hogman as he appeared beside the Grandmaster Werewolf. "You and your city have done wonderful. With this tribute of city is the second biggest in the whole Poison River Legion," said the Grandmaster Werewolf. "I hope Lord Fasra would like the tribute of my city," said the Hogman little fawningly. "Lord Fasra had convened to me already. He is very much looking forward to the tribute of your city, and will reward you personally when the pilgrimage is over," replied the werewolf. Hearing that, the light in its eyes became bright with happiness. It was very happy, and if it hadn't been in the presence of Grandmaster, the Hogman might have danced. "I will say personal thank the Lord Fasra for his kind words," it said, and ordered humans to line up with the rest of the humans, while it moved in with the rest of the master-class tyrants before the journey resumed again. I followed behind as usual while keeping an eye on the siblings, who did not seem to be any more special than other people. They are in master-class like the majority of people, and project average power despite having such a powerful constitution. I don't know whether the Grimms know about their constitution. The constitution did not materialize all of a sudden. In both of their cases, the constitution was awakened when they were born, and slowly it got stronger. Still, the growth of their constitution wouldn't have been surprising. It grew like a normal constitution would grow, and only showed real potential when they got imprinted with inheritance, and it began to suppress them like it does with other constitutions. This time, the suppression did the opposite. Instead of suppressing the power of the constitution, it had increased it. I don't know whether the constitution would have grown to this stage without the help of the constitution. It seemed like the things wouldn't be boring on the pilgrimage, I said to myself, and began to look around for a suitable candidate. Things are going to be very interesting, and I want to be a part of it. I'm going to be part of this pilgrimage, and for it, I have to find a person to replace. I couldn't just walk through and add myself there. Thankfully, I have already found a person. The change began to appear on my body, and within a few minutes, it had transformed into something different. As I finished with my preparations, I disappeared from my position and appeared beside the unconscious person. I had appeared among the people. There were tens of people around me, humans and Grimms. There is a master who is just a few meters ahead of me, and a mid-grandmaster that is constantly scanning everyone through its soul sense, and has a grip over everyone with its inheritance energy. The unconscious person is in his early 20s, and the only person with Duke stage strength, while everyone here is at least a king-class powerhouse. He is mentally disabled, but has a pretty powerful constitution. The Grimms must have spent quite an effort on him to reach his current level. It seemed like the constitutions were truly important to them, and I want to know why. I tapped on his head, and a seed came out which seeped inside me while his whole body fell down. I have made preparation down, someone will catch him, and there is a nice spatial abode and a caretaker golem that is capable of taking care of the mentally disabled person. While he fell down, I took his position, and nobody noticed anything, nor human or Grimm. What I just pulled off is pretty amazing. I had just not changed position with the man, but wholly replaced him with all levels. Even high grandmasters wouldn't be able to pull something like that, even if everyone here was blind in every sense. The Grandmaster Werewolf is not only handling the body of every human here, but its soul sense is connected with the slave seals inside every human. I had not only copied the seal, even copied the constitution and inheritance of him and sealed all my power. Even if the High Grandmaster touched me to investigate, they would not find anything unless they tried really hard for an hour or two or they have a medical profession. I fixed myself on the spot and focused solely on the investigation, mostly focusing on the two siblings. An hour later, there was a surprise on my face, and I truly understood the meaning of desperation leading to invention. Due to the seal and their inheritance, these people are unable to talk telepathically, and they cannot speak normally and use the usual sign language as the Grimms would easily pick on it, so they invented their own language. The languages of expressions, tiny movements of eyes, nose, mouth, and head. They created a comprehensive language. Their movements were so small that even I wasn't able to understand these people were talking to each other for hours. The Grimms definitely knew about it, but did not bother, nor they could do anything else. The only option they have is to freeze the humans. They cannot do that always since, especially when the humans are being so obedient. In the hour, I was able to find out that the siblings are part of a group of 8 people. These 7 people are in constant contact with each other, and all of them have perfect seals, not the faulty ones that few have, which of course belonged to spies that Grimms had planted. While I might not be able to understand their language completely, I could still guess what they are talking about through their brain scans and meta scans. One reveals a lot more through them than one could ever imagine. If I had been as skilled as Grandmaster Sethai in reading the brain scans, I would have been even more clear on what they were talking about. Still, I will have to thank Grandmaster Sethai when I return to Pyramid. Her lessons in brain scan reading are helping me a lot right now. We are now just an hour away from the Redwater Fountain, and I could feel the somberness enveloping the humans deeper every second. This is a place from which one never returned. I could see the fear and trepidation rising in the hearts of human like never before. It is starkly visible in their brain scans, though there are some people who are not scared or not as scared as the other people, like the young women. Her mind is entirely focused on a different thing. She is making the last bit of preparation to self-destruct her constitution. I have my eyes on her. Her metaphysical scan is always floating in front of me. I will notice even the slightest change that would appear inside her. She had been in constant contact with these 7 people, especially that middle-aged man. He is one of few older people that are here. Most of them are below 25. The age people activate their constitution the most is 0 to 10 years. Few awaken in their teens, or like this middle-aged man and Leonard, who had awakened their constitution after they crossed 30. Suddenly, the Grandmaster Werewolf stopped. It surprised the humans, and some even took a step back, fearing the Grimms would just start eating them. Fucking humans, they would shit themselves if I appeared directly in front of them, said the Grimm close to me and wanted to scare some humans, but stopped by its friend who shook its head, looking at Masters and Grandmaster. Fit the humans with the collars, said the Werewolf Grandmaster and threw the storage at the Masters. The Master quickly caught and distributed the storage inside the storage. These storages did not have storages, but alabaster white neck collars, which they began to put on the necks of humans. Under the eyes of the Grandmaster, these Grimms are very fast and efficient. They would freeze the humans through the slave seal, which nearly every Grimm could control. How many functions they could control depended on their access, which depended on their level. Within a few seconds, I also had a neck collar on my neck, and was quite surprised when I found out that the collar is not the second level of restriction on humans. If the seal failed, but something the Grimms are giving for their protection, or, I might say, the protection of their goods. The collar is a simple energy protection device. It will protect them from the high density of energy that even emperors are incapable of bearing. It is not humans who were forced to wear the collars, but I also saw the Grimms begin to take out different artifacts from their storage and wear them. Every Grimm wore energy protection devices. Even Masters, the only one who didn't, is a Werewolf Grandmaster. For some time, I had noticed a constant increase in energy, but did not think much about it, seeing we had passed through a couple of areas where the energy had been exceptionally dense. I should guess when Ashlyn said the energy in Redwater found is a little dense. She does not comment on things unless they are important. After everyone had their energy protection artifacts, the journey resumed. For the half hour, the energy increased at the normal pace, but after that, it began to increase at a tremendous pace that the energy protection artifacts around the necks of humans began to activate on their own, and 15 minutes after that, even grim elites and leaders began to activate their artifacts. It was 10 minutes before I got a good look at the Redwater Fountain, which is the intersection of all the 5 regions of this ruin, and heard quite a lot about it. And I have to say, it does not disappoint. It is the biggest natural fountain I have ever seen. The red shower it spews out is huge and reaches a mile above, and the most amazing thing about it is that it spews out pure water energy, and not water so pure that even Grandmaster couldn't approach it without any protection. We are still a few miles away from the fountain when the energy has become so dense that even Werewolf Grandmaster took out the energy protection artifact and activated it. The energy is 80 water elemental, but it had other elemental energies mixed as well: poison, heat, earth, and hundreds of other tiny percentages. These energies are also not so mellowed, so bearing them became twice as difficult. Soon we reached the Redwater Fountain, and I saw the 4 groups of humans belonging to the other 4 regions had already arrived. Each group has around 1,000 numbers. Only the Poison River region has more numbers than them, around 30 more. We had just arrived when I spotted a grim monster, and seeing it, I couldn't help but become alarmed. I was hoping this might be not it, but it is. So it is truly alive, I said in mind as I looked at the black sharkman Fasra. A truly powerful High Grandmaster. It had fought against Lady Vivian about 2 decades ago, and she said in her remarks that she had left behind Fasra with grievous injuries, and that there was a high chance that it might die, but unfortunately it did not. The thing is, Fasra is an incredibly powerful High Grandmaster, especially in the water or in the presence of water or water elemental energy. It had been 2 decades, and God knows if it had made the tiniest improvements, it might just chew me down with a single bite. For the first time, I felt like I had chewed more than I was capable of, and I could not even run away. It would have been fine if it had been a regular High Grandmaster. There would have been no need for me to fear it, especially after the advancement I had made. But what is in front of me is a very powerful High Grandmaster, as powerful as the councilmen. It is above my grade. It wouldn't take long for it to break my shields and kill me with those long, sharp teeth of its. I want to run so badly, but it is already too late. It is too powerful. My tricks might fool Grandmasters or even some High Grandmasters, but they are useless in front of it. I now truly regret taking such a huge risk. Lord Fasra, I present you the tribute from the Poison River region, said the Werewolf Grandmaster and bowed deeply. The Sharkman looked at all the humans while its soul sense spread, connecting with each and every slave seal inside the human, and I felt its soul sense connecting with the seal inside me, too. For a moment, I thought it might discover me, but it did not. It withdrew its soul sense a couple of seconds later, and I heaved a sigh of relief. It would have been a death sentence to be discovered by it. Tasked, the Poison River region always brings out a higher number of goods with great quality, but this time you have done even better, surpassing the record of 200 years, said Black Sharman Fasra as it patted the shoulder of Werewolf in joy. You have done great, and I will see that you are properly rewarded, said the Black Sharkman Fasra and tuned to 2 peak Grandmasters behind it. Appraise them and sort them. I want the detailed record on their constitution, and hope there won't be a mess like the last time, ordered the Black Sharkman and left with the Werewolf while the 2 peak Grims looked at it with fear. There was a clear warning, and these 2 know the warning of Black Sharkman enough to understand it, did not issue the empty threats. The 2 peaks Grims were a team of 10 peak masters, and in front of them is a 3-meter disc. I know what this disc is. It is an extremely rare constitution measuring artifact pyramid has one of such discs, while these bastards have at least 10. Begin, said one of the Grandmasters with the command. The masters started to act immediately. They froze the human with the slave seal before pulling them and putting them on the discs in front of them. It seemed like we humans here are not even animals in their eyes, just goods to be processed. They did not have the usual cruelty in their eyes, which I kind of miss. It is due to this ever-present cruelty that I want to eradicate their whole race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The first 10 humans appeared on the disc and buzzed as they lit up, and that shine went over the human's body, where it remained for 7 seconds before disappearing back into the discs. Just as it did, a small projection appeared over a human. The young woman in the first disc had a projection of a water droplet above her. The droplet represents the water constitution, while its clarity represents the grade of the constitution. The grade of the constitution is 5 on a scale of 12. It is above average score. The young man on the disc beside her had a small green sphere above his head. It was a poison constitution, with a score of 2, which is being below average constitution. The woman beside him also has a poison constitution, but a hybrid category. The sphere is red-green in color, if I am not wrong. It is a flaming poison in the dark pain category. The person besides that also had a hybrid constitution. It is in the form of a green water drop, a poison water constitution with a score of 5, and an above-average constitution. One by one, everyone is getting pulled into the dicks. Their constitution is measured and noted. Soon, it was the turn of siblings. Both of them appeared on the disc, clearly very nervous, especially the young man, but the Grimms thought nothing of it as some of the humans had behaved worse than them. Still, they were nervous and jittery. The young woman had her hand on the trigger. If she saw any danger, she would trigger the destruction of her powerful constitution, taking herself and everyone around her with her. Though it would not affect the black sharkmen and other grim monsters with the distance they have, the power of the blast would diminish a lot, and they would be able to bear it. Not that I would let happen something like that. The constitution is too precious for self-destruct. These two constitutions are the most powerful I have come across, and in just a few hours of observation, I have learned so much. I can't imagine what I will be able to do when I have months to do research on such a powerful constitution. The moment they stepped on the disc, my seeds activated. The disc had not scanned their constitution, but layer above it which is formed by seed, and a second later, a water drop and green sphere appeared above their head. If the disc had a real constitution, the water drop and green sphere looked as if they were real and shone with a bright light. Now they have a slow shine and medium clarity, just as the above-average constitution would look. When the siblings looked at it, the shock couldn't help but appear on their faces. It was not just them, but the 7 people in their trusted group were also shocked to see the result. They were kind of prepared to go all out at this moment, but now just retreated with deep shock in their eyes. Over 1,000 people's constitutions got scanned when finally my number came. I am the last one, the only unconscious one in all the people that had come from the Poison River region. Buzz. The disc buzzed as my unconscious body touched the disc, and 7 seconds later, the projection of the green sphere appeared over my head. It is quite clear, which is without a doubt otherwise, the Grimms wouldn't have taken the pains to make the mentally disabled reach the king glass. Can't believe this wretched disabled human has a grade 8 constitution. If I had such a powerful constitution, I would have made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class long ago, grumbled the Ratman with hate and pulled me out of the disc a little unceremoniously. Take the goods down and freeze them. We did not want any trouble till the pilgrimage began, said the Grandmaster. The masters saluted, hearing the command, and I could feel their soul sense spreading into the slave seals and making the humans unconscious. I could tell the young women struggled with the decision as the humans began to self-destruct before making the decision to wait. Before they started their journey here, the Grimms forced the humans to drink a potion. It is a hunger potion, a potion specially made to provide for the dietary need of the human body. With it, the humans would not feel hungry for 2 weeks. It is quite an efficient approach. It saves labor, and also does not give the humans much of a chance to create any trouble, nor they could do anything considering the power of Grimms and the slave seals that have been imprinted on them. Thud, 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 the Grimms threw thousands of us unceremonious down. They could have been a little gentle. It wouldn't be any effort to them, but they did not. Though they did throw us down in a neat line that anyone watching from above would think we were sleeping on the floor neatly. The Grimms left, not before they enveloped us with the dome of energy that a regular Grandmasters would have a hard time breaking. It would make the chances of sneaking away even more difficult. I have been searching for a chance to sneak away since I saw the Black Sharkman, but I did not get any chance. Its soul sense had constantly been enveloping the whole area. It is very hard to get away without notice. With it constantly looking around, I did not dare to even twitch. I am faithfully acting like an unconscious person as if I am unconscious. Despite its constant surveillance, I did not lose any hope of sneaking around. I was constantly looking for a way to leave, and for it, I am even listening to it. I have seeped my seeds into nearly all the Grimms I have come in contact with, including Mid-Grandmaster Werewolf, which is now in the conversation with the Black Sharkman, along with several other Grimm Grandmaster powerhouses belonging to every region. I could see and hear everything, and if I wished to, I could even kill it. Currently, killing the Grimms will serve no purpose, so I focused on listening to their conversations, getting as much information about this pilgrimage, which even now, I have barely any idea about, but know it is deeply related to the constitutions. At the same time, I am releasing hundreds of seeds through me into the humans around me. As in this place, there are not only humans from the Poison River region, but also from the other region, and thankfully, I have more than enough investigative seeds to put in all of them. Half a day passed, and my expressions became grave listening to tidbits from all the Grimms, including the Black Sharkman Fasra. I got a pretty good idea of what was happening in pilgrimage for centuries, and it couldn't make me angry. They are doing something cruel and deplorable, and also getting a huge advantage through it. No wonder they have so many Grimms with the Constitution. Far more than we humans, they have been doing such things for thousands of years, in tens of ruins and on the mainland. There is only one day, and I could not do anything against these Grimms. If that bastard Fasra hadn't been here, I would have massacred all these wretched Grims, but now my survival has come into question, and the only option I have is fraught with the risk. I could not even send the signals to the pyramid. The whole place was filled with powerful sensors. The moment I sent it, they would discover it. It would have been wonderful if Nero had been here. He would have been a great help for me to deactivate the sensors. It seemed like my one wrong decision had created a domino effect where everything was going wrong. I could not see my way out of it, much less save these people. The only way I could see out of it could only be accomplished when various things fall into their places and have great for me and my potential. I signed with worry and looked at the Redwater fountain, spewing out a humongous amount of energy. It plays a huge part in what is about to happen next. Without a constant stream of a colossal amount of energy, it would be too costly to power up this artifact. A day passed, and the whole day, I barely listened to the conversation of the Grims or studied the Constitution. I only focused on the thing that would let me survive the Black Sharkman Fasra. I had never wanted to be hasty with it. It had required months, and I would have given it. Though most of it is ready and I could safely do it, if I excluded some parts, I do not want to do that unless I am very sure they would not work. If I skip them, then I would have to wait months, even years, before I get the chance at them, and that is unbearable to me as too many things depend on them. Is everything ready on your part? Heezed. Fasra asked from its desk. Yes, my lord, I have just personally checked the condition of all the goods, and they are in perfect condition for the transfer, the Minkman replied. And at your end, Yasser? It asked as it turned to Goatman. We have received the personnel from the mainland. All of them have been selected on the base of the data we have provided a day and a half ago, it replied. Everything needs to be perfect. Higher-ups are breathing down on my neck, and now there is silence on the turquoise lake. I hope Gas returns with the information soon, it said while massaging its huge head heavily. It should be some glitch. If the humans had truly come here, we would have known, and not to mention, even high grandmasters would have trouble killing Jaws in that little lake. The Goatman replied, trying to soothe worry of Black Sharkman and score some brownie points with its superior. I hope what you say is true, but even if it isn't, it is fine as well. It had been a while since I had fought a human and crushed their bones under my teeth, it said with a vicious smile on its face that made the Grims around shudder in fear. It enjoyed the look of fear in its minion's eyes as it got up from its seat. Let's go, it is time to begin the transference, it said, and strode out of the room with its minions following behind. It will begin soon. The Grims had just walked out of their meeting. I also barely finished with my preparations. They are very hasty, but I think they will work, though they are not as refined as I like them to be, and there is a chance that some problems might occur. If they did, I will simply discard that part and continue with the rest, which is perfect. The most important thing for me is to survive. Only after surviving it will I be able to do other things. I have made my preparation with that through. About an hour passed when the Black Sharkman flew toward the energy fountain with the 8 Grandmasters behind it, except for the Black Sharkman. All of them were using the energy protection artifact and increasing their power as they reached closer to it. Soon, there was only a distance of 3 miles between, and the fountain's energy became so dense that even their artifacts started to run out of power to protect them. The Black Sharkman covered them before the energy could affect them adversely and continued moving toward the fountain without stopping. A few minutes later, they could touch the Redwater fountain and experience the shocking density of energy, which is over 500 times more than the central continent and not as smooth as the energy of the rest of the ruin. It could kill the Grandmasters within a few minutes. One needs the power of Black Sharkman to bear such energy, and even the Black Sharkman could stay on the outskirt of the found and could not reach the center of the fountain, where the energy is densest. The Black Sharkman stopped and waved its huge fin hand as it did. A glass abode artifact in the dome shape appeared and flew into the fountain. After flying a few hundred meters flying the fountain, it had stopped, and the runes on it lit up as they began to become bigger and bigger. I could see the artifact was sucking a colossal amount of energy around it as it became bigger, and with its size, the energy it consumed also became bigger and bigger. Its energy consumption is not surprising, considering what it could do. Half an hour passed when the artifact had finally taken its shape. It was huge, covering nearly a quarter of the fountain, and still accepting and absorbing the energy while the runes inside were filled with power. Bring the goods and the inheritors, said the Black Sharkman as the door to the artifact opened and a powerful, horrifying aura burst it. A second later, a thick amount of energy burst out of it, and it formed a tunnel from the entrance of the artifact to the ground. Just as the tunnel formed, the Grim Masters, who were already waiting for it, began to throw the unconscious humans into the tunnel, which would automatically take them to the artifact. The Grims are very fast, as if understanding how straining it is for the Black Sharkman to main the tunnel under such pressure. Within a minute, they managed to throw out 1,000 people. In 5 minutes and 52 seconds, they were able to throw away all the 5,342 unconscious humans into the tunnel. In the very next second, the Grimms begin to move into the tunnel. These few hundred Grimms made an entry just a few minutes ago when the Masters began to throw us into the tunnel. All of them are emperors and have brimming energy. It is clear that they are the cream and crop of the Grimms. It did not take even a minute for more than 500 Grimms to enter the tunnel and then the Master behind them. After all of them entered the artifact through the tunnel, the Black Sharkman closed the tunnel and entered the artifact with the Grandmaster. Begin the placement. We did not have more than 15 minutes, said the Black Sharkman, and all the Masters began to work again. Screens appeared in front of them, and they began to move the humans and ordered the Emperor Grimms. We have been divided into groups, and a single group can help 2 people at a minimum and 9 at a maximum. In just 8 minutes, 719 Grimms are placed with the 5,000 humans, and what will happen is Grimms will take the power of constitution that humans have and advance the power of their own constitution through it. It seemed impossible, even I could not strip the constitutions and power up the other constitution with it. This artifact is capable of that. It is an extremely powerful artifact that even a Black Sharkman couldn't control. Its owner is a Grand Lord, and it came to the ruin just a few hours ago. When the process is finished, it will return to its original owner. As I had said, it will strip the constitution from the humans and give it to Grimms. They will be able to use 30 to 40 of that power, and that is huge. A powerful constitution makes a huge difference to one's progress. A big part of my fast progress goes to my constitution, and without it I wouldn't be able where I am right now. Resources, ordered the Black Sharkman after it checked the arrangement of humans and Grimms. Hearing his orders, the Masters begin the work again, and in a record 1.5 minutes, they have placed a huge amount of resources around the formation. The energy is not enough for the transference, but they also need resources, and Grimms have prepared for everything. As the resources were distributed, the Grimms waited. Nobody said anything. They just waited as if they knew for sure something would happen. Buzz. At the exact 12 minutes after entering the abode, a square formation in the artifacts lit up, and through, golden seals in triangular shapes came out and stopped the head of Grimms before covering them with their golden shine. This will be not easy. Artificial advancement of the Constitution is a gut-wrenching, painful process, but it offers the promise of limitless future, said the Black Sharkman with a smile, but soon its expressions became serious and its eyes cold as it looked all the Emperor Grimms. You have to succeed, all of you. If you dare to faint during the process, only punishment waits for you, it threatened. The Emperor Grimms shuddered as they heard it, but soon controlled their expressions and regained their usual confidence, especially when they looked at the unconscious tiny little humans at their feet. We will not be with you during the process, and you do not need our help. Lord Acta had pre-programmed everything, it informed. Advance your constitutions and crush the humans, so the whole race will be the slave at our feet like this one, it said, and soul sense spread from it and connected the seals of humans, waking them from unconsciousness within a second. Though they have become conscious, their movements are still looked at aside from their heads. They couldn't move any part of their body. The Black Sharkman looked at humans, checking each and every seal, including mine. I once again felt fear for a second, but it disappeared when it had moved its soul sense away. I wish you best luck in advancing your constitutions. These wretched humans did not deserve this gift, it said, and began to walk toward the exit of the artifact, while the Grandmasters and Masters followed behind it. I was watching it when something immediately attracted my attention. The little suicide bomber had moved to bomb her constitution, and there was not a single hesitation in her eyes. She wanted to destroy her constitution and take everyone with her, especially the upper echelons of Grimms. With the power of her constitution and the poison energy she had stored in the gaps, she might well be able to do it, but I could not let her do that. Easy trigger bunny in your quest, you might take this friendly neighbor with you, who had never harmed even hair on your head, I said, and stopped her, making her incapable of blasting her constitution and me with it. My voice seemed to have the hell out of her eyes. Her bit round eyes went wide, and she looked around crazily. You don't have to look around, you can talk to me through the soul sense, I said as I watched the Black Sharkman walk out of the exit, and could tell it had angered the young woman a lot, and all these emotions are directed at me. Who are you, and do you realize what you have done? You have taken the only opportunity I have to kill these people who have taken everything from me, she said with deep anger blazing, which seemed to increase as one after another Grimm walked out of artifact. You could have killed yourself, your brother, every other human, and of course me. I said I tried to be humorous, but it did not work. Instead, it made me even angrier. I could feel the blazing anger which she is targeting at me. She is not good at telepathy. She is projecting her emotions and cluttering thoughts at me, which is understandable as she has never used telepathy. We are dead anyway now. It will be without cause, she replied angrily, and now her anger had reached a completely different height, seeing the last Grimm stepping out of the exit and traveling down with the tunnel that Black Sharkman had created. All the masters left, while Black Sharkman and the Grandmaster remained, looking inside through the exit which is still open. "Who says we will die?" I asked back. "Everyone who went for the pilgrimage die, no one comes back ever," she said, and I could feel the deep grief in her voice when she said the last word. "Don't worry, little Trigger Rabbit, we will not die," I replied and projected my confidence through the link, which seemed to calm her down a little, but she has still looked around to search for me, not caring for the glare that huge Grim giving her. I cut the telepathic connection and focused on my plan. I would begin after the door exited closed. At that time, there would be no danger. It took 1.5 minutes before the exit closed with the transparent barrier. The Black Sharkman is still in its place, but now, the fear of it has disappeared from my heart. It couldn't do anything to me or any human, no. The artifact is completely sealed and would only open when Grims finished harvesting the power of humans' constitution and advancing their constitution with it. The process took a week. Not that I am planning to let that happen, it will not happen. Buzz, suddenly a formation came out of me, covering every part of my body, and a second later, it activated. It shone brightly, attracting the attention of all the humans and the Grim monsters, including those watching from outside, especially the Black Sharkman, who had shock and alarm in its eyes. 12 seconds passed by, and something amazing had happened. A pink phantom of mine stepped out of me and sat while I got up, and my body began to change rapidly. I began to become taller, my muscle more defined, with my skin becoming vibrant. 40 seconds later, I am back in the original shape, with a bright smile on my face. "Michiel Zar," shouted a Grim in horror, and I turned to look at it with an even brighter smile. "It looked like I am quite famous to that even little Grim emperors recognize me," I said and looked at Grims, who is looking at me with utter horror while the humans with complete dumb strictness. I gave the dumbstruck human a comforting smile before appearing beside the door and looking directly into the eyes of Black Sharkman on the other side, who was looking at me with a deep shock. "Surprise," I said to the Black Sharkman, while at the same time making the mid-level Grandmaster Werewolf on the other side say those same words with my own voice. Suddenly, the deep anger in the eyes of Black Sharkman Fasra receded back into its heart, and it had turned to Grandmaster Werewolf, controlled by me. "Michiel Zar, I have heard a lot about you, most of which I had thought were exaggerations, but it seemed like they are not," it said, without a hint of emotions in its eyes. "Well, I had also heard a few things about you, especially about you running away with your tail tucked between your legs from when you fought against Lady Vivian," I replied, with my mouth and also with the mouth of the werewolf. I could see all the anger that it had hidden second before appearing in its eyes in an instant before once again receding back into its eyes. "Well, there is no need to get aggressive when we could talk civilly," it said, and I nodded. "Yes, we could, but finish it within 2 minutes and 40 seconds, as you the process begin by then," I replied, and surprise appeared on his face for a second. "Good. I was hoping that you would not do anything to our Arcanides in your favor. Too, the interference will cause retaliation from the artifact," it said. "Even I wouldn't be able to survive against the retaliation of the artifact," it added. I could see faint confidence in its eyes as it said it, while my appearance had shocked it first. "It has now got its emotions under control, and with a calm mind, understood, I couldn't be able to do anything against the Grims without harming myself. It just informed me of that because it varies my tricks. Not anyone could pass through under its eyes and even control and communicate from the artifact, which is supposed to block all the signals and the magical energies." "Oh, I know that, which is why I will not touch any Grim," I replied and could see a relief flooding into its eyes and the eyes of surrounding Grims. "But I will do this," I said and turned back and waved my hand. Just as I did, the change appeared in the whole Grims. The golden triangular seals above their heads shook and wavered in front of those watching before moving toward the humans and covering them in their golden radiance. It shocked everyone, be it humans, Emperors Grims or Black Sharkmen and the Grim Grandmasters that were watching outside. This artifact is extremely powerful, and it is extremely hard to circumvent its rules through the normal means, but I was able to do it. I have never come across such artifacts but read about them, and from the information I have collected from the Grims, I know how this artifact works. All these Emperor Grims have been marked with special seals of Grand Lord. It is due to these seals that the artifact recognized these Grims. What I just did was copied the seal while enveloping the real seals inside the seals, the cage of rule-bending power. I would have liked to destroy those seals, but they were created personally by the Grand Lord, and I had already used all the rule-bending crystals I had created through the months and was barely able to accomplish this gigantic task. It was very costly, as I have been creating these crystals for the project. Now that I have spent them, it will be very troublesome to meet with huge demand that will come in these 2 months, especially the 9th of the project. "Human, I will give you a chance, surrender, and you will receive a quick death harm even a single person of my race, and I will torture you for years," said Black Sharkman slowly as it finally spoke up after several seconds of pause. Its threat made me look at it dumbfoundedly. If it had a regular grim monster, I would have understood this threat, but this is a Fasra. It is one of the most powerful and experienced grims out there. It should not issue such silly threats, and it seemed to read my mind, and strangely a small smile appeared on its face, the one that filled with deep cruelty which stopped my heart for a second. You must be thinking my threat is silly, considering you are holding all the cards while I am watching from the sidelines, unable to do anything. It asked with a smile, and I nodded. Well, you are a little bit wrong. All you have little emperors, and good we have spent decades on. Some of them will become elites, leaders, masters, and few hardworking and talented would become grandmasters. And if we are extremely lucky, then one of them might able to become a high grandmaster. But that is all, it said and turned to me and directly in the eyes through the door. But still, their value is far less than you, Michiel Czar. The Coven had declared your threat bigger than your council members, so even if you somehow survive the artifact, I will have you when you come out, and nobody will be able to stop me, it said and laughed, showing me its huge sharp teeth that would tear me apart if I got caught in them. I have to say, your reasoning is quite good, but do you think I am without a plan? That I haven't thought about you, I asked, but there was no change in its face as if it had expected that I would ask the question. Yes, you might have, but let me tell you, human, they would not be enough. Even the appearance of high grandmasters would not be enough, it said with full confidence. We will see you to that, I replied with utter confidence, which faltered its confidence for a fraction, but it returned as if it had never faltered. Its words are very true. If my plan did not work or provide me with sufficient strength, then it would be extremely hard to survive against it. But before I think about surviving against it, I should worry about surviving the artifact. A few hundred years ago, there used to be an overseer inside the artifact, but one overseer went mad for some reason and killed all grim emperors and humans. Since then, the overseer is always out till the process is finished, which means the artifact will not tolerate anyone other than the people who are part of the transfer, and I have to be part of the transfer. Thankfully, it should work. I walked toward the pink phantom of mine on the way. I saw the young woman looking at me with a shock like the rest of the humans, but unlike them, there was the recognition. She knew I was the person who had spoken to her telepathically. I gave her a smile and a wave before sitting down on my phantom. As I did, it began to become bigger and bigger, till it became gigantic, thrice as big as grim monsters with me floating above its stomach. The phantom and I are one, and I hope the artifact sees the same. My survival will depend on it, as only after that I could begin on the plan that would help me survive the Black Sharkman. A loud buzz rang through the whole artifact, and the runes lit. These runes are not lit in a simple light but in pure energy, which the artifact is constantly absorbing in huge amounts from the fountain. Within an instant, the energy around reached 300 times the central continent. The energy is too pure that emperors shouldn't be able to bear it, but they are not having any problem, instead, enjoying the energy with great pleasure. I could even hear a few moans from the Grims and the humans. The energy is harmless. As it mellowed by the artifact, it had mellowed even more than the regular energy of the environment. It had sort of becoming tonic. I would have too enjoyed it if I had not been too stressed about my runic formation that is scanning the phantom formation which is enveloping me. The phantom is connected to me, so it shouldn't be a problem, but I still couldn't help but worry. It would have been much safer if there had been no phantom, but I need a phantom. It will keep the formation busy while I do my thing. Seconds passed, and every second I began to worry more and more as the formation below me flashed in brighter light. It had continued for more than 12 seconds before it stopped. I didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief when I heard the first scream from the Grim monster, and that was just the beginning, as one after, Grims began to scream. The artifacts begin working. It will extract the essence of the constitution from the Grims and transfer it to the humans, where it will strengthen their constitution. This artifact requires both sides have a similar constitution. For the transfer, it cannot extract the constitution and transfer it to the person who did not have it. That matter is in a completely different league altogether. I could clearly see the constitution of the Screaming Grims getting extracted and sent to the humans. Before, there were several humans behind one Grim, but now it is the opposite, which means the time required for the process to finish will also change. It was supposed to take a week before, but now it should be finished within a day to 1.5 a day at most. I have that much time to succeed in this plan so that I can survive against the Black Sharkman. I would have really liked it if I had been not doing it in haste. This should not be done in haste, but I have no choice but to do it. Without it, I wouldn't be able to survive the Black Sharkman. I am going to make a breakthrough in the Master's class, and it will not be a simple breakthrough. As I make a breakthrough, I will fuse the constitutional seed I had created from taking a part of Leonard's and one other constitution. If I succeed, it will bring changes to my constitution and increase my power in a way that I could not even imagine. I am doing just that. I have also created the formation in inheritance, which will merge with the method I have got from the small being. The formation will fix the flaws of the method, and if it works, I will get a powerful asset that will change everything. It will not increase my raw strength, but its impact on me would be far greater than the seeds of the Constitution or this breakthrough will provide me. Taking a deep breath, I waved my hand as I did exceedingly complex spherical breakthrough formation surrounded me. This spherical formation is completely black in color, and on it are bottles of concentrated essences floating. There are not hundreds of herbal essence bottles, but also pure blue crystals. These are energy crystals. If artifacts stop me from using this extremely mellowed energy, then I will use these blue crystals. These are just as good but crazy expensive. Buzz. Inside my core, my avatar tapped the huge black runic humanoid, and I initiated a breakthrough a second later. The breakthrough formation activated on its own. As the breakthrough formation activated, the energy seal on the hundreds of herbal essence bottles broke away one after another. As it did, the colorful herbal essence began to flow out of the hundreds of bottles and begin to fill the runes. The pure black runes began to color up in different colors, and within a minute, the whole breakthrough formation became colorful. Anyone watching from outside couldn't help but become impressed by it through the gaps. I could already see the shock filling the eyes of the humans with amazement. While inside, several colorful runic ribbons flew out and began to cover my body usually. This step took more than 10 minutes to happen in a normal high grandmaster breakthrough, but this breakthrough formation I had designed took less than 3, and it is very efficient. 1.5 minutes later, the only shell of the spherical sphere had remained earlier. There was barely any gap in the sphere now. Everyone could see what was happening inside. Thick runes filled with powerful herbal essences covered every part of me. There wasn't a single part that wasn't covered by the runes. The Constitution seed had appeared in my chest. It would remain there for some time before merging with my Constitution. Buzz. A second after the runes had covered me, they lit up as their formation activated, and I felt the herbal energy seeping inside me every part of my body. 99 of this herbal essence had gone to my core, but 1% of them began to spread into me and merge with my body as the limit began to loosen with me initiating the breakthrough. These herbal essences are from very precious resources that resonate with elements of my Constitution, but that is not all they are. I have mixed other things inside. These things are thousands of times more precious than the whole herbal essences. There are resources like the divine crystal dust and black adaf liquid, and most importantly, the cosmic elemental energy, which I have gotten from camphor. I had steeled my heart to not use it when I got it, so I could use it at this very moment, where I will receive the maximum benefits from it. The immensely powerful herbal energies seeped inside me even with one. They are filling up my body and making me feel stuffed despite the limit widening constantly. It is not simple herbal energy that is going inside me, but something more. Things that one could dream of having but never could. Even the high Grandmaster Powerhouse, or even Grand Lords, couldn't get their hands on the cosmic energy that I was using. They will help me tremendously in achieving what I need, and will also provide me with great potential. I just wish I didn't have to make a breakthrough in such haste. There are a couple of things I wanted to test during my breakthrough, and that spherical breakthrough formation is one of them. This one is far more efficient than the regular breakthrough formation, and through it, chances of failure are reduced by 20, which is huge. I am the first one testing it. Until now, it is working up to my standards in some parts. It has even surpassed them. The only flaw this spherical breakthrough formation has is that it needs to be personalized. A single one couldn't be used on everyone. It needs to be modified to their needs. This is not a huge disadvantage, considering I am going to use it only for the breakthroughs in the Grandmaster class and above. 3 minutes passed, and the herbal energies were still seeping inside me even more rapidly, 9 times the speed they had begun, and even then, not even 10 had seeped inside me. 1.5 minutes passed when the formation on my chest began to shine. This is the formation that is holding a Constitution seed. Everything in the breakthrough formation is automatic. There is barely any control on my part. The formation held Constitution seed, and when it sensed my body and soul were ready, the formation had activated on its own. As the formation is activated, it begins to seep inside me with the seed, and a few seconds later, it reaches inside my chest and is now beside my core. My inheritance and my Constitution had already merged and formed the core, so the seed will have entered my core and merged with it and merged with the core. I have already created the module, and now, the seed just fixes itself into it. The process should be painless, but nothing could be said considering the Constitution seed will bring a huge change in my body and soul, which is when the formation on my chest activated. It had activated a couple of more formations. The runic sphere became hazy and sound isolated. Those watching from the outside wouldn't be able to see what is happening inside clearly. So even if I scream and froth from my mouth, they will not see it. I hope something like that does not happen. It should not happen, given my preparations. The Constitution seed went inside my core, and for several seconds nothing had happened. It made me think if the seed had been destroyed. The seed will collapse on itself if it does not have at least a 90 compatibility with my constitution. The seed works on 70 or above compatibility, but I need 90 and above for what I am trying to achieve. The seed will destroy itself if it does not get that. Thump, thump, thump. I was thinking of that possibility when suddenly my core started to beat like the heart, but louder, and the beat was stronger, like a drum. I felt my whole body shake under the beat and felt like I had been attacked by tens of hammers. The beats felt painful, but the pain was nothing in front of joy, knowing the seed was merging with my constitution, with over 97 compatibility. It is more than I had imagined it to be. Such high compatibility will help me tremendously. I could feel the things I will be able to do when the seed merges with my constitution. The beats of my heart got louder by the second, putting more and more pressure on my body. Within a minute, those beats have gotten so strong that they begin to shake my whole body, and if it had been a regular peak grandmaster in my place, they would have found themselves blasted into pieces. My body and soul are not only strong but also tensile, capable of taking such blows without suffering damage. Thump, thump, thump. 2 more minutes passed, and the beats had each beat was sending crushing power at my body and soul. Then they were the hair-thin distance away from the rupture. It is a good thing the herbal energies are constantly strengthening my body and soul. Without it, I would have ruptured already. I had prepared for everything, and if I had a little more time to work on my preparation, I am sure I wouldn't be in the predicament I am in right now. I had felt something like this might happen, and even knew how to avoid it, but did not have time to develop the solution. Thump, thump, thump. The beats continued to get stronger for little more than half a minute before they finally reached the peak and began to get weaker, and a minute later, they completely disappeared. The constitution seed had finally merged with my constitution, and it couldn't help but make me excited. I have spent a huge amount of time and resources on it. The research had cost me a lot, and I had even taken a risk with Marina, but it was all worth it. I have succeeded, and I will be able to use its benefits after I level up into the master's class. They will help me tremendously against the Black Sharkman. I quickly calmed down from my daydreams and focused on my current situation. I had just succeeded in merging the Constitution seed with but my breakthrough is far from over. The runes are still sending a huge amount of herbal energies, and even now, not 10 of herbal energies have entered inside me, but I am not worried. The next phase will be starting soon, and in it, my body will accept the humongous amount of energy. I just thought that when the changes began to appear in my core and all over my body, the inheritance runes that had spread into every part of my body began to recede back into my core. Thousands and thousands of runic formations roll back into my core, and a minute later, there was not a single inheritance rune in my body. As the last rune receded, the changes began to appear on the core itself. My planet-like core began to melt, and within a second, it became a colorful blob of liquid with a satellite floating around it. The blob core did not stay just as it was for more than a second and began to swirl just as it did. I felt the energy around me move. It begins to call the energy, and I hope Artifact would do that. There is a huge amount of pure mellowed energy. I will benefit hugely if I use that energy, and also, I will save those precious energy crystals. I really need them for different things. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The energies rippled around me as the core began to swirl, and a couple of formations activated around the sphere before 9 black runic chains formed from the sphere before connecting themselves to the formation covering my body. If the people looked at me from outside, they would see me hanged in the middle of the sphere by the runic chains. I am not hanged. Far from it. This is a formation I had created for the better utilization of the energy that will come. If the artifact restricted it, then I would have to use those pure energy crystals. I really did not want to use them. The energy rippled around me, and I felt the cloud of it forming above the sphere within a few seconds. A thick cloud of pure energy formed, and I did not see the artifact restricting the energy in any way, which couldn't make me smile, but nothing could be said for sure. Could still burst the cloud of energy that is forming above me, but I am hopeful as I look at the cloud of energy above me. In just a few seconds, the cloud formed the energy inside. It already felt thick enough that one might consider it a liquid. The energy is hundreds of times purer than one found in the central continent, not to mention mellowed enough that even emperors could enjoy it without getting poisoned by it. 15 seconds passed, and the cloud of energy had become big enough that it had submerged, half of it found inside which the sphere and I were floating. Now the funnel is formed through it and coming toward me, but unlike the previous breakthrough, it did not touch me. The sphere sucked the energy before it could touch me and light it up, and the brightest were the chains that were connected to me. That was just the beginning. The next second, several chains came out of it and pierced into the ever-growing cloud. Hun. The very next moment, a huge amount of thick energy came at me from all the sides. The 9 chains connected to me began pouring the energy into me. which lighted up the runes covering every part of my body before seeping inside me with the herbal energy. As the runic chains began to suck the energy from the cloud, it seemed to have gotten angry and began to gather the energy at an even greater pace, as I wanted to see how much the chains could take the energy from it. The cloud of energy begins to get bigger and more energy begins to pour energy of me through every part of my body. At first, the energy was not even half of the herbal energy, but soon, it reached the same volume before overtaking it. Currently, it is 6 times the herbal energy, and increasing rapidly it will take only a couple of seconds to reach the 10 times and over above it. The cloud of energy expanded rapidly that soon it had covered the whole phantom and spread out above humans and grims. It is now becoming clear that the artifact will not stop me. If it were to stop me, it would have done that already. I thought it was surprising that it would let one make a breakthrough here, but that question vanished when I saw one of the emperors making a breakthrough. It is a small breakthrough, but still a breakthrough. If the humans could make a breakthrough through the transference, then surely Grimm's too, and their Grand Lord wouldn't be an idiot and put restrictions on it. And since other humans and I are copying the mark it had placed on them, we would also not face the restrictions. Minutes passed, and soon the clouds of energy covered the inside of the whole ship. Energy clouds were spread everywhere, thickening the energy further. It is a good thing the artifact is mellowing the energy. If the energy had been even a little bit harsh, it would have killed all of them. Currently, I am submerged in the cloud. The whole sphere is shining like a blinding sun as it absorbs the energy and sends it to me. All this energy went to the swirling core, which is guzzling it all without leaving even a speck behind. It seemed to have an insatiable appetite, and thankfully, I had prepared. Even if energy here had been extracted from me, those expensive blue crystals would have provided me with all the energy I needed for the breakthrough. They may look small, but they contain an immense amount of energy in them. The alchemist is always in need of them. The old man Salvador had squeezed me good for these crystals. He even eyes for the pink crystals, but they are a no-no. Hun. 7 minutes more passed, and when a surprising this happened, protection layers began to form over the humans and grim monsters. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The energy was mellowed that these emperors could bear it, but when it reached a certain concentration, no amount of mellowness could help them bear it. They were reaching their limit fast, and I was prepared to protect them, including the Grims, with my seeds, but before I could, the artifact made a move. I began to like this artifact more and more. I am very sure this artifact had many uses other than just transferring the constitutional essence. If I am able to get my hands on this artifact, it will help me tremendously in the project. Still, I am dreaming if I think about having this artifact. I am sure the Grim Bastards would have put many restrictions on it, and only the powerful Grand Lord could do anything about such restrictions, and thankfully, this ruin does not allow Grand Lords. My life is more important than the artifacts, and if Grim Grand Lord knew I was here, they would definitely come to kill me. They have done it before and will do it again. An hour and a half passed, and since my core had begun to accept the energy, and it is still doing that, the energy concentration in the artifact had reached the point where even a person couldn't see who is in front of them. It is a good thing these people are protected by the artifact. Otherwise, even I don't know for how long my nearly depleted seeds would have been able to protect them against this concentrated energy. My core seemed to have an insatiable appetite, even after consuming a huge amount of energy. Its appetite did not seem to be satiated. It is still consuming the energies and would continue for some time more. The breakthroughs of the High Grandmaster lasted for hours. Even though I am not breaking through into the High Grandmaster class, I am gaining its power. It could be said, I am breaking into High Grandmaster class if one forgets a little rule bending. The core had also been guzzling up herbal essences constantly, but till now barely half of it had been consumed. Those essences are extremely powerful, and on top of that, there are resources like the divine crystal and cosmic energy mixed into them. Even to my abnormal core, I would need quite a lot of time to consume it all. Though it is taking quite a lot of time, I am not bored. I am observing everything, noting every point, not in the formation, but my own breakthrough. It would have been wonderful if I hadn't been restricted with my observation. I could not use my strength at all. It is quite a disadvantage, but it also made things quite fun and made me remember the days when I was just a knight. I was an ant to those above me, but now Grand Lords want to kill me, and the Grand Lords come to protect me. Another hour had passed when finally, my core stopped taking the herbal energy, and seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh in relief. There is barely 3 of essence has remained. If it had continued guzzling, I don't know what I would have done. I had an abundant amount of herbal essence in the storage, but I did not have much divine crystal and no cosmic energy. If I had used just the herbal essence, it might have broken a balance, and I do not want to see it happen, ever. While the core had stopped taking the herbal energy, it did not stop taking the worldly energy, and now its need for the herbal energy had been satiated, is fully focused on taking the worldly energy, and the sphere is ready to deliver it all. I had made the runes of the sphere strong, so strong that they were very much capable of transferring the colossal amount of energy through them, and they transferred for an hour and 12 minutes more when finally, the swirling of my core began to slow down. Within a few seconds, it had completely stopped and the changes began to appear on it. It begins to change back to its previous shape of the word, but this time, the colors are more vibrant and its aura is much heavier. Though there wasn't any change in the size of the core, if one looked at the core before and now, they would see a huge difference in them. In just a couple of seconds, the changes in the core had finished, and I could already feel the changes in the core without even entering inside, which I could not, as the breakthrough was not over. I had just thought that when my core lighted up softly, and tens of runic chains came out of the core and began to spread into every part of my body. Buzz. The chains were very fast, and it took them less than half a minute to spread through every part of my body, and just as they did, they buzzed a light while my core lit up like a blinding sun as it released the energy. The thick, powerful breakthrough energy spread inside me, rapidly strengthening my body, soul, and energy. It is really thick, like honey, but spreading inside me like the tide, merging into every part of me, strengthening them rapidly. I could feel myself getting stronger at visible speed, breaking fast the boundary of power that separates the Grandmasters and High Grandmasters. I am breaking through the Masters class, but in power, I had already reached the level that only a select few in the whole world could reach. I enjoyed the feeling of rising power when Nero contacted me and gave me the news. Instantly the smile on my face vanished, and my expression became serious. For a while I forgot where I was, but Nero had reminded me of that, and how things had become even more dangerous for me. Though now the things are not as dangerous as before, as I have made a breakthrough. Still, I have to be very careful. The Black Sharkman Fasra is no simple enemy even for council members. He is an enemy they have to be serious about, and if I did not make changes in the constitution that give me the confidence, I wouldn't have even thought about surviving against it. As the time passed, more and more energy poured out of my runes and continued spreading inside, making me stronger and stronger with each second. It was nearly 9 minutes when it had finally stopped. I had formally reached the master class with the power of the High Grandmaster. I feel like a god, and this time, this feeling of omnipotence did not feel over the top. The High Grandmasters really do have the power close to the god. The strength they could control is incomparable to the Grandmasters. It took me a while to get control over emotions. It is better to get them in control, as that feeling of omnipotence could really fester and create troubles that are far worse than a life-threatening injury. I took a deep breath and felt the power coursing through me this time. I looked at it through the lens of the rationale and not a look at it with the omnipotence. The advancement had gone through much better than I had imagined it to be, and the strength advancement I had got is pretty shocking. I think, with such strength, I have a chance to survive against the Black Sharkman and the other dangers. I did not even check the things I have got from the Constitution seed, which I am sure would increase my strength even more. I wanted to check it, but there is one more thing which I am more interested in and I have to finish it as soon as possible. This thing will not provide me any offensive benefits, but still, its value is far above any offensive strength could compare. I entered inside my core, and it looked similar but also different at one look. One could not see any change in it, but if they breathed in, they would instantly see the difference. The most visible one is the density of energy. It had a tremendous change. It had become 3 times denser than before. While it might not look much compared to hundreds of times, which I am feeling outside, it is not common energy. It is an energy that is a grade above the concentrated one. Outside the benefits of staying, inside it would be far greater than staying common energy that is hundreds of times outside. I felt the changes for a few seconds before moving toward the important thing. I just had to walk for a few seconds to reach it. It is a small clay pool with a clay stand in the center, and it is filled with vibrant green liquid. Nearly 15 resources I had used in my breakthrough had been used in making this pool. It is not a simple clay pool, but the form that a very complex formation had taken. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face when I saw there were no blemishes or cracks on the bowl. It had formed perfectly. I had huge doubts, considering I had barely any time to furnish the formation, which I had completed while in this ruin. I would have life furnish the formation couple more times through the week, but circumstances had forced my hand, and now I just hoped that this bowl would be able to bear the pressure and succeed. Many things are dependent on it. Dip. It is time, I said, and sat down at the center of the pool and threw a white silvery crystal that appeared in my hand, which I threw down in the pool. A couple of seconds later, a silvery shine appeared on the vibrant green water. That was the pure soul crystal I had added into the pool. One of the biggest I have. It is a great treasure that even grand lords would desire, as it is even capable of aiding even their soul injuries, and I just dipped the piece into the liquid. I closed my eye and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes, there was a stainless blood soul Lotus in my hand. This one is the biggest and best among all the stainless blood soul lotuses, and it is perfect to practice the collective crystallized mind formula that the small being that given me. It is a strange method with a lot of restrictions that not many could practice, not to mention exceedingly complex, that even those who have the necessary qualities to practice might not practice it considering how complex it is. Even after spending months, I was barely able to comprehend the first level, and that was only because of my knowledge and the research I had done. I looked at the stainless blood soul lotus and closed my eyes the very next moment. Silvery runes began to come out of my mind. These runes are tiny, so tiny that one could barely see them through the naked eyes, and are jammed packed with the soul energy. Tens of runes begin to come out of my mind, and all of them are going at this lotus within a minute. Thousands of silvery runes went inside it, but that is far from enough. They were not able to cover a single petal fully, much less the whole lotus. Seconds passed and turned into the minutes, and soon 10 minutes passed. In the 10 minutes, more than half of the petals have been covered in the runes from all the directions, but that is not enough. In a few more minutes, I had become visibly tired and just wanted to stop, but I did not. There are still quite more runes I have to materialize through my comprehension. If I stop now, everything will collapse and I would lose the stainless blood soul lotus, and I couldn't afford that. A minute and a half later, I stopped. All my soul energy had been spent. There is not an ounce of it had remained, but I did not finish with runes. I thought the soul energy I had would be more than enough to materialize the comprehension I have got from the method, but it seems I had overestimated my abilities again. I still have to materialize around 2,000 runes, and I couldn't materialize them with soul energy from the resources. It needs my own soul energy, and I have none. The wise choice would stop, as practicing it wouldn't give me any boost in strength. I could practice it when I got stronger, but for some reason I did not want to wait. I want to practice this method, no matter the cost. Fuck, I cursed, and a second later, the silvery runes began to come out of me, and these runes were different. They were a little darker, which is not surprising considering I am overdrafting my soul to create them. I am burning my soul to create these runes, which is clearly an idiotic thing to do, even when there is no danger, but here, a freaking Death Reaper is waiting for me, and I should be in the perfect condition to face against it. But instead, here I am burning my soul for a thing that would not help me fight at all. This compulsion is too strong for me to resist, and it was not from an outside source. It was born out of my own desires. There are two things in my life that have completely enamored me. One is the rule-bending power, and the second is this method. It is completely different from the method I have ever seen, with a value equal to or far surpassing the grand art for someone like me. A thing that compels even hidden being to speak. Even if the hidden being had not been spoken about, I would have still practiced it with the same zeal. I understood the value of the method and knew it helped to me without bounds, nearly as much as rule-bending power. So I will practice this method, even at the cost of burning my soul. The runes continued to come out of me without stopping. Since I had decided to burn my soul, I would not hold back anything till I finished up what I began. 1 minute and 27 seconds later, I am finished. The whole stainless blood runes are covered in tiny silvery roses that now the blood-red color of it could barely be seen through the covering of the silver runes. My soul had been injured, but the injury was not big still. It would take a few days and precious resources like the pure soul water to heal it. I now just hope the efforts I had put in will be worth it. It would be a huge disappointment if the whole thing had collapsed. As the comprehended runes came imprinted on the stainless blood soul lotus, I gently put it down in the vibrant green water. Activate. I said as I activated the formation of the lotus, and of the pool. Whether I succeeded or not will now be known in the next few minutes. As I activated it, the whole pool, be it the clay boundary or the liquid inside, had turned into runes, tens of thousands of runes in envelopes, and began to link with runes that Lotus was transforming in. There was resistance, but the resistance did not last for more than a few seconds before both of the formations began to link together. If I had a week or two to furnish the formation further, there wouldn't be even the tiniest resistance. It did not take even a minute for the runes to link together, and when they did, all of them came at me and began covering me. Buzz, the green clay square I was sitting on lit up, and the formation covering me began to link up with my body and soul at an even faster speed. If I had followed the exact procedure of connecting crystallized mind's formula, I would have used only stainless blood soul lotus and had been practicing outside instead of inside my core, but I did not. The one thing I like most about the formula is the freedom it gives, though not as absolute as rule-bending power, but far more than any other method I had seen. As long one follows the basic steps in practicing the formula, one adds many things of their own. Other methods did not let one do that. I think the author had intentionally given such freedom so that one could find their own ways around the restrictions this method have. It is the complexity and restrictions that make this method difficult to practice. One might comprehend the complexity after some time and effort, but not everyone can find a way to go around the restrictions or use them to fix the flaws that the method have. This method was supposed to be the soul method, but I had added little elements of the body, like using a stainless blood soul lotus, which is not a pure soul resource. It is the same with resources and formation that had formed the pool. Still, 3 parts of this method are the soul, while a single part is attributed to the body, which I think is an approach more suitable for my needs. Within a few minutes, the runes have merged into me, and I begin to feel the tingling in my body and soul. The tingling in my body is light, but it is quite intense in my soul, and if I did not have immense control over it, I wouldn't have helped myself twitching around. Still, the tingling got worse, so worse that I began to twitch all over. Even with all the control I had over my soul and body, I couldn't stop twitching, no matter how long I tried. The twitching continued and got even more intense. Those looking at me might think I was having seizures. Nearly an hour passed when suddenly everything had stopped. The intense twitching of my soul vanished, and with it, the seizures. The formation had also disappeared, and I was about to look for it when I felt it, something I had never felt before. My whole body shone up, and white marble shade liquid began to seep out of every part of my body, and a shape began to form in front of me. Drops after drops came out of me. They were not just of white marble color. Some tiny number of them were black, brown, and green, but the majority were marbled white. While the drops came out of me, I was lost in a completely different world, feeling something that I had never felt before, and this feeling increased as more and more drops came out of me. I don't know how much time passed, and when I came to myself, I saw myself sitting in front of me. I had a marble stone skin, brown eyes, and black hair. Everything about it was the same for me. To the minute detail, the only difference it has with me is it is made of marble. "Hello," I said with a smile. "Hello," it replied, bearing the exact same expressions and speaking in the exact tone as me. Seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, I moved my hand, and it moved its hand at the same time, and soon our hands touched. At first touch, it felt like marble, but one could feel softness like skin the next second. If I had practiced the concentrated, crystallized minds to the word, it would have been translucent, but since I have made the modifications, it has become like this. This could be said to be my clone, but one that is far more efficient than me. It had a complex algorithm that could run the soul energy far more efficiently than I. From studying to working on formation, it would be able to do anything and would never sleep or rest even for a second. One might consider it as akin to my avatar in the core, but it is far better. For one thing, I do not have to supply soul energy constantly to maintain it. It is independent but still connected. I will instantly understand what it learned as if it is studied by me, as it is me. Like I had said earlier, it will not need sleep or rest. Unlike my avatar, it will not disappear when I sleep. It will remain. The most amazing thing about it is that it made me compare its usage near rule-bending energy is that it will not be the first clone. I could create more as my level and soul energy progressed. In just the first level, there are 3 clones. I have already created 1 clone, and I will create 2 more as I advance in the levels. Now I did not have to fear it disappearing when I entered my core. Unlike my avatar, it will not. I have been waiting for it since the day I read the method, and now that I have got it, I will be able to accomplish many things. It will be like 3 or 4 of me working in triple time. Unlike me, this clone is designed for pure computational work and utilizes soul power at pure efficiency. Tang, tang, tang. The last of the hammer fell on the phantom before the work golems began to put back their weapons into the rack and became statue-like before. The phantom, which was dark coppery not long ago, had turned translucently silver. It had been a while since I had practiced the art, and now that I had leveled up to the master class, I was once again able to practice it. The 3rd level is really something much better than the other 2 levels. I had only practiced the 14 of the 3rd level, but the advancement I have got is really shocking. It now has given me huge confidence in my survival against the Black Sharkman Fasra and other threats. About half a day ago, I had not thought I would be able to practice my art, as I had injured my soul. To practice the art, I need to be in perfect condition. It turned out that the clone of the method could help in healing soul injuries. My soul injuries that were supposed to take 4 to 5 days to heal fully had taken only around 10 hours, and I am ready to deal with anything that will come at me. I looked at the light silver phantom before walking out of the Forge Mountain into my core. I could see close was my study station, reading the tome I had got from the tiny being. It is one complex book I have, and one could be stuck for hours and days at a concept. Unlike me, the clone is having a much smoother time. Every second, a new comprehension enters my mind, enriching my knowledge of the soul further. This is just a single clone. I wonder what 2 clones or 3 might be able to do. I did not dare to think about more for more. I would definitely have to break the limit of the world, and I don't have much confidence in doing that, even with all my abilities. Not to mention, I could die. We are fighting the greatest war we have fought against the Grims in millennia in this war. Not even Grand Lords could guarantee their life, much less me, who barely got the power of the Grand Lord. I shook my head of those thoughts and opened my eyes. The black spherical breakthrough formation is still floating around me even after the hours of breakthrough. I did not remove it instead first. I burned all the impurities off my body and wore a new set of clothes, including my favorite jacket. With my level up, I could now use more power and thus will be able to take greater advantage of the jacket. I waved my hand and looked around. The humans were still busy taking the constitutional essence while Grims were screaming, so much their throats became dry, and it was very hard to make the throats of emperors dry. I did not feel even an ounce of pity for these bastards. If it had been up to them, they would have taken the constitution from the humans and eaten them afterward, as they have been doing for centuries. I have heard quite a detailed account of what they do, as many masters are very much looking forward to that. After the Grims finished extracting the humans of their constitution, they would fit the humans into special artifacts called stuffing pods and send those pods into the fountain, where their bodies would stuff with the pure energy till they died. It is an extremely painful process, and all humans die during it, but what Grims get is a delicacy, something only these humans could have. After all the constitution essence is extracted, an empty space is created inside the human body which it wants to fill, and Grim fills it with elemental energy. It is said Grims benefits a lot from eating these stuffed humans, especially these Grim emperors. After looking at humans and Grims, I turned to Black Sharkman Fasra. It is still in the same position as it has been since the beginning, and when I looked at it, it instantly caught my eyes, and I could see the deep hatred in its eyes. It is waiting for me to come outside. I am sure it will try it all to kill me. I looked at it for a couple of seconds before turning to the humans, which are absorbing the constitution energy from the Grims, but not all of them are succeeding in that. The constitutions are not something you could easily advance, even when it comes to two similar constitutions. There is a need for high compatibility with them before it would let the essence of other constitutions merge with it. It is a huge problem among humans, not so much in Grim Monster. From what I heard, only around 5 of Grimm's constitutional essences, but here that number is over 50. Both are different races with different strengths and weaknesses. The constitution they have might be the same, but it is molded to their needs, and humans, which belong to completely different and are the antithesis of Grimm's, might be fully suitable with their constitution. While it did not matter to any other human, I was a little vexed seeing young women's constitution is not accepting the constitutional essence of Grimm. It had accepted it for the first hour before abruptly rejecting it, which is quite a regret. I was hoping the constitution essence from the Grimm would help in healing the massive damage she had caused to her constitution. It would have been great if I could change her position and use the constitutional essence of the other Grimms, but I could not. The spots are fixed by the Grim Grand Lord, and I have already taken a huge risk in copying the seals, and I don't want to do anything further. This artifact is very powerful, and if it is detected something wrong and targets guns at me, I don't think I would survive it even with the colossal advancements I had got, though she is not out of the option, especially when I am present. My seeds inside the Grimms and humans are absorbing the wasted constitutional energy, which is a lot more than half. Even this artifact, it could not make humans absorb all the extracted essence. The thing happens when it comes to Grimms. Less than half of the constitution essence is merged with the receiver, while more than half goes to waste. This time it would not happen. My seeds are collecting it all, and I am more than capable of finding good use of this constitutional energy. Hell, it is a pure treasure, value above even divine crystals. If I use it wisely, it will be able to help the project tremendously. I looked at the progress of extraction and estimated that it would take 10 to 15 hours for the extraction process to finish, which is more than enough time for me to prepare against the Black Sharkman. A few hours passed when suddenly Nero contacted me to give the information, and for a moment I feared it was another grave news, but it was not. It is joyous news. The extractions had reached the last stage. 96 of Grimm's constitution had already been extracted. The extraction of the last 4 would be finished in a few minutes, and the gates of the artifact would open soon after that. I looked at humans, especially a few unconscious ones, the spies. The Grimms have kept the spies among the enslaved humans. The Grimms are extremely smart and learned through thousands of years, which is why they give barely any chance to the large rebellion. If there is something happening, Grimms wants to know about it and be prepared to deal with it. Of these 5,000 people, there are 112 spies, and what makes them dangerous and hard to detect, not all of them have a free seal. A minority, less than one of them, have restricted seal like others, which makes it really hard to see them as spies as their seals are the same. I was only able to catch them when they acted. I don't think there might be any more spies. I have deeply looked at the brain scans of all people, even walked among them hours ago, and was quite successful catching spies. So I think I had caught all of them, but still, I would not let my guard down. We have been attacked in the back too many times to be truly letting my guard down, even among our fellow humans. Finally, the last drop of constitutional essence is extracted by the artifact, and the Grim falls down unconscious. The artifact is quite cruel. It will not let those whose constitution getting extracted fall unconscious during the process. They will have to bear the pain. I can imagine how much pain thousands of humans had suffered when they went through this process. Buzz. A moment after the last drop was extracted, the runic formations in the artifact buzzed before they began to mute down, and a few seconds later, all the runes died down. I looked at the black sharkman, who till now is still standing in its place, its eyes now filled with the great anticipation and cruelty. It had been waiting for more than a day, barely moving from its spot, and now, in a minute or two, the doors will open. You all, because of you, we will die the most horrific death. Shouted a man in his 40s. He is one of the older people here, awakening the constitution very late in his life. Really, I think what the Grims had just suffered was the most horrific thing. Everything else is pale in front of it, even torture, I replied back with mock and scorn. He is not a spy but a person who is very panicked, and he is not the only one. All of them are panicked, and you do not reason with such people. Especially when taking into consideration they have been slaves to the Grims for the rest of the life. They were born into slavery and only known fear of the Grim monster, except for a select few who dare to have the spark of rebellion. Everyone is like this. My answer shut them off, and I could see they wanted to do something. Some even opened their mouths to speak, but closed them. Seeing the look in my eyes, they closed their mouths. I did not focus on them, instead looked at the black sharkman Fasra. It is not the only one waiting for the battle. I, too, want to fight and test my new strength against it. Sup, the silence lasted for a minute till it was broken by the door opening of the artifact. As the door opened, the black sharkman gave me its most vicious laugh that shuddered the humans. Some even fainted looking at it. You have made a grave mistake, human, and you are going to regret it. It said, I will not kill you, but torture you for months, peeling layer by layer of your skin, and dipping you in most painful solutions that tear apart your soul. It added with a vicious smile on its face. Glad to hear it, and we will. Who does that to whom? But before we do that, take them, I said, and waved my hand. Just as I did, the unconscious Grims and humans flew toward the black sharkman. It was a little surprised by my action, but quickly formed the tunnel, sending the unconscious Grim and humans, it looking at me with ice-cold hate. I am not worried about doing something to humans. It will not. They are precious goods, who have become even more precious after taking the constitutional essence from the Grims. Killing them in revenge would be idiocy, and the Fasra is anything but an idiot. A minute later, all the humans and Grims were out. I also stood up from the sitting position. As I did, the huge runic phantom covering me became smaller and smaller until it had covered me before seeping inside me. With a smile on my face, I walked toward the exit and soon appeared beside the door before taking a step out of it. I was assaulted the moment I took a step outside of the artifact, not by the Fasra but by the concentrated raw energy. It was above what I had experienced in the artifact. Most importantly, it is very hard, not mellowed at all. Not to mention, it is heavily water elemental energy, with a mix of 20 other elemental energy, which makes it quite dangerous, very unlike the neutral energy that the artifact had provided me during the breakthrough. I had to create a layer of energy around myself to protect myself from it. The energy would be able to harm my body, which is strengthened by art if I stayed in it long enough. Quite harsh energies, and it is the only boundary. I don't think I will be able to reach the center of the fountain, even with all my strength, I said to it, which looked at me in surprise. Not everyone could stand in such pure energy, especially not grandmasters. So you have made a breakthrough into the high grandmaster class, it stated. This time I was lucky. The breakthroughs are not easy, especially at these levels, which provide one with godlike power. Not to mention, people spent decades, even centuries, in preparations for the breakthrough, and I have barely spent a year. A high grandmaster before 25, even among us Grims, it is an extremely exception feat, it said with appreciation, but a moment later, a big cruel smile appeared on its face. It is a good thing. Killing you will definitely appease the anger of higher-ups, and they will even reward me for it, it said, and the power boiled across its body, and it was about to take a step when it stopped. I also looked before it. I am not so sure about that. Faster, you have made a big mess, and higher-ups had sent me to clean it up, especially to deal with this troublemaker, said the voice from behind before appearing beside Fasra a moment later. Goster. Fasra said with gritted teeth as it looked at the Grim, who is a meter shorter than it. Fasra did not seem surprised by its appearance, but it was not like it even one bit. I could see burning hate appearing in its eyes for a fraction of a second before it disappeared. Relax, Fasra, I will put a good word for you to Coven when I return, said the Grim with a smile, which clearly has a hint of mocking. Fasra saw it and even got very angry but quickly controlled its emotions and put on a poker face. I was very surprised to see its reaction. There is clearly a huge difference in strength between them, but Phasra still decided to hold back. It is not in the Grimm's nature to behave like this, but circumstances could force anyone, even Grimms, and seeing the tribe of the Grimm in front of me, I felt like my predictions were right. Michiel Zar, I am Goster, I have ordered to bring you to the coven. It would be really great if you just surrender, I would really don't want to mess you up before I present you the coven, said the Golden Fire Werewolf. It is another powerful Golden Fire Werewolf, with the brimming bloodline energy. They are popping over everywhere like they have found treasure that can make even their weakling powerful. This one is too completely unknown. I will have to check the directory of lower tyrants to see its identity. It is how we were able to find the information of most of the new Golden Fire Werewolves that had recently popped up. Are you not afraid that my strings have already wrapped around you, and I could make you disappear instantly? I asked, and I could see the alarm flaring in its eyes, and it took a step back before stopping itself and glaring at its embarrassing display. The black sharkman did not even hide its smile, which made it angry, but it did not remain angry for long, even bringing out its confident smile. Those invisible strings of yours are quite terrifying in their fear. I forget for a moment that I have a way against them, it said, and showed me a complex grim glyph back of my right palm. The glyph is shining in a golden light, and when I touched it with my soul sense, I had felt a terrifying aura from it. Bind me with your string, Zar, I dare you. Those strings of yours will not take even a second to turn into ashes with the power of the seal, I said, and intentionally flared its power so I could sense its might even more clearly. I can see Phasra muttering, idiot, inside his mouth, seeing the Golden Fire Werewolf showing the seal to me childishly. Giving a closer glance at its defense, only an idiot would do that. It seemed to realize that too, as the confident expressions on its face vanished, and it toned down its power and brought back its hand. It is quite a powerful seal, but you do know that I used to kill you bastard even before I got my strings, and I still have confidence in doing that today, I said, and hearing that a laugh couldn't help but escape from the mouth of the Golden Fire Werewolf. You have a strength, but it will be far from enough to do anything against me. You should just surrender, it said, and a powerful aura of High Grandmaster came out of it. You too weak to even speak surrender in front of me, I said, and summoned my armor. Hundreds of thousands of strings came out, each string being finer than hair. As they came out, they began to weave themselves in a very complex pattern. If they could carefully, they would notice these strings are not simply weaving the pattern but run themselves. It might feel like a minute, but it was finished within an instant. A silver-gray armor with green stripes appeared on my body. It is not as thick as my previous armor, but it is a bodysuit. Either it looks like real armor. Those extremely familiar with my string like Marina might notice some change in my strings. This change is different than the usual change that comes with every advancement. It is very different, and I have very high hopes for it. Since you are unwilling, I will have to force you with my strength then, it said as the vicious smile dawned on its face and swung its long golden claw that was covered in golden fire. Seeing my sword appeared in my hand, and I swung it toward it with the battle spirit burning in my eyes. This Golden Fire Werewolf in front of me is no weakling, and it is very powerful. I have to be careful of it, especially of that seal. It had appeared before, and it was extremely dangerous, far more than the grim monster itself. Clang! Its claw clashed against my sword and created fiery, powerful shockwaves that, for a moment, were even able to push back against thick energies around us. Its powerful bloodline energy came at me, not stopping even when my sword destroyed half of its power and came at my armor. My armor absorbed the energy, every last bit of it, leaving no speck of it. The energy disappeared. It even went to filtration and entered inside me for my runes to feast on, just disappeared as it entered my armor. Seeing that, an ecstatic smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The constitutional seed had worked, and I very much hoped that this bastard would give a challenge, so I could measure the scale it had worked on. Why are you becoming so smug? The Golden Fire Werewolf asked. I could see it becoming alert and seal behind its hand flaring, wanting to burn my strings to ashes. I was just thinking about the essence rose I will get from you, I said. You will be the first essence rose of High Grandmaster class I will harness. You should feel proud about, I said to its angry face, which morphed into an angry smile. Good, I can't wait to hear your screams when our best torture you. He is very good, has tortured quite a lot of High Grandmasters, even a few half-step Grand Lords, it said with an angry smile before coming at me with even more powerful attack than before. Clang, clang, clang. One attack came and then another, each one of them being more powerful than other, creating shockwaves powerful enough to send back elemental energies around us back for a moment while the powerful attacks of energy came at me through the armor. Like the first, it had happened as the energy entered inside my armor. It had simply disappeared. It had not gone through the filtration and come inside me thereafter. It is working much better than I had imagined, synchronizing well with the existing abilities of my strings and strengthening further, which in turn has strengthened its abilities. As I fought Goster, I kept my eyes on Phasra, who is the true threat here. It was standing too close to my comfort, watching the fight with great interest. Half of my concentration is on it, as I have to be prepared to deal with it. It is very powerful and would need a single powerful attack to finish me off. I can't let it have that chance. It is kind of getting dull. Do you have something more right? I asked as I countered another of its claw. Yes, you are right, the warm-up is indeed getting boring, it agreed as it stopped. Let's get serious then, it had said, and the powerful aura burst out of it. Feeling it, my expressions couldn't help but get serious. Good, now it is getting interesting, I said with a laugh and activated my new move. First burst, I said and activated my new Constitution ability, which immediately connected with the inheritance and lit up thousands of runes, sending out thick, powerful energy through my body within a moment. I felt stuffed, but energy kept coming. I had copied Leonard's Constitution ability with the Constitution seed I had created, and I couldn't help but feel ecstatic about my decision. All that years of research on the Constitution were really worth it. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to do that with all the rule-bending power. The bursts are far more comprehensive than boosts, and the synergy it creates with body, soul, energy, and inheritance is simply amazing. Far more than the boosts, which only creation of inheritance during the burst use all. Golden rupture, the Goster shouted, and it seemed it vibrated as the vibration like spatial waves spread out from it as it attacked me. Its attack was very fast, and it moved around the space grandmasters have to show the real power to make the movement in the space, while the space move with every movement of the high grandmaster. Here there is huge interference from the energies otherwise, the spatial reaction would have been even greater. Seeing its attack, I also swung my sword, pouring the bursts of power inside it, and also charging the enchantment to make th attack even more powerful. Clang. My sword clashed against its claw and shook from head to toe. It shook. Seeing that, I couldn't help but become shocked, and I am not the only one who is shocked. Even Goster and Fasra also had a look of shock on their faces. It seemed like I had underestimated my strength. I thought and quickly began to evaluate my strength from the properties of burst to the fusion energy, which has become even stronger after internal energy has reached the third stage. Hee, it seemed like you do have some tricks, Czar, it said with a laugh, and its aura became sharp like a sword. Golden shredding, it shouted, and its golden claws burst out in bright golden light and it disappeared from its place. The next moment, I saw it above me with its shining golden claw coming at me with a great speed. If I am not able to counter it, it will shred me to pieces. Thankfully, its power and speed are still not fast enough to kill me. I moved my sword. Despite being a great sword, it moved like a rapier and appeared beside the shining golden claw very next second. Clang! My sword struck against its claw, instantly stopping the descent of its claw, and unlike before, there was no shake thing time, but the golden burst came at me and struck against my armor at a very fast speed. That golden light is made of extremely hot golden fire, which also has deep sharpness. As it had clashed against my armor, it felt hot as well as sharp. Like all the energies before, my armor also took this energy inside too, not caring how dangerous it was. It is a little risky on my part to do something like it, but I want to continue testing the power of my armor and look like I did not have any reason to worry about it. It too had disappeared just as it entered my armor at super temperature, and that searing sharpness had just simply disappeared. The Grim again got surprised and attacked again, and this time with 3 times more power than before. My eyes became sharp, and I harnessed more power from the burst as I responded to its attack. Clang, clang, clang. Its claw clashed against my sword one after another, sending a sharp burst of searing golden energy that would hack the peak grandmasters without giving them even a chance to scream, while here it is simply disappearing without creating a ripple. I could see it is frustrating the hell out of the Goster, but it is not the only one who is facing the problem. My energies, too, are facing a huge problem against the werewolf. My powerful fusion energy that should be giving it trouble is not directly going inside that golden glyph on its hand as soon as it touches its bloodline armor. That glyph felt like a huge burning volcano that could burn it all, including my energy. That glyph seal contains the very powerful bloodline energy, likely from the Grand Lord class Grim powerhouse. It is not easy to create the seal for the implantation of the seal. Both of them need to share the same bloodline and also need a powerful alchemical solution. Not to mention, it uses a bloodline essence, so one could not enchant an unlimited number of them, as each implantation costs them their bloodline essence, which even Grand Lord class Grims are willing to waste. Only very important and powerful as the protection glyph seals cast on them, and it is akin to second. It will act if the life of Golden Fire Werewolf is truly in danger, and also if it had been back in the world, the Grand Lord could even project some of its power through the seal if there is no interference. So even if the projection of no Grand Lord here, due to us being in the ruin, it will be very hard to kill this bastard with a seal on them. It will interfere, even if I could beat this bastard. Usually the Pyramid Direct avoids such tricky enemies in the battle these were dealt with by the half-step Grand Lords, and they have the power to deal with such a seal. I am not going to avoid it, and nor I will kill this bastard. And as for the seal, I think that thing will definitely be able to help me. Second burst, I activated, and immediately powerful energy welled inside me, stuffing into me to the brim. My speed increased immediately with power. I spun fast and attacked the drill like claw that was coming to tear me apart. CLANNG. The drill clashed against my sword and stopped, but the next moment, it had attacked with its other claw, which also had the golden firelight enveloping it, and it was spinning like a drill. I gave the claw holding my sword a hard push, and moved my sword to deal with the other claw that was coming toward me. I defended against it, but I did not get even a moment of rest as the other claw that I had pushed back came at me. I again pushed the claw back this time. It was prepared for the push, but I was even more prepared, and with a flick of my wrist I changed the direction of force, making it nearly stumble. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. It glared at me, but I gave it a sweet smile and moved my sword at its chest, but it had reacted quickly and stopped my sword and followed with another attack, which I stopped, before moving my sword to counter another. This golden fire werewolf is very powerful, but its fighting skills are lacking a little. It had the skills of the Grandmaster while holding the power of the High Grandmaster. It is not utilizing the power with the efficiency that it should. I did not want to tote my horn, but I was quite lucky and talented when it came to combat. I learned very quickly. Even the teacher and professor noted in the first week they had met me, though not everyone is talented, and it is a harsh truth. This golden fire werewolf is powerful, but it still needs some time before it would able to utilize its power with the skill and precision it needs. It is not the only one in this predicament. Some of the humans in a project that is leveling up to the Grandmasters also have the same problem. Some of the younger ones do not have the necessary skills to utilize the power of the Grandmaster to its full might. Pyramid is working on it, but the time we have is too short. I hope the comprehensive training program that Pyramid has designed will help to at least survive against the Grims with the same power or higher power. As long as they survive for long enough, they will acquire the skills they need. It is a good thing 80 of the people who are advancing to the Grandmaster class are old and experienced ones. I have identified this problem since the beginning, and thus especially focusing on the experienced powerhouses, even if some of them require extra work, as these people are equal to 3 or 4 worth of inexperienced ones. CLANNG. I once again deflected the attack and moved to counter another. I was playing pure defensive, and I do not like it even a bit. Usually I play defensive, but when I am against such enemies I like to go offensive when I know their skills, but here, it is quite risky. The bastard is still quite watching the battle, not far away from me, and I had to devote quite a lot of concentration to it. If I fully lost myself in battle, it might take advantage, and before I know it, I would be in its stomach. I have read its information, and in its younger days, it had directly swallowed quite many tyrants directly in its big mouth. It might have even swallowed the Grandmaster, but we don't have a record of it doing that. If it hadn't been here, I would have fought without any worries, but with its presence, I have to be careful. While it had disappeared from me and I was also a little angry, I still took it as a challenge, and not to mention, this Goster is no weakling. What it did not have with the skills made up for more than enough with power even without Fasra's presence, this Grim is quiet is a challenge. I have heard so much about you, Czar, but it turned out you are only so without your stings, could only fight defensively. It mocked as it attacked me with drills even more powerful. The shockwave created by our attacks created the fiery zones around before they get filled with elemental energies the next second. If we had been fighting somewhere else than here, we would have changed the topography of the whole place. There would have fiery rivers and crushed forests around us, and all the life that is not powerful enough would have simply died. The power of the High Grandmaster is no joke. They could crush the mountains and swallow the rivers. That is why said, it is the power of the god. I may be so-so, but you are even worse considering, even after thousands of attacks on your part, you weren't able to give me a scratch. I mocked back, and it immediately wiped out that mocking smile on its face. You are right, even after so much time, I wasn't able to land an attack on you, it said with a face full of seriousness, and the next second a golden flame mark appeared on its head. Seeing the mark, I instantly became serious. The golden fire werewolf is one of 5 great tribes of Grims and has a mark. Only those very talented could produce a mark. It is talented, and so was the golden fire werewolf that appeared in the championship. I had killed it, and I will kill it. It is a good thing it is ready to bring out all its power. I want to test my full strength too. So I am going to bring out my whole strength, and I hope you survive at least a minute in front of it, it said, and the golden flaming mark on its forehead burned, and a powerful bloodline aura released from its body, creating a huge phantom of the golden fire werewolf. The suppressions clouded over the huge area as the phantom appeared. Even the black sharkman had become serious as it appeared, and the human and grim emperors who had just walked up began fainting as a vast aura of phantom washed over them. The bloodline phantom had stayed only for a second before it went inside the Goster, giving it a terrifying aura. "Golden burning light claws," said Goster solemnly, and dense golden light covered its claws before it began burning. The light fire was so powerful that it began to affect the same around it heavily. I could it stretching around it as the fire tried to melt it. "I had not thought I would need to use this move against you, which is good too ever since I had advanced to High Grandmaster. I wanted to test it against the human," it said before a disappointed expression appeared on its face. "It is quite sad that I could not kill you. The Coven would be very mad if I brought your dead body to them," it said with a sigh before its eyes turned sharp as a sword, and it came at me. Third burst, seeing it coming at me, I activated the third boost. As I did, I felt like I had been hit by a storm of energy. It was so powerful that my whole body and soul shuddered. At least it was not bad as earlier when I puked the blood due to injuries. Unlike the first and second burst, the third burst had nearly all the power. There were no restrictions on it, except for burning my life essence. Earlier, when I had activated it to test the power, I was injured in an instant and only kept it active for a second. Though I had immediately made some modifications in runic formation, so the burst it provided would be managed a little better. Not to mention, my body and soul had also strengthened, which is also helping a lot. Still, I could feel my body was barely handling the pressure of the burst, and this burst would only get stronger as I advanced. So when I return, I would have to work on the runic formations on the burst, so that my body and soul better handle their energies. The data on Leonard would also help. The burst is natural to him, and even when I divided the burst into several parts, copying my boosts, it did not put any pressure on his body. I shook those thoughts as they appeared in my mind and swung my sword toward the direction of the Grimm's coming claws. I could work on the bursts when I went to the pyramid. Till then, I would have to finish off this bastard and survive the ones that are watching from the sidelines. As I swung my sword, it moved much faster than I had imagined it to, threatening to take me with, but I controlled it before the Grimm could take advantage of it. CLANNNG. I was barely able to counter its attack. I had not controlled my sword on time. The bastard would have taken advantage of my weakness and brought down its claws at me. The weapons clashed and its fiery energies came at me, and once again, as I entered my armor, they disappeared. Though this time it was slightly different. A section of strings lit up gently for a second when entered before turning back to normal. Step. I did not focus much on the energy entering the armor as my eyes on the Grimms, whose eyes had been widened in shock as they shuddered, before taking a forceful step back. "So your full strength is just so," I said to its shocked face and moved in an offense. "While I have to be careful of the bastard watching on the sidelines, I also have to finish off this one. If I am able to harvest it, it will help me tremendously. Don't overestimate yourself, you filthy human," it shouted and moved its claws to defend against my sword. It has gotten truly angry. Those golden eyes are raging, and it was not even trying to control it, but let run wildly. Its aura exploded further with it. The power and the speed of its doubled in an instant. CLANNNG. Step. My sword clashed against the two of its claws, and it shuddered again before taking a step back as the last time. Hee. This time I did not wait even a fraction of a second and directly went for the Grimm. The power of the third boost had surprised me, which I had expected to be powerful after that 1-second stint, but I did not believe it could be this powerful. If I had been a boost in its place, the power would have been not this much. Now that I have got such amazing power, I will use every bit of it to finish this bastard and see how things are going. There's a very good chance I would not have to use every bit of the strength I have. In the third attack, I had harnessed even more power from the third burst and attacked like I was holding a bat, and those claws of it are just the battles. The Grimm seemed to have seen something in my eyes, as the golden burning light on its claws had become more concentrated and burned even brighter. CLANNNG. My sword fell down on its claws, and its eyes widened in shock like saucers. I could even see blood-red lines spreading into its eyes. Step. This time there was no shuddering. It stayed in its place for a fraction of movement, resisting the force I had hit it with before beginning to take the steps back rapidly. I did not want to give it any chance and went at it. CLANNNG. My attacks arranged on it like the thunder, pushing it back continuously without giving it even a moment of respite. It is not with the physical force I am attacking it with, but also powerful energy, and if it was not for that damn seal, that burning all energy attacks I am sending at it, its skin would be split, its internal bleeding and bones broken. The seal is powerful, and others might be able to do something against it, and I am very confident it will work. It has already worked. Bastard, it shouted, and I don't know whether the curse had been directed at Fasra or at me, as one of Goster was looking at Fasra, who had still not moved even an inch from its spot since the battle began, and I know Goster wants its help. It is not willing to ask it. Fasra also did not seem to have any intention of helping it either, but I am not going to count on that, as I know it will help it, and when it does I have to be ready, which is very soon as in the right next moment. I once again took a step toward it, but this time there had a crown appeared on my head, and I appeared in front of Goster directly and attacked its chest at a speed that it could not follow. Her help was immeasurable. I could see horror appearing on its face in slow motion as seeing my sword coming for its chest, and it was powerless to stop it. Suddenly, the horror stopped and replaced with confidence. It was too quick, as if it had remembered something, and I did not have to think to know what it was. It had remembered the power of the seal. The seal is extremely dangerous, so dangerous that the pyramid had warned those who are not half-step Grand Lords to touch it, because it had burned many Grandmaster and High Grandmaster to ashes. They have no defense against it. They might not have, but I do, and I am going to kill that bastard with it. Dub, a strange sort of sound rang out as my sword touched the chest of the Goster. It did not pierce as I had expected. It just slightly went in before getting pushed back. Hee Czar, it seemed like you did not heed the advice your race had given you, said Goster while laughing. Now you will pay the price for that, it said with eyes full of hate, and at the same moment, I saw the glyph seal behind its hand lighting up brightly. At that very moment, thick fire like golden lava came out of it and moved toward its chest. It had reached its chest in an instant and began to climb over my sword before I could even think about pulling my sword back. I felt the aura of the thick golden fire, and it shocked me. It is powerful, so powerful that it would burn to ashes in an instant. The defenses I am so proud about would be crushed in a fraction of seconds before putting any resistance. That's how powerful the fire is, a creation of Grand Lord, part of its bloodline essence. All of a sudden, I begin to have doubts about my plan, thinking about whether that thing will be able to deal with this fire. While I was thinking, the golden fire had reached the end of the blade and was climbing at the hilt. I have to react, or I will be burned to death before I understand how. Thankfully, I reacted, or rather the clone inside me reacted right before the golden fire touched my fingers on the sword. Sizzle. The pure white fire came from my hands and covered it fully before finally, the golden fire struck against it and the sizzling sound rang out. You are dead, Czar, it will burn you to nothingness, and whatever you be are. Its words have stopped in its mouth as the white fire spread over the golden fire and began to consume it to the shock of the werewolf. Puchzar. Next second, several things have happened at once. I had pushed my sword into the chest of the Goster. The black sharkman shouted, hearing that, and I felt it launching a powerful attack. A huge blue watery trident materialized above it and came at me. The trident was stronger than any other that Goster had attacked me. It instantly made me understand the disparity between the two of our strengths. The blue water trident was extremely powerful and fast. It had appeared close to me, even before I pierced my sword into the Grimm's chest even an inch. I could see the hope in the horrified face of the golden werewolf and feel the confidence of Black Sharkman even when I had my back against it. They are very confident of their attack, but unfortunately, they are wrong. I hope they are wrong. BANNNG. The trident had reached the 5 meters from me when it suddenly stopped by something invisible, which materialized the very next second. 12 red rose-colored shields enveloped the werewolf and me in the sphere of protection. As the trident clashed, they began to light up, but their speed of lighting up was slow, and the light was not much bright either. If they had been previous shields and such powerful attacks had attacked them, they would be lit up instantly and like the bright sun, while sending a huge amount of energy at me. But now there is no energy coming at me. My shields did not even shake under such an attack. The only normal behavior they have shown so far was turning visible from invisible. I have formed a constitutional seed from the 2 constitutions. One is from Leonard's constitution called the Mammoth Constitution, from which I had taken the ability to burst, and the other constitution is named Blossom Marsh. It is from Velman Ross, a century-old master. There is nothing special about her, except for being she is a peak master, whom I had chosen in the project. About 2.5 months ago, she had made a breakthrough into the Grandmaster. It was a normal breakthrough as it goes. There was nothing special about it compared to the other breakthroughs. The abnormal thing had happened when she reached the end of her breakthrough. She awakened her constitution. It was very rare to awaken the constitution late at this stage, but it had happened. She awakened a constitution. It was not normal or weak. It was grade 7 if measured by the scale, which considered the powerful constitution. What makes it interesting is what it can do. Constitution energy absorbs energies like a marsh. The energies entered inside it disappeared inside. It not absorbs them but also digests them and strengthens itself, and that is what ability strings have got. Any energy that touches them becomes part of them and strengthens them. When the details of the Constitution became known, it was quite a shock, especially to Velma, when the Grand Tower Mistress Angela Leona herself came to meet her with the current leader of Wisdom Tower, Raymond Leon. Currently, she has been training under Raymond Leon. Her energy makes her the natural Aegismancer, and there is no one who could train her better than Raymond Leon. My strings got the ability to Blossom Marsh, and it is integrated with my strings to a much better degree, strengthening my strings' previous abilities and itself. So when the powerful attack of the black sharkman hit my shields, my strings simply let the attack enter inside them and absorb the energy while strengthening themselves in the process. Puch, I am not that easy to kill, I said without looking back at the Fasra as my sword pieced inside the chest of a werewolf. Ah, it screamed, and to be honest, its screams were much louder than one would expect from the werewolf. Relax, you are not dead yet, but you will be soon, I said to it, which instantly intensified horror on its face. Czar, don't Fasra was just warning me when the golden fire werewolf had disappeared, and I turned to him with a smile on my face. You wretched human, if I didn't ground your bones in the strongest poison and left you screaming for years, then I wouldn't be Fasra of my name, Fasra screamed, seeing the Goster disappear and raise its hand to attack. The aura of attack scared me. It seemed like Fasra is no mood to play around, and truthfully I would have been scared of attack, but now it is not my problem. I don't understand why you are so angry. Considering that little werewolf had died purely because of your own mistakes, said the familiar male voice from a distance, which immediately made Fasra stop his attack and look at the coming enemy with serious eyes. It did not take long for the body behind the voice to appear, and he was not alone. Behind him were 2 women and 1 man, all of them peak grandmasters. One of the women behind is unusually excited. Usually, only children would have such excitement in their eyes when they look at the fountain. Still, her presence has surprised me. I did not think higher-ups would send her here, considering she is guarding a pretty important place. Michiel, you are improving fast. It seems like the days are not far when you leave me behind in the dust, said the familiar young man. Don't make fun of me, Rai. I still need years to catch up to you, and surpassing you is a distant dream, I replied with a smile. The pyramid had sent the reinforcement. They had decided they wanted to liberate the humans of this ruin, and most importantly, take this precious land of resource from the hands of Grimms. They appeared about 8 hours ago and were just hiding. Rabhin Solace, I have heard quite a lot about you, said Fasra as it turned to Rai. Fasra is quite serious. One could tell from its eyes how big of a threat is considered to Rai. It should, if it is not an idiot. Rain is quite powerful and had killed a very powerful High Grandmaster about a month ago. I have too heard quite a lot about you, Fasra, and let me tell you that you will not be able to run away today, replied Rai with his signature smile on his face. The confident smile on Fasra's face froze for a moment before it appeared again, and it let out a laugh. Quite a confidence you have on yourself, Solace, and you might have a tiny chance to achieve that if we were somewhere else, but here, in this place, it is impossible, said Fasra. We will see how impossible it is, Rai said, and a powerful aura blasted off his body as his bloodline armor appeared on his body. Seeing that, the bloodline armor had appeared on the body of the black sharkman. It was pitch black color with white teeth like lines all over it. Looked quite scary. It gave Rai a look before it turned to the left with a frown on its face. How long are you planning to wait? Come up, these bastards, it said angrily before turning back to the Rai. It is a good thing you have come out. The death of you and Czar, including these few, would elevate the punishment on me, it said with a laugh. There is no remorse in its eyes for the death of the golden fire werewolf. It even seemed quite happy about it. Soon I sensed the aura from the left, and the couple of Grimms have appeared leading them as Aqua Snakeman, with the peak grandmasters behind it. This is Heksh. It is a powerful high grandmaster of renown. It is not strong as Fasra, but definitely stronger than Goster and more intelligent. Yes, he was, and now I am going to take the revenge for that idiot, it said and turned back to 6 grandmasters behind it. What are you all waiting for? Go finish them off. It said, mentioning the 3 peak grandmaster, but it shocked those 6 did not move. They did not even blink. Seeing that, it shook its head and turned to me. You have got then, didn't you? It asked. Yes, if you did not run away, I would get you too, I replied, and I could see a spark of fear appearing in its eyes before that creepy smile appeared on its face. Yes, you will, and that is why I plan to finish you off as soon as possible, it said and waved its hand back. 6 black orbs released from its hand and stuck on the Grimms, and within a second covered them fully in black material. As it did, they fell down. I just glanced at them before turning to the snakeman. While it may think that those Grimm might be safe with its little artifact, it is grossly wrong. Even if I die somehow, they will still not survive. They will die with me, not only them, but every other Grimm who had my seed inside them. Let's be, it was saying as it turned to me when it had suddenly stopped and looked behind me at the woman, who was looking at it with intense hate. An understanding had dawned on me. How can I forget? This is the grim bastard that had sent her over a century of sleep. If it wasn't for me waking her up, she would still be sleeping in the Hall of Sleep. The kill I couldn't kill. You have survived the poison, but don't worry, I will kill you for sure this time, it said as it looked at the woman, who was none other than Grandmaster Atkins, the commander of the Bistan Archipelago. You are not that capable, Heksh, said Grandmaster Atkins before she appeared beside me and turned to me. Lord Czar, let me fight this bastard. This wretched filth has taken over a century of life. I want to kill it with my own hands, she said, shocking the hell out of me with her request, and I am not the only one who was shocked. Everyone is. Ha 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 ha. A grandmaster wanting to fight a high grandmaster. You humans are really funny sometimes, said the snakeman as it laughed madly, so much that it was pressing its stomach hard. The differank, I was saying when I suddenly stopped when I noticed something. The difference in your strength is too great, I said after a momentary silence. Yes, it is, and I wouldn't have requested something this absurd if it had been anywhere else, but here this bastard will die, she said while I focused on specks of water crystals twirled around her fisted hands. Those looked like specks of water crystals, but they were not. They were water elemental energy crystals. They were not around her hand a second ago, but now they are. Even I could not do what she had done. She was extremely fast, 100 times faster than I would be able to do something like that. Fine, you can fight it, I said, after a few seconds of silence, shocking it all. The snakeman got so shocked that its eyes had nearly popped out. Since you are so willing, I will send you to death. It will be me finishing the job I couldn't finish a century ago, said Snakeman with a smile before its eyes turned vicious, and a thin sword appeared in its hand, which it swung at Grandmaster Atkins. It was powerful, far above what Grandmaster could handle. It would have taken my Grandmaster class shields to the breaking point. I did not do anything, just stayed behind her watching, and I am not the only one. Every Grim and human is watching, including Rai and Fasra, who hadn't begun fighting. Grandmaster Atkins did not move, even when the attack had reached halfway to her. I was ready to act to save her and Snakeman from stopping me when Grandmaster Atkins moved her hand gently. Something amazing happened. I had felt she might do something. Seeing her doing it, and doing it at this scale, had truly surprised me. As she waved her hand, the thick water energies gathered around her and formed a paper-thin wall. It is not a common wall of elemental water energy. It is a wall of concentrated water elemental energy forged using a complicated method. She had forged this energy wall, only using her energies around her. She did not use even a speck of her own energy, aside from the soul energy, which she was using to manipulate the water elemental energy. Bang. The attack clashed against her, the paper-thin wall of concentrated energy, and the loud bang rang out before the power of the whole attack seeped inside the energy screen and disappeared inside it, while not a single crack appeared in the paper-thin wall. All of us watched in astonishment. I didn't know what to think of it. What she had done was beyond common sense. The equally shocking thing is that it did not cause her much energy. Her metaphysical scan is in front of me, and I can guess how much energy she had used. It is barely anything. She had defended the attack with pure energy manipulation. She did even summoned her bloodline armor. You bitch. The snakeman got angry. Any Grim in its place would get angry out of shame if it was in its place. A Grandmaster had defended against its attack without even summoning their armor. This time the snakeman did not attack with the sword energy. Instead, it had directly gone toward Grandmaster Atkins. Its speed was extremely fast, and it appeared behind her in what seemed like an instant to her. Die, it shouted and swung its sword at her, which was powered by water elemental inheritance energy revolving around the sword. The attack was so fast that I could see the human Grandmasters were slowly opening their mouths in horror, and by the time they let any word out, the attack would have already done its job. Bang, the sword hit her neck, but it did not even shake her. She had formed a layer of crystalline water elemental energy around herself. The layer was powerful enough to defend against the powerful attack of the High Grandmaster. Once again, the Grim's eyes popped out, seeing its attack not creating even a scratch on the energy layer. It was in a deep shock seeing it, but suddenly its eyes became clear, and fear flashed for a moment before it disappeared from its spot. It had reacted very quickly, or those small knives that came out of the energy layer would have definitely pierced through it. How are you able to do it? Asked Snakeman as it created sufficient distance. Dead bastard, like you don't need to know that, she replied, making her even angrier, but she did not care, as she finally summoned her armor and waved her hand. Dense water elemental energy began to move before hundreds of energy spheres began to form around her, and a fraction of a second later, their numbers reached thousands and still growing to the shock of everyone. Sup sup sup. 2 seconds later, there are 10,000 spears around her that are directly thrown at the Aqua Snakeman. It is quite an amazing attack. Those spears are extremely powerful. I could see the vein-like power marks etched on them, which are like runic formations that made them and control them, while crystalline water elemental energy they made of provides the immense power. Don't overestimate yourself, human bitch. Snakeman shouted, and the powerful aura burst out of it, and it moved its sword to destroy the coming sphere. I watched everything in an unceasing shock, and I know I was not the only one, but I was the only one that could see everything in complete clarity. I have a complete metaphysical scan in front of me, which shows every little change that is happening in Grandmaster Atkins's body. Grandmaster Atkins' bloodline is unknown. She had never disclosed it, but it was powerful enough that one of Grand Lord had said that she would get a seat in the council in a few years. She might have, if not falling prey to Snakeman, more than a century ago. From what I have read about her, she was born on an island close to the central continent, where she ate the bloodline fruit when she was 14 years old. She begins to practice, and her growth is the exponential and most striking thing about her is her ability to control the water. This ability advanced as she advanced. She became a tyrant before 20 years, and by the time she was 25, she was a grandmaster. The information said her grandmaster's breakthrough was forceful, and she suffered quite problems due to it. Her speed of progress had slowed down, but she was still able to reach the peak of the grandmaster class by the 40, shocking everybody by that. In the water, she was unmatched. She was even able to escape from the high grandmaster many times, which seemed to make her overconfident, a price she had paid when she fought against this aqua snakeman, who nearly killed her. The thing is, it was always assumed that Grandmaster Atkins could only control water. There was no mention of the elemental water energy, controlling it, which is hundreds of times difficult, but looking at the way she is manipulating it, it seemed like this thing manipulating energy is much easier for her than manipulating the water. I began to look deeper for her secret at first. I thought she was really good at manipulating water and her blood, only a small part of her, but it seemed like it was not true. While she is talented, it is clear that her bloodline has played a huge part in it, and I want to know how. If I could understand that, then one day, I might be able to control the fire as she controls the water, could even be to get hands on elemental energy control. Clanng. The aqua snakeman is not to be underestimated, even with 10,000 spears coming at me. There was barely any fear in its eyes, as its sword began to crush them one after another, as it blinked around the spears to make its way toward Grandmaster Atkins. Boom. It had been half a minute since the battle between Grandmaster Atkins and Aqua Snakeman had begun when the booming sound rang out from not far, and a huge shockwave spread. "They have begun fighting," said the Grandmaster Falk beside me. "Yes, they did," I said with my eyes serious as I dispersed the shockwave that was about to crash into us. While the battle between the Grandmaster Atkins and Aqua Snakeman is shocking, the real decider would be the battle between Fasra and Rai. Both of them are extremely powerful, and even Grandmaster Atkins, with her powerful elemental control, might struggle against them. Grandmasters Falk and Grandmaster Jita take those humans and retreat at the same distance, I said to the two Grandmasters. They nodded and quickly flew down toward the humans. Both of them knew how dangerous it was going to be, and seeing their strength, it was not wise for them to stay such close to the battle. I could see the little relief on their faces as I asked them to retreat. I did not retreat. While both of the Grims might be a huge challenge to me, and even dangerous, especially Fasra, I have no intention of retreating. These are such great battles, and I want to watch them closely and, if possible, then fish in the troubled waters. Who knows, I might be able to reap some rewards. Buzz. As I thought of the reward came flooding. My runes buzzed, and the strengthening energy flooded out of them. The strengthening energy is thick and filled with strength crystals, the biggest ones I had ever seen. Ah. A moan couldn't help but escape from my lips before I could say anything, and it instantly caught the ears of all four fighting on the battlefield. I could feel their senses concentrated on me and felt my cheeks reddening before I controlled my body's reaction. I am feeling very embarrassed right now, but I did not show it on my face and instead looked as if I did nothing interesting. A second later, the weight of their senses has disappeared, though I am not completely. I'm an important element in the battles, and they would always keep an eye on me till I was on the battlefield. I quickly controlled myself and focused on the strengthening energy that flooding into me and merging with me, increasing my strength with a speed that had truly shocked me. The strengthening energy, that bloodline of the High Grandmaster, is truly amazing. It had created a huge number of strengthening crystals, especially the big ones, which would give me huge boosts whenever they merged with me. While I am enjoying the strengthening energy, the big changes are also happening inside my core. The resources are growing rapidly. Many resources that were at the edge of the Grandmaster class are rapidly advancing into the High Grandmaster class, especially the grapes. Seeing them advancing, a smile couldn't help, but on my face I wanted to create another batch of wine, the biggest one so far, with higher level resources. The wine has proved its uses, and I want to have a huge amount, as it won't be long before I begin to put more focus on Grandmasters, and this wine would help a lot, especially when I convert it into the blood wine with drops of 9 blood burning essence. It will be extremely useful to the council member level powerhouse, and half-step Grand Lords, even Grand Lords, have desired for something strong. While this High Grandmaster's growth energy seemed to be enough to propel most Grandmaster resources to the High Grandmaster class, for some plants it seemed not to be enough. The metal essence tree is also enjoying the growth energy, and I could see bronze energy pouring inside it, but it seemed like the bloodline energy from the single High Grandmaster wouldn't be enough to push even a single metal essence fruit to High Grandmaster class. Though this energy would bring them quite close to level, when they get the growth energy from another High Grandmaster next time, I will have at least 2 metal essence fruits advancing into the High Grandmaster class. These fruits are very important to me. I have used the filtered essences of 2 fruits in my breakthrough not long ago. I was looking at resources through my clone's eyes when I saw something which put a smile on my face. Sensing my intention, my clone moved from its spot and appeared beside the corrupted pool, just as when the lotus buds began to bloom. It is one of the most beautiful scenes I have ever seen. The huge amount of growth energy inside the lotus plant. They begin to absorb a huge amount of corruption from the corrupted pool and begin to bloom slowly. The blooming of stainless blood soul lotus is so slow that, at a single glance, one might not see them blooming, but if they look long enough, they will see the blood-red lotus petals blooming out of the buds. It took more than a minute for the first stainless blood soul lotus to bloom, and it was at the night stage, but I could feel its aura rising as growth energy entered inside it, and it absorbed the huge amount of corruption from the pool. One by one, all the 7 lotuses bloomed. It was not just them that grew, but the lotus seeds that had germed quite a while ago had also transformed into the plants, and as long as I continue to feed them growth energy, they will too have lotuses on them. The growth energy was spent fully half a minute later, and by that time, the first lotus that bloomed had reached the peak of the king stage, while the last lotus that bloomed had reached the duke stage. I couldn't help but sigh, looking at their slow growth. I will need to feed them a lot of powerful growth energy to take them to the tyrant stage, preferably in High Grandmaster class. They will be most useful at that stage. As the energy vanished, I once again put my focus back on the battles happening in front of me while my clone was sitting under the mysterious tree, which was the first time grown nearly 2 meters after quite a while. Both of the battles are raging, and I once again couldn't help but become surprised how Grandmaster Atkins is fighting against the Aqua Snakeman, and she is actually suppressing it despite being a level lower than it. It is not just astonishing elemental control, but also how fast she is reacting. If one did not have her elemental control for a while, they would definitely see her as a height grandmaster, which she is obviously not. Her senses were not this strong, but they had become strong. She could not control the elemental energy, but also use it to strengthen herself. I could see as she worked with the elemental energy it was entering inside her steadily, increasing her strength, amplifying her senses. It is a temporary boost, but to even have it with an outside source without much strain or the side effect is still quite surprising. It had made me even more curious about her bloodline, though the data I had just collected made the search very narrow. There are very few bloodlines that could do something like it, and some of them are extremely powerful. If you are against them in a place filled with elemental energy, then you are going to be in trouble, even if you are powerful. The same thing is happening to the Aqua Snakeman. Despite being a level higher, it is getting suppressed. It would not be in such a condition if it were somewhere else. Even in the Bistan Archipelago, which is Grandmaster Atkins' domain, she would not have been able to achieve this feat. There, the only thing she would have been able to do was run. While Grandmaster Atkins is suppressing the Aqua Snakeman, Rai is fighting Fasra at a standstill. Both of them are very powerful, matching blow to blow without any problem. Though I think Fasra has a slight advantage over Rai. The environment was in its favor while it was not able to control the water elemental energies like Grandmaster Atkins. It is still an elemental water powerhouse with a very powerful water elemental bloodline, which is boosted in such an environment. Rai is facing an opposite problem. He is a fire elemental powerhouse with a very strong hell dragon bloodline under this thick water elemental energy. He is facing a suppression, but despite that, he is showing no signs of losing against the Fasra. Seeing such intense battles, I wanted to join them too, but I controlled myself. They do not need me, at least not now, and I did not plan to join them unless it was a rescue. I have more important things to do. If I succeed, I am sure I will easily be able to advance all the stainless blood soul lotuses into the tyrant class. A few minutes passed, and the battles had become even more intense. All of them had stopped holding back, especially Aqua Snakeman. It went mad. Its eyes have become red, and it is attacking Grandmaster Atkins crazily, but all of its attempts are failing, and it has a couple of times barely able to survive being nailed by the elemental manifestations that Grandmaster Atkins is producing. Looking at the strength she is displaying, even I wouldn't be her match. I would need to summon my shields and run like hell. Hun. I was thinking of running away when I saw the mad red eyes of the snakeman becoming clear in an instant, and it cast a glance at the Fasra, who was busy fighting Rai and couldn't space even a glance at other things. Boom! It gave a fraction of a second to Fasra before a powerful aura blasted off its body, and it turned 90 degrees and ran away. This running method of it's very good, as it used a large amount of elemental energy to create propulsion that increased its speed tremendously from the start. My expressions couldn't turn a little funny seeing it running away while it was suppressed. It was not injured and could have fought longer, especially when Fasra was still in prime condition, but it chose to run away. You will not run away. shouted Grandmaster Atkins when I was about to take action to stop it. As she shouted, a huge change appeared. A huge crystalline sphere of water energy began to form rapidly. I was an immense amount of elemental energies gathering as they formed a dome. The scene was so shocking that even Rai and Fasra stopped their battle at its appearance. Soon, the huge crystalline sphere had formed, covering both Aqua Snakeman and Grandmaster Atkins inside it. The Snakeman was not fast enough to outrun it, but it did not seem to change its mind, and as it continued to speed away. Within a second it reached near the boundary of the sphere, and its sword returned back to its hand, and now fearful energies have surrounded it. If it was not shields surrounding it, I would have poured all my power into defending against it. Thankfully, Grandmaster Atkins also did not take it lightly, and I could feel the crystal sphere strengthening rapidly as the snakeman approached it. "Break!" shouted the snakeman loudly as it approached the boundary and swung that powerful attack at the sphere wall. BANNNG. A loud band rang out, even outside of the sphere, as its sword hit the sphere wall. It was a powerful attack, and as it hit it, it had created a huge ripple through the wall of the sphere, which quickly disappeared as it appeared. The snakeman watched it all with the shock. Its attack was powerful without a doubt, but it had done nothing. Not even a single scratch had appeared on the dome. It had given quite a blow to the snakeman that it remained stumped on its spot for a second. It was not only one who got shocked by the attack. I, and others too, were shocked by the defense of the sphere. I know the sphere would not be broken given its powerful structure and crystallized elemental energy, but I expected some cracks. The attack did not leave any cracks. Forget the cracks, it did not even leave behind any scratches. Suddenly, the stumped snakeman turned and looked at the Grandmaster Atkins with a vicious smile. "Human bitch, you must think you have won, but let me tell you, to have not, I will kill you, and this time it will be more painful, with no chance of you surviving," it said viciously, and before Grandmaster Atkins or anyone else could do anything, it took out tiny glass blood with green-blue liquid and drank it all in a single gulp. "Seer poison," I said with my expression becoming serious with a hint of horror in them. Seeing what it is, I began to make the preparation to deal with it, and also the consequences that might appear due to it. It had taken out quite a troublesome thing, which would be dangerous to everyone aside from me if it got out of control. That thing is harmful to even Rai, who is unlike any other high Grandmaster powerhouse. "Bitch, I will kill you," it said, and a poisonous cloud exploded out of its body. This bastard was Poison Master, though it fought like the fighter. Now it had during the Seer poison. It had once again become a Poison Master, an extremely dangerous Poison Master. Seer poison is a very dangerous alchemical solution that could only be used by High Grandmaster and above. This poison did not distinguish between the friends and the enemy. It would kill all, and even its user wouldn't come out unscathed. It will damage its life essences, which might take decades or even centuries to recover, and some never recover. This is why it is the last option of every Poison Master, and they will not use it unless they see only death ahead of them. The huge cloud of green-red poison enveloped it and made its way toward the Grandmaster Atkins. The cloud was so dense that one could not see what was inside, and the poison also burned any time of energy as it came into contact with it. One could not see what was happening inside. The speed of the cloud is not especially fast, but it is terrifying. Grandmaster Atkins had just attacked it with the thousands of spear, but all of them just melted on contact. She's now attacking it with the thick chains of elemental energy, which I don't think will be useful, but still, she had to try something. She could not even run away, as the poison had given the snakeman enough power that it would be able to catch up to her. It was slow because it wanted to crush every attack of hers before finally killing her, and looking at how things were going, that might happen. It is a complete reversal of the battle. One moment, it is Grandmaster Atkins crushing the battle, and the next moment, it is Aqua Snakeman. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Grandmaster Atkins is launching one attack after another, and they are immensely powerful, but all of them are getting melt under this poison. The poison is too powerful that it is melting every attack she throws at it. Drinking that potion, its power had taken a huge leap, and I think it is close to or equal to the Fasra in strength. "Your enemy is me, Solace," shouted Fasra and launched a powerful attack at Rai as he moved to save Grandmaster Atkins. There is no way Fasra would let Rai interfere in the battles when it had finally begun to go in their favor. "Don't worry about Grandmaster Atkins, she will be able to deal with it," I said to Rai, and I could see greatly surprised expressions appearing on his face when he heard that, but he quickly accepted and focused on his fight with Fasra. Grandmaster Atkin, I told her what she needed to know and activated the few functions of the seed. While it will not be able to fully guarantee her the victory, it will give her a chance, and the victory will depend on what she does with it. I could help her more, but I decided not to. This is the enemy that had taken more than a century of life from her, the experiences, the growth, and the opportunities, and she will have to deal with it herself to let off all the resentment and trauma she had in her heart, and the less help she received while doing that, the better it will be. There was barely any change that had occurred in her expressions as she heard me, Did not have any time to put on any expressions. The snakeman and its poison cloud had reached very close to her, and if she did not move, it would be on her in a few seconds. Soon, the cloud appeared beside her. The only thing that was separating her from it was a very thick wall of elemental energy. It was the thickest wall she had produced in the battle. Human, I have to say your talent had surprised me. If I had fought you here in the last war, I would have killed you in seconds, but now it will be me killing you, and this time it will be a thorough job, it said through the cloud before the cloud descended on the wall. It only took a second for the poison cloud to cover the wall before it moved toward the Grandmaster Atkins, who ran at her greatest speed, seeing her thickest elemental shield begin melting before the poison. Bitch, you can forget about running away, shouted the snakeman, and the poison cloud moved at the speed it had never moved before, and in just a fraction of a second, enveloped the Grandmaster Atkins. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A moment later, the loud rumbling sounds began to ring out. They were loud and fearful, but barely anyone had dared to use their soul sense to investigate it. Ha ha ha, one of you is dead soon. I will finish you, Solace, and it will be Czar and the rest of the humans who came here. None of you will escape today, laughed Fasra and attacked Rai with an even more powerful attack. We will see who kills who, Fasra, Rai replied and attacked with the equally powerful counter. His words made the Black Sharkman frown for a moment before it laughed it off and focused on attacking Rai even more furiously. The rumbling lasted for nearly 8 seconds before it had finally stopped, and the poison cloud began to disperse around the crystal sphere. Every human feared the worst, though while the Grims had the smiles on their faces when everyone's expressions froze, even Rai seemed shocked seeing the result. Both Grandmaster Atkins and the Snakeman had revealed themselves. Both are alive, but in starkly different conditions. Grandmaster Atkins is fine, other than a big sword wound on her stomach, while the Snakeman is crucified. It had been crucified as a huge round pole, and every part of it's pierced by the nails of crystalline spikes, leaving only its chest and head without any spike. I had asked Grandmaster Atkins to leave those parts. Killing it on the spot would be a waste. There are still a few benefits it could provide before it dies. You bitch, Fasra roared as it saw the Snakeman crucified and took a step toward her in its rage, only to stop a moment later as Rai had appeared in front of it. Fasra, that Snakeman is already dead, and you should worry about yourself rather than running toward the dead person, said Rai, and thick blue hellflame chains swirled around him before Humph released them all toward Fasra. Kill me, you should start worrying about your survival, Solace, replied Fasra, and thousands of huge sharks with big sharp teeth materialized around it, which it had sent at Rai, and once again tried to make its way toward the Snakeman. It knows that with its current condition, the Snakeman did not have much time to live. We would not let it live long. Knowing Rai would be able to handle the Fasra, I turned to Grandmaster Atkins, who opened a way into the energy sphere for me, which was closed right after I entered. Grandmaster Atkins, you are really a treasure, I said as I appeared beside her crucified Snakeman. You praise me too much, Lord Czar. In front of you my little talent is nothing, she replied, shaking her despondently. Well, I don't think you will need much time to reach where I am, I said with a smile. The breakthroughs are not easy. I have been lucky to even survive the mishap that happened during my Grandmaster's breakthrough. I did not want to repeat that same mistake again, she replied, and I did not say anything other than smile. I will give her the report about her condition, but it is not time yet. There is still one battle that has yet to finish, and I still have to deal with this grim monster beside me. It seemed to have read something from my expressions, and horror flashed in its eyes before it disappeared in front of me. I should deal with it as soon as possible before it decided to flip its primal switch and kill itself. It would be a huge loss. It had drunk the seer poison, and if I am able to harness the essence that rose out of it, with all the properties of the seer poison, it will be amazing. The research value of that thing would be astronomical, and what will be even more amazing if I am able to turn it into a crystal rose. The destruction it would be able to bring is unimaginable. It will be a bane for even high grandmasters. Zayor, I could hear the loud roar from the Fasra from outside, but did not care much about it. Rai would handle it. The only thing I have to do or care about is the Snakeman. I have already begun harvesting it, and I just hope nothing goes wrong with it. Well, now let's deal with this poison. We don't want anyone getting poisoned by it, I said, and a green-pink seed appeared on my hand, which I threw up. While most of the poison had already been sucked back into the body of the Snakeman, there is still some that remained, and it is still extremely dangerous enough to kill a Grandmaster. So, have to kill it before it affects any humans or Grims. Like a sponge, the seed begins to suck all the poison around itself before moving around the sphere. All absorbed, I said 3 minutes later when my seed came to my hand after it finished absorbing all the poison, and Grandmaster Atkins dissolved her elemental sphere. Do you have any chance against Fasra? I asked Grandmaster Atkins. The battle had reached the last leg, and anything could happen right now. Fasra had also revealed its trump card, the elemental control. Though it is not even 10 of Grandmaster Atkins, it still gave it a boost, which it is using very efficiently. Rai had also brought out its power, which is no less powerful than the Fasra, even slightly greater than it. No, it is too powerful, she replied as she sighed in disappointment. I sighed, too. I am also no match for Fasra. If it attacked me, all I could do was defend and hope my shields would be able to hold off against it, and it was with the boost I had just got. Fasra is really powerful, and its stay in this ruin has made it even more powerful than before. If its strength had remained the same as when it had fought against Lady Vivian, Rai would have killed it by now. Even half of the council members would have a very hard time killing this, is how powerful it had become. This ruin is really a paradise for the water elementals. They have such thick energy, the resources, and everything else. It is truly amazing that I begin to wish I had been a water elemental, so I take advantage of everything here. Hell Dragon's carnage. Rai shouted suddenly, and thick blue flames came out of him like a tide and began to form a shape around him. It took barely a second before Rai disappeared, and in its place, a dragon made of fire appeared. This dragon is huge, 3 times bigger than the Fasra, who is bigger than the common Grims, and the aura it releases is so powerful that for the first time I have seen the fear in the Fasra's eyes. Roarr. The Hellfire Dragon roared and flapped its wings just as it did. It had crossed hundreds of meters of distance in an instant before appearing right in front of Fasra. Die! Rai roared through the dragon and released a huge dragon breath at Fasra. Fasra wanted to dodge the attack, but the fire was too fast that it had stopped and activated its defensive method, which is in the form of a huge dome. A fraction of seconds after the dome appeared, the hellfire hit and covered it fully, and even then, Rai continued to breathe out the fire. Rai had no intention of holding anything back. He is attacking it with everything he had. It is the only way he could defeat Fasra. Seconds passed and he continued to breathe fire before he finally stopped. 20 seconds later, he stopped. By the time he had stopped, the air itself had begun to burn. The temperature there had reached so high that even a grandmaster would burn to death. It took a while for the fire to disappear, but when it did, there was no sign of Fasra. Sigh, burned to death, said Grandmaster Atkins, to which I shook my head with a disappointed sigh. It did not. It escaped, I said, and began to call back my strings. My strings had begun to wrap around it, and there was a space block imprinted on them. Grandmaster would not be able to escape through the space, even with the artifacts. Though there are exceptions, and the bastard Fasra had something exceptional, something similar to the Grim that escaped the explosion caused by Nero in Harkin Ruin. The bastard has escaped, Rai confirmed as he sucked back all the hellfire back into its body and revealed himself. It is really good at escaping first. It had escaped from the Lady Vivian, and now it had escaped from you, I said, looking at the spot from which it had disappeared. I am very regretful. Not only we have let a very powerful Grim monster escape, but I also lost a source of great boost. If I had harnessed its bloodline, then there would have been very few high grandmasters that would have posed a threat to me. Barely anyone would have had the power to break my shields. Even Rai wouldn't have been able to break my shields, even if he used all its strength or even burned his whole bloodline, that strong of the boost it would have given me. Well, next time, the bastard won't be able to escape, said Rai, and I understood what it meant. I am sure you would not have any problem killing it when you meet next time, I replied, and he won't. The same would be if it met Grandmaster Atkins. If they meet a month later, I am willing to bet that Grandmaster Atkins would have the power to kill as long they met here near the body of water. Let's act fast. We only have 3 days before we have to go back, said Rai. We will begin with this place, I said and waved my hand, and soon hundreds of Grims began to float above, including the 6 Grim Grandmasters that were covered in a black substance and 3 that were hiding. There are slightly over 800 Grims here, from Emperors to Grandmasters, and I am going to kill them all. Should I give the speech or you? Asked Rai. You give it since you have some experience in liberation, I replied with a smile. Once again the hassle fell on me, and it is all fault of this handsome face of mine, signed Sai, which put a smile on everyone's faces. It is not just the Grims we are killing, but also liberating all the humans, and we can't do that silently. There must be some kind of show, as while it may not be big for us, it is life-changing for them, and they deserved it after what they and their ancestors suffered for thousands of years. My fellow, you have been slaves to the Grims for thousands of years, but today we liberate you from their shackled, said Rai while thousands of humans watched. With varying emotions, some had a shock while some were crying. Though there were some that did not dare to believe, and a few of them even burst out cursing loudly, Rai took them all with a smile. It might seem hard to believe, but it is the TR. Rai continued with the speech, and I have to say, he is quite a good orator. He mentions everything from false propaganda about the human race's defeat and lies about the human race being part of Grim. So today we will break your shackles and punish the Grims for the suffering they have caused you, he finished and turned to me. I just nodded and waved my hand. Crack, crack, bang. While outside, everything was silent, but every human heard the cracking and exploding sound inside them as the slave seals inside them cracked and blasted into pieces. It seemed like this was a revelation these people needed for the reality to truly seep. Smiles and tears began to stream down their faces while some even shout loudly. Seeing their joy, a faint sadness couldn't help but well in my heart. While they are free, they are not totally free and wouldn't be years or never. In the tens of thousands of years of war, we have learned many things, and one of them is that we couldn't directly integrate these liberated humans into the general populace. There are many spies in the few that are truly gone and would do anything for the Grimms. It is why we have protected cities, where we keep eyes on these people and only let them in a general populace after decades or even centuries of careful inspection. Since this is a ruin and it will not drift apart in 1,000 years, we will not move them, and also we need them. This whole ruin is one giant herbal farm due to thick energy, and each of them had been trained by the Grimms since they could walk. Bringing them out to the protected cities would be an utter waste. The pyramid will not have it. Ah. The humans just understood the breaking of their slave seals when they began to hear the screams. It is from the Grimm monsters. From Emperor to Grandmaster, every Grimm is screaming as I had begun to harvest them. I have never harvested these many Grimms in my life without the help of external items, but I am doing it right now, and thankfully, I will not have any problem as I have already finished up the biggest challenge, inserting the strings inside them. With few of them having bloodline, it is runes doing most of the job. If I had been doing it on my own, it would have taken a lot of time and would also need immense effort. The Grimm screamed loudly while the huge amount of bloodline energy came at me. Of the 9 Grandmasters, 4 of them had bloodlines. There are 17 Masters, 35 Leaders, and 51 Elites that have the bloodlines, and these huge amounts of bloodline essences are coming at me. Keeping this in mind, I had planted a few more important seeds, and my clone had already harvested 30 of resources off the trees. It is necessary, as the growth energy I will get from it would be more than enough to replace those resources and some more. Time passed as the screams of Grimms became louder and louder while they became thinner and grayer, till the time came when they became silent. D-hub, D-hub, D-hun. The Grimms began to explode one after another, revealing beautiful essence roses that, by the time the dust had cleared, the field of essence roses appeared in front of me. Beautiful, said Grandmaster Atkins beside me. It is really hard to believe you could create such beautiful things from these vicious bastards. Rai added to that. I only smiled. Inside my core, the huge amount of growth energy had exploded. It is going for every plant, making them grow like crazy. The resources my clone harvested just a few minutes ago began to fill the trees, and seeing the way they were growing, it seemed like I would have to harvest another badge of resources, and seeing that, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The project took a lot of resources, and the more resources I have, the more it will help. Here are all the resources that are powerful and exceptionally rare. Each of them will help the project immensely. It took a while, but all the growth energy disappeared, leaving behind trees filled with resources, and it is not just trees. There are resources packed in neat boxes, thousand and thousand of them, each other containing precious resources. The best news among all is that all 7 stainless blood soul lotuses had reached the peak of Emperor class, and the 21 lotus plants from the seed I had thrown in the corrupted pool have also become big enough that next time, when I feed them a high Grandmaster growth energy, there will be the lotuses on them. Okay, I will handle south and west, while you handle east, and Grandmaster Jita and Grandmaster Ross will handle north, I said to Rai and 2 Grandmasters. There are also 500 tyrant powerhouses that Pyramid had just sent after they had received the message of victory. We have to eliminate the Grimms quickly as possible and get control of the ruin before the Grimm counterattack. There are high chances they would have. I would have really liked it if they had spared us some Grandmasters, but they did not, and also, Grandmaster Atkins is unable to help. She wants to do a little exploring. Will you be able to handle the 2 directions? Rai asked. Don't worry about it, I am faster than you know, and besides, I have help, I replied, and Ashlyn came out to me. While most of the Grimms might run away after they receive the signal, some might stay behind, and we have to finish them off before they do something crazy like massacring humans. They have done that many times before. Killing those ants will not be a problem. The problem might appear if we do not kill them fast enough. Let's not waste any time, I said, and both Rai and I shot in the different directions. Rai's speed was greater. He was like a blue meteor crushing everything that came in his path, including the air itself. I looked at the Rai for a moment before turning to the Redwater Fountain. Grandmaster Atkins had gone inside it a few minutes ago to investigate. From what I have heard, nobody was able to reach the center of the fountain, not even Fasra, who had tried hundreds of times but had never been able to reach it. The elemental energy is so thick inside that even the powerful powerhouses could not reach the center of it. though Grandmaster Atkins has a chance, she has the ability to reach the center, and I couldn't help but feel excited about it. It would have been wonderful if I did not have to deal with the pests. I would have watched everything that was happening in life, but I have to clear these pests away and have to be satisfied with the recording I will get from the seed. I have 2 directions to clear up, and I know I will be able to finish up before even Rai, as Rai is alone while I have Ashlyn and Nero. With the 3 of us together, finishing the pests within 2 days wouldn't be a problem. I think it might even less time than that. It did not. It took us 1.5 days, and I even got some good treats. There were quite a few elites that had a bloodline, and I sucked them off it. It would be great if I had found some higher-level master, but I did not, as all of them have escaped. The Grimms have acted very fast. They have called back their powerhouses without wasting even a second. I'm very close to the Redwater Fountain in a few minutes. I will be able to reach it and see whether the Grandmaster Atkins has reached its center and what she had found there. I'm very sure there is something in the center. Even an idiot could tell that. Everything around the fountain is filled with treasure, from the tall crystallizers, which turn the elemental energy into the elemental crystals, to the vast herbal fields and underground mines. This place is filled with treasure. Even a simple stone near the fountain is a treasure. So it is, without doubt, the fountain will have treasures, especially at the center of it. Soon I reached close enough to connect to my seeds and instantly connected to the seed inside the Grandmaster Atkins. I was shocked. The first thing I saw was shocked me, and it was not a thing of the outside. She was definitely still inside the center of the fountain, and doing the thing I had least expected. As one needed to make quite a lot of preparation for this, and my conversation with Grandmaster Atkins did not tell me she was preparing for this. In this ruin, where anything could happen at any moment, we could literally get attacked by the Grimms. It is already a miracle that it didn't happen yet. Grandmaster Atkins is making a breakthrough in the High Grandmaster class, and she is not using any resources for it. What I mean to say, she is not using the conventional resources. She's sitting on a circular crystal disc which had power lines carved on it. This disc is providing her a peculiar type of energy, which is filling the need for herbal and other kinds of energy. And if I'm not wrong, then it should be a type of elemental ever-essence of water element. Elemental ever-essence of water. It would be really great if it had been the ever-essence of the fire element. It would have helped me tremendously, I said with a sigh. The ever-essence is a really great thing, and now that we have found such things, we are going to fight against the Grimms even harder to keep it. There is no way we will give up such a strategic resource. This thing will be tremendously helpful for the project, especially for the water elemental. I should be calling her Lady Atkins soon. Within a few hours. She will complete her breakthrough into the High Grandmaster, and looking at her metaphysical scan, I don't think she is going to have any problem. All the tiny problems she has had been dealt with by the elemental ever-essence that she is consuming hungrily. Even if the Grimms appeared, they wouldn't be able to stop her breakthrough. The place she is couldn't be easily breached. Even Black Sharkman Fasra had tried hundreds of times and failed. I watched the breakthrough for a few minutes before I flew toward the group of Master who was watching over everything, mainly humans who were just liberated. The breakthrough of the Grandmaster Atkins is still going, and it will be a little slow. The ever-essence is good in many things, but it did not work fast, which is good, seeing how comprehensive its uses are. Lord Czar, the Masters greeted and bowed as I appeared in front of them. Is everything well? How are these people reacting? I asked. Before we have left behind the strict instruction, and one that is most important, that be gentle if they create trouble. As long as they do not do anything to harm, they will also not do anything, no matter how frustrating it might come to be. No, Lord Czar, there was no problem aside from asking us a few questions. They have been quiet, replied Johansson. The answer is not surprising. These people are still reeling from the shock of what had happened. Dare 2 would not be enough to process such a drastic change. We have even requested for the shrinks. Their help would invaluable to these pools. Tap. Good, I want. I gave him some instructions, and hearing that, he seemed surprised, nodded, and flew down toward the liberated humans while I tapped on the ground. Green and silver energy burst out from my leg and began to spread around, and a minute later, a small but beautiful gazebo with silvery walls and a green plant design appeared in the air. The construct has surprised those watching, but creating such things is not big a thing for a High Grandmaster. We have the energy and the control needed to create such things. Any talented person of the Tyrant class could achieve this feat, but the detailed work could be done by someone with immense control, which only High Grandmasters have. The gazebo is small, but not that small. 10 to 15 people could easily sit inside it. I sat on the head chair and waited for my guest to arrive. Please take a seat, I offered to the young woman who was staring at me. It took a while before she registered my words and opened her mouth to speak. Have the humans have truly not been defeated by the Grimms? She asked in a thick accent which was faintly similar to Grimm's. Still, one could easily tell it is from the human and not from the Grimm monster. Her voice is soft, but I could feel the steel in it if she spoke. The whole world became silent. My mother has this quality, which I had very much wished to inherit, but was not so lucky. Though I still have the ability to make the people silent with my words. I did not immediately answer the question, instead looked directly into her eyes and smiled. Why do you not believe us? I asked, and to that she remained silent. Seeing that smile on my face had brightened up even more. No, we have never been fully defeated by the Grimm ever, I replied. We have come close to that several times and nearly defeated the Grimms one time, but alas, they had that troublesome thing, though it did give us a few centuries of peace. Before Grimms came at us at force again, I added. She did not say anything, hearing that, instead silently took a seat in front of me. What do you want from me? She asked a minute, finally later. We will talk about that later, but first we should talk about you, I said to her, and she seemed a little surprised by that, but she instantly schooled her emotions as if that flicker had never appeared. Once again, silence descended between us, though it was not uncomfortable, no to me at least. We should start by ourselves. I am Michiel Zar, I said. 98,605 Eiley, she replied. They don't have surnames, the Grimms give each human a number, like a product. The name they have is not even official, only the number is. What is your level? She asked when I was about to ask her another question. I am a high grandmaster, I replied with a smile, and I could see her widening in surprise. She quickly tried to control her emotions, but it still took her time. You are very powerful. Are there more high grandmaster among the humans than you three? She asked slowly. I could feel unsureness and hopefulness in her question. Yes, we have more. We have a few more that are a level above them, and a handful to true limit powerhouses who are out aegis against the shield, I replied. What I told her is not common knowledge, but it is not a secret either. People with enough access and power know these things. She did not react as much as the last time, but I could see a faint reaction before it hid deep in her eyes. This information is earth-shaking for someone like her, who had lived her whole life believing the humans were being defeated. She stayed silent for more than a minute, and I did not say anything. Let her digest what she had just heard. What do you want from me? She asked. Finally, her eyes became clear when she asked the question. There was no shock or confusion have remained in her eyes. What I want is you, I said, and could see her eyes becoming guarded instantly, which again made me smile, even when I did not want to. Don't misunderstand me, Miss Eiley, I said, seeing the guarded look appear on her, which was made worse by my smile. What I mean to say is I am interested in your constitution, more so in your tenacity. Not everyone has a will to do what you have done with your constitution, I added with a smile. You mean forever damaging my curse by tearing it apart? She asked back, and I could see the sparks of anger in her eyes. Like I had said, we have grown up in a completely different environment, under completely different psychological conditions. For us, constitutions are a blessing of the world that very few have, but for them, it is a curse that will kill them in a most horrific way before they are even 30. It may feel like a curse to you, but it is a blessing, a great blessing in you and your brother's condition, I said, and I could feel her eyes getting a little sharper when I mentioned her brother, but next women she calmed her emotions. Whether it was blessing or curse, it did not matter anymore. I have destroyed it beyond repairs, she replied with a mirthless laugh. Tap, not exactly, I said to that and tapped my finger on the table. Just as I did, a huge change of expression appeared on her face. How? She asked in a shock. I did not heal her constitution, even rule-bending power, and all my talent couldn't achieve that. What I did was able to stop the damage and relieve the pain. I had relieved some of her pain earlier, and my seed had been working on relieving the rest of the torturous pain she was feeling, and only succeeded about a minute ago. You are right about your constitution, it is heavily damaged, but it can be healed, I replied. Which did not bring much happiness to her face, which is understandable considering it is a curse to her, and my few words aren't going to change her mind about it. She might have felt something about it if her inheritance had let her use some of its power, but despite having such an incredible constitution, she had never been able to use its power. The reason I have called you here is that I want to take you and your brother out of this ruin into the real world, I said, stating the reason I had called her. Of course, it will be your wish, and to be honest, this ruin will be a paradise compared to the real world, away from the bloody war we are fighting, I said. I had conveniently avoided mentioning that Grimms could attack at any moment and take away this ruin, or if we lost the war, they would go back to the slaves of Grimm that they had been. Not to mention, if I take them back, there will be quite a trouble. There are strict rules about bringing liberated humans back into the real populace, much less using them in a war. We have suffered a lot due to such mistakes in the past, but I still feel it is a risk worth taking. If they trained well and were able to harness their full potential, they would become an invaluable asset to the war, and we desperately need some people. We will come, she said, and there was clear certainty in her voice. You don't have to answer me immediately. There are still a few things I haven't told you, and you haven't even discussed it with your brother, I said. The war is bloody, and considering she had never held a weapon in her hands and trained with it, she will require a lot of work, and it will be extremely dangerous and exceptionally hard for her to make something out of her, even with her powerful constitution. as it is not just the hurdle of inexperience and skill in front of her but also her inheritance, which does not have any fighting move, and once tried to use them forcefully, it gives quite a punishment. It will not change my mind. Grims have taken everything from me, and as long as you offer a chance of revenge, I will cross even a sea of fire for it, she said, and I could feel the deep conviction in her eyes. She left half an hour later, and I dissolved the floating construct before finding a good spot in front of the fountain and sitting on it with my eyes closed. I did not have to do everything I had to do, I had done. The rest will be handled by the people that Pyramid have sent. They are very efficient in these kinds of things. Inside my core, I am sitting beside my clone, and we are working on the different things. While my core is still studying the soul tome, I am checking the scans and data of project participants and working on new treatments for them. The meta scan of Grandmaster Atkins beside me, there is not much change in it. She's still absorbing the ever-essence slowly. She hadn't even summoned her bloodline source yet, so until it does and her breakthrough expedites to regular speed, I will continue working. Hun. More than 12 hours passed inside the core. When I opened my eyes, Grandmaster Atkins was still absorbing the ever-essence. I opened my eyes because Rai had finally come back. It seemed like you have come back early, said Rai as he landed beside me. Yes, I did, I replied, and suddenly my eyes became sharper. Rai instantly noticed my movements and became alert. I could see him activating his abilities, and they were amazing but still lacking compared to mine. The rule bending power is on a completely different level. There could be no comparison, unless others too have the rule bending power. The veil of dense elemental energy is not easy to breach. Even if I used all my abilities, I would not be able to see what is happening inside. The only reason I am able to see it is because of my seed that is inside Grandmaster Atkins. What is it? Rai asked after he failed to notice anything different. Something very interesting, I replied, and he gave me a look that clearly said I should be telling him what was happening. Tell me, he asked a minute later when I did not say anything. You will know in a few hours, I replied with a smile. Grandmaster Atkins has finally summoned the power of her bloodline source, and I have to say it is an extremely powerful bloodline source. It is at the level of Rai's bloodline but very different compared to other bloodlines, which is not surprising considering how stranger her bloodline is. She is really right, you could be frustrating sometimes, Rai grumbled, and I could see a panic appearing on his face for a moment as he said those words as quickly controlled his emotions. And who is she? I asked with a sweet smile. I know who is she, but I am not outrightly going to tell him that. Let him fret overthinking whether I know about them or not when they are super secretive about the whole thing. She's someone you have worked with before, Rai replied with an equally sweet smile, but I could see a hint of panic in his eyes. I know her very well, and if she finds out I know about them and it is due to Rai, she will eat him alive. It seemed like I have to be careful about who I work with in the future. It will not be good for any reputation if they spread such false things about me, I said, and turned back to the fountain while Rai fretted if I truly know about them. Rai only stayed with me for a couple of minutes, discussing a few important things before he flew away. He is around, and I could feel his gaze now in them, still trying to ascertain whether I truly know about them or teasing him. After he left, I once again resumed working, but this time on my inheritance. Both of us were working on the different parts of the inheritance. The next breakthrough would be different than all the other breakthroughs. I will make a breakthrough in the Grandmaster class, in which one's power transforms, and mine too will transform, as I plan to gain the power of the Grand Lord through this breakthrough. It is a big dream that many people will say is impossible to achieve, and even I don't have full confidence in achieving it. It might take me years to create the inheritance that will let me have the power of the Grand Lord, considering I did not even see anyone breaking into the Grand Lord's class. Though I have a huge data on it, not only from the outside but also from the inside. The pyramid has given me access to the breakthrough data of Grand Lord. It is very hard to get. Only those at half-step Grand Lord class get to see that data. The breakthrough wouldn't be simple, and there is one big condition I will have to satisfy before the breakthrough, and that is comprehending the first energy. It is the most important condition. Without its comprehension, breakthrough into the Grand Lord class would be impossible. I could make a breakthrough since it is Grandmaster class for me, but I am aiming for Grand Lord power, and for it, the comprehension of the first energy is extremely important. Currently, the inheritance is just a shell, and even with the help of the clone, it might take me years to finish up the inheritance. Still, it is a challenge I will gladly take, and quite excited about it. As the designing inheritance of this level would be extremely difficult, and even I don't want to accept it, my current knowledge is not enough to finish it. I will have to collect more data, read more books, and conduct many experiments to gain the necessary knowledge. Around 9 hours passed in my core when the changes appeared in the meta scan, and seeing those changes, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The source had stopped pouring the energies inside her, and so is the ever-essence. This only means one thing. The semi-solid core had transformed into a complete core before releasing a huge amount of strengthening energy. Grandmaster Atkins had finally formed the core. She had wished to do this when she was breaking through the Grandmaster class, but at that time some unexpected problems had occurred. Now she had done it, and with it will come power. I don't think even a Sharkman would be her match. She would be able to defeat it in a few minutes, as long they have fought near the fountain. It took her nearly 20 minutes for her body to absorb the massive energies, but when she did, she had grown immensely stronger. She had reached very close to Ryan's strength, even without her elemental or water manipulation. She would be able to fight against the enemies like Black Sharkman Fasra, though her condition and Rai's condition are totally different. If he had access to his true strength, then Black Sharkman, even with all its power, wouldn't have been able to last even a minute in front of him. Her breakthrough was over, and I was about to deeply look at her meta scan to see all the big changes she had gone through when something happened. Her bloodline had activated, and something began to form, and this thing began to absorb the humongous amount of elemental energies around her. I opened my eyes and saw no change in the fountain, which is kind of expected. If we were somewhere else, it would have created a phenomenon that would see across hundreds of miles, but there is no change. As this place is filled with energy, what seemed like massive energy is not even a trickle. Seeing that, I closed my eyes and they remained closed for about half an hour till they opened, and I saw a small tunnel inside the fountain. Rai, I called out as I walked toward the tunnel. A tunnel. How did it appear? Rai asked, looking at it with his abilities. We will know when we enter inside, I replied with a mysterious smile, which again seemed to have made him a little angry, but this time he did not say anything and just walked with me. Soon we stepped into the tunnel, and a big surprise couldn't help but appear on our faces. The energy in the tunnel is thin, so thin that even a regular tyrant might walk inside comfortably. Very different from a step behind us, where energy is so dense that only Grandmaster could bear it. We looked at each other and resumed our walk. I could see the energy outside of the tunnel getting denser and denser as we headed deep inside the tunnel and pressed against it hard, but the tunnel seemed to tell it against it just fine. Still, we quicken our pace. The sooner we reach the place where the tunnel is trying to take, the better it will be for us. It took us a couple of seconds before we reached the end of the tunnel. In front of us was an obscure wall of water, while above and below us, the elemental energy so thick that it would be fatal for us if the tunnel had collapsed. Shall we? I asked Rai, and before toward the water screen. Unlike him, I knew what was on the other side. I could see it clearly. Mitch. I stepped into the watery screen before appearing on the other side with energy so thick that I had never felt it in my life. Even the energies the artifact has provided pales compared to what I am feeling, and all these energies are mellowed. Still, they are concentrated enough that despite mellowed, only the High Grandmaster would bear it. The Grandmasters would simply suffocate in it. I have entered a huge cavern that is filled with elemental crystals of high quality. There isn't a single place that is not covered in a crystal. A single fistful of these crystals is worth a fortune to a High Grandmaster, but here there is a mountain worth of them, and as Rai entered, he froze seeing them, but more so seeing Lady Atkins, a High Grandmaster. You knew about it, didn't you? Rai asked after a second of silence. I did not reply, but instead turned to Lady Atkins. It is quite a place, said Rai, while stealing the glances at five-pointed palm-side crystal star floating behind her. It is quite mysterious, barely letting out any aura. If I am right, then this is the thing her bloodline has created, absorbing the massive energies of the cavern. I am quite curious about this thing. Too, it should be not anything disappointing considering the number of energies it has absorbed. In a very secret place. We have suffered disastrous losses in Navar Ruin. I still think we should send out a stronger force and wipe those bastards out, said the Crockman with a shiny scales. We have discussed it before. We will not take any action. We have a more important thing to focus on, said the old werewolf softly, but it had made Crockman shudder in fear. A year ago, a simple gaze from the old werewolf wouldn't have elicited such reactions. They were equal, but now not so more, and with time the difference among them will grow so big that he wouldn't be even able to ask questions. It is not just it, but everyone in Grimm's do not take such things lightly, and would have taken down old werewolf like they did with some of their past leaders, who have become too authoritative, but that is not an option this time. Instead of focusing on small things, we should worry about bigger things. I hope no mistake should occur during the plan, or they will pay the price, said the old werewolf, directly threatening them. Don't worry, we will execute everything according to plan, Foxwoman replied. I hope so. If we succeed, the humans will empty Ruin on their own, or we will just send a big party and wipe them all out, old werewolf said, while the rest of Grimm's nodded with cruel smiles on their faces. This place is worth a fortune, Lady Atkins, and only you have a key to it, Rai as he looked at the crystals in the cavern before looking at the crystal disc. And this disc is the biggest treasure, I added and appeared beside the disc, surprising Lady Atkins while making a Rai curious. What is it? He asked, looking at the disc carefully. I did not answer the question, but instead turned to Lady Atkins. It is a disc that produces the evanescence of the water element, Lady Atkins replied, shocking Rai greatly before he sighed with reminiscence. I had found the evanescence of the fire element in my youth. It is a thing that gave me the most comprehensive breakthrough into the tyrant class, he said with a sigh. I wanted to point out that he is still young mentally. The 120 years he had spent in the Hall of Sleep did not age him mentally. He also not much aged physically. The mutation had not only made him stronger, but is also aging him slower. Hearing that, I couldn't help but become jealous. Both he and Lady Atkins had used the wonderful resource, and the only one who did not is only me. Have you collected some, Lady Atkins? I am sure the pyramid would want a sample of it, I asked, even though I knew the answer already. No, the disc only activates when a person sits on it, and the evanescence directly enters the body, she replied with a sad sigh. It did not matter, since we have found the source of evanescence. We could always bring the people here. It would not be much trouble given the importance of the resource, said Rai. You are right, but there is another option too, I said, and a pink-black seed appeared in my hand, and I threw it toward the disc. It flew over the disc before runes began to come out of it, and within a minute transformed into a runic humanoid phantom that looked like me. Buzz. As it sat down on the disc activated on its own, and the next second the evanescence began to come out. The evanescence is like a pure white smoke, and it entered inside the fountain, and it is not the only thing that entered. The formation had also sent a type of artificial soul sense. Its purpose is to direct the evanescence properly through the body, but also to investigate, and I have no doubt, once it had found it, it is not a body. It will stop the evanescence from coming. I am not worried. It is a perfect copy of mine, and unless that artificial soul sense becomes at least 7 times stronger, and its patterns become even more complicated, it will not be able to find anything wrong with the phantom. While Rai and Lady Atkins watched in shock, I tapped my fingers and runes lit up. As it did, more and more evanescence began to come out till it reached the limit. It could increase further if I increase the level of the phantom, which is in the high grandmaster class, but that will create its own sets of problems, and I am not ready to deal with that yet. I looked at the phantom for a moment before through a glass bottle. The glass bottle flew and went inside the phantom before stopping at the middle of its chest. The runes of phantom quickly covered the bottle, and soon the smoky drops of the evanescence began to appear in it. Grandmaster Atkins, have you explored this place full? I asked to her shocked face, which was still staring at the phantom. No, I did not get much of a chance after I stepped into the disc, she replied after a moment of silence. We should take a look, then who knows what else there might be here in this place, I said, and I am feeling quite excited about it. The disc is clearly made by someone. Since an amazing thing like that is present here, something else might too, and we really need the things like that. All three of us begin to walk deeper toward the huge cavern, stepping on the precious water elemental crystals that are everywhere. I am very glad the Grimms did not find this place with these crystals and the evanescence. They would have created lines of water elemental powerhouses like the Black Sharkman Fasra, one of which is already difficult to deal with, and having 10 to deal with would have been simply disastrous. A plant, said Lady Atkins, as we saw the first plant in this place. It is a plant of simple grass, but when we appear beside it, it is clear that it is not a simple glass. I broke a single blade of it and chewed it just as I did. The pure elemental water essence with a hint of herbal energy spread inside my body, making me feel cool and refreshed. With how thick the energy here, even the common plant would be treasure here, Rai said after chewing the blade of grass. I will ask Pyramid to send a garden here. If we are able to grow some specialized plants here, it will benefit us tremendously, he added, and I couldn't help but nod. We walked slowly, coming across plants now and then. Most of them are grass, but there are some flowers and roots which have an even better effect than the grass. Half an hour passed by when we suddenly stopped as we appeared across the huge open space. It is hugely different than the rest of the cavern, quite colorful actually. This, said Lady Atkins, being stumped for her words, and she is not the only one. I am also quite stumped seeing the things in front of me. I shouldn't be surprised, considering it is not just water elemental energy that Fountain is spewing. There are other elemental energies as well, though in much minor percentage. In front of us are huge elemental areas of domains. I could spot the poison domain and fire domain, which are the biggest ones, while the earth and the lightning are slightly smaller than them. These domains contain huge space, miles of it, and seeing them, I couldn't help but become excited, especially the fiery red domain, and I am not the only one who is excited. Even the eyes of Rai are twinkling like crazy. Let's go to the fire domain, Rai said, and he instantly appeared at the boundary of the domain with Lady Atkins and me behind. Rai took a step inside and with us following behind, and the first thing I felt was fire, raw, undiluted power that is not mellowed at all. It is a good thing all of us have a high Grandmaster class power. If it had been a Grandmaster in our place, they would have burned to death instantly. Such a powerful raw elemental energy, Rai said and breathed in it as if it did not affect him at all, and a moment later, The scales beneath his skin lit up faintly. I did not dare to do what he did. I still love my lungs and have no intentions of burning them to ashes. His special physique let him do such things as breathing raw fire elemental energy. My body is not strong enough to perform such feat and remained undamaged. Why the energy here is not mellowed as outside? Asked Lady Atkins. I don't know, I replied. I am spreading my soul's sense, but this raw fire energy is making it hard, attacking it, burning it slowly, even when the power of rule bending covering it. We are just at the boundary of this fire domain. The deeper we go, the more powerful this raw energy will be. Step. We took a step and then another and then another. With each of our steps, the raw, fiery energies got stronger and stronger. My armor accepted the raw energies that came at me and used them to reinforce itself. It had handled itself fine for 100-some meters, but soon, the defense had reached the limit, and my armor began to filter the energies and send them to me. Seeing that, I brought out the power of my fire constitution and the immunity it provides me, and also covered my armor with the power of sun rule, which instantly shot up the power of my defenses. Rai seemed just fine under such concentrated raw energies. He seemed to be revealed in it. His bloodline is fire elemental in nature, and the dragons were known as the Lord of Fires. He had incredible immunity against the fire, and not to mention those scales hidden under his skin, which would protect him from any assault of this fiery energy. I was quite surprised seeing the defense of the Lady Atkins. It is the 5-pointed star behind her. It had poured out a huge amount of pure water elemental energies, and Grandmaster Atkins formed a thick armor of it while placing the star into the hole that formed in the center of the armor. I have to say, this star is quite a handy thing with the energy it has absorbed. It will easily last her couple of battles. With it, she will have a constant supply of elemental energy, and it couldn't help but make me jealous. People with bloodline have really crazy abilities. Rai had his scales, and now Lady Atkins has her star. We continue to move without stopping while looking around the red-hot world around us, where everything is burning and exploding. Unlike the mellowed elemental energy of the water, the fire energy is raw and explodes. The whole place is a minefield. The ground literally explodes beneath our feet, and we must take each step carefully lest we make something explode. It is a violent, dangerous world, but one that is filled with the resources. There are energy crystals everywhere, hills and hills of them, and we are collecting a lot of them. These crystals are different from the elemental water crystals. While their quality is about the same, these ones are quite violent and could explode with slight mishandling. Anyone below the High Grandmaster should not touch them. Even the High Grandmaster should be careful when dealing with them. A few more minutes passed, and the raw energy began to strain me, that I had been forced to weave a second layer of armor with my strings. I am not the only one that is feeling the pressure. Grandmaster Atkins is constantly pouring out a huge amount of water elemental energies into her armor from the 5-pointed, while Rai had also activated a defensive method. Still, he is far more relaxed among the three of us. A few more minutes passed when we reached the center of the place, where the fiery energies are so hot that a weak High Grandmaster might burn to ashes. Even I am having quite a problem. If I wasn't sure of the trump cards that would save me, I would have stopped a while ago. We took a turn when all three of us suddenly stopped at the near center. We saw something that nearly stopped her. At the center of the fiery domain, we saw plants we had never expected to see the plants, much less at the dead center where the raw, fiery elemental energies are most concentrated. Any plant here would be burned to ashes, but there hundreds of them are flourishing. What type of are those? Asked Rai, and I did not immediately answer. I had made my clone open a book to see if I was right, and it turned out I was. Gum gum tomatoes, I replied in a little awkward voice. The name is childish. I am sure the one who named this plant was likely a child. Gum gum tomato, Rai asked in confusion. It is clear he had not heard about the plant before, and I am not surprised as the plant is not rare. The only specialty of this plant is that it could grow in any environment and take the element of that environment. I am also a little confused seeing it here, as the plant is not resilient quality like a common grass, which grows everywhere, but it was still able to grow here. It is a common tomato plant. They're not very resilient and shouldn't be growing in such an environment. I voiced my doubt, though I have some theories and would know the exact reason when I examined the samples. It might be some mutation, said Lady Atkins, which is the most reasonable answer. Mutation is common in the plants, and sometimes they mutate far beyond their original abilities, though there could be many other unknown explanations as well. We will know which one it is when we get our hands on those tomatoes, as whatever the reason might be, those fiery red tomatoes are precious beyond doubt. They have grown in an environment that could burn even a High Grandmaster to death. This alone is enough to prove they are special, and I can't wait to get my hands on them. So this is why they are growing here, I said as we appeared beside the field of gum gum tomatoes. The energy here is so raw and concentrated that very few things could grow here, but still, there is a field of tomatoes here. The reason is simple. there is a tiny source of water elemental energy in the midst of this fiery energy, and this water elemental energy is mellowed. Though the tiny bit of water elemental energy could give these plants a chance, they are like a broken raft in a tsunami, with more than 99 chance the raft will break and the person on it drown, but there is still a tiny bit of chance of survival, and these tomatoes have acquired it. Let's pick them. I am sure these tomatoes would be quite tasty, Rai said and picked the tomato, which was slightly bigger than the regular tomato, similar in size to the apple. As he picked the tomato, a strong field appeared around his head, and his helmet disappeared. He brought the tomato to his mouth and took a bite. The tomato was obviously juicy, but not a single drop spilled out of his mouth. After taking a single bite, he closed his eyes while a shock appeared on my face by what I saw happening inside him. The tomato contains the fiery elemental energy. It is a no-brainer given it is growing in such a dense energy environment. What shocked me was the amount of fiery energy it contained. It is huge, 7 times more than what is outside, which is already so dense that I am nearly at my limit, and fruit contains 7 times of that, with a hint of water and herbal energies, which would let it absorb smoothly. Rai had been rash eating that thing. The single bite had released so much energy that it packed his body in an instant and still increasing. He is quite lucky to have a body that merged with the mutation and core, both of which are actively taking up this fiery energy. That Rai took another bite and then another. Before I know it, he had eaten the whole tomato, and now his body and core under strain to absorb the energy. I looked at his meta scan carefully, and I started to notice some things that made my eyes light up. It seemed like he would be able to open another quite soon, I thought with a smile. Rai is very strong, far stronger than one could imagine. People would be shocked if they know he is currently only using 30 power of his while the rest is sealed. The mutation had made things a lot more complicated, and when he had leveled up to High Grandmaster, all those complications, which so deeply hidden that I could not even see, came out, making things extremely dangerous. It was a good thing he had found me quite quickly, and I was able to help him with his problems, but still, I had to seal most of his powers. At first, he could only use 10 of his power, but slowly he released the seals I had created inside as the mutation and core found the balance with each other. The tomato seemed to help quite a lot in creating a bridge, and soon another seal would be opened, letting him use 40 of his strength. The mutation has given him great advantages, providing him with strength that is far more than a person of his level and bloodline should have, but it could also turn into a curse at any time. These tomatoes are really good, the best resources for the fire elemental powerhouses like Mitchell and me, said Rai as he opened his eyes. Next second, we began to harvest the gum tomatoes, and in a few minutes, all the ripe tomatoes were carefully packed in our storages. We have found quite a good bounty in this domain. I hope we would be such lucky in other domains too, said Rai and walked toward the other side. Wait, I said to them, do you notice something? Asked Lady Atkins, as both of them became alert instantly and activated their abilities, ready to deal with anything that came in their way. No, nothing, I just want to expand this field and plant a few more seeds, I replied and began to work. I took out several things quickly, most of them related to formation, which I began to spread around and inside the field. My movements and familiar and efficient, and I did not stop for a moment. It is not my first time doing something like that. I have done it hundreds of times in my core. Every new plant requires preparation. I couldn't just throw seeds and hope that growth energy would grow it. While it may work on regular plants, the truly rare and precious plants require far more preparations than that. The formation will spread the water elemental energy further. I plan to create several more fields and plant different plants here. I have collected a vast amount of seeds ever since I had formed a core. There are thousands of them, and in those thousands of seeds, there are some seeds that are very suitable for this environment, far more than these tomatoes. Though I have already formed to plan to use all the caverns and domains, they possess huge potential, and it would be a sin if I did not use them. After laying out the formation, I took out said I have hundreds of types of soil. One type of soil would be particularly useful for this area. I have taken out the bags of whitish soil from the core and spread them before mixing them with the soil of the domain. With that done, it was time to sow the seed. I took out the seeds and the other things required for sowing. I could not just sow the seed and leave it, not I needed to add fertilizer and other things and create the formations around them. It is more complicated work than one might imagine. I had made many mistakes when I started and still do, but that is the way one learns. Finished. I said after nearly 2.5 hours, but when I looked at the neat fields and shining formations, which are absorbing the raw, fiery energy to power themselves, I couldn't help but feel proud of my work. Mitchell, I didn't know you are a farmer, Rai teased from behind. It is a hobby I picked up, you should try it too, I replied, which wiped the teasing smile off his face. I was really hoping we find the disc of evanescence in this place, but it seemed like we have no such luck here, Rai said with a regretful sigh as we reached the end of the fire domain. We are already very lucky that we have found such treasure land. We couldn't be greedy and expect more, I replied. I also feel disappointed at not getting evanescence of the fire element, but I am content with what I have already got. Not to mention there are 3 more domains we have yet to explore, and I am sure we will find amazing things there. A minute later, we walked out of the fire elemental domain, and as we entered back into the cavern with water elemental energy around us, the 5-pointed star behind Lady Atkins began to shine and absorb the thick water elemental energies. Which domain should we enter next? I asked, looking at the 3 domains next to us. Let's go to Earth domain, it feels less dangerous than the other 2, said Lady Atkins. We nodded and walked toward it. Fuck, I had not expected the Earth domain to be this nasty if we hadn't found such treasures. I would never think about going back to that place, Rai said as we came out of the Earth domain 4 hours later. Lady Atkins had been very wrong about the Earth domain being the least dangerous. It is extremely dangerous, just as dangerous as the fire domain. I have lost account of how many times I had been attacked by the metallic spikes, earth stones that would just fly out of nowhere. For me, it is even more dangerous than the fire domain, as I had at least had some immunity against the fire. Though we have found great treasures, aside from the raw earth element crystals and precious metals. We have also found precious earth elemental plants. There were far more than what we have found in the fire domain. There is also a place where there was a small source of water element energy. I have created a few plots of the farm there, sowing the seeds of precious plants. I wish I had a little more time. I would have been able to create more plots to sow the needs. Poison or lightning? I asked. I did not immediately get an answer. It is clear that these 2 domains would be most dangerous, far more than the fire and earth domains. Here one element represents the destruction, while the other represents the death itself, a painful, horrible death. Lightning, answered Lady Atkins after nearly a minute of silence. With her answer, we did not wait for any second and walked toward the lightning domain with trepidation burning in our hearts. Fuck, I don't think I will ever go into the center of this domain without advancing, cursed Lady Atkins as we stepped out of the domain. Me too, I replied and sat down. All 3 of us sat down. The aura was weak, and the blistering marks could be seen all over our bodies. Especially on Lady Atkins and me, Rai is faring much better compared to us, despite bearing the lightning assault the most, and there is even a smile on his face. I could understand the reason for his happiness, but currently I am in no mood to share it. The only reason we have even been able to survive that onslaught we have suffered inside was because I piled our best defensive method one after another. It had brought us enough time that we were able to run away at a safe distance. Still, if we had been a few seconds later, we wouldn't have been standing here. I think we should take a rest, prepare more before venturing inside the poisoned domain, I suggested and got the affirmative nod in return. We discussed the time before I took out of my spatial abode, and the 3 of us went inside. The meal will be 5 hours later, I said and walked inside the room and directly laid on the bed without caring for anything. I fell asleep instantly. I had not slept for days, and these domains have made me quite tired, especially the lightning domain, which showed me my limit. The things had gotten so dangerous there that I was a step away from burning my blood to power up my shields. Buzz. 4.5 hours passed by when I finally woke up, with the single buzz of the alarm. I felt refreshed, but also strange. There are some memories in me that are not mine. It took me a moment to realize whom they had belonged. They were of my clone. It had gotten them when I was sleeping, and since my clone and I are a single entity, they could be said to be my own memories. I entered inside my core and saw everything I had instructed it before sleeping had been done. It had 13 hours, which is more than enough for those things. My clone had created 3 huge circular formations. They are purification formations. I have a huge amount of raw elemental crystals, but unlike the water elemental crystals that are made of mellowed energy that grandmasters and high grandmasters could use, these crystals contain the raw energy which would kill even high grandmasters. If the grandmaster tried even a single whiff of energy, they would simply explode. Currently, these crystals are not much useful. They are too volatile and explode with the slightest mishandling. These complex purification formations would turn the raw energy into mellowed energy, which could be used. I need these purified elemental crystals for my own use and for the project. Especially the fire elemental crystals, I would need to gather as many as I could get my hands on. Thankfully, the domain had a huge amount of them, and it would continue to produce, so I should not have to be worried about running out of them as long as I am not careless in their usage. I looked around for a few minutes before I walked out of my core and stepped into the shower, where I took a long bath, wiping out all the non-existent grime that was present on my body. I walked out of the bathroom and wore a new set of clothes and my jacket before stepping out of the room. The kitchen was empty when I walked inside, seeing that I began to bring out the dishes my clone had cooked with such efforts and also a bottle of blood wine. This bottle had a single pure drop of 9 blood-burning essences. I wanted to taste it so bad, but I did not have the ability before, but now I have. I did not open the bottle even though I very much wanted to. I will open it when both of them arrive, and we will drink it together. I had just thought that when I had sensed them coming, soon both of them appeared in the kitchen and their eyes locked on the feast laid on the table, before on the single bottle of the blood wine. I looked at Rai, and the smile on my face brightened looking at his earlier expressions. I thought he would forcefully try to break the seal, and he had the capability, but fortunately, he did not. The seals did not need the force, they would break on their own after Rai's body satisfied its conditions. It is a great feast before we walk into that land of death, said Rai as he took a seat at the dining table with Lady Atkins. I have heard your skills in culinary arts before Lord Tsar, and it seemed like every word of it is true, she said while looking at glittering dishes, and like Rai, her gaze had also fixed on the bottle for a moment before it moved to the rest of dishes. Let's start then, I said, and poured three of us a glass of wine, blood wine. All three of us were powerful enough to bear the effects that came after drinking it. Clink, let's cheers to us surviving the land of poison that will enter in a few minutes, I said, and we clinked the glasses before taking a sip of wine. Sip, I took a small sip, and it tasted wonderful, the right amount of sweet and sour with a hint of iron smell. While it might seem disgusting by listening, the taste of wine is actually wonderful, which left notes of taste behind even after gulping the wine. Soon the wine reached the stomach, and it exploded into an energy like boom, which spread into the whole body, making one feel hot all over. The feeling lasted till one absorbed the wine, upping their strength by a little and receiving countless more benefits. The wine is even better than the ones I had drank, more smoother and richer, Rai commented, and he is right. This bottle is aged compared to the one I had him and other high grandmaster powerhouses. You should give me a few more bottles, the three you have given me finished up long ago, he said while looking at the bottle greedily. I really wanted to curse this bastard right now. While it is true he has got the 3 bottles from me, one more than I have given to other high grandmasters, I am not his only source. If I am right, then he had gotten 2 more bottles from a different source. If I did not see him gaining 2 bottles, I would have provided them myself, as the blood wine is strangely effective on him, a lot more than compared others. The wine is one of the reasons why he was quickly able to break through his previous seal and loosened this one by a huge degree. Soon we began to eat, and I once again heard their praises. I always hear them, and I like them. I will never get bored, even if I have heard them thousands of times. The meal was really good, Mitchell. Now I am ready to face even death, Rai said with slightly red cheeks. He had drunk half of the wine while the other half was drunk by Lady Atkins and me. Even then, we are feeling more effect of it than Rai. His physique is completely different level. Not only does he have the dragon bloodline, known for their strong fire and powerful bodies, but his whole body also merged with his mutation, which had given him an enviable physique. Let's not waste any time then, I said, and we walked out of the above. All 3 of us are slightly drunk, but we are experienced enough that even in such a state, we can control our bodies in action without any problem. Not to mention, the effects would wave 1 to 2 hours. As we walked out of the abode, I put it back in my storage, and we walked toward the poison domain, the most dangerous of all domains. I have some immunity against the poisons. If it were grim poison, I would have had even great immunity due to the curse aspect of my constitution, both of which are the same special grim energies. Still, I have some resistance due to my healing constitution and rule power, not to mention that I am quite good at neutralizing poisons. Step, step, step. Soon we reached the boundary and stopped for a moment before taking a step inside the poison domain. What a thick poison energy, said Lady Atkins as we entered, and reinforced her defenses. So did Rai and I also begin to circulate the anti-poison energy to deal with any hidden poisons. The poison domain is different than all the other domains. The other domains are mostly barren, while the poison domain is filled with greenery and looks like paradise. One could see the beautiful flowers, glittering wine, and ponds filled with clear crystalline water. Everything was filled with life. The poison energy is extremely thick, but it is not overwhelming as other energies. It is soft as a whisper, though it would be a grave mistake to equal this softness to harmlessness. If they think that, then it wouldn't take them long before they end up losing their life. This domain had the highest concentration of water elemental energy. Around 20 of energy here is water elemental in nature. There are 5 other energies also present here, which is the reason for the exuberating greenery of this place. Nearly all the plants here are poisonous in nature, and most of them are dangerous. A grandmaster will die a horrible death. Even a single plant poisons them. Even at the boundary, I could already see more than 10 plants, which could spell trouble for us. While these plants are dangerous, they are also extremely precious, and I have already released hundreds of strings and begun to harvest them. Don't harvest any plants whose harvest method you don't know, I said to them as I began my harvest. Both of them are quite knowledgeable, and there are a huge amount of plants here that even I wouldn't be able to harvest all if I were to stay here for days. So I am only harvesting the resources that I need or the project need. Those are among the immense number that I am having problems deciding what to take and what to leave. We slowly move forward as we harvest the resources, though those looking around at us only find me walking slowly, while Rye and Lady Atkins are flashing around at incredible speed as they harvest the resources. Soon an hour passed, and there were thousands of boxes of resources that had already filled my core, and this was just the beginning. We have barely crossed the 10 area of the domain we could be considered at the safe zone where the energy is thinnest. As we walked deeper and deeper, the poison energy got stronger and stronger, producing more precious resources and the danger. It might not seem like it, but we are getting attacked by the plants every few minutes, but we are dealing with them comfortably. I have kept 20 of my strings just to deal with any kind of danger that came toward us, and currently they are doing excellent. It would not be the case when we head deeper. There will be a greater danger, some of which we might not able to handle. We had already decided that if we come across such danger, we would retreat, as no resource or treasure is more valuable than our lives. Careful about the Yile Dyer, it is releasing the hallucinogenic poison, I informed Rye, who is close to the plant. He nodded and became more cautious several seconds later. When the invisible poison reached him, it began to burn before it could touch him. It had been 6 hours since we had entered the poison region, and now are quite close to the center of the region. The poison energy is thick, but we are dealing with our own methods. We have more than enough abilities to deal with the poison. We have to fight against the grim poison masters for more than 10,000 years and learn how to deal with them. While this poison is different than what the Grims used, most of our methods are still capable of countering it. 10 minutes passed when I suddenly stopped from the harvest with a frown on my face. For the past few minutes, I have been sensing the invisible threat I had tried to find but did not see, even doubting myself whether I had imagined it. I have finally caught a glimpse of it, and it is real even though I don't know what it is due to it disappearing too fast. I know this threat is very real and very dangerous. What is it? Asked Lady Atkins as she caught the worried frown on my face. There is something very dangerous lingering around us. I think we should retreat, I said. Okay, they replied in unison without any hesitation. Our weapons appeared in our hands, and we began to make a retreat. Our speed was neither slow nor fast. That whatever it is, not the only threat to this place. There are many other threats that are present here, which are stopping us from making a direct run. 13 minutes passed, and we are making a smooth retreat, as smooth as we could make in this place, and in half an hour more we will reach the end of this domain, where no danger of this place will be able to touch us. Are you still sensing it? Asked Rye, and I nodded. I did not tell him that the feeling had become even more intense than before. Even though we are retreating, I feel like we are walking deeper and deeper into its trap, and the most frustrating thing is that I could not do anything else. I could not stop retreating and wait for it to come out. My instinct would not let that happen, nor did I think it was a wise choice. The closer we are to the exit, the better. Even if this thing is far more powerful than us, all of us have trump cards that will buy us a few seconds as we make the run, so we need to be as close to exit as possible. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A few more minutes passed when suddenly, the silent poisonous forest began to rustle around us. There is no air, but the trees are rustling as welcoming something. Seeing that, we looked at each other and decided to make the run for our greatest speed. We had already walked out of the most dangerous area, though running away like crazy have dangerous. I think we would be able to deal with them with our abilities. The decision was made in an instant, and we began to run when we stopped a fraction of a second later, as the thing had revealed itself and was something beyond our imagination. D-hub, D-hub, D-hub. The earth blasted around us, and from it, thick vines, there were tens of them, but within a second they had turned 100 and continued increasing till I could sense a total of 342 vines surrounding us total. The vine is brown in color and nearly dry. It looks like it is in the last stages, but its aura says the opposite. It is strong and exuberant, filled with life, especially those dense crystals that could be seen around the vine. The vines had just come out when another change began to occur in them. Flowers began to grow on the vines, covering every surface of the vines till all one could see the flowers. Be careful of the flowers, warned Lady Atkins. The flowers are truly beautiful. They are freesia flowers in pink colors. They look truly beautiful, and now releasing their fragrance. I sealed my whole armor, breathing not even a speck of it. I did not want to take any risk. We will resume our retreat if this vine dares to stop. We will cut it apart to make the way, said Rye, and we resumed our retreat. Sup, sup, sup. We had just moved our feet up when the vines reacted. Around 50 of them came at us with the speed that made my eyes go wide. First burst, I activated without hesitation and poured that immense power into my sword, changing the enchantment of sharpness and weight before shot toward the coming vines. I planned to cut them all before making my way toward the exit. Bang, my sword clashed against the vine, and I heard the sound I had heard, the sound I had least expected to hear. My roaring attack not only failed to cut the vine but was also unable to scratch it, and now I am flying back with the great power, while several vines are following behind me, and seeing their speed, they would catch me before hitting the ground. I could not let that happen. A single attack from the single vine had proved how horrifyingly powerful these vines are, and I couldn't let myself get caught in them. Once I do, it will be a game over for me, and not even my biggest trump cards will be able to save me. So I controlled the shock in my heart forcefully and activated a couple of formations in my armor just as I did. I felt shocked over my body as my direction was forcefully diverted. I was able to divert the force and change my direction, but so did the vines. They reacted instantly and came at me with even greater speed. How intelligent is this vine? I asked myself, seeing with the accuracy and speed the vines are coming at me. It is without a doubt that these vines or the one that is controlling it all are intelligent. The question is how intelligent. Are these intelligent as the monsters of the same level or more, or they are as intelligent as humans? I will have to analyze this aspect as I fight, as only in this way I will be able to develop an effective strategy to deal with it. But first, I had to survive seeing the power of the vines. It seemed like even surviving a few seconds might come as a challenge. Second burst. I activated the second burst, and its power filled me. I did not hesitate and harnessed all the power it could give me, as vines were coming at me from all directions, and I needed the strength to survive them. Step. The vine from behind reached me and was about to wrap around me, but before it could, a couple of formations had reached and turned me upside down on the left while my right foot stepped on the vines and used it to push myself forward left. Sizzle. It had happened very fast and was extremely dangerous. The beautiful pink freesia flowers covering is not just for releasing the hallucinogenic poison. They also contain extremely dangerous vaporizing poison. The moment my feet touched it, they attacked it. It was a good thing my armor was strong, but still, it had scared me as I saw the power of poison increasing extremely rapidly, reaching very near to breaking my defenses, and they would have if my foot had stayed on them a moment longer. Not to mention, it would have bound me, and once I got caught in the vine, I could forget about ever getting out. It seemed like we have chewed more than we could swallow by entering this poisoned domain, I said through my link to others. I don't know how they are doing. I am completely focused on my own survival. I am weakest, and I have to think about my own survival, lest I burden them with it even with all their strength. I am sure their conditions wouldn't be much better than mine. We are dealing with a very powerful thing. My attacks are barely affecting it while it swarms me with the vines, Rai replied. I think we should deal with the vine as soon as possible given how intelligent it is. We don't want to wait till an even bigger surprise pops up, added Lady Atkins. Their telepathic voices felt distant despite them being only a few hundred meters away from me, likely because of the focus they are giving to the conversation. I did not continue with the conversation further. I had said what I had to say, and very clearly what I had to do. I looked at 9 vines that were coming closer and closer to me. These 9 were the closest, while around 40 were in the surrounding direction. It would be a death sentence if I got caught even a single vine. Take this, I shouted as I swung my sword at the coming vines. This time, my target was not to cut them but to make the way through them. Bang, my sword crashed against the third vine. It was not the edge that had stuck it but the back of it, and I got the expected result. I was able to make enough space to move through it, and I did not waste any time in doing that. The runes lit up, and I sped up like a rocket, passing through the gap I had created before the vines could do anything against me. Fuck, I cursed. Barely a second later the vines had reacted instantly, and now all of them are following me, all 52 of them, and they are gaining the ground fast, very fast. In less than 2 seconds they will catch up to me, and I couldn't let that happen. Third burst. I activated my most powerful move. It had instantly filled my body with power, so much that even my body was barely able to contain it. Boom. Feeling this immense power, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and formations lit up inside me and across my armor, and a boom rang out as I shot toward the edge of the domain. I could see myself gaining the ground against the vines fast, and the boundary getting closer and closer as I pushed more and more power into my speed. If I continued flying at such speed, I might be able to reach the boundary in less than 1 minute, and my chances seemed to be great, seeing how the distance between us widened every moment. These thoughts entered my mind when I saw some of the crystals on the vines lighting up. All these crystals are lighting up in a deep azure color, which is making the whole vine look beautiful while giving me a very bad feeling. Sup, sup, sup. My instincts seemed to be spot on, and in the very next second, the speed of vines following me behind increased manifold, and they began to gain the ground me rapidly. Shit, I cursed and poured even more power into the formations, as much as I could to increase my speed, but despite that, the vines were still gaining ground, and within a few seconds they will catch up to me. I looked around and saw Rai and Lady Atkins, both of them little in front of me, fighting hundreds of vines as they tried to make their way toward the boundary. Rai's sphere is bathing in dense blue hellfire as it clashes against tens of vines that came to attack him, while Grandmaster Atkins has summoned the hundreds of monsters constructs of water elemental energy, which are dealing with the hundreds of vines. I am very lucky that the vines think of me as weak and attack me with only a third of the vines compared to them. If I had been attacked by as many vines as them, I don't know whether or not I would be even alive. Seconds passed, and soon, the vines approached me. The closest vine was just 3 meters behind me and steadily gaining the ground. Buzz. The runes buzzed as I activated. A couple of formations lit up, and I moved in the air by 160 degrees and swung my sword with all the momentum I had got from the turn. BANG. My sword clashed against the thick, woody tip of the sword, and even using all my strength, my sword had not able to pierce through the vine even an inch. There was barely any scratch. While I am angry at it, I am also happy, as I accomplished my purpose. The clash filled me with a huge rebound force, and I did not suppress it. Instead, I had amplified it, as I intended, so I could run away at even the greatest speed. Sure, my sword was about to leave the vine, and I moved back at the greatest speed when the green crystal on the vine lit up, and dense green energy released through it and entered my sword before it had fully left the vine. BOOM. I moved back with a speed I had never filled before, while the green energy was speedily climbing through my sword and coming toward me. This dense green energy is horrifying. I know it because Rai and Grandmaster Atkins had already been attacked by it. I had made my avatar study it through, and I had instantly utilized the approach it had devised barely a second ago. My armor lit up, and 3 inheritance energies began to fill up. I had created multiple types of inheritance energy, and I stored them in little packets. These special inheritance energies could be used in many instances, from healing to defending against the dangerous poisons such as the one coming at me. Sizzle. A sizzling sound rang out as the thick green poison energy stuck against my hands. It was good thick. I had increased their defenses. Otherwise, this horrifying poison would have crushed their defenses into pieces. Still, this is just the beginning, as the poison had entered inside my armor, and I had to deal with it inside the armor. A spillage of a single drop inside my body would be a death without a doubt. Guggle. The 3 special inheritance energies clashed against the poison, and as they did, the poison began to burn them. It is like the energies are the kerosene, and the poison is the fire. It had lit up these energies, but was not without the caught. Its own power to whittle as it burns them, and the formations in the armor are whittling even more of its power as it moves through them. The whittled, pointed energy, in turn, is absorbed by the armor, which in turn reinforces the defenses of the armor. I had earlier turned off its absorbing function with the Constitution seed. It could absorb any type of energy, even this horrifyingly powerful energy, though I had stopped it a moment ago from doing that, and even now, it is not absorbing the powerful poison energy. I feared that if it tried to absorb it, it might damage my armor, and I didn't want that to happen. My armor is still the best defense I have, and if it is damaged, it will not be able to help me with the coming attacks, as I am sure it might not be the last poison attack I will suffer. These fucking vines, I cursed for a moment. I thought, with the rebound force, I might be able to create some distance between these fucking vines, and I was able to do that for about 2 seconds before those fucking azure crystals lit up and its speed had increased again. BANNG. The vines have once again caught up to me, and I swung my sword at it, getting even greater rebound force than before, but also more powerful poison. Though this time I was more ready to deal with it. I have got enough data that my clone was able to create a better cocktail of special inheritance energies, and also I have manipulated the whittling formations in armor, so they would be better capable of dealing with these energies. BANNG. The vines continue to attack me, but I use their own forces to gain more and more speed to move against the boundary. Still, it is not easy, especially when the vine is intelligent, more intelligent than the common monster of high Grandmaster grade would be. It is spreading vines and trying to come at me from all the directions. It is a good thing I have the clone, which is doing thinking at 3 times more speed, helping me in making the decision. If not for it, I would have been in even more dire straits and might even be at the hands of the vine, which would have already started eating me. I am getting closer and closer to the boundary of the domain. If I continue moving at such speed, it won't take me even 30 seconds to reach the boundary where I am safe, as I am pretty sure that these vines wouldn't cross the boundary. Around 2 more seconds had passed when the vine did something that made my eyes widen. 12 vines came from behind me. They were not the vines that had been chasing me, but the ones that had been chasing against Rai and Lady Atkins. Fuck, I cursed loudly. Seeing the vines, those were the death knell for me. Even if they did not capture and just delayed me for even a second, I would be dead, as it would give a chance to the rest of the vines to catch up, and once they did, I am dead. Soon there was only a 10-meter distance between me and the coming vines, and the ones following me were just 12 meters behind. In less than a second, they will be on me. Petal boom, I said, and a bang rang out, and with it, tens of thousands of petals blasted. They had appeared out of nowhere and spread everywhere, covering hundreds of meters area in petals, and in them I had disappeared. Sizzle. The vines are truly intelligent as the petals spread, the green crystals lit up, and the freesia flowers covering the vine released the green smoke, which began to melt the petals. Within 3 seconds they vanished. Even though they have burned much sooner than I had expected them to be, considering they are not easy to burn, and even someone like Rai would need at least 10 seconds to burn them, the vines had done that in 3 seconds. As I had said, the petals had done their job. I was not only able to avoid the vines, but also able to get quite a distance over them. This movie is really amazing, and I wish I could use it once more, but I could not. It needs a lot of preparation, and currently I can only use it once every 3 years. Sup sup sup. The vines seemed to be super mad seeing me getting away as the azure energy covering them became brighter, and they came at me with speed like never before. But this time I was a little less worried as there was little help. Mitchell, Lady Atkins shouted, and a dolphin made of the water elemental energy appeared beneath my feet. It is not just dolphins, but there are hundreds of animals, both marines and surface, and they will be required as tens of vines are coming at me from all the sides. The vines in front of me were much faster than the ones behind me. These vines were much faster than the ones attacking me. They were the ones that were attacking Rai and Lady Atkins, and now they are attacking me as I moved toward them. Pachek, pachek, pachek. The dolphin moved fast, but the vines were even faster as they came striking at me, but each strike would be taken by the constructed animal as I moved forward on the dolphin's back. One after another, elemental animals are destroyed, till there are only 2 huge whales remain. These are the strongest water animals that Lady Atkins has constructed. They each have taken 5 vine strikes but still survive. Though not for long, they have reached the limit, and the next strike would be their end, and I haven't reached near Lady Atkins yet. Pachek, pachek. 2 vines hit the 2 whales from both sides, vaporizing them in an instant while others came at me. A horror couldn't help but appeared on my face seeing them, and I was ready to use my final option when I stopped as I had sensed the familiar energies. A tunnel of water elemental formed around me, and dolphin speed instantly doubled inside it while the vines struck the tunnel, weakening it with every string. It won't be able to last long, but I should be able to reach my destination by them. Thud, 1.5 seconds passed, and the dolphin dissolved as I landed on the chariot made of water elemental energy while it was being pulled by a fiery dragon, which speed had instantly tripled as my feet touched the surface of the chariot. They could have run away, leaving me behind if they had. Not only they have faced the slightly less pressure, but also would have already reached very close to the boundary. Pachek, pachek, pachek. It is extremely straining for her, and she is also rapidly expanding the energy from the 5-pointed star floating above her. I did not do anything, nor I could do anything, but soon I will have to do something. These vines are really the greatest enemy we have come across in the ruin. They are very powerful, very intelligent. If any one of us had been alone in exploring the place, they wouldn't have been able to return. One alone couldn't survive the onslaught of these 350 vines, and they are not numbers. Seconds feel like hours as the vines have attacked us from all the angles while we move closer and closer toward the boundary, and now we are just 5 seconds away from the boundary. We have nearly reached it in 5 seconds. We would be out, said Rai, and Lady Atkins nodded and constructed even more elemental animals to defend against the vine. Another 2 seconds passed, and we reached extremely close to the boundary, so close that if we jumped, we could reach. Seeing the boundary, a big smile appeared on the face of Lady Atkins, and she stopped holding back and covered us with a thick sphere of water energy while constricting the double number of elemental animals. Dhub, dhub, dhub. Suddenly, the smile on the face of the Lady Atkins froze as the earth shook and vines erupted from the ground ahead of us, hundreds of them blocking our exit out of the domain. There are about 300 vines that came out of the ground, and all of them are shining in the bright azure light. The azure light is much brighter than the vines that are attacking us, and we don't need to think about what that means. Sup, 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 we are fucked. Rai cursed as the vines moved, and they moved at such speed that I was barely able to follow them with my eyes, and the power they emitted had shaken me from up to down. Don't change the direction, go straight, I said when I felt Rai was preparing to change the direction, which is a wise move considering the number of vines coming at us and the power they have. Aren't you seeing those freaking vines? It will be a death sentence if we continue to head straight, Rai screamed, and for the first time since the vines had appeared, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. You don't have to worry about that, just move forward as fast as you can, I said as I looked at the coming vines. Fine, but if I die, I will haunt you for the eternity, he replied, and next second I felt our speed increase further, moving closer and closer to the vines, till there was only 10 meters distance between us, which they would take a fraction of seconds to cross. I said in my mind, and the whole world turned red. Reconnaissance is my specialty. I consider it one of my best abilities and take great pride in it, but this vine had evaded it, and it became a great shame to me. Something like that had never happened. My soul sense would always help me detect the danger, even at a limited range. I have made a mistake by not trying too hard, underestimating the danger of this place, and I would be a fool if I made a similar mistake again. The power of the fourth burst exploded inside me, and it was too much, far too much. I should have tested its power before using it, but I had no freaking time, and now I have to use it, no matter how intense or uncontrolled it is. This power is so much that it has begun injuring me, and if I did not find a way to release this power, it would fatally injure, might even kill me. Thankfully, I have a way to utilize this power, and I hope it will be enough for what I am trying to do. Stop, I shouted to the coming vines, and to the shock of Lady Atkins beside me, the vines have stopped, and things that have stopped them also have become visible. Thousands of blood-red strings became visible. These strings are extremely thin, far thinner than the hair, and they mostly stayed invisible, even when the enemy attacked them, and only became visible when I willed them, but now they have become visible without my direction. The strain has become too much for them to remain invisible still. With the power of my burning essence, they are able to hold back the vines but will not be for much longer. I could feel a great strength. The vines were used to get out of the binds of my strings. They had started to blaze in azure light. Rai, hurry, I won't be able to hold them for long, I said through the gritted teeth while blood began to flow out of my mouth, eyes, and every other hole in my body. Rai did not say anything, but I could feel his aura blasting up to the limit, while Lady Atkins had also stopped holding back any power. She begins to harness as much power as the start could give her and begin to create hundreds of elemental animals which are capable of bearing more than one attack of the vines. Soon, we reached the bound vines, and Rai moved toward the biggest gap among them. It was big enough for the chariot to barely pass through it. Soon we are passing through the vines, and the strain on me increases many folds. The vines begin to shake, straining my strings even further, while green spots begin to appear on them as they begin to attack my strings with the powerful poison. If I had been not using my burning essence to power up these strings, they would have suffered the damage, but with it, they could hold off the poison, at least till we get out of this freaking domain. It took a fraction of seconds, but felt like hours as we finally passed through the vines, and now there is only 100-some meter distance between us and the domain boundary. There is no danger ahead of us other than vines that are still attacking vine. The smiles appeared on our faces seeing the exit so close, but the next moment, the smiles froze. The vines have stopped, and now they are blazing in bright green light. The poison aura coming off them has become so strong that it begins to kill the poisonous plants around them. Sup. We had reached the 20 meters to the boundary of the domain when the blinding green light on over 300 vines simply disappeared, and all of it concentrated on a hail of concentrated poison energy bullets that were coming at us at extremely fast speed. Seeing their speed, they would strike us before we could pass through the boundary. Shit, I cursed, seeing the concentrated poison bullets coming at us. I had already used all the methods I had, and those I had remaining wouldn't be enough to defend against these poison bullets. I might be able to defend against 10 or 20 at most, but there are hundreds of them. There is no way I could defend against them, even if I used all the methods I have. The only method I had that could have defended against these attacks were my shields, but I could not use them, considering the strings I should use to weave the shields are now holding back the vines. Still, I have to do something immediately, as these bullets have reached the water elemental sphere which is covering the whole chariot. Star Shield. I was about to activate the best defensive method I could use when Lady Atkins activated hers. Her defensive method was the 5-pointed star above us, which expanded immediately and covered the whole chariot. I had acted extremely fast, and it was a good thing it became the moment it covered us fully. The bullets had reached us. The water elemental sphere was not able to stop the concentrated poison bullets. Even for a moment, it did not slow down their speed. As it was completely vaporized by the first bullet stuck it, and now there are 350 that are going to strike against this star shield. BANNNG. The first bullet struck against the shield and made a sound as if a cannon had stuck it. The momentum of it surprised me. I thought it would try to seep inside the shield and poison rather than directly strike it. BANNNG, BANNNG, BANNNG. After it struck it, the bullet exploded and splattered across the shield like pain, and that was just beginning. Right after it stuck, tens of others stuck, painting the star shield green. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. These splattered energies begin to melt the shield. I could feel a colossal amount of energy in the star expanding to defend against the poison, which is stronger and stronger every moment as more and more bullets crash against it. I watched in horror as all the bullets stuck the shields and literally burned down the energy of the star, that it began to shrink away. Even with all its energy, it wouldn't be able to hold on against this scary poison. The shield was fighting the energies when finally, we touched the boundary of the poison domain and began to pass through it. We are passing through it at an extremely fast speed, but it is feeling very slow to me. I could see the minute expressions on Lady Atkins' face and ripples in the boundary wall as we passed through it. BANG. Suddenly everything turned normal, and I found myself crashing against the ground in a place filled with the extremely dense mellowed water elemental energy. We are out, Rai shouted in joy as the dense blue fire disappeared from his body, but the next second his expression turned somber, seeing the horrifying poison was still covering the star in which we are protected. Now that we had gotten out, nearly all the horror from my heart had disappeared. As I had not once again become free to use my strings, I am sure I will be able to make a way through them by powering up with my blood energy. I was about to do that when Lady Atkins acted again. I felt an immense amount of water elemental energy gathering toward us. The energy is not only beginning to attack the poison, but also beginning to strengthen the star by replenishing its energies. I could feel the power of the poison whittling away, which made both Rai and me take a sigh of relief. I looked at poison for a moment before turning my focus on my string. I am burning my essence, and I should call my strings as soon as possible and turn off the burning, as every second I waste, I am going to need a day to recover. This bastard vine had nearly killed us and forced me to burn my blood. There is no way I am going to leave it as it is. I have already made the preparations for that, and now I just have to pull and hope I will succeed. Rip, rip, rip. A ripping sound rang out from inside the domain, and my strings came back a second later, and they have not come out alone, they had come bearing gifts. Hundreds of them are holding glittering crystals of 3 colors on their end. The crystals disappeared a moment later, and the strings came inside me as did happen. I cut off the 4th burst. Thud. Intense weakness flooded into me as I stopped the 4th burst. It was so intense that I did not have the energy to lift my finger, and fell down with a thud before falling unconscious. Michiel, Lord Tsar. I felt cool all over me and heard the faint voices, which grew louder and louder till I was able to hear them clearly. I don't know how long I have remained unconscious, but now I have enough energy to open my eyes and look at Rai and Lady Atkins, who is looking at me worriedly. I am fine, aside from little weakness. I said slowly. The last sentence was a sort of joke, but no one laughed. Burning 1 essence for power is no joke. Michiel, it might take a month or even more for you to recover, said Rai seriously. You are a little wrong about that. I will be able to recover fully in a week, I replied to his shock. I lied actually. It won't take me more than 4 days to recover fully. My constitution, rule power, and the methods I had developed are aiding me in recovering far more quickly from essence burn than the other people. It is not the first time I have burned my essence, and it wouldn't be the last time, though I would need to make some heavy modifications in the burst, especially in the 4th burst. I want the essence burning more controlled. I don't want it to kill me instead. Help me kill the enemies more efficiently. Also, the weakness was too much. I could not fall unconscious in battle. If this happened in the battle, my enemies would only need a single move to finish me off. I'm fine, you guys don't have to worry about me, I said and drank a couple of potions in front of them. Those were the fake potions I drank to elevate their worries. It was quite a vine, I said after nearly a minute of silence. Yes, it was, replied Lady Atkins, before her expressions turned serious. This time we were very lucky to survive, but if we dared to go unprepared there next time, we would not survive, she added. She did not say it, but the vine is too intelligent. It will be prepared to deal with us when we enter next time. We need to be far more prepared, and a lot stronger than we are right now, if we ever wish to deal with it. We really did not find any Everessence, Rai said with a sigh as I took out the bottle of Everessence from the Phantom, and Lady Atkins sat on the disc to recover. The Phantom is still on the disc and now covering the Lady Atkins, but it is not doing anything. I have designed it in such a way that once any human sits on the disc, it will deactivate on its own and activate as the human leaves the disc. This way I would be able to use every drop of every essence that came out from the disc. We have found the other treasures, which are in no way inferior to the Everessence, I said, and 3 crystals glittered in my hand. There are 3 crystals in my hand, each one of a different color and has a different function. The green one contains extremely dangerous poison energy. It has the power to kill the high grandmasters easily. The second one is azure. It is for the strengthening and speed. These crystals would always light up when the vine was to increase its power. The third and the last crystal is red in color. It looks like a ruby. It contains pure healing energy. It is the densest and purest healing energy I had ever seen. The vines hadn't used this one, likely because we have never forced it to. Our attacks were useless to it. Even Rai's sphere was not able to breach more than an inch of vine's surface. I have taken a risk and used the green crystal in recovery formation, and the result was astonishing. I am recovering my essence twice a faster speed than I should. At this speed, it wouldn't take me more than 2 days to recover. How far are you in opening your 4th seal? I asked. I knew the answer, but still asked. Opinion matters. It is also a form of data, and I like to collect as much data as possible. I think it will break on its own in 2 days if I wish to. I could break it immediately, he said and looked at me in askance. Don't let it break on your own. It will have the perfect assimilation, I cautioned him. His condition is extremely complicated. The mutation had made him stronger and brought such changes to him that even if he did not work hard, not focus even a minute on practice, and just stayed in his room, he would advance. From what I have seen so far, he will become a Grand Lord. There is not a single doubt about it. As long as he is alive and controls that mutation of his, he will become a Grand Lord and advance even further. There is constant friction between the core and mutation, even when they are in balance, and this friction continues to increase their power and purity, which brings advancement. It is extremely important that both things be kept in the balance. A single wrong step, and he will turn into an abomination. I simply lay on the ground and watch Lady Atkins taking the Everessence. It is helping her recover fast. The sooner she recovers, the quicker we will be able to get out of it, as she is the only one who could create the tunnel out. We are not powerful enough to walk through that raw energy that is around the cavern. It will tear us apart. I looked at her for a moment before I went to my core, where my clone was staring at a giant phantom. The phantom of the vine, and it is huge. When it had attacked us, I was able to send one of the most powerful investigation seeds inside it, and now I have its meta scan. It is a vine with 900 sub-vines. When it had attacked, it gravely underestimated us and had only used around 650 vines. If it had used the other 250 vines, the strongest ones, even my strings wouldn't have been able to hold back against them. All the vines came out from the single huge vine, which was deep underground, in a place where all the energies of the poison domain gathered before they came up. Killing the vine would be extremely hard. One just needs the strength of absolute peak high grandmaster to deal with the 900 sub-vines. As for dealing with the main vine, I don't think even the strength of the high grandmaster would be enough. I will warn Lady Atkins about it. Before leaving, she shouldn't absolutely go to the poison region unless she reaches the absolute peak of the high grandmaster class. Only that way she will be able to guarantee her survival, even if the main vine had attacked her. The vine is not from any type of vine. I had studied. It might be something I don't know, or something that is mutated from something else. I will have to look at some books before I could say anything about its origin. I studied the vine for a few minutes with my clone before we went back to study different things. There are so many things to do. Even with a clone, I did not feel like any pressure on me had lessened, considering the huge workload that had been piled up for me. I have recovered, said Lady Atkins, and walked out of the disc. As she did, the phantom again took her place, and I threw another bottle at it to collect the water elemental ever essence. Let's go. I have been receiving constant summons from the pyramid, said Rai. He is not the only one. I too have been receiving a constant summons. We have stayed longer than we should, and now the pyramid is worried. Soon we reached the exit of the cavern, and Lady Atkins moved her hands. About 10 minutes later, the tunnel formed in the dense raw elemental energy. We flew through it, and a few seconds later, we were out. 3 peak grandmasters have already waiting for us. The 2 were the ones who came with Rai and Lady Atkins, while the third one was new, and she looked to be in quite a sour mood. All 3 of them looked at us and couldn't help but be surprised, especially the grandmaster in the middle. She seemed quite surprised seeing Lady Atkins and me, despite being already aware of our breakthrough. I had informed Pyramid about mine and Lady Atkins' advancement when she was breaking through, though the woman quickly controlled her expression and once again looked at us with a sour face. Lord Solace, Lord Czar, you have been immediately asked to present yourselves to the Pyramid, she said before she turned to the Lady Atkins. Lady Atkins, the pyramid had made you a temporary caretaker of the Navarre ruin until further notice, said the woman, like she was reading the order. Little Veronica, you shouldn't always be so serious. Your grandfather was such a funny man. He would be turning his grave if he knew his descendant was such a sour face. You know, he used to hate such people, Rai said with a smile, but next second the smile on his face froze up when the women glared at him. It seemed we have stayed here enough, Michiel, said Rai awkwardly as he turned to me. Wait for a minute, I said to him and disappeared from my spot. My speed was much lesser than I would like, but I still appeared at a destination in a few seconds, in front of a young man and woman. So have you decided? I asked. I had given them enough time to make the decision. They should have made a decision by now. We are coming, replied Eilig with the same conviction she had when I asked her last time. I nodded and turned to the young man beside her. I am also coming, he said after some hesitation. Since you have decided, let go, I said and covered them with my energy, and we disappeared from our spot and appeared beside Rai and others a couple of seconds later. These 2 are coming with us, I inform, which clearly surprised them. Lord Czar, you know the rules. The pyramid will not make an exception, even for you, said Grandmaster Veronica as she looked at 2 people. You don't have to worry about that. I will talk to the council personally, I replied, to which she nodded and activated her beacon, Rai, and also activated our beacon, including the temp ones I have placed on the siblings. I appeared in the pyramid with Rai and others, and just as I did, I felt the defensive mechanisms around me activate. They are extremely dangerous, so dangerous that I would vaporize on the spot if any of them had fired. You really have to bring them, complained Rai. Now look, all the guns are pointing at us. If any of them fired, this poor me will simply vanish from the world, he added, pointing at 6 shiny cannons. Each one of them held the power to kill us in an instant. I did not say anything and turned to the siblings, who were staring at the guns with wide eyes. While Eily is comparably calm, her brother is shaking under the aura of guns. It is the first time they have experienced the weapons this powerful in their whole life. They are more powerful than the strongest Grims they have met. Feeling such fear is normal. Hell, I am scared shitless seeing those guns. Click, we just had to wait for a few seconds before the door opened. An old leading 3 people walked and came inside. The old man is the High Grandmaster. The 3 people behind him are all the powerful Grandmasters. The old man is short and has dark blue hair and black eyes. He has a pyramid badge and a blue badge with a chain and sword beside. With the badge of the law enforcement department, these people are one of the scariest in the whole pyramid. Michiel Zar, you have broken the law by bringing the unregistered humans into the pyramid without prior permission, said the old man and appeared beside me and looked at the 2 siblings. We will be taking these unregistered humans into custody while you will face the trial with the council immediately, he said, and without waiting, took out collars and was about to place them on their necks when I stopped him. A moment later, the light covered us, and they disappeared along with the Grandmasters of the Law Enforcement Department. I, too, disappeared along with other High Grandmasters and Grandmaster Veronica to a completely different place. A second later, I appeared in the command, with 10 council members both in projection and their real bodies looking at me. Grandmaster Michiel, congratulations on your breakthrough to High Grandmaster class, Lady May said, surprising me with her congratulation, as I thought they would first bring out the thing I have done. Lady May complained 2 voices before I could thank her. First was the old man beside me, and the other was the Councilman Sylvester, who heads the Law Enforcement Department. He gave the Lady May a look, which clearly said it was time for serious business and not frivolous activities. Lord Zar, you have broken one of the most important laws of Pyramid by bringing unregistered humans into the sacred sanctuary of our race. Without permission, I hope you will explain the reason behind it, asked Lord Sylvester. I could see the surprise on the old man's face. The language Lord Sylvester used was quite mild compared to what others would face in my position, not to mention I am bound, or even in the restriction formation. If it had been someone else, they would have faced all those things, including harsh questions. It wouldn't have affected much if they were High Grandmaster. It is like, I did not break one of the most important laws, but I made a minor mistake, and truly they are treating it as such. As I am too important, more than they are comfortable, I am comfortable with, and as long as I provide a valid reason, I wouldn't receive much more than a slap on the wrist. The truth more uncomfortable that I like to be, but it is a reality. Can I have the permission to show something to the council? I asked back instead of answering the question. What are you trying to show us with these scans, Grandmaster Zar? Asked Silas Bishop, and when he said Grandmaster, he was saying like he is addressing me like a Grandmaster, different than the Grandmaster Lady May had used, which is referring to Grandmaster of Healing, the title I had earned. This I said, and change appeared on the scans, and a moment later, all of their eyes went wide with shock. Even Rai had become shocked. Everyone here is intelligent and possesses great experience and knowledge. They might have deep knowledge, but know enough to understand what I am trying to show them. A perfect 12 constitution, the old man behind me said in shock. Yes, 2 of them are siblings. One possesses poison element constitution, while the other possesses water element constitution, I explained, which again shocked them. A perfect 12 constitution is so rare that they didn't appear for thousands of years, and here there are 2, with one of them being the poison element, one of the rarest and most dangerous of constitutions. The poison constitution, there seemed to be some problem in it, asked Lord Hunt, and hearing that, a big smile appeared on my face. You are right, my lord, there is a problem, I said, and revealed the problem to them. My God, cursed Lord Hunt as he took a sharp breath. The Grims are really cruel. They have utterly destroyed this precious constitution, said Lady May, who herself possesses a powerful level 10 constitution. You are a little wrong about that, Lady May. It is not a Grims that done that to her, but she herself, I replied, shocking them all. Tearing the constitution is like tearing the soul. I wouldn't be able to do it, even if I wanted to. The sheer pain of it would be too much, said Grandmaster Veronica from behind. Why would she do that to that herself? Asked Lady May, and it's because I begin to explain things in short, though they are already aware of the condition of the ruin from the first report they got from the masters, which we sent back 2 days ago. Grims, said Lord Singh through the greeted teeth. We also sighed. It is not new, and unless we wipe out these bastards completely, it will not stop. You all shouldn't forget about that taint. He also had an extremely powerful bloodline taking him. We were nearly wiped out, said Silas Bishop after a minute of silence, and for the first time I was not angry at him. He had raised a very valid point. Once upon a time, thousands of years ago, we had taken a liberated human given his powerful bloodline, and for over 100 years, he was a great asset and given the race great victories until his great betrayal. That betrayal had brought us very close to the complete loss, and if it were not for the Trinity that rose to kill him, we would have been wiped out in that war. I understand the reservation and even fully agree with it, prepared contingencies like death triggers that would kill them in a single command even if they became extremely powerful, I said. Of course, I know the danger, and even with the deep scan, brain scan, and lie detection, I am not completely sure of them and would not take a risk. But I still wish you would give them a chance. Both of them have great potential and would be a great asset to the human race and the war, I requested. They will not be the first who are given a chance. Thousands of liberated humans have fought for us, and some have earned great merit, but all of them were inducted after great precaution and decades of surveillance. For a minute, nobody spoke before Grand Commander looked at me. We will conduct our own investigation on them and test their loyalty. Until then, they will be in our custody, though you will be able to meet them, said Grandmaster Commander finally. Still, you have broken the law, Lord Tsar, and for that you will bear a punishment, added Lord Sylvester, and I intentionally made my expression sober otherwise. It would be too rude, but inside my heart I am dancing happily. Rest here today. From tomorrow, your training will begin. I said to my siblings they were kept in the river tower. It is not a prison, far from it. It is a guest tower for the common tyrants, who come to the pyramid with a guest pass. They have relative independence in the tower. They could go to the other floors and try different things, from the restaurants to training rooms. Though they only have today as free, from tomorrow, their training will begin, and they also will get to experience the things people of their age do. These two know anything about fighting or the real world. They will need to experience everything. Of course, the pyramid will be watching their every move extremely carefully, the slightest problem, and they will be sent back to the ruin. Any sign of subservient, and they will be killed. The pyramid did not take the risk with such things. I talked to them for a few minutes, explaining some more things before I walked out. They have huge work cut out for them, and so is for me. I have to think about how her constitution and their inheritance, the current inheritance they have, is absolute shit. It couldn't help contain their inheritance, and if I did not do anything, their constitutions would destroy those inheritances. I just hope they do well to justify the risk I have taken on them. I did not receive much punishment other than a slap of the wrist. It was just some warning and a few clearances and privileges blocked, which is nothing. I still couldn't help but smile when I remember the expressions of Grandmaster Veronica and Lord Sakar. The old man even protested seeing my punishment. I walked out of their apartment and stepped into the formation, and a second later I appeared in my room. I wanted to go to the marinas, but she is still studying, and aside from the patients on whom she wanted to test her methods, she is not letting anyone in, not even me. I am tired after that great fight and burning my essence. I did not get much time to sleep. Even though there is tons of work for me to do, since the end of the month is very close, and I have a huge breakthrough target, I am going to take a long rest. I need to rest, as only through this way I will be able to recover in 2 days and wouldn't be fatigued when I work tomorrow. So I removed my jacket and shoes before lying down on the bed, and in just a few seconds I fell to sleep. I woke up naturally. This time, there was no alarm or anything. I slept as much as I could before waking up, and I felt good. All the tiredness is gone, even though I still wouldn't be able to use all my strength before 1.5 days, which is still amazing considering the essence I had burned. It was in huge amount, but I am going to recover it all in just 2 days. I had slept for 9 hours. I came to know about it immediately as I became conscious due to my connection with my clone. I did not stay in bed for long. I got out and walked into the bathroom to freshen up and shower, and in a few minutes I was in the kitchen. It was early morning and my father hadn't woken up yet. I decided to cook for him and my sister. Nowadays, my family time has shrunk a lot due to the constant work, so I planned to make something good for my family, and the new cooking technique I had learned would make everything amazing. A few minutes into cooking, a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face, even though I shouldn't be surprised, considering the clone is me. The clone had learned the method while I was sleeping, and now I am doing it without any problem. There was no mistake. It hadn't been a week since I had created the clone, but it still shocked me with its abilities. If one clone could do such things, I couldn't help but wonder what 2 clones or 3 clones would be able to do and how tremendously they were going to help me. I was busy cooking when I sensed the presence and couldn't help but become surprised. A few seconds later, I saw my parents walking into the kitchen. My mother had been on a mission when I had left. When she left, she had said it might take her a while to return, but clearly it did not. Michiel, when did you return? Mom asked as she sat in front of me. Last night, I replied while my hands and strings moved multiple things. You should tell your parents about that, she said pointedly. I really wanted to say, I am an adult and did not need to do those things, but I am wise enough to not say something like that. I am sorry, I forgot. I replied I usually inform my parents, but last night I was too tired to even send a message. Good. You might be an adult and powerful, but we are still your parents, and we worry, she said as she touched my face with her hand. I know, I said softly before focusing on the cooking. I'm using several complicated cooking methods. They're not easy when focusing on one, and I am using several at a time. What is the occasion? You are cooking quite a lot for breakfast. Father asked. I usually cook a sumptuous breakfast, but today is too much, and the occasion deserves it. Gasp, gasp. I did not reply to his question, but slightly released my aura of High Grandmaster, and a second later, the loud gasps rang out of their mouths as they looked at me with shock. Power of High Grandmaster, you are advancing really very quickly, Mitchell, my father said, while my mother just looked at me with amazement and shock. My parents are one of few people who were aware of my true level, but even then they are shocked, which I don't really understand, considering I am not the only person in the family who is a master, but possesses the power of the High Grandmaster. My mother also has the power of the High Grandmaster through her art. It is not hard to believe grand arts have this ability. It is the reason why people are so crazy about them, but only in billion have the capability to comprehend them. My mother had already reached the master's class, and if she had wished to, she could have become grandmaster, but she is holding back the growth that her art is accelerating. She wants to comprehend her art further and delve deeper into her inheritance. She wants to do something that only one host of Empire of Mist has been able to achieve before, and that goal is extremely difficult. Even with such achievements, there is a very hard and long road ahead of her, but if anyone could succeed, it would be my mother. It took another half an hour for everything to be finished, and by that time my mother had brought my sister, and we ate the breakfast together as a family, and it felt good. I hope I get more opportunities to spend quality time with my family, and I will try hard for it, and I can, now that I have the clone. Dear Mitchell, have some pity on this old man, and give me some crystals. You already have given this brat more than me, which is not fair, said Grandmaster Salvador. Old man, he is my friend. I have known him for a long time, and I need more crystals. They have become crucial for my research, replied Jim. Snort, what research? Do you think I don't know you are using half of the crystals on that little girlfriend of yours? Grandmaster Salvador fired back. It actually stumped Jim for a moment before he shouted back at the old man. Enough, both of you. You both will get 9 crystals each for personal research, and this will be the last time till I get the new stock, I said while messaging my head. They have been going on at each other for quite a while, and I begin to make my head hurt. I would have bored it if it had been a genuine argument, but it is not. It is all an act to get more vine crystals from me. I wish I could say that on their faces, but I understand them and know they will straight up refute it. While the 9 crystals are far from enough, the old man will manage, said Grandmaster Salvador without even a hint of shame in his eyes. Me too, Jim said while greedily catching the crystals I had thrown on him. While most of the things they have said in their arguments are fake, some are true, like using crystals on his girlfriend, and seeing the usage of the crystal, I am very sure it is true. It had been 6 days since I had returned from the Navarre ruin, and many things could happen, but the thing that caused the most ripples were the crystals I have got from the vine. Their preciousness is beyond what I had imagined. 3 days ago, I was heavily cursed by both Jim and Grandmaster Salvador for using the red crystal for my essence recovery. According to them, it was an utter waste, and seeing what the crystals could do in the hands of alchemists, they were right. The crystals from the vine have something called the origin element, which is an extremely good thing. The alchemists could use this thing and create a powerful potion. The alchemist would have been easily able to amplify the power of the crystal of healing energy. By the 3 times at the least, I have made the mistake of using it raw. It is not just the red healing crystal that is important, all 3 of them are. The green poison crystal containing the extremely horrifying poison could be used to create the antidote, which could be used in dealing with most of the most powerful poisons. Of all 3, it is azure that turned out of most important. Many times I wanted to hoard it for myself. The azure crystal that gave the vine speed and strength is extremely good for strengthening the body. Its effects are beyond amazing. I had already begun to use it on myself and the subjects, and I think we are going to little more people advancing next month than we had expected. The next month was the last month, and the pyramid had been hurrying me for the Grandmaster. It is very clear that they want to make a huge attack on Grandmaster. Seeing our defensive position, the Grims are launching more and more attacks on us, capturing more and more of our territory. The Council is under huge pressure to act, and Grand Lords wouldn't be able to save them. Forever they will have to act sooner than later. It is necessary for us to act, or it will begin to affect the morale of our forces, and that is a very bad thing. It is why the Council had said that they would send very powerful powerhouses to Navarre Ruin to collect more crystals from the vine. It is an extremely dangerous task, but the Council is willing to take the risk, and if I am not wrong, then one of person they will send will be from the Council. Click, my thoughts were broken by the people that came inside the watching room. They bowed at me as they appeared, and I nodded at them before focusing on the 16 windows around me. Today is the breakthrough day, and only 13 masters were going to make the breakthrough this month, but the water every essence and strengthening crystals from the vine had changed a thing. Mostly it was water everestness. The two of the three people added were not even part of next month's rooster. I did not think they would be ready even next month, but the strengthening crystal and water everessence had changed things. Now we are going to get 16 Grandmasters. It will be one of our best months if all of them succeed. People kept coming one by one. I only stood up when the phantom of Lord Singh and Lord Hunt had appeared. Click. It took 15 more minutes for Neela and the assistants to complete the preparation before they came back to the viewing room. Everyone is present, except for Marina and Grandmaster Charline. It is the first time Grandmaster Charline missing the mass breakthroughs, but she is doing something important and unable to attend the breakthroughs. Begin, I instructed, and the second the formation lit up, and to everyone's surprise, the breakthrough formations covering the inheritance hosts began to fly up and within a minute had formed the runic sphere around the masters, with them as the center. My clone had made things easy. If it were not for its help, I wouldn't have been able to design these breakthrough formations with the time I have. These look new, said Lord Hunt. These are the new breakthrough formations I have developed. They are efficient and also increase the chances of success, I replied, which surprised both council members. Each one is custom them, asked Lord Singh. Hearing a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. One needs more than strength to become a council member. Each one of the council members is a highly intelligent person. Yes, each formation is crafted specifically for one person, I replied. I am quite proud of them, and after being tested on myself at first, I know they will work as they had intended. The breakthroughs began, and even after seeing them tens of times, I did not get bored at every breakthrough. I learned something new and found flaws in old, which helped me furnish my method even further. The first breakthrough came at 1 hour and 25 minutes, the fastest Grandmaster breakthrough I had ever seen, and it is, of course, from the inheritance host they are the quickest to make the breakthroughs. 2 minutes later, another succeeded, and 6 minutes later, another one after another. Hosts of inheritance began to make a breakthrough, and within 40 minutes, all 11 of them made the successful breakthroughs. The hosts of bloodlines took a little longer. It took them 2 hours and 40 minutes first to begin, but they finished an hour later. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations, Lord Tsar, for another phenomenal success, said Lord Hunt, as the applause stopped, and all I could do was smile and repeat the words I had said so many times. The moment I woke up, I felt bad. There was this ominous feeling clouding my mind, telling me something bad was going to happen, and everything was going good. The project is going fine, more than just fine. The resources like 9 blood burning essence, blood wine, everessence vines crystals, and a few more are helping a lot with the resources I am growing in my core. The council is also helping a lot, even risking their lives in 1 month. They have sent the team to the Navar ruin 3 times already to get the vine crystals, and these risks are paying off greatly. I will have no problem in completing my target. Still, this ominous feeling was clouding me. I tried to forget it, get away from it, but it was not going away, even when I meditated, which usually helps. But this time, it was not helping, and it was frustrating me. I'm very close to reaching my target. The day after tomorrow will be the last mass breakthrough of the first phase of the project, where I will complete my promise to create the 100 Grandmaster for the pyramid, and I don't want anything to happen that upend my plan. I just thought that when suddenly something lighted up like the sun in my core, I instantly appeared beside my core, and when I looked at the thing that was shining like a sun, my expression couldn't help but change. The radiance was bright, but it did not feel inspiring. Instead, for some reason, it felt sad. I felt like I am watching the radiance of a dying sun, which at the last moment of its life shines the brightest, the council hall. 2 days. In 2 days, we will have enough Grandmasters to launch the attack, said Lord Sylvian with a clear, hopeful smile on his face. The pressure to act these days is really too much. Just yesterday, I had met the delegation of our vassal organizations, and they ate my brain for an hour, asking me when we will retaliate against the Grimms with the big attacks, said Silas Bishop. Clearly he is angry. How are the preparations, Lord Whitmore? The projection of the Grand Commander spoke finally. Nearly finished. We just need the last badge from Tsar, and within a week, we will launch the attack on the Grimms, he replied while projecting the graph for everyone to see. He had already produced the 93 Grandmasters already. I wonder how many he will produce this month, she said softly as she studied the graph. Lord Tsar always gives the list to us, but this time he is being very secretive, said Lord Sylvester before opening the list of peak masters in the project, and there are nearly 200 of them. The number itself is quite surprising, considering 70 of them had reached this stage in the past 9 months, and now many of them would be able to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. Looking at the data here, I think we will get around 15 Grandmaster this month, opinioned Lord Sylvester, but Lady May shook her head beside him. You don't agree? He asked. They were able to predict numbers seeing the data, so he is quite surprised seeing his colleague disagreeing. I feel like the number is low for this final. I think it should be around 20, she said while looking at the list of masters. I really hope your words would come true. Lady May, we really need more grandmasters, Lord Whitmore sighed. Seeing the number of grandmasters appearing in the Grimms, the number 100 did not strike much confidence, as they are very sure the Grimms are hiding more grandmaster than they are showing, and these 100 would only give them a fighting chance, not help them win the battle. Still, they are better than nothing. It will buy them some time, and the time hopefully will help them produce more grandmasters. Throughout the months, they have noticed the method of Michiel is getting more and more sophisticated, and the grandmasters they are producing have a lot more potential to advance further than the grandmasters before. Crack. The next on our Ag Grand Commander stopped mid-speaking as she heard the crack, and all of them looked up immediately and saw Crack running down on the square mirror that was hanging down like a chandelier, and dread couldn't help but appear on their face. That mirror is not a chandelier, it is much more. It is extremely powerful that, even if all of them were to attack together, they would not be able to break it, but now the crack begins to appear on it. Crack, crack, crack. The dread had just appeared on their faces when it had transformed to sheer horror when they saw tens of cracks appearing on the mirror and spreading everywhere. Everyone understood what had happened, and it couldn't fill their heart with grief and horror. Teacher, whispered Grand Commander while tears streaming down her face. The grief she was feeling was unbearable. Her teacher was like a father to her and her sister, and now today she had lost him, and the thing is, she could not even grieve. The tears just started streaming down when she wiped them down and looked at the cracking mirror with an expressionless face, but her eyes were still filled with endless grief. The projection of all 5 Grand Lords has appeared, and when they looked responsive Grand Lords, their grief-filled eyes couldn't help but light up in approval. They did not speak or even move, just watched in silence without asking any questions, as if expecting to receive them soon. Bang. The mirror shattered, but instead of its pieces moved around and created a sort of formation, which began to shine. The shine started off slow, but soon it had become so bright that even Grand Lords wouldn't be able to see who was beside them. The shine lasted for nearly 3 minutes before it began to mute rapidly till it had completely disappeared. No change had occurred in the formation of the broken mirrors. It was still the same and in the same position, but now there was a translucent figure hanging there. He is Lord of Glass. Teacher, did you die? Asked Lady Vivian in a shaking voice. She had appeared just a few seconds ago. Unlike her younger sister, her face was streaming down with tears, and she did not make any efforts to stop them. Yes, my dear students, I died. The Grimms have killed me. He replied as he looked at them with love and unwillingness, but there was also some acceptance of death. Winston, how? You should not have died, even if 3 or 4 have attacked you, and if you were willing to pay the price, you would have been able to escape through the mirror world, asked Matron Mavis. It is extremely hard to kill people with grand art. They are very good at escaping, but the Lord of Glass had died, the first Grand Lord in 300 years. The Grimms were extremely prepared, and Phasdor had become so powerful that now only you will be able to handle him, Mavis, he said, and everyone shuddered, especially the Grand Lord. They are aware of how powerful Matron Mavis is, and she is one of the biggest reasons why the Grimm had waited so long to begin this epical war. I wish I could say I am surprised, but I am not. I feared something like this might happen since Vivian and Anna had brought back the news, said Matron Mavis softly. Yes, we all feared this but could do nothing, said Lord of Glass before turning to Matron Mavis with a serious face. Don't go to the realm, Mavis. The real trap is for you. My death was just the bait, said Lord of Glass, hearing that all the council members shuddered. I am already at the entrance of the Dark Rain realm, and if I didn't take revenge for you, then what use these old bones be? She asked with deep anger burning in her dark eyes, and one could see her dangerous abyssal flames that are threatening to burst out of her body. Don't, Mavis, you are the shield that is stopping that bastard Phasdor. You should calm yourself and think rationally, requested Lord of Glass, seeing the burning rage in her eyes. So I just sit around and do nothing while Grimms begin to kill us, she asked, and her voice was loud, letting out the grief and sadness she was feeling at the death of her friend, whom she had known for over 400 years. I did not say that I want you to take revenge for me, massacre those bastards till not a single kin of there remained, but I hope you will have patience, he said and floated toward her with glass formation before appearing in front of all the Grand Lords. You all will not have to wait long. In 2 days, Michiel will have the Grandmaster ready, and then you all will attack the Grimms, and it would be a force they would never expect us to have, and that is the great advantage we will have, he added. With the death of the Grand Lord, no attack would be a surprise attack. They would be expecting it, and given their planning, fully prepared to crush whatever came at me. They might be even ready to make a final stand. Hearing him, she finally calmed down, and seeing that, a small smile couldn't help but appear on the face of the Lord of Glass. Very few people know this, but Lord of Glass is a very shy person and rarely shows his emotions, which is why he always remains invisible and only shows himself when it is absolutely necessary. Just how did they kill you, Winston? Asked Patriarch Bradford. The translucent figure of Lord of Glass did not immediately answer the question. Instead, he closed his eyes for a second before opening them and beginning to narrate details. There were two factors in their plan. First was Phasdor of Golden Fire, and the other is the anti-mirror formation, which I don't know where they have got it from, he said before continuing with further details. Everyone listened without disturbing him even for a second, though there was no reason to disturb him since the Lord of Glass is very detailed in narrating the events of his death. If Mitchell had been here, he would have been very dumbstruck seeing the reaction of these people, or even Lord of the Glass of his death. He would have expected more emotions, given the one greatest shield of our race had died, and not some common grandmaster. Though if he had looked carefully, he would have been startled to see that nearly everyone's eyes were raging like Matron Mavis, especially of Grand Commander and Lady Vivian. The fire in their eyes were burning much greater than Lady Mavis's, but they are controlling it. They don't have an option. The ones that had killed their teacher are far above their grade, and even Grand Lords wouldn't be able to deal with it aside from Matron Mavis. If not for that bastard Phasdor, I would have been able to breach that anti-mirror formation and escape through the mirror dimension, he finished with a sigh. The silence descended in the hall, and for a whole minute nobody spoke. How long can you hold your souls from breaking apart? Asked Matron Mavis. 2 weeks at most, he replied and turned to his student. There is so much I have to leave to teach two of you that even a year wouldn't be enough, he said with a deep sadness. If it had been anyone in his body, even Grand Lord, they would have died the instant their body was destroyed, but the Lord of Glass is not anyone normal. He is someone who has comprehended the grand art. The grand art brings changes in body and soul. The Fortress of Mirror does the same. One of its abilities is to bind the soul to the mirror dimension, which lets the soul survive longer than a normal soul. Still, this is an amazing ability to have. Teacher, didn't you give Mitchell a piece of the mirror? He might have devised a method that would help you remain in the world longer, said Lady Hera suddenly, and hearing that, everyone's ears perked up, but there was barely any change in Lord of Glass. For thousands of years, many hosts of this inheritance tried it and even gave to many scholars to study it, but no one succeeded, he said and shook his head. No one had ever succeeded in creating 100 grandmasters in 9 months, either, Grand Commander said back. Hearing that, the Lord of Glass couldn't help but shake his head in a mirthless smile. I also want to live a little longer, girls, watch you grow to your full potential and watch every last grim monster get massacred. And in this war we might have some hope due to Mitchell and other talented young people. But it will not happen. Mitchell might have some chance if he had some time to study that thing. But it had been barely 3 months since I had given that piece, and seeing how many responsibilities he has, I don't think he even had time to look at what I have given him, said the Lord of Glass as he appeared in front of his student. At least let us ask him, said Lady Vivian, and it is clear Lord of the Glass wanted to reject it to save himself from the necessary hope, but seeing the expressions in their eyes, he wasn't able to crush the hope they had in their eyes. Fine, summon him, he said finally. Just what had happened? I asked as I looked at a piece of the mirror in my hand. It was clear something had happened, and the changes were much more than this piece of mirror graying a little. I really wanted to call the council and ask them about the condition of the Lord of Glass, but that seemed too presumptuous and not to mention rude, considering Grand Commander is the Lord of Glass's student. Hun. Still, I thought hard about it and finally made up my mind to ask about Lord of Glass, even if it was rude, and about to connect my soul sense to my badge when I found teleportation formation covering me, and I disappeared from the conferment room. I appeared in the hall and saw all the council members looking at me, and I was about to open my eyes and fell on the Lord of Glass floating amidst broken glass. Lord of Glass, what happened to you? I asked, seeing his translucent figure. I had some inkling, but I did not dare to even think about it. If that turns out to be true, then we will face huge consequences in the war. I am dead, Mitchell. This is my soul talking to you, replied Lord of Glass, turning the terrifying truth I had into the truth. I did not want to accept it, especially about the Lord of Glass. He's very hard to kill, even among the Grand Lords, due to his grand art. How? I asked a couple of seconds later when I was finally able to connect myself to reality from the denial. The Grimms killed me, he replied, which is the obvious answer. I am. Who would kill a Grand Lord? Though there are some who died in ruins and cosmos, they are a minority. Still, hearing him say that, my blood couldn't help but boil, and I wanted to kill every Grimm that there was. Grimms will pay for it, I said with gritted teeth. Yes, they will, echoed Lady Vivian. Mitchell, I have called you here for the important thing. I hope you will be able to help, said Grand Commander. As long as it is within my power, Grand Commander, I will do it, I replied without even thinking about it. Teacher had given you the shard of the mirror a few months ago. Were you able to comprehend anything? Something that will extend the life of a teacher's soul by a few months or even a year, asked Grand Commander with a face full of hope. I have never seen such expressions on the Grand Commander's faces or on Lady Vivian, who is looking at me with a similar expression. Are you talking about mirror soul cage and other similar things? I asked. Yes, both of them replied in unison, with hope blooming on their faces as I named the thing they wanted. Even a faint, hopeful expression appeared on the face of the Lord of Glass. Yes, can you create the mirror soul cage? It will definitely extend the life of teachers' souls for a few months or even a year if we are lucky, said Grand Commander as she looked at me with burning hope. Even the Lord of Glass is showing the creating a mirror soul cage will not be a problem, and I could even guarantee that it would be able to retain the soul of Lord of Glass for at least 6 months before the Great Degradation begins. I said, shocking everyone. Even Lord of Glass was clearly very surprised. We have all the resources you can begin immediately, said Lady Vivian, and glittering resources came out of her storage. Some of them are so rare that seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but go wide. Hold on, little girl, there is something more he has to say, didn't you, Mitchell? Asked Lady Angela, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The old woman is very sharp and knows me the best among all the people here. Yes, there is something more I have to say, but first I have to confirm something. Without it will not work, I replied and turned to Lady Vivian. Create the privacy screen. Lady Vivian, you might not want others to hear what I want to ask of you, I said. She frowned a little, but she created a privacy screen, thick enough that one could only see our silhouette and not see us clear enough to read our lips. We were not the only ones on the privacy screen. She had brought her sister, and also her teacher. They seemed to be the people she trusted the most. What do you want to ask me? I asked, and the smile on my face had turned a little strainful. She might not like or might even flip, as I had pried into her deepest secret without her permission, and Powerhouse does not like such things. I want to know about your comprehension of Fortress of Mirrors. How far has it reached? I asked, and I could see the shock appearing on her. Even the Lord of Glass and Grand Commander were surprised by her question. How do you know? Did your mother tell you? She asked immediately while her deep black bore into me. I was a little surprised by her question before the bulb lit up in my mind. So she is the one who went with my mother on the first mission. I had always been curious about the person, seeing the way my mother talked about them, and it turned out to be Lady Vivian. No, Lady Vivian, it is me, I said and waved my hand. The next second, the seed came out of my hand and transformed into the meta scan. It is my meta scan, she said in surprise before turning at me, and I could see the spark of anger in her eyes that scared the shit of me. Her aura had leaked faintly, and that faint aura froze me on my spot. It was so powerful that she could kill me before I could even think. Even fighting and destroying that vine in Navarre ruin wouldn't be much of a challenge for her. How did you get it? She asked, and a guilty smile couldn't help but appear on my face. When you had taken the drop of 9 blood-burning essences, I replied, and I thought she would fly into the rage, but nothing of that sort happened. She just closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, all the anger had disappeared. It is very rude to pry into one's secret without their permission. Grandmaster, it might get you killed one day, she said. I know I will refrain myself from doing that in the future, I said, and even I don't believe the words I spoke, though the answer seemed to satisfy her enough that she nodded. As for your question on my comprehension of the Fortress of Mirrors, it is hairbreadth away from reaching the Grand Lord class, she replied, shocking me but also turning my mood ecstatic with it. My plan had a good chance of working. Everybody in Central Command knows about me practicing the Fortress of Mirrors, but don't mention my comprehension, said Lady Vivian. I will not, I replied. So why do you want to know about my comprehension? Does it require creating a mirror soul cage? She asked, to which I shook my head. No, mirror soul cage did not require it. A different method does, I replied. It did not surprise them. They kind of expected it. Does the new method is better? Asked Grand Commander. Yes, much better and also very risky. But if we are successful, then Lord of Glass's soul would be able to survive for at least 3 to 5 years. And if Lady Vivian able to advance her comprehension of art to the Grand Lord class, then it would increase by 10 times, I said all in a single sentence. They were not able to reach for a second, and when they did, they shook, all of them. Though this method is very dangerous not only for Lord of Glass, whose soul might crumble during the process, but also for Lady Vivian, whose body and soul might get injured compared to it, the mirror soul cage is relatively safe, I said, explaining my plan to both Council and the Grand Lord. I had already explained it for a few minutes to Lady Vivian and others, but I am explaining it to others. What are the chances of success in both methods? Asked Sky Elder Rog. This man rarely shows himself due to his responsibilities, and if it's not for the death of the Lord of Glass, he wouldn't have shown himself here. There is another Grand Lord who is not present, and aside from me, Grand Lords, and a few councilmen, he is dead to the world. Soul Mirror Cage has 95 chances of success, while the method I had devised has 60, I said, telling the truth without hiding anything. The method I had devised in based on a method in Glass Shard, but that method could not be used, but I had used it as the reference to create a different method. I am not fully if it will work, which is why I gave it such low chances. One lets you live for 6 months, while the other for at least 3 years, but comes with considerable risk for you and your student, said Matron Mavis and sighed. I did not say anything. Lady Vivian hadn't given me an answer yet. Though she needs to decide soon so I can begin my preparation, which is going to take some time, as I had only conceptualized the method. Creating it will take at least a day. The second method, Grandmaster Czar, prepare for the second method, said Lady Vivian. Her answer surprised me. I thought there would be some discussions, and it would take at least half an hour for them to make a choice, but it seemed like I was wrong. What resources will the process require? Grand Commander asked. I have the most important one, but I hope the council will provide the rest, I said, and a blue stone appeared in my hand with a list of resources. Erengata's stone, no wonder you have dared to devise such method, said the Sky Elder Rog, seeing the stone in my hand. I really did not want to use such precious resources. I had a different plan, but I decided to use it as nothing more is important than the Grand Lord. Still, it wouldn't be a complete loss. The data I will get will be immense, and through it I will be able to test a couple of theories I have. We have these resources and will gather the rest in a few hours, Grand Commander said before she turned to me. When can you begin? She asked. By tomorrow morning, I replied. My clone had already begun working on the method, and I will join it as soon as I get out of here. There is one more thing I need. It is the most important one. I couldn't start without it. What is it? Asked Grand Commander, seeing the hesitation on my face. I need data on Lord of Glass and Lady May, I replied, and her expressions couldn't help but change a little. I need the latest data on both of them. I have data on Lady Vivian, but it is old, and I have no data on the Lord of Glass. He was a Grand Lord, and I wouldn't dare to collect their data sneakily unless I reached that level myself. Take it, said Lady Vivian after a few seconds of silence. It is clear she does not like it, but is still willing to do it for her teacher. I don't know whether you will be able to collect the data from the seed, said Lord of Glass. Even I don't know that, but we have to try, I said, and two pink-blue seeds flew toward them. I am sure my seed would be able to collect the data from the data. They have done it many times. Just those times, the soul was present in the body and not floating independently. Still, I am confident. The first seed entered the body of the Lady Vivian. There was a slight resistance at first before it entered inside her, and its power began to spread. On the other hand, the seed that went for the Lord of Glass was repelled. He had to concentrate for a few seconds to open the way through the mirror formation for the seed. If it had been the formation lower than Grand Lord level, my seed wouldn't have been a problem passing through it, but that mirror formation is Grand Lord level, and a powerful one at that. It is extremely hard to breach. The seed went inside him, and the meta-soul scan of him appeared in front of me, and it was different, far more different than I had imagined. Please circulate your energies, I said and closed my eyes. They followed what I said and began to circulate their energies, and their scans became clearer and clearer. About a minute later, I got all the data I needed. The data is quite shocking. I had never thought the art could change souls so much. It had completely blown my mind. It was not just data on the Grand Lord that was surprising, but also on the Lady Vivian. She had gotten some opportunity, an extremely rare opportunity. The strength of her body had reached very close to the Grand Lord. It was not limited to High Grandmaster as it was a few months ago. Once I finish with this task and get immediate revenge on Grimm's, I will put special focus on it. I am finished. Sent me back to my room, Grand Commander, I said, and a moment later, the teleportation formation appeared beneath my feet, and I disappeared from the central command and appeared back into my room. Grand Commander, you should tell the world about the news of Winston's death before Grimm's advertise. It will give them a huge advantage, advised Patriarch Bradford. Information is a weapon in war. One could reap great benefits if they used it with surgical efficiency. The Grimm would have already blasted it through the world, if not for them waiting for another Grand Lord to fall into their trap. The news of two Grand Lords at once would create a much bigger effect than the one. I was about to do it, she said, and fixed her appearance a little before sitting on the chair and opening the links to the Supremes and other organizations. Before informing the news to general powerhouses, she had informed the powerful organizations. They are the backbones and important part, which will help handle the fallout that will happen due to it. The death of the Grand Lord will have huge consequences, and if they do not do something to offset it, there will be huge consequences. From the moral of forces going down to defection, it might seem like impossible things, but it happened many times during the war. Mayhem, absolute mayhem, I said as I walked out of the war conference. It had lasted for about an hour. Still, I couldn't help but be impressed by the Grand Commander. Unlike before, this time she did not take any help from the Grand Lords in managing the commanders. She had done it all on her own, and how she did, it is really amazing. She had also promised them the huge attack they had been demanding for months, and also said it would be beyond their imagination. The death of the Grand Lord had riled up all the humans. Instead of being scared by the death of one shield of the human race, they have become angry and now attacking the Grimms as if they want to eat them alive. The Grimms seem to have prepared for our fury as the hundreds of their armies entered the battlefield and met ours. We are also releasing our forces. There is not a teleportation formation that is not working or an airship that not flying. It is not time to play by defensive, but to show our fury for what they have done, and this is just a trailer. The main event would be much bigger than their imagination, and which is why I want to quickly finish up with Grand Lords, so I could focus on my real work. Hours passed by, and I continued to work on the formation with my clone. It was mentally challenging work, but the one I am enjoying very much. The original name of the formation is Kagasau's Soul Mirror Palace, and it is a wondrous formation to store the soul of those who comprehended the Fortress of Mirrors, but the Lord of Glass Souls is not suitable to place on this method. The soul needs to be above that of the Tyrant class, and the resources required to create such a thing are also extremely rare that we wouldn't be able to gather more than half. So I am making the heavy changes in the formation so that by the end, it wouldn't even resemble the original formation and wouldn't work as the original formation. I am using the formation as the reference, only I am creating something new. From the knowledge I had got from that Transcendence of Soul tome and also my own research, I am confident that I will succeed. There are high chances that I will. I continued working and became so lost with my clone that I forgot the flow of time and only came to myself when I was finished. This should work, I said as I carefully studied the formation and the method I had created. If I were to state the chances of its success, then I would say it is 80, which is great, I think. Though there is still a 20 chance that it will turn into failure, that will be the true death of the Lord of Glass. I have done what I could in the limited time. If I had the week, I would have done a little better and furnished the formation more, but unfortunately I do not have much time. Every second the soul of Grand Lord is breaking apart while currently the loss is barely negligible. It wouldn't be the case in a few days, so the sooner we finish it, the better it will be for the Lord of Glass. Buzz. After checking the formation multiple times and seeing there was no fault in it, I informed the Grand Commander. A few seconds later, I found the formation covering me, and I disappeared from the ruin. I appeared in the arena, and there were several people, Grand Commander, Lord Whitmore, Lord Sylvian, and Lady Vivian. There is only two Grand Lord present. One is the soul of Lord of the Glass, of course, and the other is Patriarch Bradford. All of them are present in their projection aside me from me, Lady Vivian, and the soul of Lord of Glass. Seeing what happened, I don't think more than 3 council members were present in the pyramid. From the tidbits I had heard a few minutes ago, some of the council members have joined the battlefields. You have finished earlier than you had said, Lady Vivian, as she gave me the storage. I was lucky, I replied and looked inside the storage. I finished it by midnight, 6 to 10 hours earlier than I had estimated, and if everything went according to the plan, I will be finished by dawn. Everything is present, I said and filled the special formation ink into the formation pen and began to draw out the formation. While I drew it out, I also began to explain to Lord of Glass and Lady Vivian how formation would work. The explanation had shocked them, but they quickly got over it and began to ask the questions they had doubts about. It took me 20 minutes to finish the formation, and by that I had also finished with the explanations and the questions. After checking everything is perfect, I begin to place things on formation. Each and every resource is precious, some more than others, like this blue mirror water. It is water from the mirror dimension. It is extremely rare that I did not think they would have it. In the list I had given them, I had asked for a resource with a mirror element, but they have provided a liquefied mirror element, which is 1,000 times more precious, considering its level at the peak of the Grand Lord class. If it had been slight at the higher level, it would break the limit of the world, and it would have stirred to destroy it. There is not a few drops of it, but a bowl filled with it. It is extremely precious that after the process is over, I am going to ask for the few drops. It is an extremely important resource. It will be very useful in my research. Soon, I have placed all the resources, except for the Arigatum stone, and studied their placement before turning to Lord of Glass and Lady Vivian. Lord of Glass, Lady Vivian, let's begin, I said and asked them to sit in their position, which is in the center of the formation across each other, while my place is near the north corner of the formation. Lady Vivian appeared in her place. Her speed was so fast that I wasn't even able to catch the afterimage. One moment she was there, and another, she had appeared on her face sitting cross-legged. Lord of Glass was much slower. He flew in with his mirror formation before sitting on a formation specially designed for the soul. Seeing them sitting in their places, I placed the Arigatum stone in the center of the tiny formation, which is part of the formation Lord of Glass is sitting on, before I flashed into my place. Buzz, let's begin, I said and activated the formation. The formation lit up but not too bright. The one thing that is a little bright is the formation covering the Lord of Glass, whose runes began to fly up and started sticking the broken mirrors covering him. Soon the whole formation covering the Lord of Glass stuck to the mirror formations, and seeing it not reacting adversely couldn't make me heave a sigh of relief. If the problem had occurred here, it would have been very hard to fix, but fortunately it did not. Now, aside from the formation covering the orangutan stone, the whole formation printed itself on broken mirrors and connected with runic chains with the rest of the formation. As the formation is stuck on the mirrors, the resources begin to move. The resources like mirror water begin to fill the runes, while the resources like the divine crystals and marden roots begin to mix with each other before moving toward the center. It is a complex formation, and I have to control most parts. The streams are resources flowing, mixing, and filling the runes with them. 2 hours had passed when a brown-colored stream of resources reached Lady Vivian and touched her feet before beginning to climb over her. As it began, the black and white dress she was wearing disappeared, and only her underclothes had remained. She did not remain naked for long. In less than a minute, she got completely covered by the brown-colored mixture of resources. It looked as if clay had covered her, but it was not clay but a substance made of resources like Daxar flour, Mertelli ores, and a few other resources, most of them at the level of divine crystals. As the brown clay-like substance had covered her, the blue mirror runes began to seep out of the clay-like substance. These runes looked like they were made of the blue mirror. They were made of the mirror water and a few extremely precious resources. Within a few minutes, every part of the brown substance was covered in dense runic formation. Lady Vivian looked like is encased in mirrory runes, and she was. While the brown substance was covering, and mirror runes appearing on the Lady Vivian, the changes had also been happening on the Lord of Glass's end. The white solution filled the runes covering the Arangatum stone, and the broken mirrors covering the Lord of Glass liquefied and transformed into the runes before becoming translucent like the soul of the Lord of Glass, and now they are imprinting themselves into his soul. I am continuously supplying the rule-bending power to the runes imprinting on the soul. Without it, I don't know whether I would have been able to do it. The resources to do something like that are extremely rare, and also formation is very complicated, and I did not have time to create it. Soon, all the translucent runes covered the soul of the Lord of Glass, and now, it is time to begin the last process. I have done my hardest. Whether I succeed or not would be known within an hour. Buzz. We will start with the final process, I said, and the white formation covering the orangutan stone lit up. The runes filled with the white substance moved, and within a few minutes seeped inside the stone. Just as the last rune seeped inside it, it lit up, and its color began to change rapidly from blue. It turned milk white. The milky stone began to stretch, and a minute later, surprised expressions couldn't help but appear on the faces of those watching, seeing how much it had stretched. It had transformed into 2.5-meter-long thin disc. The circular disc moved and appeared below the Lord of Glass before beginning to fold. It begins to envelop the Lord of Glass, and half a minute later, it completely envelops the soul of the Lord of Glass, but it is not the end. The white crystalline material enveloping the Lord of Glass begins to shrink slowly, very slowly. It is not a thing that could be sped up. Very complicated things are happening inside. The slightest mistake on my part, and I might crush the soul of the Lord of Glass. Little more than 20 minutes passed when the shrinking had finally stopped, when white crystalline material had shrunk to nearly 5 inches and taken the shape of a spherical cylinder, a capsule. It would be hard to believe that the soul of the Lord of Glass is present in that tiny thing, but a soul is not a body. It is more flexible. It could do things that the body could not. The white crystal capsule had remained in its place for a few seconds before it flew toward the Lady Vivian and stopped when it landed on the back of her right palm. Buzz, just as the capsule touched her skin, the mirror formed across the body of Lady Vivian lit up bright as if some switch had been activated. Finally, the parts, whether I succeeded or Lord of Glass soul would be crushed will be no. Within few hours, I said as I looked. As the runes activated, Lady Vivian began. She poured the power of her art into the mirror runes. She added as much as the power she could, making her runes light up brighter while turning the capsule above her hand completely mirrory. 4 minutes passed when the mirrory light on the capsule turned blinding, and it shook and made a sound like it was going to crack, and that made people watching it take a sharp breath as they watched in a bated breath. Sup. Suddenly, all the bright mirrory light covering the capsule and Lady Vivian concentrated on the top point of the capsule, and a beam of mirrory light shot out, and the capsule stopped shaking. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief. The capsule had really come close to breaking apart, and if that happened, the soul of the Lord of Glass would have crumbled into the dusk. DHUB. A sound of striking rang out as the mirror beam had to stop 10 meters above it. Was like it had stuck something solid despite there being nothing but air. As its beam stopped, it let out a shockwave, and to everyone's shock, as the shockwave spread, the mirrory surface created in the air behind it. The shockwave has spread for only around 50 meters despite its power, but it did what it had ought to do, forming a connection with the mirror world, and the gate appeared. What I have done till now is create a rough structure. That structure is very weak without any foundation, for it to be reinforced and have a strong base, which could only be provided by the huge amount of mirror energies. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sound begins to ring out as the cracks begin to form on the gate to the mirror world, and through the cracks, mirror energy begins to seep out. As the more cracks spread, the the more energy began to seep out within seconds. The cracks covered every inch of the 50-meter-long mirror surface, and a huge amount of energy began to seep out of it, and all of it got absorbed by the mirror runes covering the Lady Vivian's body. The runes will accept the huge amount of mirror energy before sending it all into the capsule, where the art seal of the Lord of Glass will accept the energy. The important changes begin to happen inside the capsule. The seal of art came out of the Lord of Glass, came out of the temple of his soul, and floated in front of him. His seal is different than the seal my mother had formed by the Empire of Mist. It is much bigger and feels far more powerful. As his art seal came out, the art seal inside Lady Vivian had also lit up, and the connection had formed between them. Gasp. A loud gasp came out of the Lady Vivian's eyes, and within a second, her body and soul reached the breaking point. Despite having the aid of runes and resources along with pouring mirror energy, she had reached the breaking point, especially her body, which is very close to the Grand Lord class. A soul needs a body. Without it, it can't exist, and what I am trying to do is create a connection between the Lord of Glass soul and Lady Vivian's body, and also her soul, to elevate the pressure on her body, but it seemed like I had underestimated the power of Grand Lord's soul. It instantly made the body of Lady Vivian reach the breaking point, and there is a high chance that it will make her body crumble as the pressure is going to increases as more energy comes out. Lady Vivian, I could stop the process with the minimal loss to you and Lord of Glass. I said I am sure she understood the condition of her body far more than I, and I hope she makes the right decision or I will have to make it for her. No, don't stop. I will handle the pressure, she said. Lady Vivian, the pressure will increase over time. I don't think your body will be able to handle it, I said, telling her the thing that would likely happen if we did not stop. Stopping will affect the teacher's soul. He wouldn't be able to survive even a week, she replied. Hearing that, a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. She's a very intelligent woman. She instantly understood what would happen when we stopped. While the immediate damage to the Lord of Glass's soul would be small, it would speed up the soul degradation, and he wouldn't be able to live more than a week. It would also be made his soul incapable of bearing the weight of the mirror soul cage. So if we stopped now, all the options for Lord of Glass would be closed, but I am going to do it nevertheless. Lord of Glass is already dead, but Lady Vivian is not, and there is an extremely high chance that within a few years, she will become the next Lord of Glass. So even if she hates me for doing this, I will do it, as this is what is most important for the human race and herself. I was about to stop the process when I saw her do something which had thoroughly shocked me. She had taken some of the mirror energy coming into the runes covering her, and enveloped this energy with her art energy before she started circulating it through her body, and she did her constitution center came out. I could see her meta scan, and could tell how painful it is to circulate these energies. The pain wouldn't have been much if she had just circulated her art energy, but she is also circulating dense mirror energies, which is much harsher. The pain she is feeling is akin to a tear in her soul, but she is bearing, and as the one circulation is finished, I saw a change in her. It is very minute, but the strength of her body increased. The constitution that her art had given her also became slightly stronger. Such things shouldn't have happened, but when it comes to grand arts, anything is possible. I wanted to stop the process, but my mind did not seem to follow the command, seeing Lady Vivian perform those torturous circulations. A minute passed, and something I had not thought was happening. The pressure on Lady Vivian was constantly increasing, as the art seal of Grand Lord accepted more and more mirror energies, but Lady Vivian was bearing it all. She is constantly circulating the energies, taking more and more mirror energy from her runes for every circulation. It is like she is not feeling the soul-tearing pain at all. The benefits of such shocking efforts are visible. Her body is constantly getting stronger, reach her closer and closer to the strength of her soul. The souls of hosts of grand arts are always strong. My mother, despite being master, has a soul as strong as grandmaster. 6 minutes passed, and now even more energy poured out of those cracks, and Lady Vivian was also taking more mirror energies for her circulation. She is rapidly strengthening her body, and if she continues with this speed, within an hour, she might gain a body comparable to Grand Lord while still being a high Grandmaster or half-step Grand Lord, considering her comprehension of the first energy. I am now feeling that Lady Vivian will not only come unscathed but also gain considerable benefits, might even gain a body as strong as the Grandmaster, which would truly be an accomplishment one would be proud of. Bang. I was having those thoughts when I heard an exploding sound that instantly filled my heart with dread. The searing scream of Lady Vivian rang out, the mirror energy to pour of the huge hole that had just blasted through the gate of the mirror world. The hope just blasted was just a meter long, but it is pouring an absolutely colossal amount of energy. It had instantly increased the pressure on Lady Vivian, and I could see her condition deteriorating fast as her body began to collapse. Just a second ago, everything was going well, and now, a hole blasted through the mirror world, and mirror energy is pouring out of it, and it is just a beginning. I could see that some of the cracks had begun shaking, the holes would be blasted out of them. The thing I could not stop the process, it had now gone beyond my control. It could only stop at the death of either Lady Vivian or Lord of Glass. The mirror energy had even distorted the space around them so they could move. As for physically moving them, it would be a challenge, even for a Grand Lord with the dense mirror energy covering them. Sister, I heard the Grand Commander screaming, but I did not have time to listen to it as I was focusing on slowing down the collapse of Lady Vivian's body, but not a single method seemed to work. The soul of the Grand Lord is connected with Lady Vivian, and the more energy it absorbs, the greater pressure it puts on the body of Lady Vivian. Grandmaster, don't let my sister die, pleaded Grand Commander Mitchell. Vivian is a priority, save her at any cost. Winston would not blame you for saving his student, said Patriarch Bradford behind me. It had shocked me, as he was indirectly saying that I could kill the Lord of Glass, a friend he had known for nearly 4 centuries. It is not like he is cruel or indifferent, but is thinking of the whole race, and currently, the life of Lady Vivian is far more valuable than that of the Lord of Glass, who is already nearly dead. I looked at the Lord of Glass and saw how he was trying to pull the art seal back into himself to break the connection, and when he was unable to do that, he tried to self-destruct his soul, but he was unable to do that as well. He is connected to his student and aware of what is happening to her, seeing her body collapsing every second. Mitchell, kill me. If this continues, Vivian will die. He screamed at me umpteenth time, and it seemed like it was the only option I had, but still I hesitated. He is the man who protected the human race for 4,000 years. Killing him, even with his own permission, seemed too cruel. If I did that, I would not be able to live with myself. But if I did not do that, then not only the Lord of Glass will die, but also Lady Vivian, and that is unacceptable. Seeing the body of Lady Vivian, which is splitting from every part, both internally and externally, I finally made my decision. Even if it kills me from inside, I will do it. It is best for the race. Wait, that constitution seed we collected 3 days ago might help in this condition, said my clone from my core, just when I was about to pull a trigger and kill the Lord of Glass. I instantly remember the seed it is talking about. It is from the King-class powerhouse that had just been admitted into the project. He had a strange but amazing constitution, a level 9 at that. I had been keeping an eye on him for months since I studied his scan a few months ago, and when he leveled to stage 3 days ago, I collected the constitutional seed. My clone was right, that seed might really help. I would not dare to use the seed when the breakthrough is not happening, but the method that Lady Vivian had used does give me hope to merge it with the Constitution, and if it worked, as my clone and I think, there is a chance that it will help in stopping the collapse of her body. If it did not, it would kill her in a horrific way, and even the Lord of Glass would die. Lady Vivian, I have a way to save you, but it is very dangerous and might even bring some physical changes to you that you might not like, I said, and for a second I did not receive an answer, which is not surprising considering the pain she is in. Will it save my teacher? She asked. Her voice was straining, but one could feel her strong will through it. It will depend on the success and your efforts, I replied. Tell me what I have to do, she asked, and I directly sent a data packet to her. It is much faster than talking. How can this be possible? She asked with a voice full of shock. It did not matter. Since it is the choice I have to save my teacher, I will do it, even if it is at the edge of impossible, she added before I could answer her. Hearing that, I did not waste any time. Though the string I had connected to her for emergencies, I sent her the Constitution seed, along with the data packet. I will begin, she said as she read the data packet. A second passed, and I saw her stuffing the Constitution seed into her Constitution Center before taking a huge amount of mirror energy with her art energy and circulating. Doing something like it will immediately expedite the collapse of her body, but it is a necessity. Her body begins to collapse even faster, and at the same time, her Constitution Center rejects the Constitution seed and tries to repel it, but it stuck it like a superglue, not moving away even an inch. Still, it is not enough, and given the power of the Constitution, it will be able to repel it within a few minutes, which I hope would be enough for us to get into the process of merging or even finish. It all depends on the efforts of Lady Vivian. 3 seconds passed, and tug-of-war continued between them. Something happened. One circulation finished, and the defenses of the Constitution weakened for a moment as it resealed the strengthening energy, and using this chance, the Constitution seed seeped inside the Constitution. It was not able to go much far, but still, it was able to seep inside the Constitution. 3 more seconds passed, and the Lady Vivian once again finished the circulation and Constitution weekend for a moment to release the strengthening energy and seeped even further. The Constitution retaliated, but wasn't able to do anything. The Constitution seed entered deeper and deeper into the Constitution with each circulation, and it began to have an easier time heading deeper as the body collapsed further. 2 minutes have passed, and the condition of the Lady Vivian has become grave in a few seconds. It would reach a stage where it will not be able to come back, and within a minute collapse fully and die, as unlike Lord of Glass, her soul is strong enough to survive without a body. Still, Lady Vivian kept circulating despite each circulation, expediting her end. Boom, another circulation of energy finished, and a loud boom rang out through Lady Vivian's deepest part. The Constitution seed had reached its source and dipped inside, and soon its power merged with the Constitution, and changes began to appear. Her body immediately became tensile by 20, and its defenses against energy increased by a quarter, but these are only side benefits. The real benefits begin to appear as Lady Vivian continues circulating. Lady Vivian seemed to have noticed the changes, and she began to double the amount of energy for each circulation. She did not seem to care about the horrifying pain or pressure it was putting on her soul. She was just circulating as fast as she could with as much energy as she could. Bang! It had been barely a minute the Constitution had merged when another explosion rang out from above, and instantly the energy more than doubled. Sister, I heard another scream from behind me, and it was not the first time I had heard her screams. She has been doing that constantly. It is clear that the bond between the two sisters is very deep. Grand Commander, please calm down. Lady Vivian is fine, I said. I lied, she's not fine, but if she continued circulating such crazily, she would be. Bang! A few seconds later, after the second, another hole opened, and the mirror energy became even denser, creating even more pressure on Lady Vivian. Even I felt pressure and summoned my defensive method to ward off the mirror energy. Bang, 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 time passed, and in the 10 minutes, 6 more holes appeared in the gate to the mirror world, pouring a colossal amount of energy. If I had used any lower-level resources, the whole thing would have collapsed long ago. Still, things are bad, and Lady Vivian is constantly circulating more energy at every round just so she can remain alive. Tuck, a small sound rang out through Lady Vivian, but it was no less deafening to my ears. Her body had broken through the limit and entered the realm of the Grand Lord. It is not just the strength of her body that increased. The amazing perks she had received with her changed constitution have also advanced her in power. The injured she was only able to hold on till now begin to heal, and with it again increased the circulation of energy, which intensified the physical changes in her further. But Lady Vivian did not seem to care about that. The only thing she cared about was getting more of this opportunity. If I had been in her place, I would have done the same. The one other person who could see the inner and outer changes as me is the Lord of Glass. I had even given him the access to her meta scan, with the permission of the Lady Vivian, of course. He is watching everything with a shock. He did not even move since the body of Lady Vivian had taken such a giant leap. I did not say anything, just continued looking at everything. Anything could happen, and I have to be ready to deal with it, but I really hope nothing bad happens. I am feeling really tired right now after what I have experienced and just want everything to go smoothly. Bang bang, I had just thought that when another 2 holes opened, pouring out even more pressure, putting pressure on Lady Vivian, who is already under great pressure. 7 more minutes passed when I finally saw the seal of art in front of the Lord of Glass solidified, seeing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The process is nearly finished, and now everything is up to the Lord of Glass. He does not have to do much. The connection had been formed, and energy had been collected, and now he just had to bring the seal inside him, and the whole process would be finished, and all the gates would be closed. Hun, Lord of Glass, take the seal inside you, I said, and the soul of Lord of Glass nodded and began to take the seal inside him when something strange happened. The seal melted and fell on the crystalline ground before it began to merge with the whole crystallizer as I watched with horror. Lord of Glass, what happened? I asked, seeing something out of the line asked. I don't know. The seal resisted before melted right in front of me, he said, sounding just as shocked as I am. This should not have happened. It should have gone inside the Lord of Glass, but it did not. Instead, it had merged with the crystal cylinder. Now I don't have fucking idea what will happen. Even what happened to Lady Vivian was in my calculation, but not this, and I don't know what will happen next. It is a feeling I don't particularly enjoy. BNNNG. I was panicking over what will happen when all shit broke loose. The whole cracks covering the mirror world gate exploded, and a colossal amount of mirror energy poured down on Lady Vivian, also me, who was sitting not far. Fuck. About to get away as I would not be able to survive these energies even for a second, when a protective screen covered me. It was the protective screen of the pyramid. A moment later, tiny avatars appeared in front of me, and clearly they were not happy. Mitchell, what had happened? Asked little Patriarch Bradford with horror on his face. Grandmaster, what happened to my sister? Asked little Grand Commander. I don't know what happened, but currently both Lady Vivian and Lord of the Glass are fine, I said and closed my eyes, though I did catch the expression of relief appearing on their faces. I spread my soul sense into my commander formation and looked at every tiny thing, and currently shocking things are happening. The energy which should first go to Lady Vivian's rune before going inside the spherical cylinder is now going directly inside the cylinder. Surprisingly, nothing is happening to the Lord of Lord Glass and Lady Vivian, who is still crazily circulating. Even after such a huge thing happened, she did not ask a question. Though I had seen her checking in on the Lord of Glass before, she focused on the circulating. Unlike before, the energy did not increase the pressure on her, which is a good thing as she had already suffered more than enough. Lord of Glass, what can you tell? I asked nothing aside from this colossal energy coming at the crystal. I could sense wait. He stopped mid-speaking with a shocked look in his eyes, and a few seconds later an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. The connection, he explained what he was sensing, and hearing that, a shocked look couldn't help but appear on my face. I had never expected such a thing to happen, and it should not be happening, but if it is happening, then the only thing to blame is a rule-bending power. If I had a week to design this method, something like this wouldn't have happened. While what currently happening is a good thing, it wouldn't take a minute for it to change into a bad thing, and I don't want anything bad to happen. We have suffered enough bad things today. The colossal energy continued pouring out for another about 20 minutes when it had finally begun to stop, seeing that I took control of the formation and manipulated the crystalline cylinder, and began to close all the gates that could cause any trouble. By the gate to the mirror world closed, I had finished sealing everything now. There would be no uninvited changes. I have finished the method, and since I could be said to be succeeded in saving the Lord of Glass, I could finally name the method. It will be Tsar's Mirrorland method. I think the name is quite appropriate after what a mirror could do. Sister, what happened to you? Asked Grand Commander in shock, as all the mirror shine had disappeared. Everyone is shocked to see Lady Vivian's appearance. Even Patriarch Bradford looks quite shocked. Lady Vivian now has hundreds of thin, jagged presents all over her body. They are everywhere and look like they are made of mirrors, and they are somewhat. These hundreds of thin mirror lines did not look ugly. They instead enhanced the beauty of Lady Vivian, giving her a mysterious look. I have taken back my seed from Lady Vivian, which is filled with data on that Constitution seed, which turned out to be far more precious than I had thought. I have already decided to nurture the host of that Constitution with a special focus, and also create a few more Constitution seeds. They are going to be very helpful to me. I will tell you about them later, she said to her sister and closed her eyes, and second later, one after another, the lines began disappearing till there is nothing had remained except for the smooth, vibrant skin. I couldn't help but be surprised. I know the lines could be controlled, but it takes far more than a few minutes. Though I shouldn't miss the vast gap in the abilities of those controlling this power, as one is a puny king while the other is the most talented person of her generation. Elder sister, how is the teacher? Grand Commander asked as she looked at the glass band on her index finger. The glass band looked like is made of multiple tiny pieces of glass, and one could see the absolutely clear image of them in a mirror at the same time they could see the mirror pulling them inside. I am fine, my dear student, more than fine. I wish I had found such a place when I was alive, said the Lord of Glass, and as a tiny palm-sized projection appeared above the ring, surprising me greatly. He was not supposed to do this. I have placed the restriction against it. It would cost a soul energy, and any use of soul energy would degrade his soul faster. I checked the restrictions and saw they are still working and immediately realized that it is not the soul energy he is using but the mirror energy. There is a huge amount inside the glass, and every second, a tiny bit gets absorbed in it. I am glad, teacher, said Grand Commander with a relieved smile on her face before a look of question appeared on her face. Teacher, why did you say you have found such a place when you are alive? She asked. She's not the only one who has this question, others have them too. You have to come inside to know it, he said, and a second later, the Grand Commander's real body appeared in place of her projection, and I could feel her seeping her soul sense inside the ring. I also did the same. The scenery changed around me, and I found myself in the world of the mirror. The area was small, but it was beautiful, and everything was made from the mirror. I found myself in the garden of mirrors from plants to the ground itself. Everything is made of mirrors. Lord of Mirrors, sitting in a huge chair of mirrors. The Grand Commander, as she appeared with her sister, she froze in her spot as if she had sensed something while I looked at Lady Vivian, whose soul projection is a little different. There are mirror lines across her soul, though much fewer than her body but still present. The art she had practiced has been mostly focused on the body, but it is not the body art that I had thought it was. In the last few minutes, she had circulated the energy through her soul, and since the Constitution affects both body and soul, her soul had also gained the benefits of the Constitution. If the energies had lasted for an hour or more, there was a chance that she might advance her soul into the Grand Lord class. Teacher, this, said Grand Commander as she opened her eyes, this place has a very strong connection with the mirror world. It is the best place to comprehend the mysteries of the mirror, replied the Lord of Glass with an ecstatic smile on his face. He is very happy about, and why shouldn't he be? A regular soul wouldn't live after the body dies, but if he lives and sees the condition of this place, he won't simply live. Teacher, can you take advantage of it? Given you are a soul without a body, asked the Grand Commander, to which the smile on the old man's face brightened up even further, which I really had not thought was possible. My art seal had merged with this place while it still holds a strong connection to me so I could comprehend the art through it, which in turn will make my soul stronger. I had already tried it, and it is working, he informed. I had my reservation when the seal had merged with crystal, but it seemed like I was wrong to worry about it. It turned out to be the thing that would be most advantageous to the Lord of Glass. It is not without its disadvantages. His soul is still anchored to the body of Lady Vivian, which means the stronger it gets, the more pressure Lady Vivian will have to bear. Her body could very well crumble if the pressure became too much, though the chances of it are too small. Lady Vivian is improving fast, and she would be able to maintain pace with Lord of Glass's progress, not to mention she had this place now. It is not only the Lord who could take advantage of this clone connection to the mirror world. Lady Vivian could make use of it too. I hope she can quickly advance her comprehension of the Fortress of Glass in the Grand Lord class with it. She will be able to make a breakthrough in the Grand Lord class. Unlike the regular powerhouses, those who comprehend the Grand Art do not require the comprehension of the first energy to reach to Grand Lord. As long as their art's comprehension reaches that stage, they will be able to make a breakthrough. Though it is also a truth that those who can comprehend art also did not have much problem comprehending the first energy. It is the reason why both sides will try hard to kill the hosts of Grand Arts, as they possess the greatest chance to make a breakthrough into the Grand Lord class. Congratulations, Grand Lord, with this, you wouldn't have to worry about your survival for at least 3 years, I said. With how things have changed, it is 5 years at least, but I still decided to go with the old conservative estimate. It is the least I could, I said, and got out the ring. I am sure they had to talk, especially Grand Commander, whose were full of questions. It took a few minutes, but Grand Commander came out, and there was a shock in her eyes when she looked at me, though she quickly controlled it. Grand Commander, since we're finished with this, I would like to go back. As you know, there is too much work in too little time, I said, and her eyes became instantly serious hearing that. Yes, but before you go, the council would like to talk to you, she said, and teleportation formation appeared below us, and soon we appeared in Central Command. There are only 8 councilmen present, and aside from Grand Commander and Lord Hunt, everyone is in their projection, including Patriarch Bradford and Sky Lord Alvin. Grandmaster, please take a seat, said Grand Commander, and offered me a seat beside Lord Hunt. It had surprised me so much that I wasn't able to react for a moment. Sitting at the council table is a big honor, and even most high grandmasters did not get this honor. This is the battle plan. We are going to attack with these numbers, said the Grand Commander, and the document flashed in front of everyone. Seeing it, my eyes couldn't help but widen up. I was shocked seeing the battle plan and the number of grandmasters and high grandmaters they were going to use in the attack. To be honest, I had expected the high numbers, but not as such. I looked around and saw everyone looking at the document. There was no surprise on their faces. It was clear they were involved in making the plan. Grand Commander, forgive me for the asking, but using such a number will hollow us out. We might even call some of the grandmasters present in the forts, I said. The number is huge, so huge that the grandmasters I have produced currently, and the number I think we have on the reserve would be enough. We will have to call the grandmasters that are already on the missions, and that is a risky, very risky. Not to mention, the whole plan is extremely dangerous. There is a high chance that it might turn into the final battle. Even during the final battle of the last war, there wasn't this number of grandmasters fighting. Yes, and this might turn into the final battle, but we will have to make a stand and show the Grimms our might, or anything less is unacceptable, she replied. The death of the Lord of Glass had hit them hard, and while our people are fighting with burning anger, it will not going to last, and unless we provide them something which they could hold on to, the moral of forces will downhill, Lord Whitmore added. I couldn't but nod at that. The death of the Lord of Glass has created a huge effect on humans. Currently, they are angry at that and fighting with all their might, but this anger wouldn't last long unless we could produce another Grand Lord or do something big. We have a Grand Lord that is considered dead, and bringing him outworld might solve the problem, but he is the trump card that Grand Lord is unwilling to reveal yet. Grandmaster, I should not be asking this after what you have done already, but I still hope you will be able to provide us more Grandmasters, said the Grand Commander, and hearing that, a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I'm not a miracle worker, Grand Commander, but I promise you, I will try my hardest to provide the maximum Grandmasters to you, I said, and a small smile appeared on her face. We recognize your efforts, Grandmaster. From now on, all the vaults of Pyramid will be open to you, and also 9 Supremes have created the vaults for you. You have unrestricted access to them, can take everything you need, she said, shocking me to my core. Access to Pyramid's vaults is not surprising. I already had access to most of them, and knew the rest would be given to me sooner or later. What is surprising is the vaults of Supremes. They are incomparable to the Pyramid. The pyramid runs on the donation of the organizations, 70 of which is provided by the Supremes, while the 3-0 comes from the rest of the organization and is gathered by the pyramid's forces. The Supremes are filthy rich. They have resources beyond compare. Some of the resources in their vaults have been there for 10,000 years. So one can imagine how I am feeling, despite knowing that each one of them is offering me a single vault and there wouldn't be their best resources, but still, it is something. I couldn't help but wonder what the council had done to make them open the vaults. The old bastards at Supremes guard their vaults zealously, especially the 3 Supremes that did not have the Grand Lord and leaders, who were sitting on the council, still have the old bastards to answer. Grandmaster Czar, you have 6 days. Give us the Grandmasters, and we will bring down fire and fury on the Grims, said Grand Commander, and this time her aura leaked a little, and it had scared the shit out of me. You will be not disappointed with a number, Grand Commander, I said finally, while my clone had brought out the secondary list of people. I wasn't willing to make them advance this month, but given the circumstances, I did not have a choice. The meeting lasted for another 20 minutes, but I was able to return 5 hours later. I had been into the vaults, and I have to say, they did not disappoint. Even the Sky Suburbs vault had been filled with great things. Click, I opened the door and walked into the conference room, which was filled with people. Everyone who is important to the project and trusted with all its details was there. Director, they greeted as they got up from their chairs. Everyone, please sit down, I said, and appeared by my seat before sitting down. I looked at everyone who was looking at me and could feel the weight of loss in their eyes. Half of them never seen Lord of Glass personally, much less talked to him, but they are still grieving. He was not a person-bit pillar that protected the race, and now he is dead, and every human is grieving. I wish to give them time, at least a day, but there is not even a minute to waste. We have huge work in front of us, and until we finish it, there will be no rest. We are extending the date of monthly advancements by 5 days, I said, directly getting down on the business. Are we planning to add more people to the list? Jim asked. It is not the first time we have postponed, and usually it is due wanted to add more people. Yes, we are adding more people to the list, I replied. How many? Asked Grandmistress Seth. I did not answer directly, instead tapped the table screen multiple times. These many, I said, and the table with the information of people appeared. The table is highlighted in 2 colors, green and blue. Green were the ones who were selected for the breakthrough these months, and blue ones were the new people added, who obviously more. Gasp, gasp, gasp. For a moment, nobody was able to react before the gasps began to ring out across the table, and from the assistants who were standing behind. This number is crazy, said Grandmaster Salvador. He was so shocked seeing the numbers that even words couldn't properly form in his mouth. Many of them are not psychologically ready, Director, said Grandmistress Sethi. She's not forceful with her words, as she usually is. Even people here did not outrightly reject the list I had put up. All of them are highly intelligent. They can sense the things that are happening around them and how we have to take more risks now. We do not have enough resources for these people, said Jim. You do not have to worry about that, I replied, and put a storage ring on the table and turned to Grandmistress Charline, who was signing her hands. Yes, there will be more failure, but it won't be more than 10. We will make sure of that, I said to her. Usually the failure rate is very low in 4 months. There was not a single fail breakthrough. We already were perfect in our preparation, but this time we did not have enough time for that. Jim, Grandmaster Salvador, prepare the resources for the breakthrough. Grandmistress Charline, start their treatments. Grandmaster Sethi, prepare them psychologically. Hypnotize if it needs to. Mr. I gave one order after another, and after 9 months they did not have any problem interpreting it correctly. Within a few minutes everyone had left the conference room, with only Marina and I remaining. You should take a rest, you look quite tired, she said as she sat on my lap. There is no time, I said with a sigh, and took her closer to me and smelled her scent. It always relaxes me. Just don't force yourself too much, she said after a few seconds, and I nodded. We stayed in our place for a few minutes before finally getting up. I kissed her lips gently for a few seconds before walking toward the door. There were too many things for me to do and very little time. The target is too big this time, which increases the chances of mistakes. I will have to review everything carefully, so it would not happen. Click, soon, I appeared in the hall. There was a small pool in the center of the hall and 5 people sitting inside it. Neela was also there, checking the blue water as she talked to the 5 young men and women inside. All of them were about her age. The decision I took at the beginning of the project was the wine one. I have to focus on breakthroughs of experienced powerhouses, while on young people of category talent. A and B, I decided to make their base stronger. Many of them had said they were ready for a breakthrough, but I have made them wait and only helped 12 of young people below 30 to make a breakthrough into Grandmaster class. Those were the ones who fully brought out their potential and were fully ready to make a breakthrough. Now the new people I have added to this month's advancement list, 70 of them are below 30 years of age with grade and grade B talent. Now, I have a healthy number of these talents, not only from the first month's list, but also that added every month in the past 9 months. If I had a few more months, the grandmasters I would be able to produce would be shocking. It will still be shocking, we are not going to stop. It could be said this is just a beginning. The real terror will come with time when the people I am grooming from the bottom ladder will come up. The King Project is making an amazing progress. It has over 3,000 members, and each and every one of them is talented. Unlike the most that are now advancing, these ones are having comprehensive growth and will have great potential. Lord Tsar, they stopped talking and greeted me as I entered the hall. I nodded at their greeting and looked at their meta scan, which indicates they are more than ready to make the breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, but I would still like to wait for a few months till they had reached their true limit. How are you all feeling? I asked as I appeared in front of them, excited. We can't wait to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, said Marcus. It is a good thing you are excited, but breaking through Grandmaster class is not an easy thing. You all will have to be very careful during the breakthrough, I said to them before taking out a red crystal with dense liquid inside it. This will be the last treatment before your breakthrough. It will be a little uncomfortable, but bear it, I said to them before a thick finger rope came out of my hand and drilled into the crystal, and came out of the other side of crystals, before separating into the thousands of thinner than hair strings. These strings went to the pool before piercing into a different part of 5. Not the slightest chance appeared on the faces of 5. As that happened, the piercing is painless, but what will come after is not so much. Within a minute, the strings have spread into the places they are out to, and I begin. In just a few seconds, a great change appeared on the faces of bodies. They had turned red and blue, and their original skin color had simply disappeared. It is the effect of the resources. It is a temporary one. It will disappear in a few hours. Not all resources could do something like it. There are very powerful resources that went into making that solution and the red crystal. Resources like the fire dive dust and a few pieces of stainless blood soul lotus petals. I am using very precious resources this time, and I need to. It is the only way I can tolerate the minimum failure during the breakthrough. Still, when all the breakthroughs are over, I am going drained of lots of important resources like high-grade stainless blood soul lotuses and divine crystals. While the Supremes have been generous, they will need help out even more if they want to see a large number of Grandmasters coming out. Time passed, and as the process continued, the colors of their skin got darker and darker. An hour later, they looked very different now. It did not look like the color of their skin result of the treatment, but something they are born with. It looked so natural. I could see from the corner of my eyes that Neela was sneakily taking photos of them. Taking photos of any treatment of the project is strictly forbidden unless they are for the record, but her being my mentee does allow her some exceptions, though she will have to defeat them within a day after she has her with them. You are making good improvements. If such progress continues, within 6 months you will be able to form the inheritance core, I said to her. Her help had been invaluable to the project. Without her help, doing some things would have been very hard. Even the treatment I am doing currently has been difficult, but with her help, it is all going very smoothly. I can't wait till she creates the inheritance core. The core will increase her powers tremendously, and she will be a much greater help, especially after she makes the breakthrough into the Grandmaster. Of all my mentees, she is the one that undervalues herself too much even now. She still doesn't understand her true worth. I have to keep reminding her of that now, and then I hope when she creates a core, she will understand her real value. Another hour passed, and not much change had occurred in the color of their skins, but internally there was a great change, and the pool that was blue had now turned into muddy brown with all the deep impurities that were brought out with the strings. A few more minutes passed when I finally withdrew my strings. The 5 had consumed the whole red crystal, but seeing the result, it was well worth it. All of you rest and don't worry about the colors of your skin. They will disappear in a few hours, I said to them and walked out of the hall with Neela, toward another hall for another treatment. In a very secret place. The movements from humans are quite mute aside from a 15 increase in their forces. They haven't done much even after 4 days since we had killed their Grand Lord, said the Crocman, with a smile that didn't seem to leave its face for past few days. It was a part of a group that had killed the human Grand Lord, an accomplishment that it is extremely proud of. Don't let your guard down, the humans will attack soon, and it is a fact, replied the Foxwomen. We have killed their Grand Lord, and they have to respond to that with something big, or it will create a big impact on the morale of their forces, added the Foxwomen. All of them will die. We will not let even a single one of them run, said the old snakeman, and everybody couldn't help but nod. They have made great preparations for it. Once the humans attack, they will bring out their real forces, and it will shock the humans from their core. They would surely expect the huge number with their recent movements, but humans would still be shocked by the number of powerhouses they will bring out. I did not want any error this time. Our target is not just grandmasters and high grandmasters, but also Quay's grand lords and grand lords. If possible, I want to make it the final battle of humans, said the old werewolf. If it had been a week or two ago, some might have doubted its words, but after the power they had seen it bring out when it had killed the human grand lord, it no doubt have remained in their heart. The coming attack will be going to be the last big attack from humans. After they deal with the attack, they will hunt down each powerful human till no human powerhouse remains. If their luck is good, then within a year, this world will belong to them. They will do what their ancestors weren't able to do in over 10,000 years, and this time it will happen. There is no doubt in any Grimm's heart, as this time, they have something that no human could deal with. Even if they bring out their greatest powerhouses throughout history, they all will be crushed to death by the trump card they have. Charge! I shouted at the kings behind me as I ran toward the huge Grimms above me. The emperors had already begun fighting, and the tyrants that were watching from behind will soon join. It had been 4 days since the death of the Lord of Glass, and since then, we have constantly been fighting against the Grimms, sometimes twice that barely give time to eat and sleep, but nobody is complaining. They are even happy as they get to kill the Grimms. There is a fire burning in their heart, and it could only be doused when every Grimm standing on the earth get massacred. Human die, shouted the werewolf as a powerful aura of mid-stage king blasted from its body. Compared to it, I am just an initial kind, leveled up barely a week ago, but there is no fear in my eyes. Instead, there is bubbling excitement. Its long claws came closer and closer to me, till there was not even a distance of half a meter remained. I could hear some people screaming my name, and some even tried to come to my help before being stopped by others. I do not need help, not against something this weak. When the claw of the werewolf was just hand distance from me, thin white jagged lines appeared across my body and lit up lightly. Putch! As that happened, I disappeared so fast that Grimm was not able to catch even my afterimage. The next second it heard a sound and felt a sharp pain in its chest, and when it had looked down, it saw a tiny glass rapier pierced into its heart. Say hello to the Lord of the Underworld when you meet him, I said as I removed my rapier from its heart and moved toward another Grimm without wasting time. I looked at the power lines covering my heart and the rest of my body, and still couldn't believe the power was giving me. My constitution was powerful from the beginning. It is the reason why I got admitted into the Crystal Domination without any test and became their core member. It had always provided me with a great boost, but what it is proving to me right now is utterly shocking. I couldn't help but think it might be due to him, despite him saying it is my constitution that is bringing out its real strength. Mitchell Czar, I said the name. I was quite shocked when I saw him coming a few minutes before my breakthrough. I was watching in shock when he replaced the resources and breakthrough formation itself, saying the one he presented was more suitable for my breakthrough. It was I had made a breakthrough within 45 minutes, and the transformation I had gone through in that 45 minutes was beyond shocking. I had gotten 16 power lines in a single breakthrough, which is 8 times more than my previous breakthrough, and each of these lines was providing me 3 times more power than before, making me feel like I could do. Mitchell Czar did not stay even an hour. He left after talking a few words to me, making me really confused. I still have the hard thinking that a mighty high grandmaster, a stage I could only dream of reaching, had come just for a breakthrough. Even my girlfriend was unwilling to believe it till I showed the photos I had taken with Mitchell Czar. Putch putch, I killed another 2 Grimm monsters when I sensed a powerful aura locking on me. An alabaster snakeman is coming at me, a peak king stage powerhouse, and instead of running away that most people of my level do, I moved toward it. Soon, we are next to each other, radiating the deep killing intent. Die human, I shouted as the deep alabaster energy covered its thin sword and swung at me with a speed that would cut any initial king into 2, but to me, it is not that dangerous. My power lines shone brighter, and I swung my sword like lightning, surprising the snakeman, but this one experienced. It did not let the surprise slow its movement, and reacted at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Full power, I said in, and my power lines turned blinding bright, giving me such power that I could barely handle it. Hun. Just when our swords were about to clash, I disappeared from my spot, and to its horror, I appeared behind it with my sword inches away from piercing its sword. It tried to move its sword back and even begin to summon its defensive method, but it was too slow that even if I had slowed down the speed of my sword by half, even then it wouldn't be able to properly defend. Putch, my sword pierced through its chest and blasted its heart through it, killing it instantly. Lord Czar was right. With such power, the kings wouldn't be a problem for me, but I am still not powerful enough to deal with emperors. I would need to reach the mid-stage of king to gain that power. Listen, Mary, you have to be on your best behavior. I have taken a huge risk. By asking the director to let you witness the event, you should keep your promise, and be good, said Grandmaster Salvador, to the young girl who looked to be 17-18 years old. She's wearing an over-the-top frilly pink dress with a diamond tiara on her, thank God. He was able to dissuade her from that silly star staff that she liked to poke people. She had even once poked the director with that thing. You are going to witness one of the biggest secrets of the human race, and I really hope you will not try any of your antics there, he said, and only to see her, not listening to his words. As usual, instead she focused on her gloves, whose design she is changing every second. You are really a worry rat. Herman, I promise you I will behave like a good girl as long as wherever you are taking me does not disappoint me, she said without looking up from her gloves as they walked down the hallway. Hearing that, Herman couldn't help but shake his head in worry, and once again thought about whether he was making a great mistake bringing her. If she tried her antics on one of the wrong people, even he might be able to save her from getting beaten up. This girl might not look like a teen, but she is over 100 years old, and sadly they are best friends. They have known each other since they were children, and he was with her when she had eaten that envious miracle fruit. It was one of the fruit of age, a very powerful one, with the power to slow down her age. In nearly a century, she had eaten the fruit she had barely aged 2 years. It is an envious fruit, and if records are right, then it would let her live for thousands of years. Still, if Mary had known what kind of miracle fruit it was before she impulsively ate it, she might have not eaten it. Not everyone wants to have a long life, some just want a normal one. This silly behavior is just her way of coping with this condition of hers. Click. Soon, we reached the end of the hallway and stopped in front of a big door. Once again, Mary, you should be on your best behavior, I said and pushed open the door. I was working on the last bit of preparations when 2 people appeared on the floating disc. It was Grandmaster Salvador and his friend Crazy Marie, or Mary, as she liked to be called. Once again, she was wearing a ridiculous dress, though I did not see that silly staff in her hand, which is a good thing. I can't imagine what would happen to her if she dared to poke some of the people here. Grandmaster Salvador, take Grandmaster Mary with you and inscribe the section 12 to section 25, I said and threw a crystal at him. He had been working non-spot and barely slept for 12 hours in the past 5 days, which could be said to be a reality for most of us, including the assistants. Increasing the staff for the project has become a priority, and I have been doing that for the past few months, but given how many checks on has to go through, the process of recruitment is exceptionally slow. Well, after tomorrow, it will be faster, as the project wouldn't be a secret anymore. It would be extremely hard to hide it, considering the numbers we are going to attack Grimm's with. Such numbers do come out of thin air within less than a year of time. 8 hours passed, and when I finally finished with the formation and seeped my concentration inside it, as I did, it spread through a vast array of formations covering the miles of the area. I checked the formation, and as I had expected, there was no problem. These formations have been inscribed by the Grandmasters. There are rarely any problems when people Grandmasters Charline and Salvador do the job. I am going to rest for 2 hours, I said as I withdrew my soul sense from the formation and laid down directly on the disc. I have a very important task in front of me when the breakthroughs begin, and it is going to be extremely straining. I would have if I could get a little more rest than 2 hours, but unfortunately I can't. Wake Up, my clone woke me up exactly 2 hours later, and the first thing I did was check the formation once again before beginning to check on the other things. By the time I was finished checking everything, nearly an hour had passed. What do you all think? Can you see any problem? I asked my team. There was a possibility I might have missed something, and I wanted to know about it before we began. As long as I could tell, everything looks perfect, Jim replied. I looked at the others, but they also shook their heads. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel relieved. A few minutes passed, and when the flying disc lit up and people appeared, my team was familiar with people but not Crazy Marie. Seeing those who appeared, she shook and even opened her mouth to curse out loud. Thankfully, Grandmaster Salvador anticipated it and closed her mouth with his energy. It is a good thing he did. It would not be wise to curse in front of the Grand Lord. A total of 12 people have appeared, 9 council members and 3 Grand Lords of them. Only 2 were present physically, Lord Hunt and Patriarch Bradford. I am a little surprised seeing the Sky Lord present in his physical body considering what is happening outside, but I should not be seeing how important this moment is, and the presence of the Grand Lord is both reassuring and comforting. Grand Lord's Council, I greeted. It is our duty, Grand Commander, I said with a smile. Have all the preparations been complete? Asked Grand Commander. I could see the great anticipation in her eyes, but in everyone's eyes. There is also great curiosity aside from my core team. I didn't tell anyone about it, so there is a pretty high chance they didn't know about the number of advancements we are going to perform today. Yes, everything is ready, I replied. Tap. Then we should not wait, she said, and I nodded and tapped on the air with my finger. Just as I did, a great change occurred, and a minute later, the huge empty arena had transformed completely. Now, there are 7,100-meter radius runic spheres floating around the arena, with each sphere having a human in its center. Oh my God, Crazy Marie cursed loudly, and this time even Grandmaster Salvador wasn't able to stop her, as he was in awe of the scenery around himself that he wasn't able to react on time. It is not just Crazy Marie who has shocked the council, and the Grand Lords are also shocked, more shocked than her. Unlike her, they know a complete truth, and if the Crazy Marie knew what they knew, she wouldn't be just shocked. Thun. I looked at runic spheres before jumping down, and a few seconds later, laid it on the empty air, where the formation appeared as my feet touched it. It is a square formation with deep black color runes which give out an oppressive aura. It has cost me a fortune, and I hope it will increase my chances of success. I sat in the center of it, and as I did, the formation activated, and a black square lit up, and I felt my mind forming the connection with the 71 runic spheres. Initiate the breakthrough, I commanded, and my voice transmitted into all the spheres, and the second later the breakthrough initiated. Within 3 seconds of my command, all of them initiated the breakthroughs, and their breakthrough stars lit up. I closed my eyes and appeared in my core, where a black square similar to one outside was floating in the air, and my clone sitting in the center of it. I sat opposite it, white then 71 meta scans floated around us, giving us real-time data on the breakthroughs. My core is the best place to command here. I will get 3 times more time, which will be extremely beneficial to solving any problems that might arise. Fuck, I had just thought that, when the first problem appeared, it was the biggest one, the one which I could do nothing to help with other than do the damage control. Number 13's body had begun to show the signs of rejecting the breakthrough. Given the signs, it will reject the breakthrough completely. I could do nothing about it, especially when it is this early, which is bad. With my abilities, I could solve those problems, but it will be a temporary solution, as they will come again with greater force as the breakthrough proceeds. It will not only be harder to deal with them, but it will also do irreplaceable damage to the person making the breakthrough. So I initiated the procedure to stop the breakthrough. My seed inside him released the energy while I began to guide him slowly to stop the breakthrough. It is quite hard, especially when the person is young and does not have the mental fortitude as the older person who has experienced many things in life. Even for an older person with many huge experiences, this news is not easy to handle. It is common knowledge that once the Grandmaster's breakthrough fails, it is extremely hard, near impossible to succeed in it in the next attempts. It is a road closed. There have been very few people who have been able to succeed after their failure. I have told them all that it wouldn't be a problem for them to succeed in their next trial as long as they followed my instructions, but my words of a few minutes won't convince them. Lifetimes of truths they have heard before. Still, the things I have done and the heights I have helped him achieve have made me trust him enough that after the initial breakdown, he was able to follow my instructions, and I was able to stop the breakthrough safely. He had suffered the damage, but the damage was not big. I am confident that I would be able to heal that serious damage within a few weeks, and he would not anything impeding him when he tried to break into Grandmaster class next time. I really hoped it would be the only failed attempt in the next 2 minutes. There were another 2, and I can't say I was surprised. People spent years or even decades in preparation for their breakthrough into the Grandmaster class, while I had days. I have done what I could, but I knew there would be some failures. I just had to make sure those failures did not suffer the serious damage and would be able to make a successful breakthrough in their next attempt. Still, one thing that had me feel better is that these 3 who failed were also one of the people who had the least chance of success. It was not like I had taken them to fill the number and awe my bosses. No, these people have also possessed all the qualities needed to make a breakthrough into the Grandmaster class. It's just that their chances were not as good as others. 3 minutes passed and another failure came. It was harder to guide it safely to stop the breakthrough, but I was able to do it. This one was 2 with the least chances. She had the worst chances of all but lasted longer than 3. The longer the time passed in the breakthrough, the harder it was to stop it safely, but with a longer time, I could be forceful with my ways. I need them to continue for 12 minutes unaided. After 12 minutes, I will use all my abilities to help them have a successful breakthrough. Second, passed and turned into minutes as such. 10 minutes passed. Aside from 3, there was no other failure, but I did not relax as the problem could occur at any time, and I had to be ready to deal with it. The problem came 1.5 minutes later. Another subject began to show a sign of failure. "We can be forceful with her," said the clone, and I couldn't help but nod after seeing her meta scan. She had crossed the important threshold. Half seconds ago it had been before that I would have had no choice but to stop her breakthrough, but now I do not need to. The failure had become non-existent in the past 3 months, and now there are 3 failures one after another, said the council member Singh as he saw the third person disappear within the runic sphere. If we had given Grandmaster Czar enough time, there wouldn't have been any failure, said Councilman Sylvian with a sad sigh. What I'm worried about is the people. Each of them had the potential to become Grandmaster, but in our hastiness, they have lost their chance, said Lord Hunt softly as he looked at 3 empty spheres. You don't have to worry about that, councilman. As long as the failure occurred within the first 12 minutes, the director would be able to stop it with minimum damage, and they would be able to make the breakthrough next few months, replied Grandmaster Salvador. The council members looked surprised. Even Grand Lord had a look of surprise before a look of relief appeared on their faces. It is good to hear. Each Grandmaster is extremely precious. Losing a single seed that has the potential to become Grandmaster would be a great tragedy for us, said Grand Commander. By the way, those who failed had the highest chances of failures, though I couldn't guarantee there won't be any failures ahead. I can at least say that the number won't be more than 10, he said, repeating what the director had to them before. I hope what you say is true. We really need these numbers, said Lord Sylvian, as looking the humans in the sphere. When they had made the plan of attack, they had estimated Grandmaster Mitchell would provide 50-55 of the numbers required for the attack, which is not great considering they would need to cough out 45 to 50 of Grandmaster. They did not have such a number in all their reserve and would have to call back many Grandmasters from the battlefield, and that is not a wise choice, considering the Grimms would have already been prepared for the attack. Now if Grandmaster Salvador is right, then the project itself would provide 80 to 85 of the Grandmasters required for the mission, while the rest would be handled by our reserve, without bringing the Grandmasters back from the field. He looked at the other Grandmasters, and seeing the shine in their eyes, I knew they were thinking the same. Their plan will succeed as long as Grandmaster provides us with enough numbers, he thought, and hope in his burned even brighter as he looked at the spheres. My seed lit up and released the stream of energy into the 2 parts of the body, while the energy strings came out and moved toward the 17 parts. Don't fear, just press further, I said to the young woman. She was a little hesitant before seeing her breakthrough breaking up, but recovered quickly and followed my instructions, and within a few minutes, the breaking had disappeared and her breakthrough became flawless. Though I did not get much the time to relax, just a couple of seconds later, another breakthrough began to show the signs of breaking a minute later, and another one half a minute later, and another 12 seconds after that. These consecutive breakings immediately increased the pressure on me, and if I did not have the clone, I don't know how I would have handled the 3 breaking at once. My clone is more efficient than me. While I handle a single breaking, it handles 2, and it is handling them fine. I just hoped no more breaking would come, but it did about 2 minutes later, and seeing who it was, I couldn't help but be surprised. It is from the subject who was part of the original list of this month's advancements, with a very high chance of making a successful breakthrough. Sigh, seeing the breaking coming from such a subject, a sigh couldn't help but escape from my mouth. Even with all the tests and preparations, I could not completely guarantee the breakthrough would be a success. Still, since he has crossed the threshold, I will make sure he will reach the other side successfully. With that thought, I took control of the seed inside him and began to guide him. Handling 2 breakings is extremely difficult considering how complicated this work is, where the slightest mistake not only could stop the breakthrough, but also cripple or kill the one who is making the breakthrough. I am using every bit of mental power I have in resolving the problem concurrently that I did not have time to look at the others. If someone showed the signs of breaking a breakthrough right now, I wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. I really wished I had more clones right now. With more clones, such problems would be quite easy to deal with, but life is not fantasy. I should be feeling lucky that I have a single clone in just a short time of a few months. It had helped infinitely. Without it, I wouldn't be in my current stage, doing what I am doing right now. Though I very much plan to get a second clone, and for it, I will have to reach a Grandmaster class, which of course is not easy and would take a lot of time. There are high chances that I might die before I can reach that stage. A minute passed and no other breaking had occurred. My clone also had able to resolve 1 breaking, and now handling 2 like me. Seeing that, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief now. Even if any breaking occurred, it would be able to deal with it. 25 minutes passed, and aside from the rapid breakings that appeared around 15 minutes ago, no other breakings have appeared, and now their chances have become extremely low. The advancements are reaching another pivotal movement. Within a minute or two, the hosts of inheritance begin gathering worldly energy, and once they begin, the chances of failure would shrink even further. I just thought that when the worldly energy stirred, and not by 1 but 4 people, that was just a beginning. At the end of the minute, 22 hosts of inheritance have already started absorbing worldly energy, and more are growing rapidly. As there are 46 people with inheritance, barely half have called the world energy. 2 minutes passed, and 40 hosts of inheritance had begun absorbing the worldly energy, and the scene they had created was beyond majestic. The sheer amount of worldly energy they have called has made the whole arena filled with so much energy that one could not see their hands. Even normal Grandmasters would have a problem seeing more than a few meters with all their abilities. The energy is so thick that only powerful Grandmaters or high Grandmasters could see through this energy, and even they might begin to have a problem as the energy thickened further. I was watching everything with great joy when suddenly something shocking happened, which even I had not anticipated. It had shocked me, but also made me extremely ecstatic. It was the only regret I had for this mass advancement, but seeing what was happening, that regret had finally disappeared. Truly majestic, this old man never even dreamed that he would see such a scene in his life, said Patriarch Bradford with a voice full of shock as he saw the sheer amount of energy pulled up by the 40 hosts of inheritances. They had expected such a scene would occur, seeing the number of people breaking through, but still seeing it happen had shocked them. Really majestic, I couldn't help but wish to be present here personally, said Sky Lord's phantom beside him. Now these 40 have begun calling the energy, the chances of failure had reduced expediently among them, said the phantom of Grand Tower Mistress Angela. She seemed quite happy with this, not only she but everyone. Even the current number is shocking, and there are still more than 25 who have yet to reach this stage. Hun. They were animatedly discussing the changes when Patriarch Bradford's expressions suddenly became serious. A fraction of a second later, a shock appeared on Lord Hunt's face before Grandmires Charline and others discovered it. Bradford, what is it? Asked the phantom of Grand Tower Mistress Angela, catching the abrupt change appearing on the face of the Patriarch Bradford. You should look at it yourself, he said and waved his hand. The dense world energy parted like a curtain at the command of his movement, and soon, a lone runic sphere appeared in front of their eyes. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Multiple people gasped, seeing what was happening, and again, a look of shock appeared on the faces of the two Grand Lords. What is happening is pretty important and represents unlimited potential. He is forming a core, whispered Hazel with shock. The inheritance source had started to open above the sphere, and it only came when one created a core or had already created the core. Hazel had not thought she would witness it. The director did not mention anyone in this badge had a chance to create a core. She's aware that there are few people who have the potential to create a core or clone to create a core in a project. Even with all the pressure, the director did not add those people to the mass advancement. She could understand it very well. Even now, her mother regrets her choice of breaking through to Grandmaster class without a core. If she had given her talent, she would have easily been High Grandmaster, not stuck at the precipice of Peak Grandmaster for more than 2 decades. Who is he? Asked Patriarch Bradford. There is some hope in his eyes, not only his eyes but also in the eyes of other Grand Lords as well. Such people are extremely important to every organization, with the highest potential to reach their heights. Newt Packard, age 29, from Roaring Sea Conch, Hazel replied, shocking those listening even more by seeing the Roaring Sea Conch is only King grade organization, the weakest grade of all the organizations. He was hiding good, I said with a big bright smile on my face. It was nothing surprising. I was aware that the background checks and scans clearly showed he was hiding his strength. The powerhouses tend to do that, which is quite frustrating. Considering the more truthful they are about themselves, the better I would be able to help them. Still, Newt's core formation had caught me off guard. The creation of the core is completely dependent upon comprehension of one's inheritance, which is very hard to see. I could see the comprehension of some inheritance, but some are very tightly guarded, and in such cases, I have to depend upon the words of their hosts. Newt's inheritance is one of the guarded ones, and Newt obviously did not tell me about it, which I am sure he much is regretting right now. The whole comprehension is most important to create a core. You also need a strong body and soul to bear its pressure. The body and soul of a Newt are quite strong. I have spent countless resources taking it there, but it is still hair-breadth away from strong enough to be needed for the core. Now his body and soul are feeling the pressure as the source of energy descended, but it would go back just as it had come if it did not find the host strong enough. Of course, I could not let that happen. You should have told me about your comprehension when I had you about it. Newt, now listen to me carefully and follow everything I have to say, I said to him and took out a couple of resources with a painful expression on my face. The cost of it would have been 100 times less if he had told me about it, but there is no use in crying over the spilled milk. I had not expected this would happen, but I have damned well prepared for it. I had made the preparations for months, but today will be the day I will use them. I placed the resources in front of me and began the work of strengthening his body and soul. It is a painful process, but Newt is good and follows my instructions word by word, and we begin strengthening his body while the inheritance source energies poured inside it. The spheres are also helping a lot. They slowed down the flow of inheritance source energies, giving me more time to work on his body and soul. While I was busy doing that, the rest of the inheritance hosts called the worldly energy. I was a little disappointed to see no other source appeared, but the appearance of one source already is more than enough. I should not be too greedy. There are a few that I am especially grooming to create the core. If I had chosen them for the breakthrough, I am sure all of them would have succeeded, but that would have been akin to destroying their future, and I would not do that. I might have thought about it if it had been a final battle, but it is not, which is a good thing, but they will be the true weapons of the final battle. The ones with the core have the greatest potential, and I have constantly been searching for them ever since the project have begun. I have to say, I have found a few gems with great abilities and inheritance and have the will to accomplish their dreams. I have to mentor them well, so they can realize their full potential and be the true trump card of the human race. Nearly an hour passed since the breakthroughs began, and now all 46 hosts of inheritance are making a breakthrough. The amount of energy they are gathering is beyond shocking, creating a phenomenon that would have been felt across the world if it had been inside the pyramid. The only reason I even dare to have the mass advancement is because of the pyramid's ability to contain it. These breakthroughs would have been spread across the week, wasting quite a lot of time. All the problems of hosts of inheritance have been solved, but now it is the hosts of bloodlines that are stressing us. My clone and I are each handling two problems at once, and it is hard, much harder than handling the problem occurring in the host of inheritance. Unlike the inheritances, the bloodlines feel alive, act alive, and many theorize that they are alive, which makes dealing with them exceptionally hard. Considering they are very strong but also very fragile, a wrong step on my part could cause a mutation in the bloodline. I have to react differently to every move that the bloodline makes, and I have to react fast unlike the inheritance. I could not follow the set of procedures. This is why I really like it when all my preparation is complete that way. I do not have to deal with such shit. About 15 minutes passed when my clone and I finished with the problems in our hands, and looking at scans, I did not see any problem in the coming minute, which is good. I needed a little rest before I turned to deal with another problem. I rested for a few seconds before once again glancing at the scan of the newt, the most prized gem. I am still supplying him with the artificial strengthening, though it is automatic now with the help of a formation. As long as he continues to follow the steps, he will be fine. Thinking of core, I couldn't help but think about Rai's core of all the cores I had seen. He is the most different, or I should say, filling with such power that if it had exploded, it might even harm a Grand Lord. This is how much power it contained. It is not just the core that contained the power, but also that mutation I had once mistakenly thought to be mostly dealt with. His condition is a great mystery. His core should have been the center of his power, and usually that is the case, even for me. But in him, the mutation is also fighting for control, and shockingly equally stronger as the core, which I couldn't understand, but one day I will. I cleared my mind of the stray thoughts and once again focused on the breakthroughs, and thankfully I did not see any problems appearing. Around 40 minutes passed when the 20-second sphere stopped taking the worldly energy, and a second later, her entry into the Grandmaster class began. First, I said with a big smile on my face. Her breakthrough had lasted an hour and 45 minutes. It could have been much faster, but after reviewing the data of the last mass breakthrough, I have improved the breakthrough formation further, which had increased the time of breakthrough, which is no disadvantage. It does not matter, even if the breakthroughs lasted for hours. If the long breakthroughs were to provide greater strength and better potential, I would make every breakthrough a long breakthrough. 3 minutes later, the second person started the last process of their advancement, and half a minute after that, the third. One after another, each host of inheritance begins to take the last step toward their breakthrough. By the time it was the 12th, the first one had finished her breakthrough, formally stepping into the Grandmaster class. I congratulated her as she stepped into the Grandmaster's class and could see how happy she looked. It looked like she had accomplished her greatest dream. Seeing that smile, a truly natural smile, couldn't help but appear on my face. I truly hope that she will get more than a day to enjoy that happiness and survive what comes tomorrow. It will not be easy, but anybody has a chance. It is these people. I have chosen these people for the breakthrough, not only because they have also all the elements needed for the breakthrough, but also because most of these people are very experienced in the battle. Even those younger ones have great fighting experience. They will be able to handle the Grims are fine, not to mention that not all the Grim Grandmasters are viciously experienced. Pyramid had done in collecting the data on the new Grandmasters that Grims have to begin popping up, and while most of them are highly experienced, there are also quite a lot of them with mediocre combat abilities. Our less experienced would be able to fight them. I have seen the Pyramid's attack plan and know what kind of Grandmasters they are planning to use, and they have taken a maximum precaution and will not just throw away the lives of Grandmasters lives in the fire just for the sake of revenge. About an hour passed when the last host of inheritance had finally finished his breakthrough, and it was none other than a newt. I did not stop him. Too many people do that these days, and I learned it is better to take the gesture graciously. The value of becoming Grandmaster is even bigger to him than others. It will benefit him, but also his organization. He is the first Grandmaster appearing in his organization since its founder, which will now bring innumerable benefits to his organization. From more talented seeds to better access to the resources, not to mention the help he will be able to provide to his organization with his knowledge. A few seconds later, he disappeared from the sphere. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh. I wish he had more time to enjoy that feeling, but we could not even do that. We have to make the preparation for tomorrow, and for it, every minute count. With the last host of inheritance disappearing, I looked at the host of bloodlines. Their breakthroughs have also reached the end, and it won't be long before the sources begin to disappear, and they begin to take the steps into Grandmaster class. 17 minutes later, the first host of inheritance took a step into the Grandmaster classes. His name is Cam Rays, and just as he completed his breakthrough, the phantom giant smoke frog behind him became even bigger and clearer. Such scenes begin to occur one after another, and their bloodline phantoms become bigger and clearer, which is a sign of their bloodline becoming more powerful than before. An hour and a half later, the last host of the bloodline had completed her breakthrough. She had the bloodline of Duraz, a being with an eagle's head on a golden giant's body, who had 2 silver sabers in both hands. Like her bloodline, she also uses the twin sabers to fight. Finally finished, I said as I opened my eyes. I was tired, but also happy. I had succeeded, and succeeded with much more failure than I had expected. This mass advancement gave us 68 Grandmasters, a number that would shock anyone to death if they heard it. Combining that with the Grandmasters we have produced, in the 8 months before it, the project had produced a total of 161 Grandmasters within 9 months. What we have achieved in 9 months is not even achieved in a century, and I understood that the only reason I was able to achieve this feat was because of rule-bending power. Without it wouldn't be possible, even all the resources in treasuries of 9 Supremes. Buzz. I looked at all the 71 spheres before activating the last formation. As I did, the runes dimmed further before beginning to unravel from the formation of which they are part, and came toward me. For those watching from above, it looked like a tsunami of runes coming at me, which quickly covered me in its embrace, but a few seconds later it had completely disappeared, leaving not a single rune behind, making one wonder whether they had experienced the hallucination. Countless precious resources had been used in making these runes. While most of these resources had depleted, there is still something that remained in them. It will save me a lot of resources in the next month of mass breakthrough. Speaking of mass breakthrough, we are nearly dry of resources. The resources of 9 Supremes vaults would be only able to sustain the operation of 3 projects for a month, and I really hope Pyramid and others provide the necessary resources, or I fear we will have to slow down or worse stop. Both of the options are unacceptable. I shook my head of those thoughts. Today is not the day to think about those things. Today, I have accomplished something, and I should enjoy this accomplishment. I wish my family had been here to share my joy. Due to the nature of secrecy, I could not tell even my mother about it, who has a pretty high clearance. Not many people know about it. Even someone like Lady Hera did not know, though I think that has changed or will change. She had a Lord of Glass's soul anchored to herself, and her power was also pretty close to Grand Lord. It is obvious that she would know about the project and many top secret things. At least I have Marina. With that thought, I slowly got up and flew toward the disc where everyone was standing. Thud, I landed on the disc and saw quite an odd scene. More than half of the people were crying, be it from my team, council members, or even freaking Grand Lord. Even Patriarch Bradford's eyes are moist, which I did not think was possible. Crazy Marie opened her mouth to say something, and I am sure it would have been loud, but this time Grandmaster Salvador was well prepared. He closed her mouth with his hand before she could utter the word, and wouldn't release it no matter how much she struggled or glared. Grandmaster Czar, today you have ushered an era that will truly see the end of the Grimms, said Grand Commander, and after that she did something shocking. She bowed, and with her, the whole council, my team, and even 3 Grand Lords, while I watched in shock. Grandmaster, the council has some importance to discuss. Please come to Central Command in 10 minutes, she said, and disappeared along with the council and Grand Lords. I looked at the empty space they had left behind before turning to my team. Today we have accomplished an impossible thing, a thing that no one in the history of the human race was able to accomplish, and you all should feel proud of that, I said slowly. But our work is far from over. The challenge ahead us is big. It would not be crushed by 100 some Grandmasters. We will have to continue producing Grandmasters, and not just the Grandmasters, High Grandmasters, and even Grand Lords if fortune shone on us. So rest today, and from tomorrow, we will work even harder and will continue till we crushed every single grim monster that remained in our world, I added and finished my speech. It shall be accomplished. There will be a day in our lifetime where there will be no Grim, said Jenkins, and everybody nodded to that. It is a dream that every human has, and we will accomplish it in our lifetime. I talked to them for a few minutes, including fixing the date of the party. Usually, our success party is a few hours after the mass breakthrough, but currently no one is in the state to party. Each and every one of them is tired and sleep-deprived. Some of them hadn't slept for days. They need rest before they can even think of celebrating. They left one by one till only Marina had remained. Don't spend too much time in the meeting. You also need rest, said Marina before she hugged me. I am proud of you, and if your parents were here they would also be proud, she said before kissing me. The kiss was short, and after pulling back she walked into the teleportation formation and disappeared. I stayed on the floating disc for a few seconds before I walked into the teleportation formation and disappeared, and appeared in the central command, where I got a little surprised. The table is a rectangle. On the head of the table are 5 Grand Lords, all 5 of them including the Lord of Glass, whose projection looked quite similar to his peers sitting beside him. On the opposite side of them is Grand Commander, while on both sides are a member of the council. For the first time in a long while, I have seen all the Grand Lords and council members present in the command. There is also a new person sitting among the council members, and she is looking at me with a deep shock. She is Lady Hera. Her appearance did not surprise me. I kind of expected her to be here. "Grandmaster Czar, please take a seat," said the Grand Commander. I nodded, and appeared beside the only empty seat, which was beside Lady Hera. "You know, I am really deeply regretting not recruiting you," she said and sighed. It was not the first time she had said these words, but the emotion in them was never this heavy. I did not say anything other than smile. "Now that Grandmaster Czar has appeared, let begin," said Grand Commander and tapped the buttons on her table. Soon, the battle plan appeared, and like before, the photos of people on it were empty. "It is finally the time we select the people for the mission," she said and tapped a few buttons, and hundreds of photos have appeared, giving me a glimpse into one of the deepest secrets of the human race, showing me the true number of Grandmasters we humans have. Thud, I fell onto the bed, and a second later I was already a dreamland. The meeting lasted for 4 hours, and it was very tiring. Choosing people for the battle is no easy task when the battle could be said to be the most important battle in a century. It is not just choosing people, it's choosing a whole team for the best synergy and teamwork, which will bring out the greater result. It was very late when I came out, and I am planning to rest till the afternoon. I will need my body and soul rested if I want to give my 100% tomorrow. I was not in their battle plans, and when I had told him that I planned to join the battle, all of them rejected my proposal, including the Grand Lord. Looking at their reaction, it was clear that they did not want their golden hen anywhere near the battle. This golden hen did not have any intention to stay cooped up in a pyramid, and I could be adamant and charming. After some charm and threats, my name is added to the battle plan, though they still tried to make me a part of ruin teams. I had enough of ruins. I wanted something dangerous and direct. To their chagrin, I did get one I wanted. It would be very dangerous, but also very exciting. I woke up in the afternoon, a few minutes before my clone could wake me up. I am feeling rested in body and soul, which I hadn't felt in the week, and I also felt the memories and new comprehension I had got through my clone. Now, they do not feel weird anymore as they used to. As usual, my clone did great work. As I had slept, it had worked on the Grandmaster inheritance, done some research, practiced in the culinary tome, and studied. The 40 hours it had inside my core was a huge time to do all those things, which again couldn't help me wonder about the things I would be able to achieve with more than one clone. I did not waste any time by staying in bed. I quickly got up, freshened up, and showered before walking out of my room. My mother is out, my father is working, and Rose is at school. Thankfully, my father has prepared a meal. I quickly ate it before walking out of the house. Click. I walked inside the conference room. Unlike the past week, it was completely empty. While I given the rousing speech about not resting even for a second yesterday, I gave them rest for today. Everyone is on leave, from lower-level staff to the highest, and all of them need it after what they have gone through the past week. Today is the day we are going to attack the Grims, but there is some time, and I like to finish up the work before I head there. There is already work waiting for me. 9 boxes are placed in front of my seat. The boxes contain the information seed and are divided into 5 different colors. They belong to the people of different states, from those above knights to those who reach the king, emperors, and the tyrant class. I have scans of most of them, but I kept reviewing them, as many go through different experiences, found different resources, and practiced different methods. Changes things inside them, which might make them compatible with my methods. There is another reason to review them continuously, and that is for the traitors. The Grim spies are everywhere, and I have already found thousands of them, but thousands are still able to evade my method. Most of those able to evade were the ones that were brainwashed. There was no external elemental used on them other than pure brainwashing. These spies are the most dangerous ones and are able to infiltrate to the highest level. I shook my head and focused on reviewing the seeds, which had also undergone huge changes in the past 9 months. Each seed now stores more than 1,000 scans, and these scans are much better and aligned toward the things I need for one to become the subject of the projects. There is nothing new in most of them, except for people who had broken out of the night stage. There is great potential. I had noticed in the past 9 months that the people that broke out of the night stage in the past 8 months are generally stronger than their predecessors. This information is nothing new. For thousands of years, we have known that it is during wartime we produce the strongest powerhouses. The pressure of war and the constant battles make one harness their greatest potential, but it is also the truth that we lost immutable people in it. Even now, millions are dying by the month, and the cemeteries are endless with graves. Even I don't know how many funerals I have attended. I wish the war would stop, but it is not something that could be stopped, especially this war, which might only end when one side is truly wiped out. About an hour passed when my clone suddenly stopped, and seeing we were connected, I knew what stopped it and couldn't help but stop. This is really interesting, I said as I looked at the meta scan of the Emperor-class powerhouse. I have looked at his scans 5 times in these 9 months, and there was nothing interesting about him other than his progress, but now something interesting has appeared. My clone and I studied the scan for a minute before I added his name to the list and added 3 stars to his name. He will be a good addition to the project. Another 2 hours passed, and I stopped. There were still hours of work remaining, but it would be done by my clone while I went to go there. Buzz, seeing it was time, I walked toward the formation and inserted the coordinates the council provided. A second later, the formation buzzed, and I disappeared and appeared in the White Hall, which was big enough for a few hundred people to stand. There were already a few people present there. All of them were High Grandmaster. Ichiel, I knew you would be here, shouted Rai as he saw me. Rai, I said before turning to 2 people to who he was speaking. A beautiful woman with ocean blue hair and an old man with a scarlet mane. Lady Atkins, Lord Mask. I greeted them. Lady Atkins had been summoned back from the Navarre ruin yesterday, while Lord Mask was of reserve High Grandmaster. Many thought he was dead decades ago during his breakthrough into the High Grandmaster class, but obviously he was not. Lord Czar, they greeted back. So today is the day we will be attacking those bastards, for they did, he said with a fire burning in his eyes. Yes, they will pay, I said. Nobody is being told what they have been summoned for, but one does not need to be a genius to understand that, after seeing more than 10 High Grandmasters gathering in one place. One by one, people kept coming, all of them High Grandmasters. Entry of each one would surprise people, as more than half of them were considered dead or disappeared in some ruins. 2 of the High Grandmasters that came were the commanders of important forts. They were the people who were most vocal about the attack, and now they have got the chance for the time of the attack. They have been replaced with other High Grandmasters, who will take their place as commanders of their forts. We did not want to move the leaders, as the places they are commanding are very important, but we had no choice. These 2 are extremely powerful, at the absolute limit of High Grandmaster class, and possess abilities that require for the mission, so we had no choice. Every High Grandmaster arrived, except for one. I had been waiting for her. It had been quite a while since I had spoken to her. Buzz, I was just thinking about that when the formation lit up and she appeared. Her appearance silenced the room instantly. Everybody was looking at her, but she seemed to be used to that as she looked around with an expressionless face before her eyes fell on me, and a small smile appeared on her face. She disappeared from her place and appeared beside me. It has been long, she said in her soft voice. Yes, a long while, I replied and gave my cute friend a hug. She is Jill, and it had been a very long time since I had seen her. How are you? I asked. Ever since her inheritance was revealed, everything had changed. Instantly, she had received the weight of a mountain of responsibilities and expectations on her delicate shoulders. I would have broken down if I had been in her place. I am good, she replied with a tight smile, and I knew it was not the truth, but I did not further. The war and responsibilities had taken all the happiness from her. Though she looked much better than before, the slight hollowness that I had seen in her eyes had disappeared. You seemed good. Did you find a boyfriend or something? I asked, and it instantly reddened her cheeks before she controlled her expressions and glared at me. No, I had just gotten a lot stronger, and now very things bother me, she replied, and hearing that smile on my face dimmed, I sighed. Don't shut yourself from the world. We are still young and should enjoy life, despite its woes, I said as I took her hand into mine and gripped it reassuringly. You are talking like my brother. It seemed like you to have gotten a new girlfriend, she said and looked at me with the glittering eyes. Of course, and you should too get yourself a one, I replied, and once again her cheeks reddened for a moment. I stopped teasing her, and we caught up on things, what we had done and what we were doing, of course leaving the super secret stuff that we know. We were talking among ourselves when a couple of teleportation formations appeared in front of us, and a moment later, the whole council appeared, all 12 of them, 9 present with 9 in their physical self. Council, said everyone in unison. Good, everyone has arrived, and I am sure I won't have to tell you why you have all been summoned here, Grand Commander asked, drawing out a laugh from all the powerhouses. Will this be an assault of High Grandmasters only, Grand Commander? Asked Lady Redhorn, the one who had been pushing for this attack for months, and she seemed a little disappointed. She did not fear to voice out her opinion. She had been talking out how the assault would not create an effect if it only the High Grandmasters to launch it. She said we needed the wider scale that only a large number of Grandmasters would be able to provide, and she is absolutely right. No, Commander, it will not be the assault of High Grandmasters only, said the Grand Commander with a smile, and the next moment, the teleportation formations lit up across the hall, and next second, 200 Grandmasters appeared in the hall. Each and every one of the Grandmasters is wearing a black cloak and white ceramic mask. One could not see what is behind with their soul sense, but they could feel the rumbling aura of grandmasters through the bodies of each and every one of them. Seeing them, a shock couldn't help but appear on the faces of everyone, especially the two commanders. They expected a large number of grandmasters when Grand Commander said it, but that number was close to 100. It was the most viable number, they thought, and pulling such a number would have been hard for the pyramid. They definitely needed to call a large number of grandmasters from the field. Now they are seeing 200 grandmasters in front of them, and for such numbers, the Grand Commander would have needed to pull out more than half of the grandmasters from the active field, and she did not do that. They would have known if she had pulled such numbers from the active field, as it had not been an hour since they left their post from their fort. How? Asked Grandmaster Redhorn in shock, and seeing that a bigger smile than required couldn't help but appear on her face. This is the woman who had been stressing her for a month, and now seeing such expressions on her face, she couldn't help but feel satisfied. Grims are not the only ones who could churn the grandmasters. We have the ability to, she said to the shock of everyone. We wanted to wait for a few more months and gather even more forces before assaulting the Grims, but the death of the Lord of Glass had forced our hand, she said, and fire of burning revenge blazed in her eyes. Tap. The Grims have done something they shouldn't have, and for it they will pay the price, she declared and tapped her foot on the ground. This is the battle plan, we will move according to it, she said as she produced a battle plan. In the battle plan, there are 12 teams. 7 would be led by 7 council members and would attack the 7 most important forts of Grims, while 5 teams, 2 of which led by the Grandmasters, would move to attack ruins and realms held by Grims. All 5 of these ruins and realms are extremely important to Grims. All of them are rich resource sites, greater in value than even Navar ruin. Successfully capturing even a single ruin or realm will deal a huge blow to Grims. It is either capture or destroy. The Grims have done that to us since the war began. They have pillaged, captured, and destroyed, and now we will do the same to them. The attack will commence in 1 minute, she said, and everybody began moving toward their group, including the Grand Commander this time. She would not sit on the sideline but participate in the attack, attacking the most dangerous target with the biggest group. It took less than 10 seconds for everyone to fall into the groups. Some groups are as small as 5, and the other is as big as 26, of which I am part. Grand Commander is leading the group, and there are 3 other High Grandmasters beside me in Grand Commander. One of them is Lady Redhorn, the other is Lord Musk, and the last one is Lord Rivian, a buffy middle-aged man with a huge axe as his weapon. It could be said that compared to the 4 of them, I am a little lacking in power, but what I do not have in power I make up in different things. Young man, you seem to be aware of these new Grandmasters, asked Lady Redhorn. You cannot underestimate these wily old foxes. Even when she was shocked, she had noticed my reaction, and this old woman was very observant. It is written in her file. Yes, I am part of the group that is helping to produce them, I replied to her shock. The project will not remain a secret after this mission, and the council has already decided on the info they will leak. Officially, they will say the minimum, but they will leak some trickle of information from here and there to control the information. So are they any good? She asked as she got her emotions under control. They are very good, I replied. Let's hope so, she said and turned to talk to Grandmaster Musk. Both of them seemed quite familiar with each other, seeing the way they are talking. Not all Grandmasters of the project are participating in this attack. More than half of them have been replaced a few minutes ago with the others. It is done not only due to their experience but also their abilities. We need every edge we can get in the attack, and for it, we have chosen the most suitable. It is time, said the Grand Commander, and a complex teleportation formation appeared beneath our feet. It is not just our group that had been covered in teleportation formation, but also the other group. Buzz, victory to us, shouted the Grand Commander, and we disappeared. For a second there was complete darkness, which was a sign we were traveling at a great distance. The darkness lasted for a second before the light appeared, and we found ourselves in a snowy land. The temperature is very cold, but not for us, though it will freeze even kings within a few seconds, and only emperors and above could resist this cold. Radiant Snow Fortress, said Lady Karais as she looked at the silhouette of a beautiful shining fortress not far away from us. Their alarm system had already started blaring, said Grand Commander as she took the air and flew toward the snow-white fortress that is on the tip of the mountain, thousands of meters above the clouds. Our speed is not fast. We are slow enough that even a common tyrant will be able to catch us. Since it is not a sneak attack, there is no need for us to be sneak. We will be slow, but not too slow. Within a minute, we will reach the fortress. We are breaching the spatial zone, informed the Grand Commander, and passed through the spatial layer. I passed through it with the rest of the High Grandmasters. From now on, we will not be able to teleport besides the Grand Lord. Nobody would be able to tear the space here, and even half-step Grand Lords will find it hard to tear the spatial boundary here. My, it seemed like they have quite powerful weapons here, said Lady Karais, and it might seem like she is making a joke, but those looking at her eyes will see how serious she is and are the rest of the High Grandmasters. This beautiful fortress had a weapon that could threaten us, and we will have been extremely careful, as Grimms have a habit of firing such weapons. Soon we reached the top, and the party was already waiting for us, seeing their numbers. Some of the grandmasters behind me shuddered. Even I felt a spark of fear rising in my heart seeing their large numbers. It is very clear that they were prepared for us. "Oh ho, I should be feeling honored that Grand Commander of Humans herself come leading the attack," said the Starlight Crockman with a laugh as he took a step toward us. "I thought you guys would come the day we killed your Grand Lord, but you guys seemed quite patient," he added, and as slowly took out the diamond blade by its waist. Starlight Crockman Grasta is an 8.5-meter long grim monster, with thick starry scales covering every part of its body. This Crockman is a variation. He is a single Starlight Crockman in the entire Crockman tribe, and is extremely powerful. Those scales of it are unnaturally powerful. A decade ago, a very powerful human Grand Lord attacked it with his full power, and this bastard bore the attack without moving, and that attack had not even cracked a single scale on its body. "Yes, it took time, but now we have come. We will not leave till you and your band are cut into pieces," she said, motioning to the 54 grim monsters standing behind. Of them, 10 of them are High Grandmasters, while 43 are Grandmasters. It is an absolutely huge number. If not for the Grandmasters that the project has provided, this attack would have failed miserably for humans. Their numbers are 20 greater than we have estimated, but we are still capable of handling them. Some of us are even excited about it. "You have quite an imagination. Leader of humans, I wonder how your fellow humans will feel when I eat you alive," it said languidly, like it had all time in the world. "You can sure dream," Grasta snorted Grand Commander as she took a step forward. "Whether it is imagination or truth, it will be known soon," it said, and a smile on its face turned murderous. "Attack the humans, not a single one of them should remain alive," it commanded, and a colossal aura burst out of its body. It was so strong that it froze the Grandmasters for a second. "Come, Leader of Humans, show me what you have," it said, and moved toward the Grand Commander, and it did not move alone. A Shadow Mantisman and Snow Werewolf, with a slightly weaker aura than it, moved toward her. "Kill all the humans," said the Snow Bullman as it moved toward the Grandmaster Karais with Snakeman with near equal power. "Czar, we will kill you," said the two rainbow-horned lizardmen in unison as they flashed in front of me. They were twins but looked very different. One had a blue scaly body, while the other had a white scaly body. Only their horns were similar. "Oh, it is twins, Jast and Rozd. I had wanted to fight you too since I had leveled up to High Grandmaster," I said, "and why wouldn't I? These two are very powerful and possess deliciously powerful bloodlines. Their different colors are due to their different bloodlines." "Bianananji, Bianananji, Bianananji. I have to say, you two are quite fearless to come standing in front of me. Even the High Grandmasters fought in the Navar ruins have maintained the distance from me due to my strings," I said, and could see them shuddering, but they did not take a step back as the last Grandmaster. "There are very powerful formations placed here, especially to make your strings visible. There are also these lenses to see your strings." "Not, we will need them. We are going to finish you off before you have a chance to deploy your little strings," they said in unison and came at me from both sides. My expression became serious, and the greatsword appeared in me as I moved to clash against them. I had just moved when I saw both of them increasing their speed by 5 times and appearing to my left and right. The blue-bodied Jast attacked me with its black saber, while the white-bodies Rozd attacked me with the axe. Their attack was fast and extremely well coordinated. We have a very huge file on these two. These two have a little low IQ, or might even say dumb as children, but exceptionally gifted in fighting. They have one of the highest records of killing Grandmasters, and since they became High Grandmasters nearly a century ago, they have killed a lot of human High Grandmasters. We have laid many traps for these bastards. They will always run away with their life on the line. I have already decided to kill them before they can bring out their full power, and I am very prepared. Since the Navar ruins, I have grown quite stronger, not only practicing my art further, but also using a lot of resources to strengthen myself. I have also fixed the flaws in the burst now. They not only give me more power, but they have become even more efficient in it. Not to mention, now I am free to use my greatest weapon. While fighting, I could now fight in full concentration while somebody other handles strings. Clang, my sword clashed against the Rozd axe, and a huge physical force came at me with a tide of exceptionally cold energy. Both energies struck my armor in an instant. I wanted to freeze it before breaking into pieces, but as it entered my body, they simply disappeared. While I also disappeared from my spot and appeared behind Jast like a flash, whose axe was about to cut through the afterimage I had left behind. But suddenly I noticed it was not a real Jast, but a realistic aura body that felt real and was moving. Regular High Grandmaster, without exceptionally powerful soul sense, wouldn't be able to discover it before it was too late. Just as I noticed the aura, a feeling of intense danger came over me. It had been a very long time since I had felt such an intense feeling of danger and sense that I did not waste any time reacting. First burst, I said, and activated the power of the first burst, and at the same time I whipped my sword back toward the Jast, who was attacking silently from behind. I still don't understand how it had moved behind me without noticing. I have been very cautious. CLANNG. Our weapons clashed, and the attack was so powerful that despite the power of the first burst, I felt my body shaking, but I did not have any time to dwell on it as I harnessed more power from the burst and disappeared from my place. Sup, fuck. I couldn't help but curse inside as the axe passed by my neck. There was barely a nail of the distance between the blade of its axe and my neck. Who in the hell wrote the report and called them dumb? These two are extremely smart. They have nearly killed me within a second of a fight, and if I did not remain careful, even I wouldn't understand how my neck decapitated when it flew into the hair. I had just dodged the axe when the silent attack from the Jast came again, with more power and speed, but this time I was better prepared. CLANNG. I defended against its saber before disappearing from my spot to dodge the attack from the axe. It was also a close call, but distance finger, not a nail like before. The crown of roses has appeared over my head, increasing my sensory powers while giving me a headache. I also activated my ocular abilities, so I could see those silent movements of Jast. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. The crown of roses has made things a little easier, but I am still walking on the knife edge. Their attacks are coming too close to my comfort, and every attack would be finger length away from cutting me apart. I had never experienced such fighting, even when the enemy was considerably strong. While these two are definitely stronger than me, their combat abilities and teamwork were a level higher than anything I had expected. Even the teamwork of Ice-Fire twins seemed to be pale in comparison to this. I fear that tiny bit mistake in my past, and I will find one of my limbs flying or get myself cut into two or get decapitated. There will be no saving. We have heard so much about Tsar, but he seemed so, said Jast, and attacked me with another super fast attack that I had to use all the power of the first burst to get away and still survived by mere inches. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. I had just dodged Jast's silent attack when Rad appeared in front of me and attacked with such power that I did not think and activated the second burst, and used its power to defend while dodging another silent attack of its brother Jast. Despite activating the second burst, the strain on me did not lighten up. It had increased instead. These two are really fast and sneaky, which makes their attack very hard to deal with. I had expected them to be powerful reading their info, but not this powerful. They are like the storm of knives, and I was stuck inside the storm, where knives are coming from every angle without any break, and while I was dodging them right now, there will be time where I could not, and it will be the end of me. That time came too soon. The Jast blade came too close when I had to dodge the attack of Rost, and if I did not do anything right, I might end up losing my shoulder. It seemed like I have to do that. I hope it works, I said to myself before doing that thing. Jast, watch out. There is a string about to wrap about your neck, screamed Rost, warning its brother, who had a horror appearing on its face as its aura flared, and it disappeared. Rost also took back its attack and disappeared till there was 20 meters distance between us. Michiel Tsar, you really are dangerous, said Rost, first time looking at me like a real enemy, not something they are extremely confident in cutting apart. Jast, let's not hold back anymore. Let's not hold back anymore. The sooner we kill, the quicker we will be free to deal with normal enemies, said Rost as it pointed the weapon at me. Sure, replied Jast, and the powerful aura burst of them as they came as me while activating their abilities. An extremely dense blue color energy covered the Rost saber, while movements of Jast became blinky. It seemed to be appearing and disappearing, making it really hard to track its movements. Die, human. Both of them shouted as they appeared close to me and attacked at the same time. This time, the power and the speed of attack were off the charts. Third burst. The vast power of the third burst filled my body, and I moved my sword to defend while activating my sensory abilities to their limit. Even half a minute hadn't passed, and I had activated the third burst already. There had been only a handful of enemies that had pushed me to such limits. It is very hard, even for those with great advantage over me, considering I am very good at defending. But against them, my defense is crumbling like an aged wall. These two are very experienced and seem to be capable of seeing the flaws with a glance before targeting them accurately. CLANNG. My sword clashed against the huge saber of the Rost, and with it came the tsunami-like energy which wanted to freeze everything. It had covered me in an instant before it started to drill inside me. I did not care for it, as I knew that no matter how dangerous it was, my armor would deal with it. I could see every movement of it clearly and know which body part of mine the attack is targeting, but despite knowing that, I had a hard time dodging the attack. CLANNG. I was able to move my sword on time to stop its axe, but just as I did, I found Rost's saber coming at my neck at a really fast speed, and dodging it without a cost would be a problem. Fuck, suddenly it cursed and changed the direction of its attack, moving close to its feet, where I heard a soft sound and pierced string became visible before it had floated away with the air. You are really sneaky, aren't you, human? It asked, and before the blue aura covering, it became even denser and came at me with greater fury. I moved my sword to defend my moving my body to dodge the blinking attack of the Jast, once again accomplishing that with a breadth of inches before moving to deal with another attack. A second later, the string again made the appearance, this time to save me but trying to wrap around them before getting cut by their blades. I needed to make it appear randomly, so it seemed random, and if I had to make it appear when I was in danger, they would know it was obvious. So I continued fighting, and for a few seconds with the help of strings, I was faintly able to relax, but soon a horror couldn't help but dawn on me when I noticed these two learning my combat style and adjusting according to it. It couldn't scare the shit out of me. I know how difficult this thing is as I do the same and still do that, but it takes time, tens of minutes. The combat style of Grandmaster and above powerhouses is not easy to analyze, but these bastards already doing that when it is not even a minute since the battle had begun. Just what kind of luck are these bastards born with? I screamed in my heart as I was able to dodge the attack by hair breadth. Rip. I had just dodged Raz's attack when Jast invaded my sword and landed its attack on my hand. He would have taken my whole hand, if not for my armor's extremely strong defenses and quick reaction. Rip, rip, rip. That was just the beginning. 2 seconds later, another attack cut my armor, and then another second later before two attacked a second after that. These bastards are getting better and better. Each attack them is reaching closer and closer and closer to my fatal point that I fear that I wouldn't be able to live more than a minute. 20 seconds passed by, and now it seemed like my armor is in tattered. It had ripped into nearly 100 places, and if it were not for me starting to bulk up the armor for the better defense after the first rip, their attacks would have already ripped my body apart. Still, with the progress they are making, that time isn't far away. A few more seconds passed when suddenly, an explosive aura shot out of Raz's body, so powerful that I would be only able to deal with the final burst. Brother, it's time, said Raz and moved, and with it, Jast also moved with a similarly powerful aura that made all the body on my hair stand up. Before I could even blink and my expressions could fully morph into horror, both of them appeared beside me side by side, and their weapons were just inches away from taking my legs, and neck. It had happened so fast that I was barely able to react, though I still made the strings visible on their body. This time it did not do anything. It did not even make them blink. You will be dead before your strings could do anything to us, said the Jast with mock as the blade of both of them touched my armor. Really? I asked as the horror on my face disappeared instantly, and at the same time it appeared on their faces as weapons froze, and they froze with them before they disappeared. Zaar. The very next second, I heard the scream from above. It was Grasta who screamed and burst out with an aura that scared the shit out of me and moved to come at me, covering a huge distance in a fraction of seconds, before suddenly stopping as two of her pitched-back glass staff sword appeared in front of it, pouting their sharp ends at its fatal spots. Your enemy is me, Grasta, and you should focus on me, or you won't even survive for 10 minutes, said the Grand Commander while she effortlessly fought with two Grims controlling the two black glass staff swords. Today you will die, Czar, said Grasta before turning back toward the Grand Commander. The power of the Grand Commander had truly shocked me. I have read about Grasta and know shockingly powerful it is, but she is handling it just fine with two of her glass swords, while the other two glass swords handling two Grims. She's not even using her full power, considering she has 6 staff swords, and there are 2 she still hasn't taken out yet. In a very secret place. 7 human teams have attacked the fort in the past 2 minutes, and there is news of breaching in 3 ruins and 1 realm, said the Krokman, and brought the live visual and data of the 7 battles that are fought on their forts. Humans have brought out more numbers than we had imagined, said the old snake with a small smile on his face. Yes, the 7 teams alone have brought 138 Grandmasters and 19 High Grandmasters, including the 7 council members leading them, Krokman informed. If I am right, then the humans are attacking with 150 to 200 Grandmasters, and there are 20 to 30 High Grandmasters leaders. It is quite an impressive force they have attacked us with, said the old snake with a smile. It did not seem worried. Instead, it looked happy, like humans had done the thing it had very much hoped they would do. There are many new Grandmasters, but more than half of them are from their forces. It is clear for this attack. They have pulled a large number of Grandmasters out from the front lines, said the Foxwoman, and her voice turned giddy. If Mitchell had been here, he would have laughed too. The Grims do not see the complete pictures while they have accurately guessed the numbers. They have been quite wrong in guessing the faces, and that was the intention in which the attack is planned. Aside from the leaders and a few top-level grandmasters, 90 of grandmasters who went to attack Ruin and Realm were from a project. Now that the humans have left their front spars, it would be idiotic if we did not take a chance at them, said the Crockman with a laugh, and the smile on the old werewolf's face has become bigger. Order our armies to attack in full power. Today will be the day we will make the most advanced, and if luck would have it, we will reach to steps of the pyramid, old werewolf said finally, and its order was immediately executed. Gates after gates of grim fortresses opened, and they charged toward the human forts. All of them were watching the battles when suddenly a shocking change occurred in the Radiant Snow Fortress. The two high grandmasters that were fighting the Michiel Tsar disappeared. This great reversal shocked them because nearly all of them thought these two would be able to kill Michiel Tsar, seeing the way they were fighting. They had made the preparations for Tsar, from the formations to special ocular artifacts, not to mention the research they had done on it, which told them it needs at least 2 minutes to wrap its strings around the enemies and make them disappear. But here it had done it in 1 minute and 7 seconds. I want his head, Cree and JHRU. If both of you have to take action personally to make that happen, do it. But I want its head before this battle is over, said the old werewolf. It is angry, so angry that its projection begins to flicker away. It shall happen. My lord Michiel Tsar will not live to see tomorrow. Not only it, but others would not live past their attack, especially their leader, said the Crockman as it saw the leader of humans stopping his proudest descendant. The human had far underestimated his descendant the moment it showed its real power. She and the rest of the humans would die. The twins had been too much. If my clone hadn't been handling the strings, I don't know whether it is them or me who would be dead right now. Their teamwork and skills were completely different levels, and I could feel scared but also jealous of such skills. If I had got such skills, I would be able to use my strength much more efficiently and fight against the stronger enemies without feeling the strength. My clone proved to be more efficient with strings than me. If I had been in its place controlling the strings, it would have taken me longer to bind those two bastards, and by that time I might not have been alive, though in such a case I would have employed a different strategy to defend and bind. It had been a few seconds since I had killed them, and I could feel the eyes of every grim grandmaster and high grandmasters on me. They are looking at me like they want to kill me and do it. Given half a chance, I am quite lucky that for this mission, the Grand Commander had brought a very capable people. From Lady Redhorn, Lord Musk, and Lord Saul, all of them extremely capable of fighting, one of the best we have, and the enemies they are fighting wanted to come at me, but they are stopping them. It is not like they are more powerful than the enemies they are fighting. No, they are not. The Grims have been extremely prepared, but these people have the skills to contain the enemies. With their presence, I shouldn't be expecting any threat from the enemies they are fighting. That does not mean there want to be any threat. I am sure the Grims wouldn't let me remain free. They will send someone, and someone very powerful. I just hope that a new enemy will come after I finish absorbing the bloodline of 2 Grims, as then, not only I will be powerful, but my clone will also be free. Currently, it is busy handling the spatial cage containing the 2 Grims. It would have been fine if I had taken only one inside my core, but I had taken 2, and it had made the condition extremely tricky, and now my clone had to personally control the cage, so chaos would occur inside my core. A few seconds passed, and I did not move from my spot, though the Grims fighting near had moved away. After what I had done to the 2, no one wanted to be too close to me. They are aware that even if they are stronger than me, once my strings bound them, they will disappear, never to appear back in the world. While we have no advantages in the High Grandmaster battle other than the Battle of Grand Commander, where she is dominating the 3 enemies, and if she continues to fight, then it won't be too long before those black glass staff swords of her take the first life. It is Grandmasters I am a little worried about. There are a couple of fights where they are at a disadvantage. Those who are at the most disadvantage are the ones fighting against the 3 grim monsters. They are having a really hard time. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh. The number of Grims was greater than we had estimated, but we had to fight, and I hoped they would continue fighting. I could see there were a couple of humans who were already dominating their enemies. If they finished their enemies early, they would be able to reinforce their colleagues quickly. I had been looking at Grandmasters when suddenly I whipped my neck toward the fort where the new Grim had appeared. Grandmaster, I said as I looked at the stone lightning ape-man that was coming toward me, bearing a huge killer grin on its face. It is a Grandmaster, a peak Grandmaster who had not reached the absolute peak of its class. It is freely showing its aura, not daring to hide even a single beat, and when one has such power, why would one hide it? It did not fly at high speed, and a couple of seconds later, stopped in front of me. Michiel Tsar, I had heard you have killed the Lizardmen twins, and that is even slightly over a minute. Even I won't be able to accomplish such thing, it praised with a smile, but hidden deep inside its eyes is endless killing intent that would make anyone shudder in fear. Well, you know my strings, I replied with a shrug, but did not see any fear in its eyes when I mentioned it, which is rare, but I was not surprised, seeing that white crystal badge on his chest, which contained the golden fire which is releasing invisible waves of energy every moment. Yes, I know they have created a terror in some of my colleagues, he said with a carefree smile. You should be careful too. You know that golden fire won't necessarily help you, I said, motioning toward the crystalline white badge on its chest. Yes, I know you have a way to deal with it, but don't worry, your sword will not be touching any part of my body, it replied, and for the first time it became serious in our conversation. You sound quite confident, I said, and this time there was a smile on my face, a smile that was too bright. I am happy as the bloodline harvest has finally begun. My little too bright smile seemed to unnerve it as its expressions faltered, and I felt it scanning itself with thick soul energy. Seeing that smile on my face became even brighter. Don't worry, my strings hadn't begun to wrap around you yet, I said, which abruptly made it stop before it again continued scanning itself and glaring at me a moment later when it did not find anything. It seemed like the little victory of yours has given you enough confidence that now you have started joking, it said, while deep anger and killing intent to burn its eyes. I am always confident, little Grim, you should know that by reading my file, I said all the mirth on my face had disappeared, and what remained was dead seriousness. I will see that this confidence of yours utterly crushed beneath my feet before I kill you, it said, and the powerful lightning aura shot out its body. The lightning streaks were so powerful that they began to create the ripples around this strengthened space. Earth-smiting roaring lightning, it said, and instantly dense yellow lightning covered its whole body densely before it began to flow into the black warhammer that appeared in its hand. Die, human, it shouted and brought down its happen at me, and I have to say, the bastard did not hold back in its attack. The power of the attack is on the same level as the last attack of the two lizardmen I had fought a minute ago to defend against. I will have to burn my blood. Power of core, I said, and couldn't help but sigh. The holders of the core are really amazing, and the power they could harness from their core is shocking. This bastard is just a grandmaster, which is not even at the absolute peak of grandmaster class, but already possesses the power to deal with half of the high grandmasters there are, and seeing it attacking me, I couldn't help but feel excited. I had very few chances to fight Grims with core. I had fought against only one, and that bastard was able to run away before I could do anything against it. I will not let this one get away. I need data, and this one will provide me. The inheritance core it had created seemed quite powerful, and I would have a fun time studying it. Its attack was extremely powerful, but what was more shocking was its speed. It was really fast. It had appeared beside me in an instant. BANNG. Its writhing hammer crashed against my shield. It had made them visible in an instant before lighting them up like a bulb. With the changes in my constitution, the strings have strengthened and gained new abilities, so it is not easy to light them up, but the single attack of the ape-man was able to do it. Your shields are really good, but my attacks are stronger, and I will crush them before I crush you, it said with a grin, and even more lightning came out of its body, covering it so densely that one could not see its figure inside the lightning. Mountain smiting roaring lightning, it shouted, and like before, all the lightning flowed down into its hammer, which brought it down on my shields at extremely fast speed. BANNG. The dense yellow lightning-covered hammer struck against my shield. The lightning flew down from it before covering my shields, wanting to tear it apart by seeping inside it. Still, as it seeped inside, it only began to strengthen the shields as it absorbed its energies. The more it absorbed, the more it lit up, which is a testament to how powerful the attack was, but despite its power, it was still not able to break my shield. BANNG, BANNG, BANNG. It had shocked the ape-man but did not stop it, even for a second, and another even more powerful attack came a second later, and another one after that, and then another. One after another, powerful attacks kept striking my shields, and they continued defending. The defenses of my shields are extremely strong, especially after the changes in my constitution, which gave my strings the ability to absorb a huge amount of energy and strengthen themselves. This ability is extremely powerful, but not without a limit, and as the ape-man's attacks get stronger, my shields reach that limit quicker. I am watching the progress of harvesting inside me with the bated breath. Everything depends on it. Once the strengthening energy begins to release, I won't have to be worried about my defense. I will get on offense once I absorb all the strengthening energy the two harvested bloodlines provided me. The two lizardmen were very powerful, and seeing the thickness and power of purified bloodline coming at me, I knew I was going to receive a pretty huge boost, big enough that I would have a chance to kill the ape-man, who was mercilessly attacking my shields. Human, stop hiding like a chicken and come out, ape-man shouted as it launched another attack on my shields. I will come out naturally when you destroy my shields, I replied, and to it let out a smile filled with deep killing intent. Don't worry, that will happen very soon, it said with a toothy grin, and a huge amount of lightning burst out of its body. Within seconds it had formed a hill of it before it flowed down into its warhammer. See smiting roaring lightning. It shouted and brought down a hammer, which seemed like a weapon of Armageddon that was coming to destroy the world. BANNG, its hammer, filled with the hill's worth of lighting, crashed against my shields, covering them instantly. While the lightning covered the shields and drilled inside them constantly, the ripple of the physical force moved on its surface. Crack, the power had really reached the limit, and the crack had finally appeared. It spread for less than a second before the shields strengthened themselves and fixed the crack, but the ape-man caught, and it had brought a smile on its face. "So this is the limit of your shields," it said with the killing grin, and again the lighting began to gather across its body. The lightning is much denser than before, and each lightning bolt seems to have possessed more power. It took a second for it to gather all the lightning before it passed it on its hammer and brought it down on my shields. BANNG. The hammer crashed into my shields, bringing the destructive lightning, which, if it struck my naked body, would have reduced me to ashes in an instant. Crack, crack, crack. The moment after it clashed, the cracks began to appear, and it was not a single crack like the last time, but multiple ones that began to spread over my shields like spiderwebs. These cracks spread for a second, covering nearly 10% area of my shields, before stopping and started recovering from the cracks, despite the lightning still seeping inside it every second. Surprise couldn't help but appear on the face of the ape-man, seeing that the constitutional seeds have brought a huge change in my strings. One of the biggest is their resiliency and recovery given enough time. These strings will recover from near breakage, and that is without taking even an ounce of energy from me. Good, very good. I like things that are difficult to break, it said suddenly and closed its eyes for a moment, and when it opened again, its rocky brown eyes had thin arcs of lighting swimming inside it. Earth-smiting lightning serpent, it said, and a huge amount of thick lightning came out of it and formed a snake around its body, and this snake began to absorb the lightning coming out of the ape-man's body. But to my surprise, the size of the snake did not change at all. The only thing that is changing is its aura. It is getting stronger and stronger every passing moment that I was barely able to stop myself from shuddering. Die, human, it said, and released that lightning snake coiling around its body. SHAAR, the snake lightning snake whispers like a real snake as it comes toward me, and if I did not, the Grim had granted the temporary consciousness to it, I would have definitely had thought this snake was a real thing. BANNG. The snake crashed against my shields, and the crash was so powerful that I stumbled on my spot. When I looked back, I saw the lightning snake coiling around my shields. Crack, crack, cracks. The cracks that had been healed by half begin to spread again. The raw lightning power contained inside the snake is immense, and now it is using that raw destructive power to crush my shields, and seeing how fast the cracks are growing across the shields, I think it might. It took around 10 seconds for the cracks to cover a quarter of the shields, and the cracks are still spreading without losing their momentum. Human, this attack of mine is no simple attack. It will definitely crush your shields, and when it does and you come out, I will torture you bit by bit before killing you the most humiliating way, it said with a laugh. I did not say anything to its provocation, and instead concentrated on the cracks, which started to spread even faster as the snake brought out another power. Powerful physical energy and internal energy burst out of it, and now with it, the crushing force of the lightning snake had increased again. Seeing the internal energy of the ape-man, I couldn't help but feel scared for a moment. If it had been regular internal energy, I wouldn't have been scared. Many Grims practiced the arts. The lizardmen had also practiced the physical art and had the internal energies, but it was nothing of this level. It is level above the internal energy they had, much thicker, and it had the 100 synergy with the inheritance energy. And if I am not wrong, then the art itself had come from its inheritance to have such great synergy with it. In a few seconds, the cracks have covered half of the shields, and they are still spreading at an even faster speed. I looked at things inside me worriedly. Before focusing back on the snake, I had no control over what was happening inside me, but I couldn't do much to things happening outside unless I was willing to burn my blood, and I might be forced to do that if the conditions did not change soon. A few more seconds passed, and the cracks had covered 75% surface of the shields, and they were still spreading without losing even a bit of momentum. I could feel the glances surrounding Grims and humans, and knew the ape-man in front of me was ready to deal with any interference if they came. There will likely be any interference. All the humans are fighting very strong enemies, and they will not give them any chance to come and help me. If I need any help, then I will have to provide it myself. My expression became very serious seeing the cracks covering 90 of the shields, and now the snake had burst with more power, which immediately made the cracks spread at the double the speed of before. You should just call back, you shields human, if you do it. I will show mercy and give you a swift, honorable death, it said, and it sounded quite serious that I had barely able to stop myself from laughing at its offer. The cracks covered the 98, and the smile on the Grim's face got even bigger as it looked at with deep killing intent. You have refused my generous offer, human. Now, get ready for the most painful, humiliating death, said the Grim with a laugh, but the next second the laugh on its face froze away. The cracks that had stopped spreading fast across the shields and covered nearly every inch of it had just stopped. Buzz. Seeing a smile couldn't help but appear on my face as the inaudible moan escaped from my lips. The runes have finished the harvest, and now they have released the floodgates, with the energy so powerful and delicious that I couldn't help but moan. Full power, Ape-Man said with the gritted teeth and the lightning snake blaze, bursting out with 3 times more power than before. But despite such power, the cracks remained frozen. They had not moved even a fraction of a centimeter. The ape-man roared and the thick lighting burst out of its body and shot through the hammer into the snake, which was trying all with its might, but was not able to spread the cracks further. They now even began to recede very slowly. I could make them heal faster, but I did not. I let them heal at natural speed with their energy and my growing strength, which is also strengthening them, as they are an integral part of me. Bang. The lightning struck the snake, and it began to absorb it, and the more it absorbed, the more it glowed, and the stronger its aura would become. SHAAR, the snake roared, and while its roar felt soft, it was deafening to hear and made all the hair on my body stand up. It began to apply more power to crush my shields, but despite the constant power from the ape-man and dramatic increase in strength, it wasn't able to do anything against my shields. Instead, the healing of the cracks has become faster as the more strengthening energy I absorb. I could not believe the amount of strengthening energy coming into my body. It was unbelievable. The strengthening they are providing is simply shocking. What is more shocking is the changes that are happening inside my core. The resources are growing at a speed that is simply shocking even to me. The new seeds I had planted had already reached the tyrant level. In less than a minute, the growth is simply shocking. The 2 lizardmen were slightly above my grade, but I was able to take both of them, and now I am getting a reward for it, and it is better than I dreamed. The most wonderful among all is the growth of the stainless blood soul. Lotuses, these plants grow extremely slowly, but now they are growing at visible speed. I am confident that all 7 of them would reach the tyrant stage and even be able to reach higher classes. Aside from the original scene, the others I had placed had already begun to bloom. It is clear without doubt that all of them will bloom, and they will reach a good level before this grown energy is spent. I need them to grow fast and reach a high level as soon as possible. From now on, their demand will be even higher, and I would need to plant even more of them. But currently, I am refraining from doing that because these lotuses are not the only resources I am growing. While they are undeniably important, I need the growth energy for the other resources as well. I can't let stainless lotuses hog all the growth energy there is. More than half the cracks have been healed, and the rest are healing rapidly despite the Grim pouring an immense amount of power into the snake. I am quite surprised by the amount of power the ape-man is pouring inside the snake, and it is not even its full power. The bastard is extremely powerful. The strength its core is providing is amazing. I couldn't help but shudder when I thought about it. Earlier, I stood no chance against it, but now I have some. Even now, with this powerful strengthening energy roaring inside me, I am not so confident about killing it, but I am sure as hell going to try. Killing the host of core is a huge, huge accomplishment. They are the ones with great potential and a real chance to reach the class of Grand Lord. And with the kind of changes that are happening within the Grims, their chances of reaching the class of Grand Lord had increased even further. Finally, all the cracks on my shields disappeared, seeing that the ape-man had also stopped offering more power to the snake. "Come," said the ape-man, and the snake flew toward it before seeping inside it through its chest. "You are a great actor, Czar, even making me believe you have reached your limit." It said. Its tone was conversation, but the emotions inside it were raging. Anyone would shudder just hearing the voice and would take a step back, seeing the raging anger in its eyes. "You have trampled on my pride with your joke, and you will pay the price for it," it said, and all the sparks of lighting covering its body disappeared, and so is its aura. Now if one did not look at its ranging eye, it almost looked like a regular grandmaster. "Do good mode," it shouted, and the yellow lightning lines began to spread across its body. Those lightning bolt designs covered its whole body before they began to fill with the lightning energy, which was so thick that it began to feel like it was liquid lightning. It might felt like a long time, but it had only taken a second, and in the second, it had gone through a complete transformation. There was no aura coming out of it, but I couldn't help but shudder looking at it. It began to radiate the invisible weight that would push even the grandmasters of absolute peak to their knees, and even some high grandmasters would find their knees shaking. "Now, let me see how your mighty shield defends against this blow of mine," it said with a silent grin and disappeared from its place. Looking at its speed, my eyes couldn't help but widen before my lips curved in a smile. My shields disappeared and my sword began to move up. I wanted to wait till all the strengthening energy merged with me, but seeing such mighty power, I just couldn't resist. It appeared in front of me, and when its hammer had already reached halfway, reaching me. Seeing the power and speed of the hammer, the smile on my face couldn't help but brighten up further. I harnessed all the power of the third boost and swung my sword toward the hammer, which looked like a comet that was coming to destroy the world. Clnng, my sword clashed against the mighty hammer, and the moment it did, I shook from top to bottom while heavy energy assaulted me. They reached my armor in an instant and began to drill inside me. Thud, thud, thud. I did not have time to care about the energy. The sheer raw strength of the attack was so much that it had sent me back with the heavy steps and surprised look in the eyes. It is not an attack from the inheritance but from the art, though it had used the inheritance energy in it, and seeing how it had used lit up my mind. The problem I had been having solved in an instant, and runes began to move inside me. Surprised Czar. This is the power of the Duged mode, and I am only scratching on the surface. It said and came at me, the weight from it increased, and I understood it was truly barely using any power in the last attack, while this one had something. I should have been scared seeing such a powerful attack coming at me, but I found myself laughing, and there was even great anticipation in my mind. Now I could truly use those moves, and their power will not be hollow anymore. Fourth cleave, I said, and as I moved my sword compared to its hammer, my sword seemed much slower and had a faint, soft, silvery glow as it moved. The glow looked faint, and it released the specks of gentle light as it moved. These specks looked soft, but if one looked at them carefully, one would see these soft specks are not harmless light, but extremely concentrated fire that affects even space. Clnng. My sword clashed against the huge hammer, and the energies clashed, and their clash had created a spatial wave that had spread around us. Thud. Still, the attack was powerful without a doubt despite the powerful counter. It had shaken me and forced me to take a step. The attack was so powerful that it had nearly forced me to take a second step back, but I had stopped myself from doing that. How do you do that? Asked the stone lightning ape man as it looked at me with a deep shock. You are not the only one with the cool art, I have one too, I replied, and that made it angry, but it brought a smile across its face. I am quite surprised you could sync your art to your inheritance to such a degree, considering the inheritance you practice, it said, and I felt the invisible weight from it increasing further. I had never fought a human with a move like mine, and now I want to see how much power you could harness from it, it said with a grin and came at me with an attack that was much stronger than before. Sixth cleave, I said, and once again swung my sword with all the power I could harness from my body. The power is increasing every moment as more and more strengthening energy pours inside me from my runes. The strengthening energy provided by the bloodline of 2 lizardmen is huge. It will take some time before I absorb it all. Clnng. Thud. Once again our weapons clashed and forced me to take a step back. This time the attack was too powerful that despite an increase in strength, I had to take 2 steps back and stop myself before I took the 3rd step, while it looked at me with a frown. It is not the only one who is confused, I am confused too. If I had been in its place, I would continue with the attack, not giving the enemy even a fraction of a second to relax, like those 2 lizard men did with me. Just thinking about their attack is making me shudder. The bastards had really taken me to the brink of death. I am wasting too much time. I should finish you off as soon as possible, it said as all the confusion on its face vanished. I was about to say, that is how you deal with your enemies, when those words died in my mouth as the extremely powerful feeling began to radiate, and the next second, it disappeared, and a feeling of immense threat rose in my heart immediately. I felt the feeling of threat coming from above, and when L looked up, I saw it above me while its huge hammer coming down on me with immense speed. The lizard men had the abilities and combat skills polished enough that they would bring down anyone to their knees. This stone lightning ape man did not have such skills and abilities that had nearly brought me to death's door, but it had the raw power and speed, which I think is even more dangerous. As one struck by such a straightforward raw attack, one would die or immobilize. Second cleave, I did not think. The moment I had sensed the attack, my sword moved. It had moved on its own, and it took me a fraction of a second to realize it was moving. It is good to think my instincts took over before my thoughts could otherwise. It would have been too late to react. Clnng. My sword stopped the attack before it could clash against me, but my happiness was short-lived as the explosive power crashed into me and sent me down like a comet, and the worst thing was, it did not even want to let me crash safely. I had appeared below me and now and swinging its hammer up. If I crashed against it, I would not survive. Seeing that, I had thought about summoning my shields but shook my head at the safest option. If I kept summoning my shields against every bit of threat, then where would I learn? This is a wonderful opportunity to learn. The battle with lizardmen twins in this battle had provided me with ample inspiration, and I want to actualize what I learn. It is going to be extremely dangerous, but I had to take the risk, as it is the only way I would be able to increase my combat style, and looking at how badly my battle with the lizard twins went, I am in desperate need to improve and polish my skills. So I harnessed every bit of the strength I had and poured it into the sword, which was already moving toward the hammer coming from below. Clnng. My sword clashed against the hammer, and a huge force came at me, which clashed against conflicting momentum and rocked my body. It had shaken me so much that it had injured me despite the protection of my armor. my internals was injured, and I had to vomit the blood with the tiny pieces of my internal organs inside it. The injuries healed in an instant with the strengthening energies in my body, but another attack came from behind me, and this one was even more powerful than the one before. I again had to use every bit of my strength I had to defend against it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. Our weapons clashed several times in a second, with each attack more powerful than before, a third of which would end up injuring me. It seemed to have an unlimited reserve of power, constantly increasing its attack's power without stopping. Many times, I just wanted to summon out my shields and defend. A smallest mistake on my part will give it a chance to hit me, and that would be the end of me. Still, I preserve it as it is the only way I can learn, and I am learning fast. I could feel the changes in the way I am wielding 7 cleaving moves, getting more and more refined in using the wonderful moves I have got from my art. Till now I have got the 7 attacking moves from my armor, from Copper Cleave, which I had named the first cleave, to Searing Cleave, which I had named the 7th cleave. I had rarely used these moves, as I had always felt they were incomplete and hollow. I was quite right about that. When I got the 7th cleave a month ago, I found out that this cleaving style is part of the combat style called the Forge Mountain cleaving style. It had 21 moves, which are divided into 3 parts of 7. With the 7 moves, the style had become complete enough that I could use it, but still felt hollow in power. The reason I felt hollow was that I felt the moves were lacking in power. They are plenty powerful. If they were not powerful, they wouldn't have been the part of the powerful art, but their power is still lacking when compared to the ultimate moves that Rai and the powerhouses of his possess. I wanted something comparable to those ultimate moves, and searched for a way to create the ultimate moves, and I did not think my mortal enemies would give me the inspiration to create. It might seem like I am taking a beating, and I am, but I also learn. I am getting better at using the mountain cleaving set. Its usage is becoming more refined and I am making changes in the power structure so that I can harness the maximum power through the mountain cleaving set. It is a great thing that I had never stopped increasing the power of my fire, and used many precious resources to increase only an ounce of its power, but all the pains I had taken are now bearing the fruit. Now my fire is powerful enough that it could go toe-to-toe against the destructive lightning of its, and with my fusion inheritance energy, it is producing enough power I could counter against its destructive assault. You are really something. Zara, I had not thought you would last this long when I had first seen you, it said as it had launched another attack. I could see the questions hidden deep in its eyes, and if I had been in its place, I would have too had these questions. We could gauge the power of others by their aura, though we are not accurate. We are not too wrong either, and usually the power lies in the parameters we predict. It had predicted my strength, and I had done it, and I am not too wrong in my prediction, but it is extremely wrong. My strength is increasing. Even now, the strengthening energy has filled my body and merged with it every second, strengthening it, which is what gives me the strength to counter its powerful move. If not for strengthening energy, I would have been holed up inside my shields and defending with the power of my burning essence. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I once again defended another of its attack, and my sword moved to defend another while taking a step back even after the constant increase in my strength. Its attacks were too powerful for me, and I needed to take a step back to manage this terrifying power. I defended another attack, but this time, there was a tiny smile on my face. Inside my core, all 7 stainless blood soul lotuses have reached the tyrant stage, and those of new seeds have reached the prince class. Looking at the growth energy that has remained in me, it is clear without doubt that all 7 stainless lotuses would reach elite class at the least, and those of new seeds definitely reach the king class. There is also that metal essence fruit tree. It is crazily absorbing the energies from the dead copper tree, floating above it while the fruits mature on it. I could see the few fruits I had taken reaching a few days ago for the project, growing anew and reaching the tyrant stage. I will only need to harness the bloodlines of a few high grandmasters, and all the fruits on the tree again will reach the high grandmaster class. It would have been great if the bastard in front of me had the bloodline core instead of the inheritance core. I have never harnessed the Grim with the bloodline core, but I am confident that runes could harvest it and purify it like they did with the bloodline. I still can't tell how many benefits I will get from harvesting the bloodline core, but I am very sure they would be far above the simple bloodline. A few more seconds passed, and the ape-man was still attacking me with relative calm. It is different from the other Grims I had fought. I have exchanged thousands of blows with it. If it had any Grim I had fought before, they would have become extremely angry and impatient, wanting to kill me before my strings took them. Compared to them, this one was relatively calm despite being angry. One might consider it is due to the amulet, which protects it from my strings, and thus it did not need to be impatient, but that is not the case. There had been few who had the ability to defend against my strings, but they were never able to remain this calm after exchanging this many moves, and that made me even more cautious against it, which is why I did not dare to take any hasty steps against it. CLANNG, another of its attack clashed against me, but unlike before, this time, there was a surprise in its eyes. It is so surprising that it did not attack me with another of its move right after, as it has been doing that for the past few minutes. If I had been fighting any other human, I would have gotten more advantage as time passed in battle, but as I continue to fight you, I felt like my advantage against you shrinking fast, it said, with deep confusion in its eyes. You are right, your advantage is shrinking, I said with a smile. I answered genuinely, but instead of thinking over my answer of mine, it got angry. The lightning in my eyes raged. Seeing that, I really wanted to laugh. I knew the truth would elicit a reaction from it, which is why I said it, but the reaction I got was a little more intense than I had anticipated. The next moment, all the rage disappeared, as if the dense lightning-covered irises of it were just something I had imagined, but I know it was no imagination. You are really something, Michiel Zar, and killing you would be a great accomplishment of mine, it said with a grin, and the next second, the invisible weight exploded as it disappeared from its place, while the sword in my hand moved forward. CLANNG. My sword clashed against the hammer, which was invisible till the next moment, and for the first time since it had activated this mode, I did not even shake hold defending the earlier, which had surprised it even more than before when I just shook. Though this time, it did stop thinking and attacked without wasting even a moment. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. The next attack came from above, and the attack after that came from below, and the attack from that came from the front. It begins to blink around me. Its speed is so fast that I am barely seeing it, or its hammer I am just moving my sword on instinct. And thankfully, my instincts seemed to be very sharp as I was able to defend against its attack every time. Still, I do not like to be dependent on a single thing, even if that thing is my instinct, which is why I bore the severe headache as I increase the power of the crown above my head as much as I can, and it is worth it, as the figure of Ape-Man started to become clearer and clearer. The strengthening energy disappeared, absorbed it all within my body and soul. The boost it has given me is huge. Beyond huge, it is the only reason I am standing in front of this terrifying stone lightning Ape-Man and fighting against it. It is not just strengthening energy that has disappeared, but also the growth energy. It had disappeared a few seconds before strengthening energy. The growth energy acquired from two powerful high grim monsters could really bring the transformation. A few days ago, I had nearly harvested resources present in my core for a mass breakthrough, which had made my core look quite barren till a few minutes ago. Now it had completely changed. It had become verdant. There is no tree in my core that isn't filled with the resources. The biggest bounty of all is the strainless blood soul lotuses. To my surprise, all 7 of them have reached leader class, which is kind of shocking considering the max I had thought they would reach is elite class, but they have proved me wrong. Not only them, but the other lotuses have also made remarkable progress. 3 of them were able to reach the emperor stage, while the rest are at the king stage. These amazing resources took a century to grow, but here they're taking only months. Thankfully, I do not have to worry about the corruption in the pool. There is a huge amount of it that I would be able to harvest thousands of stainless blood soul lotuses without any problem. I would have really liked to look at my envy-worthy herb garden, but I had the battle to be fought against the terrifying enemy, which seemed to have endless power. CLANNG, CLANNN, CLANNG. The barrage seemed endless, but it is in the relative calm, not making many mistakes its kin would make it this time. It is like it did not care about anything else, rather than making the continuous attacks. Though I could tell it was studying me and my combat style, while it might not seem like it, it always aimed at the weakness it found. It might not have the fineness of the lizardmen twins or their uncanny ability to find the tiny weaknesses that even the host is not aware of, but unlike them, it is the horse of a long race. It had far more power than them and sustained it for a longer amount of time. The lizardmen twins were fast fighters. They would use their full power from the beginning and kill the enemy at the quickest speed, and with their skills, it was not hard to accomplish their goals. Still, they were not the fighters of long battles. They had never fought a battle for longer than 10 minutes. This bastard is also hell-bent on killing me, but my defense has become airtight. I am not letting even a single attack inside, which is frustrating the hell out of it, and if it had been any grim in its place, they would have exploded already. I wish I could kill it, but it is too powerful, not to mention it is within my benefit if it had remained alive. It will keep others off my back. If it is dead, they might send an even more powerful High Grandmaster to kill me, or send a Quasi Grand Lord against which I could not do anything. So even if I could, I would not kill this bastard, as it remaining alive bring more benefits than being dead. It's not like I am wasting my time fighting it. It is an extremely powerful enemy, which is acting like a whetting stone for my move, and also giving me the freedom to do other things that will benefit me later. A few minutes passed and we had lost 2 grandmasters, but we had killed 6 grim grandmasters. There was no fatality in human high grandmasters, but nothing could be said, considering the moves they are using a single hit and they would be gone. Puch puch. We were fighting when a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The 2 staff swords of Grand Commander pierced into 2 grims, barely inches away from their chests. Those staff swords would have pierced into the chest of their chest and killed them if not for Star Crockman taking action, which moved them away from striking their heart. "Bitch, you dare," roared the Star Crockman, seeing its minions inches away from getting killed. It had made it extremely angry. It had already lost the 2 high grandmasters, and it did not want any more of them, or nobody will save it from the wrath of the coven, not even the leader of its tribe, who is a mighty grand lord. "There is nothing that I do not dare to do, little Grim," said Grand Commander calmly, to which the Star Crockman smiled, and that smile had a hint of madness in it. Seeing it, I couldn't help but shudder uncontrollably and nearly got crushed by the hammer of the ape-man. "I have to say, you have some strong leader of the human, but you are a glass doll to me," it said, and looked at Grand Commander as if it was looking at an ant. "I have been playing with, but now the playtime is over," it said, and a horrifying aura released from it, and powerful energies began to swirl around it. Seeing that, a terror couldn't help but appear on every human face while the Grims laughed. "Quasi Grand Lord. The Star Crockman is definitely Quasi Grand Lord, and the bastard was hiding quite well. We have a huge amount of data on the bastard, but there is never any indication that it might have the power of a Quasi Grand Lord. Since it was not even 100 years old, we had not placed it in the category of people who have the power of Grand Commander. Catch, catch." The Crockman moved its fingers, and the 2 staff sword came out of 2 grandmasters and moved in front of it, together with other 2 glass staff swords, which it had been fighting against not long ago. "These weapons of yours are quite pesky. I will deal with them before I deal with you," it said, and moved its finger, and next second, all 4 staff swords began to crumble into the fine glassy sand. My heart skipped a beat seeing that these staff swords are Grand Commander's totem artifacts, and the Star Crockman is destroying them. The pain and injuries Grand Commander suffers much be immense. Any damage to them causes damage to the soul and destruction of them, leaving quite a big injury on the soul. Grand Commander looked at the crumbling swords with an expressionless face. She seemed to have broken her connection with those swords expecting this, but that caused the soul injuries. Though not as big as the forceful destruction, soon all 4 of your swords crumbled into the glassy dust. "There, now that I have dealt with those pesky little things, it is time I deal with you," it said, and moved toward the Grand Commander to finish her off. "In a very secret place." "What is this? Where in the hell humans have brought such numbers of grandmasters?" asked the foxwoman with a deep shock on its face. It is not the only one who is shocked, but everyone sitting, including the old werewolf. They had thought the humans had withdrawn a large number of humans and also used their reserve to launch this powerful attack, but it seemed like they were very wrong. The number of human grandmasters on the battlefield had not reduced heavily as they had expected. Instead, the opposite had happened. There seemed to be around a 10 increase in their number, and it shocked them to the deepest level, as nobody here expected. Even now, it seemed preposterous to see the humans having such numbers. One could not produce the grandmasters like popcorns from the corn. If it had been so easy, they would have defeated the humans in the first century of their invasion, and had not been fighting against them for more than 10,000 years. The only reason they were able to produce a huge number of grandmasters was because of that great secret, but humans don't have something like that. It is their sheer luck that something like that had happened to them, and they refused to believe their mortal enemies would also come across something like it. "Find out the source of these grandmasters. I want to know about it as soon as possible," said the old werewolf as it looked at the foxwomen. "Yais, my lord, I will direct all my spies and will spare anything to find the source of these grandmasters," replied the foxwoman with stutter, while others watched in relish. It is the spymaster, and seeing what is happening, it had failed miserably. It was her job to know about these things, but humans were so good that they have barely let out a whisper of this huge thing. There were whispers of humans creating the special project to produce the force of grandmasters, but these whispers were nothing new. They came every few years and were especially dense during the time of war. There are thousands of folders of such whispers, and that is of the last century. Now, it looked like it would have to look at those folders even more carefully and awake more spies to dig deeper. It will be risky, considering the shocking speed of the humans catching her spies, but it is the risk she will have to take. As they were talking, the projection of 2 royals disappeared. These 2 were not Grand Lords, but their power and abilities were good enough that they could survive against the Grand Lords for a minute or 2. This is a huge battle, and could turn into the final battle. All the royals, each and every one of them, are present on the battlefield. If the chance came to wipe out the human forces in the battle, they would take that chance without hesitation. We are losing the numbers on the battlefield, AD, and if we lost a few more on the battlefield, the advantage of number would simply vanish, said the bullman worriedly. They are only grandmasters, we should not worry too much, but we should be ready to act if any grand lord is in danger. We have already lost 3, we could not afford to any more, said the snakeman, and focus on the screen. This young boy of stone lighting is wasting too much time, he should finish that czar as soon as possible, said Ratman, who had been silent for quite a while. If czar had been easy to finish, it would have been killed long ago, replied Krokman. It is observing the battle very carefully and was shocked by czar's power. It had never expected czar to be this powerful. If it had, then the lizardmen twins wouldn't have been able to force it to such a degree. Was this all acting? It was thinking of these things when a sudden change appeared on the battlefield. The 2 high grandmasters of there had their bodies pierced by leader of humans' weapons. If the star Krokman hadn't interfered, they have been killed. The human will die now, said the Krokman with a laugh. Its descendant was wasting too much time, leader of humans. It is not a good thing, and he even told his descendant to finish the human off as soon as possible. It did not listen, but now it will. Its projection tapped on the table, and the projection became even clearer. Extra cameras on the fort focused on it. I want to record the leader of humans' death with the greatest quality. The history has proven before such footages are very useful in breaking the morale of enemies if used on the right time. A second later, his descendant removed the pesky weapons from the chest of its minions and crushed them before moving toward the leader of human. He had ordered it kill it in a single attack. This time, there will be no waste of time. Hun. It was watching every moment with the wide eyes and bright smile, when its expressions froze and deep shock appeared on its face, not only on its face, but on the faces of everyone. You think only you have such power, said Grand Commander without a change in expression, and that very moment, the powerful aura exploded out of her body, and the first energy gathered around her, which immediately stopped the charge of the star Krokman. She waved her hand, and the fine dust that the staff swords had crumbled into began to gather, and soon the cloud of black sand transformed into the 4 staff swords like before. You have hidden deeply human, said the star Krokman. So have you, said the Grand Commander as the 4 staff swords began to swirl around her. But if you think this will save you, then you are grossly mistaken, said Star Krokman, and shining gray energy descended on it, strengthening its aura even more. Get ready to die, human, it shouted and moved toward the Grand Commander, while she moved her staff swords toward it in silence. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. While the huge changes had happened above us, it had only stopped our battle for a second, before we resumed, and now, the stone lightning ape-man burst out with even more power and began to attack me with even greater intensity, like it had gotten some kind of command do that. The relative calm in its eyes disappeared and got replaced with fury, which seemed to be helping it harness even more power. I had liked you before, now you have just transformed into one big torch. It is quite glaring to eyes, you know, I said to it as I parried one of its blows. What I had said is true, those yellow lightning marks on its body have become quite brighter and become brighter and brighter, making it one giant torch. Humph. It did not seem to be in the mood to reply to me, civilly, as it had just harumphed and continued pressing on me while I counter, and it had continued for a minute when suddenly a small smile appeared on my face. CLANNG, CLANNG, CLANNG. Why are you smiling? It asked while continuing its assault. Nothing, I replied while the smile on my face became even brighter. I am not intentionally doing that, but it is happening, and I can't seem to control it, especially when I looked at its face. Human, you will pay, it shouted in anger and attacked even more intensely. These Grims get angry too quickly, but this one is acting like it is angry. It is angry, but all that anger is firmly in its control. It is using it to harness even more power from its core. It took me a while to understand, but I have become even more cautious. I can't compare it to the other Grims. If I do that, I will be making a grave mistake and end up losing my life. I have achieved some of my goals in fighting and will achieve some in a few minutes, and after that, I will try my hand at this guy. It will be a challenge, but when I will ace, I want to make this bastard my first prey with core, and I have waited for it already. While I would have liked it if it had been the host of Bloodline core, I am fine with the inheritance core as well, more than fine, actually. The data on the inheritance core will be more valuable than the bloodline, as there is barely 20 of people have a bloodline at a higher level, while the rest, 80, have the inheritance. A few minutes passed and another small smile lit up on my face. I had finally finished up with my objective, and now it was finally time I focused my all the bastards in front of me, and it was my luck that it had nearly reached its limit. The increase of power with each attack had reduced drastically. Once again, its hammer was coming at me, and I moved my sword, and as I did, there was a hint of surprise in its eyes. This time, my sword is not moving up in the defense, but in the offense. Many of the weak spots became open as I changed my strategy, but the ape-man did not move its hammer toward them as it would have instead. Its hammer tracked my sword. CLANNG. Its hammer clashed against my sword, stopping it in its tracks. It had succeeded, and it might succeed 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000, but eventually it will fail, and it only needs to fail once. I only need a single attack, and it will be a game over for it. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I took back my sword and attacked another of its weakness, and once again it had stopped it. It seemed to have sensed something, as it had become more serious and focused, not letting my sword reach too close to it. We began to blink around, attacking from any side in Angel, but our weapons would always clash, not letting the others attack too close to ourselves. The paradigm of our battle had shifted, it had reached the climax, and others seemed to have sensed it too. I had felt a couple of powerful invisible soul senses on me. The owner of these senses are extremely powerful and could kill me in an instant, but thankfully not all are hostile. I would just need to finish my own battles, while others would handle everything else that came after. It was not just my battle that had reached the climax, but I could feel a couple of others had also reached the stage. The battle between the Grand Commander and the Star Crockman has become extremely intense that the fort seems to have activated all its defenses to survive against the shockwaves. The Battle of High Grand Lords is destructive. In just a couple of minutes of battle, we have changed the whole topography around us. The snowy tranquility had been destroyed, and all the snowy peaks had turned into the rubble. The only thing that had remained unscathed under the assault of energies of High Grandmasters and Quasi Grand Lords was the fort and Mountain it was standing. Both of them had been destroyed long ago if not for the powerful defenses of the fort, which are protecting itself, and the mountain it is standing on. You have changed your strategy abruptly. It seemed like you have got confidence in beating me, said the stone lightning ape man as it attacked from behind. CLANNNG, CLANNNG, CLANNNG. I moved my sword back to defend against the attack before appearing above it and bringing my sword down on its huge head. Of course, I have confidence, not beating you but killing you. My strings have already wrapped more than half of your body, and soon the other half would be wrapped in it as well. Once that happened, even Grand Lord would not be able to save you, I said with a smile, which made it glare at me hard before it glanced at the crystal badge by its chest. Snort. Stop with your dirty antics, human. As long as Lord's blessing is on me, your little strings could forget about touching me, it said with great confidence. Don't worry, it will be burned to death soon enough, I replied with a grin before attacking it. It has too much confidence in that thing, and if I had been in its place, I would have had the same confidence too. The thing is especially powerful that those Quasi Grand Lords fighting above wouldn't dare to touch it lightly. It is even capable of injuring them. If I did not have the white fire, I wouldn't have thought about killing it. Still, I felt relieved that not all the Grims could use that badge. Very few people have compatibility, and the creator has also paid the price for creating this thing. If every Grim has this thing, then we could forget about killing these bastards. Half an hour passed, and both of us had reached the limit, and now it had purely become a battle of skills, and I could tell it was frustrating for the ape man. While I am slightly weaker than it, I am more skillful, and in the past few minutes was able to reach very close to it while it was unable to make any headway against me. While it is frustrating to fight gigantic Grims, which are nearly 5 times bigger, it also has benefits. The biggest are freedom and flexibility. A few more minutes passed when my eyes lit up. I had found a pretty big opening, and I was confident that I could attack it, but also aware that it was a trap. It had been creating such an opening for the past few minutes. Until now, I haven't taken the bait, but this is too alluring. I have been fighting against it for more than an hour, and I could not waste more time on it. Considering the battle of the Grand Commander is reaching the end, I have to finish the battle before she does, because whatever the result, all hell would break loose when that happens. I instantly made the decision and moved toward the trap the ape man had set for me. If the worst came worse, I would use my trump card to deal with whatever it had stored for me. Hee hee, it let out a laugh as I appeared behind its back, and at that very moment, thick as water, earthly lighting energy burst out of its body. It is so powerful that it would burn me just with a touch. Even if our weapons clashed right now, I would be sent flying like a broken kite with serious injuries. Though the chances of that happening are slim, with its current strength, it will be easily able to avoid my sword and attack my body, which will be a game over for me. So I have to do something. If I do not, then only death awaits me. Fourth burst, I said, and a sanguine aura burst out of my body. It was burning its essence, so I will do the same, and my method is better. Learning from the last time, I have made a pretty heavy change in the fourth burst. The power it gives is still overwhelming but not uncontrollable like before this time. It is not injuring me as it did last time. The sanguine power burst out of me, and instantly my movement became faster and more powerful. My sword moved toward its back with all the power it could harness. It is a good thing I am targeting its spine instead of its chest. Unlike what it had through, I had no interest in its chest. While it would great to strike its chest, I know it is extremely dangerous, and it had prepared many safeguards. I might not even be able to touch it before it blasted me off with its giant hammer. Even attacking its back, its hammer is approaching fast, while a powerful defensive method had seeped out of its skin, formed a second later above its stone skin. My sword moving at an extremely fast speed, but I see it moving slowly. The fractions of seconds had turned into minutes, giving me an extremely clear look at what was happening around me, and seeing that, my expressions couldn't help but turn a little nasty. Still, the thought of retreating never crossed my mind. Instead, I kept pouring even more power into my sword, trying to make my attack faster and stronger. As my sword touched the thick defensive layer covering its skin, and I have to say, it was quite powerful as it was able to stop my sword for a fraction of seconds before it moved toward the spine of Ape-Man, cutting across the defensive like a hot knife cutting through the butter. Tunk. Soon my sword pierced through the defensive layer, and the tip of my sword touched its stone skin of it before I began to withdraw the sword with all my strength and moved my body, as the hammer was upon me and would strike without a doubt. If I had withdrawn my attack when my sword had pierced its defensive method, I would have been able to retreat safely, but now I stood no chance of it. BANNG. I had just barely withdrawn my sword out of it when the hammer struck me, and I felt as if I had been struck by a meteor of lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, I stopped back while a tide of force began to spread over my body as it spread. It splintered my skin, wrecked my internal organs, and broke my bones aside from my neck and skull, which had been protected under an extremely powerful formation, powerful enough to stop the tide that came to crush it. Puh. I kept vomiting hard while dense healing energy filled my body and mixed with the healing energy of my own. The second healing energy came from the formation, which my clone activated a moment before the hammer stuck me. I survived, I said as the bloody smile came across my vomiting face. I was able to minimize the impact of an attack by moving my body and making the area dense with strings. If I had been hit with the full impact of the hammer, I wouldn't have been conscious right now. There is a high chance I would have been dead, but I survived. It had been a while since I had been injured to such a degree it reminded me of the battles I used to fight. At that time, there was no armor or all-powerful defensive method that could defend me. I used to get hundreds of injuries in every fight. Those were the good old days. Various formations lit up across me, helping me stabilize, and the formations worked fast, but by the time I got control over my body and speed, the ape-man had already appeared in front of me. You have fallen into my trap, and now you will die, it said with a killing grin as it gathered the dense energies around the hammer for the one last attack, which was going many times more powerful than the attack the Grim had launched a few moments ago. I did not fail, Grim, you have. You lost, Grim. I said with a bloody smile, shocking it out, but soon it got controlled over its emotions and opened its mouth to refute when a horror appeared on its face. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At a place where the tip of my sword touched its back, a tiny white dot became visible before it began to spread around its body, burning the golden fire energies that formed an invisible armor around it. In less than a second, it had burned more than 95 of golden fire energy covering the Grim's body before it had zeroed on the source of the white crystal badge. It covered the wild crystal badge, and just as it did, the golden fire inside it came and began to fight for its survival, but from the beginning it stood no chance, and the white fire began to burn it into oblivion till nothing of it had remained, and all it did that in a second, while the Grim watched in horror. The scene was so shocking that it caught the eye of everyone, and they stopped fighting, from the Grandmasters to Quays at Grand Lords, all stop. What had just happened was shocking. The white fire had burned something that belonged to the strongest powerhouse of the Grims, and it was not like the fire had offered any resistance. It had not, like oil, it burned as the white fire touched me. Now that your protection is gone, who will save you from my strings? I said to it, bringing it out of its horror. The deep fury appeared in its eyes, and it opened its mouth, but it seemed to have remembered something and closed its mouth and began to retreat with full power. There is no use in running, you have already caught in my strings, I said and twirled my fingers, and the very second, the ape-man stopped on its track, with grave horror in its eyes. Its face would also have shown the same expressions if not for its movement being frozen by my strings. Now, say goodbye to the woe. I stopped in my tracks as the great presence covered me. It felt like God was looking down at me. I froze in sheer fear. It was not just my body that froze, but also my mind. The presence was too powerful for me to resist. You Batard, the mighty Grand Lord roared behind me, and I sensed a killing intent so vast that it had threatened to break my mind despite the immunity I have. I have never sensed such mighty killing intent. It is so vast and dense that it overwhelmed me in an instant, but also made me understand so many things at once that my killing rule advanced in an instant, and which helped me get out of the sanguine world I had found myself in. I had thought the overwhelming killing intent was worse. The grim Grand Lord wanted to break my mind, but I was wrong. It had something more planned for me, something against which I have no chance of defense and attack. Behind me, I saw a huge scaly green claw made of energy coming at me. The claw was huge, and it was over 100 meters long, coming at me with a speed that I would not outrun if I had burned all the essence in my body for the one final burst. "We should have killed you last time. It was a mistake on our part, which I will correct now," said the all-encompassing voice behind me as the claw moved closer and closer to me. Fear and horror in my heart reached the point that I could not even think, but still, I reacted. This attack is going to kill me if landed on me, and I don't want to die while frozen in fear. It would be the great shame of my life if I died like that. So I gathered my will to resist this mountainous fear in my heart and pushed it first. I was barely able to twitch my body, but soon I was able to shake before slowly taking a step ahead. Seeing that, a small smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The moment I took the step, the giant claw appeared behind me and began to envelop me as if wanting to crush me inside the fist. It is really a gruesome way to die, but I did not have a choice considering the vast difference in strength that exists between us. Krrrrrrr. Soon the gigantic hand covered me and was about to crush me to pulp when suddenly it stopped in its tracks, by something invisible which became visible as it had stopped the attack, and when I looked at what had stopped it, I couldn't help but shock. In shock, I did not even notice that the aura of the Grand Lord enveloping me had also disappeared, releasing my thoughts and body from its grip. "Lord of Glass, how can you be alive?" "We have killed you," asked the voice in shock. It was so shocking that it had ended up revealing itself. "It is Chagger of Amethyst, a Grand Lord from the Amethyst Scale Crockman tribe, looking at the empty spot with deep shock. It is not the only one who is shocked. Every human aside from the Grand Commander is shocked seeing those mirrors. Only those who practice the Grand Art Fortress of Mirrors could bring out these mirrors and see how powerful the attack was. Only the Lord of Glass could have stopped it. But the Lord of Glass is dead. Only his soul is alive, and he could not cast such powerful attack. Even with the aid of a ring, he would not be able to cast such a powerful attack, while the other known person who had comprehended the Fortress of Glass did not have such powerful comprehension. Lady Vivian's comprehension in the Fortress of Mirrors is a step away from the Grand Lord class, and the mirrors are definitely in the Grand Lord class. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stop this powerful attack. "Lord of Glass is just a title. If one died, then another shall take their place," said the familiar voice, and Lady Vivian revealed herself. "A Grand Lord," I said in shock. Lady Vivian is not hiding her aura, and it is not of the Grand Lord, it is not of the High Grandmaster either. It is something in between, but it does not matter, as when it comes to a host of grand arts, the only thing matters is their comprehension of the grand art. It seemed like Lady Vivian's comprehension of Fortress of Mirrors had broken through the Grand Lord class. Still, it is hard to believe, as just 5 days ago, her comprehension was at the edge of Grand Lord, and now it is at the Grand Lord. No matter how much I thought, I just couldn't wrap my brain around it. "It is a good thing you have revealed yourself, the new Lord of the Glass. I will kill you just like I killed the last Lord of Glass, and then I massacre all the humans here, including your sister," it said, and it looked at me with a warning, which made me shudder on my spot. Its intentions are clear. It is warning me against doing anything to the ape-man. Unfortunately for it, the threat of enemies doesn't work on me. So under its threatening glare, I stretched my lips with all my willpower and put up a smile, and at that very moment, Ape-Man had disappeared, and it was not the only one that had disappeared. A crimson-horned ratman fighting against Grandmaster Musk had also disappeared. "You wretched human, I will kill you," roared the Grand Lord Crockman. Its raging roar had such power that it had nearly fainted me, but the very next moment, I fainted for a second when I saw its fury. Scaled hands like the one still covering me began to materialize, and soon their numbers reached thousands. They had covered the whole sky that not even stars above could be seen. A couple of seconds later, the hands stopped appearing, but numbers had already reached a whopping 10,000. It is clear that it did not want to target me alone but all the Grandmasters and High Grandmasters, and it chose the most visible way to show its might. "Die, humans." It shouted, and all the hands came toward us, bearing the aura that nobody would be able to or even defend, including the Grand Commander. The only one who could stand against it was Lady Vivian. "You should keep your focus on me, or you will end up losing your life before you even know it," said Lady Vivian, and moved her fingers, and the mirrors materialized between us and the attack. These mirrors are different compared to the mirror that is protecting me. These new mirrors look like they were made of molten glass. I feel like if I moved my hand through them, I could scoop some of the glass. I did not have much time to think about whether the mirrors would be able to defend against such a mighty attack, as the giant scaly hand reached the mirrors and moved to crush them. Hun. Seeing the momentum of the grim Grand Lord's attack, I thought these thousands of hands would splatter the liquid glass mirrors before coming at us, but instead, something shocking happened. These gigantic scary hands began to seep inside the mirrors as they touched them without making the slightest sound or producing any clashing aura. It shocked all of us, including the Grand Lord of Grims. Even it didn't seem to expect something like this would happen to its attack. The power of the Grand Lord is on a completely different level, I thought as I looked at the last of giant scaly hands seeping inside the liquid mirror. The grim Grand Lord tried to avoid it, but the liquid mirrors were still able to engulf those hands. It is not just those mirrors, the mirror which had been protecting me against the hand had also turned its state from solid to liquid and engulfed the whole hand. The power Lady Vivian had shown in her defense is shocking. Such an attack would have leveled the hundreds of miles around us, and shockwaves of it would have been enough to vaporize the Grandmasters and injure us Grandmasters, but Lady Vivian neutralized it without a single harmful fluctuation. It seemed like one could not measure her in a normal definition. Those who had comprehended the grand arts are in a completely different league. It seemed like the old Lord of Glass had found a worthy successor in you, said the grim Grand Lord with a light smile hanging on its face. But if you think this much of power is going to save you from me, then you are grossly mistaken human, it said, and powerful aura blasted off its body. The aura is powerful that it begins to send huge ripples across space. It is a good thing the Grandmasters have moved away from their places, or they wouldn't have been able to survive those ripples. I also began to move away, and thankfully, the Grimm's Grand Lord made no move against me it would if I tried to run away from the battlefield. Still, it is not the only danger I have. While most of the High Grandmasters are avoiding me, there are 3 who are looking at me with deep killing intent. 2 of them had even tried to come at me a few minutes ago, but the Grand Commander stopped them before they could move even meters. I couldn't help but pity those 2 ever since the Star Crockman and the Grand Commander revealed their power at Quays at Grand Lords. Those 2 are sitting ducks. They could not participate in the Battle of Grand Commander, and the Star Crockman it had reached above their grade, but they could not also move to join the other battles, or the Grand Commander might kill them. The only reason they are alive is that the Star Crockman is protecting them. I did not dare to let my guard down. I am still burning my essence at the lowest level. Every second I am losing a precious essence doing that, but I have no choice because once I stop, I will be in a weakened state, and I can't afford that. I had to bear it for a while. Once I had got the strengthening essence, I could turn it off. There are 2 reasons I had taken such a huge risk of binding the Ratman, despite knowing the risk of being found out by the Grand Lord. First is, of course, for the essence I knew there are high chances I would need to burn my essence to defeat the ape-man, and to recover from it, I would need a strengthening essence, as I could not afford to not be in my best in a place like this. The second reason is bigger than it. I would need its help to harvest the ape-man with core. I have never harvested the Grim with core, and I did not have confidence that I could do it before the Grim killed itself. The runes have already begun harvesting, and I am already shocked at the sheer amount of essence that the ape-man have. It is utterly shocking that I begin to curse my luck, that the Grim bastards hadn't sent the one bloodline core, and instead sent this bastard with inheritance core. Aside from precious data and extremely powerful essence rows, it wouldn't offer me anything. If it had been bloodline core, it would be able to give the colossal amount of purified bloodline energy, which had been transformed into a colossal amount of strengthening energy. A single such grim monster would have been enough to not only refill my essence, but also take me to the level of Grand Master Redhorn. At that level, I wouldn't have feared the 2 Grims that Grand Commander is holding back. A single shield of mine would have been more than enough to defend against the 2 of them. If they attacked me now, I don't know whether my shields would be able to hold down their assault. BOOM, BOOM, BOOM. Fuck, I cursed as the shockwave hit me and sent me flying. The Grand Lords had begun fighting, and even at such a distance, the shockwave created had sent me flying. Those poor Grandmasters have also been struck by the shockwave, despite creating nearly 100 distance between the fight. They got heavily injured in the battle, and now running away, forgetting everything. They did not even attack each other. While running away, they had done that earlier. I also began to put the distance between the battle, but I did not move too far away. I would need the protection of Lady Vivian or the Grand Commander if the powerful enemy attacked me. The battle is dangerous, but things might get even worse for me. There is a high that Grims might send a powerful Grim to kill me, the one who would be even more powerful than the stone lightning ape-man, so I need to be prepared. Thankfully, it would not come through the fort. The fight of Grand Lords had created the blockage of space. There are ripples everywhere that even Grand Lord thinks twice about breaking the space here. Still, it did not change things much, except for giving me a minute or 2 extra. The Grims would teleport a little far from this place before coming flying toward us. It will give me a minute or 2. BOOM. Suddenly, a defeating boom rang out from a distance. It was so loud that I felt like going deaf, but it was nothing compared to the shockwave that came with it. It had sent me flying like a broken kite. Still, the sound and shockwave paled compared to the horrifying scene that appeared in a place where the attacks of Grand Lords clashed. The space cracked like glass, and through it, I could see dangerous spatial waves that were roaring in the space sea. I couldn't help but shudder to look at the scene. Even after gaining such strength, I still fear the spatial sea, and that thing is extremely dangerous, that even Grand Lords travel inside it carefully. The spatial waves are the least dangerous aspect of the spatial sea, as there are things that are far worse than exist there. Some of them had even killed the Grand Lords from both sides. Their battle continued, getting more and more intense with every second that it reached the height that broken space had become a common scene. Seeing the defensive methods that Lady Vivian had used at the beginning of the battle, I had thought she would fight defensively, but she is increasingly offensive, matching blow with a blow against the Grim, rarely using the defensive methods, and from what I could see with my abilities, she is amazingly skilled. It did not seem like she had gotten the power of the Grand Lord just a few days ago. I was happily watching Lady Vivian fighting equally with the grim Grand Lord when suddenly I looked up, and grave expressions appeared on my face seeing what was happening. A sudden reversal appeared in the battle between the Grand Commander and the Star Crockman. In very secret place. The humans are too crafty. We had just killed one of the most troublesome Grand Lord of humans, and they have its successor ready. The old snake cursed as it saw the human using the Fortress of Mirrors. Don't worry, Keys will handle it end of the day. There will be no Lord of Glass, replied the foxwoman, getting a side eye of the old werewolf in return, which made her whole body shudder uncontrollably, despite having a huge distance between them. It was another failure on her part. She is a spy master, and she should have been able to find it out. She had guessed that one of two students of Lord of Glass might have comprehended his Fortress of Mirrors, but it was just a guess, not a confirmation, as the grand art had never been used openly by then. Normally, she would hope Key's failure at every turn might even conspire for his failure considering their tribe didn't get along, but this time she is desperately hoping he would succeed. She had even messaged him and promised the resources he had been trying to get for a few years. He just needed to succeed in wiping the humans. She had not only done this one battlefield, but all 7 she had contacted leaders of all battlefields and promised them heavy rewards as long they were able to wipe the humans out. She will be punished for this failure and might even lose her position as the spy master. She did not want it to happen. Losing this position would be a great shame for her, so she made an effort, throwing resources and artifacts that she had collected over the centuries. It pains her, but she has no other choice. She needs to show her sincerity, and the price she is willing to pay it will be the only way she and her tribe will survive and even thrive in the rapid change that is happening in her race. This human girl is quite powerful. Its comprehension must have reached the Grand Lord class quite a while ago, said the old snake while smirking at her failure. Yes, it will be troublesome if it had reached the level of an old glass of swords, said Basri softly. I would not let that happen. If Keys did not kill it in 10 minutes, I will personally take action and kill it, said Old Werewolf, and everything accented. They could not let another powerful Lord of Glass appear. They had to make big preparation and spend a fortune to kill the last Lord of Glass, and there was some luck also involved. That bastard had nearly got through the mirror dimension, and if they had not used that precious artifact that only Old Werewolf had the power to activate, they would not have been able to stop it from running away through the mirror dimension. What are we going to do with Czar? We can't leave it alone on the battlefield where it is free to wrap its devious strings around our people and make them disappear, asked the old snake. For now, nothing. I have ordered the others to remain far away from it. Once Keys or his descendant finish their battle, they will kill Czar, said the old werewolf. The decision may seem confusing, but it is wise. While they could send another powerhouse, who knows, Czar might wrap it too and make it disappear. To remedy that, they could send the limited High Grandmaster with protection against the string, and it might be able to kill Czar, but Czar is not alone on the battlefield. If it had been other Grand Lord other than the Lord of Glass, they might have sent it, but with the Lord of Glass present, things became a little complicated. Unlike the host of other arts, Lord of Glass could attack silently, and many of their attacks are silent. It could kill all the Grim on the battlefield, and Keys won't be able to stop it. It is due to the Grand Art they have targeted it, despite it not being the strongest Grand Lord, as it is the most troublesome to deal with. They were watching the battle when suddenly the expressions of the old werewolf changed, and a grinning, killing smile appeared on his face of the old werewolf. Old Snake, you are in charge. It is time for me to fight, and if I succeed, then prepare for the final battle against the humans, said the old werewolf, grinning. We wish you have the luck of heaven, my lord, said all of them together as they stood up. All of them, except for the old werewolf, possess serious expressions on their faces. They are aware of who he is going to fight against, and if he succeeded in killing the human he is leaving to fight, then 70 task of conquering humans would be finished in an instant. I will succeed, said the old werewolf to all, and his projection disappeared, leaving all the Grims in bubbling anticipation. I hope the Lord will succeed. His success would instantly fulfill the dream of our ancestors. We will accomplish a thing they have never been able to do in their lifetime, said the foxwoman with a fervent look in her eyes. They would have succeeded too if they didn't have incompetent people you in the leadership, said the old snake, which instantly made the projection of old foxwoman flicker. What did you say, old snake? Asked the foxwoman with gritted teeth and glaring eyes. I am saying, you are useless of the spymaster Jofa was 1,000 times better than you. If he was with us, we wouldn't have had such intelligence failure, said the old snake. You shouldn't make enemies in your old agi. Old snake, who knows, your tribe might be exterminated after your death, she said, openly threatening her colleague or enemy by his swords. Snort. You are too young to threaten me, little fox, and I am going to die any time soon, or at least not before a useless person like you, it said back with a snort, which made the foxwoman so angry that her eyes began to glow like a sun. You fuck. Esrin, the old snake, focus on the battles, said the ratman, stopping them before this verbal fight makes them mortal enemies. They do not want irreconcilable rivalry appearing between two powerful tribes in a time like this. Nobody said anything till the sudden change occurred on the battlefield, which lighted up the faces of all the Grimms sitting at the table. The descendant of Keys is finally done something, said the foxwoman, seeing how he had blasted the leader of the human into the ground. Now just kill it, said the old snake with a smile. That smile did not last on its face for long. About 3 seconds later, something happened that froze the expression of the old snake's face and the face of every other Grimm sitting on the table before its eyes went wide before as if it had understood something. It looked at Ratman and opened its mouth, but closed it. There were only 3 Grand Lords present available, and they could not be moved unless it was an order from the head of the coven. As all 3 of them guarding the extremely important places, leaving them would have drastic consequences. This might be a trap set up for them, and he could not afford to let them fall into it, at least not now when they have so few Grand Lords and did not have a complete idea about human strength, especially when they had just revealed a Grand Lord. Who knows, there might be 1 or 2 who are hiding secretly. They are not the only ones looking to end the war once and for all. He could not take chances, but he could not also let the leader of the humans live. She represented something that would be a disaster if it grew, and he would have finished it off before it grew completely. She just now became as dangerous as her sister, but much less powerful, could be killed, and the coven did not have only Grand Lords, there were other options as well. Futra and Baster, go and bring me the head of the leader of the human. If worse come worse, sacrifice yourself to kill it, but I want it dead, said the old snake, shocking everyone, including the 2 Grand Lords across it. Old snake, what is it? Asked Ratman. Body, replied the old snake simply, and it was enough as both Grand Lords shook and turned to screen with complete seriousness. Bang, human bitch, do you like the taste of my full power? Asked the Star Crockman with the killing grin. It had just burst into power and had sent Grand Commander crashing to the ground with a single attack. Thud, I was just playing with you till now. If I wanted to, I could have killed you the minute battle began, but I wanted to see the strength of the leader of humans, and I have to say, it is pretty disappointing, said the Star Crockman as it flew into the crater before landing in front of Grand Commander. She had just sat up shakingly, and her condition looked very bad. Her aura is weak, she is vomiting blood while barely able to keep herself sitting. You Grimms talk too much, while I can't say about others, but this constant chattering irritates the hell out of me, she said irritatingly, as she wiped out the blood off her lips with her sleeve. There is no fear in her eyes against the enemy who could crush her, given the power it had shown just now. I say to say you are quite courageous. Not many people would be able to utter those words with death standing right in front of them. It said and raised its blade and swung it with every bit of its power to kill the leader of humans. The expression on the Grand Commander's face has changed, and now there is mirth in her eyes seeing the blade coming toward her. It is the opposite of emotions I and others are feeling watching it. I watched in horror as the Star Crockman's sword moved closer and closer to Grand Commander till it reached in front of her face. I don't know when I opened my mouth and was about to scream in horror when suddenly strange silvery energy burst out of the Grand Commander and spread like a shockwave. The eyes of Star Crockman diluted seeing it, and it instantly stopped its attack and began to retreat, but before it could take even a step back, the silvery white energy had touched it, and it froze on its spot. The energy did not stop, it moved, and soon, it reached the grim High Grandmasters who were close to the battlefield. They were also running away, but the energy caught them and froze them. I also saw energy coming toward me, but did not run. It was spreading at a speed that, aside from Grand Lord, nobody could run away from. It reached me before I could blink and passed through me, freezing me at my deepest. I could not move my body, it was frozen, and it had nearly frozen my soul. If it were not for the protection of my core, it would freeze my soul fully that I wouldn't have been able to thick, much less enter my core. I had entered my core right before I froze, and now looking at my metaphysical scan in deep shock. I had been frozen, and it was not normal ice energy that froze me, but something that is considered one most powerful frost energies, the lunar frost. The burst of silvery while energy contains the lunar frost, which has the power to freeze even the sun. Still, the appearance of Frost from Grand Commander is shocking, as I have never sensed anything frosty from her. She is an earth elemental powerhouse, and practices the core inheritance of crystal domination called the Spires of Crystal. While the element is shocking, there is something more than shocked me. It shook me to my core. In this Frost, I had sensed something which I had only sensed 2 times before. Lunar Frost is not the power of inheritance, or it is of the bloodline, it is of the constitution. Sorry, the power above that of the constitution. It is the body. I am 99 sure the Grand Commander had a lunar frost body, and it is not a good thing. Considering how it burst out of her, I could already tell a couple of things, and not a single one was making me feel good, but still, I remained shocked and even felt happy when I should not be, as I have come across the body. The body is what is above the constitution, but there is an unbridgeable gap exists between them. It is said the constitution is the constitution, while the body is body. The gap between the two is insurmountable. Bodies are extremely rare, so rare that once they appeared, the powerful organizations and worlds would fight hard to attain them. They are something like children of the universe. They have the favor of the quintessence of the universe itself. The twins have bodies. They have the cosmic elemental bodies, the bodies of the highest order. Then Grand Commander has the body of lunar frost, an elemental body, the body level lower than cosmic elemental, but still infinitely powerful. Just energy burst out of it was able to freeze a quasi Grand Lord I, and others with high Grandmaster power stood no chance against it. As this burning essence had saved me from suffering horrible damage, I would not be able to heal even with all the strengthening energy in the world. Even my survival wouldn't have been guaranteed now. I am surviving barely. The lunar frost had damaged my essence as well, and looking at my condition, I would burn the essence safely for 4 more seconds before the overdraft began and started to damage my foundation. Buzz. Seeing that, I thought for a while before bringing out a formation and throwing very precious resources on it before activating it. A second later, a stream of fiery herbal energy entered my body, and as it entered, I merged my sun rule power inside it, which immediately amplified the power of the energy fiery energy and began to clash against the lunar frost rampaging in my body. It is a good thing I have the rule of the sun. I have accumulated a lot of powerful resources of sun element, which is now helping me against the lunar frost. Still, I could help but become slightly angry at Grand Commander. She should know what kind of power she had, and should not release it carelessly when such weak allies are around, as I am not the only one who had been hit by this lunar frost. All the humans and Grims of high Grandmaster class hit by it and fell down on the ground hard. Thankfully, it did not affect the Grandmasters. As the Grand Lords began fighting, they escaped as far as they could, that now I couldn't even see them with my eyes. Currently the humans, as well as the Grims, are alive. Both are true high Grandmasters, and their bodies and soul are quite strong, but lunar frost is seeping deeper and deeper inside them, and they have nothing to fight against it other than their rule powers, as the lunar frost had even frozen their inheritance and bloodline energies. A booty. Interesting, you human sisters are one luckiest people I have ever met. One has comprehended the grand art, while the other has a body, said the grim Grand Lord with jealousy in its eyes, but it did not act to attack the Grand Commander. I was confused for a moment before I sensed the 2 presences approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Oh no, you're not going anywhere, your enemy is me, said the grim Grand Lord as it attacked Lady Vivian with an earth-shaking attack, immediately stopping her from going aid to her sister. I looked at 2 presences coming toward me for a moment before focusing on the Grand Commander, who seemed to be lost as she looked at her hands, while more and more lunar frost energy coming out of her. But unlike the initial burst, this time the energy only seemed to be enveloping her. Still, that is dangerous, as the more it accumulates, the more power it gathers, and that is spreading out. If it kept happening, the lunar frost energy would soon reach me, which would be bad. Not to mention the 2 powerful presences coming closer and closer to us. It is clear their target is Grand Commander, who seemed to be lost for some reason. Buzz. Bad news after bad news kept coming, till one good thing came. The runes had finished harvesting the 2 Grims, and now my core had released the strengthening energies, which immediately spread into my body through the runes. The strengthening energy begins to heal the damaged cells as it had appeared, at the same time strengthening them. Though I noticed while the strengthening energy is healing and strengthening the cells, it is not touching the ones covered with lunar frost energy. Something like this had never happened, nor I was in such a condition before. Even when I was attacked with powerful energies, I quickly dealt with them before the strengthening energy came to heal them. It is the first time I have come across such powerful energy. My sun rule and herbal sun energies are fighting hard, but this lunar energy is too powerful. It is very hard to whittle it away, and the damning thing is, I could not use more powerful energies than this, or I would end up destroying my own cells. Buzz, it is a little different for my soul, and after observing for a while, I used different formations with powerful energy. My soul is a little stronger than my body, and most importantly, it is not limited to restrictions the body has. So as long as I am willing to bear the torturous pain, I will be able to get rid of the lunar frost covering my soul faster than the body. Boom, boom, boom. A couple of seconds have passed, and nothing had changed aside from the battle between the grim Grand Lord and Lady Vivian having reached an even more horrifying level that even a simple movement of hand and feet of grim Grand Lord, the space would shatter. Both of them are fighting hard, but I could feel their gazes toward the Grand Commander and Star Crockman. Both of them are related to them by blood. I couldn't help but be surprised by the strength of the Star Crockman despite bearing a burst of a blast of lunar frost and standing so close to it, it is still alive. It had formed the egg of first energy around itself, but that was far from enough to protect against this lunar energy. I wonder how its body and soul are reacting to lunar frost, especially its bloodline, which I think is the biggest reason it is alive. I want to seat my seat inside and look at everything that is happening. It is such a life and death condition, where the bloodline fights for its survival that it did show its real strength. I want to seat my seed inside it and analyze every grain of data. Though it would not happen, my seeds are not strong enough to bear the power of the lunar frost. They will get destroyed even before they reach close. I should be happy with the trove of data I had got from the ape-man, and should not expect more. Not to mention there are more important things. I should be worried about the two presences, which have now close enough that I could see them clearly. Futra of Red Wings and Baster of Scarlet Sand. I said in horror as I looked at Coven members. I knew they would send someone strong. There are many intelligent people among the Grimms who would not take long to understand what was happening. Still, sending 2 members of the Coven is too much, as this single battlefield now has 3 members of the Coven. These 2 are Quasi Grand Lords, but much stronger than the other Quasi Grand Lords. They are the strongest Quasi Grand Lords of the whole Grimm race, and unlike the Grand Lords who directly became a member of a Coven, these people have to fight to the death for each seat. From what I have read, the competition for each seat is extremely bloody, but every one of those selected, best of best among Grimms, has the ability to survive against the Grand Lord a minute or two. Soon, they breached the spatial restrictions and flew directly toward the Grand Commander. Lady Vivian tried to move toward her sister, but the grim Grand Lord stopped her. It seemed to be well acquainted with some of the abilities of the Fortress of a Mirror, as it was able to counter, while against some, it used sheer power. Suddenly, the 2 stopped. They had stopped right above me and looked at me. I could feel their oppressive gazes on my frozen body. My, looked at how might Lord of Strings Czar had frozen by a big of the lunar frost, said the Futra of Red Wings in mock. It is a fire-wing mantisman. According to its fire, it is extremely fast. Those below Grand Lords couldn't catch up to it. It is our great luck, said Baster of Scarlet Sand. It is from the sand-armored Viperman tribe. Its power is not only defensive but also extremely hot and could be even hotter. They have chosen wisely. Both of them are fire elemental powerhouses that will be greatly effective against the Grand Lord. We should kill it while it is frozen. Along with other humans, we might never get a chance like this in the future, said Futra giddily, and a dark red fireball appeared in its hand, which it threw down toward me while Baster formed the 3 sand lances that went toward the 3 other frozen humans. These 2 have wasted no time in attacking us, targeting all 4 human high grandmasters. The only one they did not attack was Grand Commander. They seemed quite apprehensive about her. I felt the fireball coming toward me. The fireball is huge, bigger than my head, but smaller than the palm of Futra. It is powerful without doubt and would burn me, even when this lunar frost covering me and powerful strengthening energy circulating inside me. This fireball is not something I could defend against. The only person I could count on is fighting. She's trying to get away, but Grim Grand Lord had her cornered, while Grand Commander is still looking lost while more and more lunar frost accumulates around her. She did not seem like she could do anything, and I could not shout for help or contact her telepathically since she was the one who had frozen away my body and soul. This time I might really die, I said as I felt the heat of the fireball coming toward me, and that heat was increasing at an extremely fast speed. In less than a second, the fireball will hit me and burn him to death, and this time there might not be a rescue. Why didn't they send someone? I have asked myself tens of times in the past moment. The Grimms are not the only ones who have powerhouses of this level. We also have some. If they had sent even one of them, there would have been chances of us being rescued. Though I am not blaming them, this is not the only battlefield, and we also need to keep some reserve. Not to mention, it is impossible to save everyone, even the most important people. The Death Grand Lord is proof of that. The fireball reached me, and now there was only a distance of a meter between it and me. I wish I could move my neck. I want to look at the fire before it consumes me. Bang. I was preparing for it to strike me when I felt intense cold, and to my surprise, the fireball above me froze before I could understand how and exploded into fine red crystalline powder, which felt hot and cold at the same time. Her attack was very fast, so fast that I did not even see it, and I was looking at her, my eyes were staring straight at her. But even looking through my core, where the time is 3 times faster, I didn't see her coming and saving me. She had not only saved me, but also saved the others. She had destroyed their attack with a speed that I could not even watch. You should not be thinking of harming any humans while I am here, Grims, said the Grand Commander as she stood up slowly with her form fully covered in lunar energies with a voice that seemed to echo. So you can control that power inside you, said Futra, and all the mirth in its voice disappeared, and is now looking at the Grand Commander in all seriousness. It is my power, said Grand Commander simply, and 2 tendrils of lunar frost energy moved separated from her and formed 2 long needles with 1.5 meters in length and the radius of the finger. Sup sup. As the needles materialized, they moved toward the Grim with a speed that I again could not follow. They appeared directly in front of the Grims and were about to pierce through them when they disappeared, and the needles moved toward them, and this time the needles are much faster. It seemed like the needles were intentionally slow the first time Grand Commander wanted to move the Grims away from the humans, and she had succeeded. CLNNNG, CLNNNG. I heard 2 loud clangs and a very powerful shockwave that nearly toppled me. Thank God, the clash was far otherwise. There would have been far more damage than just toppling. The Grims have stopped the needles, but to my surprise, they were not able to destroy the needles as they would normal energy attacks after the clash. It is like the Grand Commander shaped the needles like her staff swords, which she controls to fight. Even the most powerful Constitution energy is not powerful at her stage, but as I had said, the Constitution and the body are in completely different leagues. The most powerful Constitution does not possess even 1 strength of the body, but at the stage we are in, we are not able to draw out the full power of the Constitution, much less full power of the body, which is humongous. The books I have read have said it is very hard for those at the primary stage to harness the complete power of their Constitution. Take my Constitution, for example, it is strong but not the strongest, but even then, I was not even able to draw out 10 power of it. It is one of the reasons why I researched so hard on the Constitutions, so I could find a way to harness the maximum power my current stage allow. The books show many ways, but they are not suitable for me as the ways for each Constitution are different, and considering my Constitution is something that Hidden Being had helped in making, it is likely I will find a way to harness its full power from the books. The fight of Grand Commander is really something. She is in the same spot as she stood up, while her enemies are continuously moving and dodging and clashing against the needles, which seem to have been getting stronger and faster. There seemed to be a hidden connection between the Grand Commander and those needles. From what I could see, the lunar frost energies were still coming from her body, but unlike before, they were not accumulating, and the aura of needles was getting stronger by the second. I couldn't help but feel worried about the Grand Commander. They are incompatible, and even if they do not clash, there will be problems. As when they are not compatible, both body and the inheritance get very territorial, which means they might be clashing right now, but they will be clashing soon, and that might spell the end of the Grand Commander. Their clash would be powerful, so powerful that it would tear her body apart, and this is only in the condition that the body is stable. Small worlds like ours have a problem is completely awakening the bodies. The twins were quite lucky, their awakening had happened in stages. It was Constitution first before it became a body, which gave them ample time, but it did not seem like the condition for the Grand Commander. Looking at the power that is coming out of her, it is very clear that she had gone through the awakening, and I just hope it is a stable awakening without any problem, or there is going to be a lot of trouble for the Grand Commander. She might not live long if the things are bad. Even with a stable awakening, she would not live long because she needs compatibility with her inheritance at the least. It would be amazing if there was a complete synergy that would combine the power of inheritance and body, and even I don't know how powerful one could become with it. The new inheritance twins have minimal basic synergy with their inheritance, but even with it, the power they are able to harness is beyond shocking. Putch, fuck. I was in my thoughts when suddenly, I heard the faint sound of piercing, and a moment later, cursing loud enough to awaken even sedated person. Goster appeared a few hundred meters away from me and was looking at its palm, which had a tiny hole, and now the area around was freezing rapidly. The frost had already covered its palm, and now spreading fast into its arm. It won't be long before it covered its whole art, and the rest of the body after. Goster used its blade and cut off half of its arm before the ice could spread further and looked toward the Grand Commander. You have to do more than that to defeat me, human, it said with the killing grim while it had cut off its hands. It would not affect it much. It uses the sword with a single hand and right hand, which the hand that had been pierced by the lunar frost needle is a left hand. You are right, it is not enough to kill you, said Grand Commander, and hearing that the grin on its face widened, but very next moment, its expressions froze and turned that of horror, and it began to move at the speed that I could not see, but I could feel it is coming toward me. Putch, putch, putch. The intense feeling of death welled up in my heart, but just as it had appeared, it had disappeared. It had stumped me on the spot. BANNG. Still, it was nothing compared to what I had seen next when the bastard crashed in front of me. It now has 9 holes in its body, from its bust to legs, and they are freezing it rapidly in a few seconds. It will be completely covered in the lunar frost. Seeing it, a deep shock couldn't help but appear in my heart. I was so shocked that I wasn't able to think for a moment. This is Baster of Scarlet Sand, a member of the Grim Coven, and one of the most powerful being alive in the world. It is extremely hard for those below the Grand Lord to kill it, but Grand Commander did it, and she did it in less than a minute, with only the power of her body. BASTR. 2 deafening screams rang out in unison. One is from Futra, who is still dealing with the 2 lunar frost needles, while the other is much louder and more powerful. It is from Grim Grand Lord. To my surprise, both it and Lady Vivian had stopped fighting and now just looking at each other, before suddenly both of them disappeared from their spot. BANNG. The next moment, it appeared beside the Futra and destroyed the lunar frost needles with a single wave of its hand. As it did, a faint surprise flashed in its eyes, which had disappeared just as it appeared. Lady Vivian had appeared at the same time as the Grand Commander, and now both sides were looking at each other, with Baster and me as the center. Baster hadn't died yet, but it will soon. The frost has already covered more than 50 of its body and won't take long to cover the rest, seeing how fast the frost is spreading. It seemed like it is time to retreat, said Lady Vivian and moved her hand, and I found myself moving toward her along with the rest of the frozen humans. It is not just we who moved, the Grims have also moved, including fast-freezing Futra, with the rest of Grims, including its descendant, who is still alive and fighting against the lunar frost, though its aura is quite weak. It won't be able to survive for long without sufficient help. Lord Keys, you could not let them get away after what these bastard humans did to Baster, said Futra indignantly, but closed its mouth, seeing the look in the Grand Lord's eyes. Best of luck saving your sister, Grand Lord of Humans. I don't think she has much longer to live, said the Grim Grandmaster, with a grinning laugh. Lady Vivian just glared at it before a liquid mirror surface appeared in front of it, and all we went inside it. Not that we have any choice. Lady Vivian's energy has covered us, and now taking us into the mirror. I am just thankful that she had covered her sister with her powerful mirror energies, as the Grand Commander is still spewing out the lunar frost energy. Seeing that, I couldn't help but sigh from my core. My worst fear has come out, seeing how she is having a problem with controlling the lunar energy. It is very clear that the awakening of her body was not stable. The Grim Grand Lord had already sensed that, which is why it had said those words. I sensed the Grims disappearing behind me and could help but sigh inside my core. I would have liked it if we had killed all the Grims, but with the presence of Grand Lord, it is likely to happen unless Lady Vivian is willing to sacrifice us all. This mission is a success. We have not only killed the 3 High Grandmasters, but also heavily injured many of them, including the member of the Coven. Given the injuries, Baster had suffered a fatal injury. I don't think it will recover soon, even with all the resources in the world. Their fort and the area surrounding them are in complete ruin. The fort was very strong, but not strong enough to bear the shockwaves produced by the Grand Lords. Very few forts have such capabilities. Hun. We passed through the mirror and entered the space sea, and through it we began to travel very fast. The mirror energies protecting us tore through the spatial waves till we had stopped, and another liquid mirror surface appeared in front of her, and we began to pass through it. Soon we appeared in one of the biggest teleportation formations I had ever seen. The hall we appeared in was empty aside from the projection of Lord Whitmore, who seemed to be waiting for us. Grand Lord, he said, and bowed slightly to Lady Vivian. Lady Vivian just nodded before a great change appeared on her face. She suddenly looked very tired and nearly stumbled as she walked. As expected, I whispered. It had been less than a week since she had gained the comprehension into the Grand Lord class, and even if it is powerful Grant art and she is a very gifted person, the powerhouse she fought was a true Grandmaster, with over a century worth of experience. Can you heal them? Lady Vivian asked the question to her sister, to which Grand Commander shook her head. I might make things worse if I touch their bodies, she replied with a guild welling up in her eyes. Don't worry, I will deal with it after I seal this frost, said Lady Vivian, and touched her body through the dense frosty energy coming out her body. It is a good thing she had powerful mirror energies covering her hand, or it would have frozen her hand too. This lunar frost is powerful enough to freeze the naked hand of the Grand Lord class powerhouse. She touched her back with her palm, and a second later, a dense runic formation appeared on the body of the Grand Commander. The runes are tiny. Each rune is the size of sand grain and looks like they are made of mirrors covering every part of Grand Commander, even her irises covered in the runic formation. A moment later, the formation shone gently, and new lunar frost energy stopped coming out of her at the same time. the runes began to suck the lunar frost energy, and within half a minute, all the frost energy had been absorbed by the runes before, and the glassy runes seeped back into her. "Grandmaster, let me help you with the energy," said Lady Vivian as she appeared in front of me. "There is no need, Grand Lord, I have it under control. You should help others, I don't think they have much time before the lunar frost truly begins to harm them," I said, producing the sound through my energy. The frost had still gripped my body hard, and I would need 3 to 4 hours before I could get rid of it completely, but I was able to release some of it from my soul, which is affected much less than my body by the frost and energies working harder on it than my body. I have recovered enough that I could use some of my soul energy and internal energy, though I am still weak enough that I wouldn't even be a match for Grandmaster in my current condition. "You never seem to amaze me, Grandmaster," she said and turned toward others, and I wished I could smile, but I could only look at her with a horrified face, which was the last expression I had before I was frozen away by the lunar frost. "My apologies, Grandmaster. If I could control it, I could have never let it happen," said Grand Commander, looking very guilty. "It is not your fault, Grand Commander. That power is really hard to control, especially in your condition," I said. She was startled a little before nodding. She turned toward Lord Whitmore and began talking to him while I focused on Lady Vivian, who was focused on healing Lady Redhorn. She is using the extracting method, which I also prefer. This approach is more efficient and safer than destroying the energy, which will harm the body. She is extracting the lunar energies into the glass sphere that she had conjured. When it is finished, I will ask her for that sphere. This lunar frost will be very useful in my project. A few seconds later, a frown appeared on the face of Lady Viviana, and she opened her eyes and turned to me. "The frozen energies have gone quite deeper inside Lady Redhorn. I could not extract it. I could destroy it, but it will injure her. Do you have any safer way, Grandmaster?" she asked. It is not surprising that while her mirror energies are powerful, they are not suitable for dealing with these kinds of things. Not to mention, she needs to use a different approach in extracting the lunar frost energies that went too deep, as all 3 high grandmasters are different metaphysically. "Yes, I have it," I said, and a few seconds later, 3 formation discs along with 3 sets of resources appeared in front of me. I tweaked the formation a little according to their metaphysiques, and I am pretty accurate considering I have their live meta scans. Earlier, I was able to seep my seeds inside them. I had to use quite a powerful measure to reinforce the seed to bear the lunar frost energy, but I was able to do that. I had sent the reinforced seed to Even Star Crockman, but the lunar frost covering it was too powerful that my seed had got destroyed the moment it had reached it, which is quite regrettable considering the resources I had spent on reinforcing it. These formations and resources will help them get rid of the lunar front, and please call Grandmaster Charline, she will administer their treatment, I said. Lunar energy is quite dangerous, and will need a very skillful healer to be in charge to deal with any kind of emergency that will come. A minute later, Grandmaster Charline had appeared. By that time, Lady Vivian had already finished extracting all the lunar frost energy she could extract safely from the 3 high grandmasters. "Grandmistress," I began explaining to her. She looked at me curiously, but did not ask questions as she disappeared with the 3 high grandmasters. "Grandmaster Czar, will you be coming to Central Command or resting?" asked the Grand Commander after Grandmaster Charline left. "If you don't mind, then I will be joining you in the Central Command, Grand Commander," I said. She just nodded and teleportation formation covered us, and a second later, we appeared in the Central Command, which is completely covered in the screens of battles. They are showing not only the battles of 7 forts we had attacked, nearly hundreds of others battles, where millions are fighting. Lord of Glass, Grand Commander, all 4 council members stood up. "There is no need to be formal," said Lady Vivian as she took the head seat while the projection of the former Lord of Glass sat beside her, with Grand Command sitting on the opposite end of the table, while I stayed awkwardly on my spot, bearing expressions of horror. Thankfully, no one said anything as all of them were focused on the battles. I quickly focused on the battles and immediately got surprised by the things I saw. I had been grossly wrong about the strength of the council. It is not just Grand Commander that was hiding her strength, but all of them. Each and every one of them who is fighting the battlefield has the strength of a quasi-Grand Lord. I am sure the 4 that are sitting here with their real bodies are also quasi-Grand Lords. It was really shocking. It is not like I had not expected this. I was very sure 2 or 3 council members were quasi-Grand Lords, but never in my dream I had imagined all of them would have such strength. The Grimms really were hiding their true forces. If we had not used nearly all our strength, this would have ended up disastrously, said the Grand Commander as she looked at the battles on the screens. The Grimms have not only brought a huge number of Grandmasters, but there is also a considerable number of High Grand Masters and Quasi-Grand Lords. If we had not gone nearly all out, and the councilmen hadn't been Quasi-Grand Lords, we would have been fucked. It is not just grandmasters above powerhouses grand commander, but our levels powerhouses, especially who are part of the three projects, are also doing amazingly well, said Lord Whitmore and showed the graph, with thousands of micro visuals. I had taken very big risks, which was opposed by the 6 councilmen and 2 grand lords, but I decided to do it. I had sent 95 of the subjects of the project to the battlefields. Many would not consider the wise choice, considering all the subjects of the project are the most talented people in the world, and each of them held the potential to reach the master, and 55 possess the potential to become the grandmasters. These should be treasured and protected till they reach their potential, but I disagree with it. The potential is important, but there is one thing that is even more important, and that is a will. The battle would give them the chance to forge their will in blood and fire. Those who will come out of it alive will have a far greater chance of achieving their potential than those that are sheltered. Still, it is very sad to see these little ones die. They had so much potential and are now all gone, sighed the old Lord of Glass as he looked at the graph showing the fatalities. Nobody is happy seeing the fatalities, including me, who have worked so hard on them and spent an immense amount of resources. Still, it is something they have to go through. I go through it, and every person sitting here has gone through it whenever they walk into the battle. Only through the blood and fire will they forge the will strong as the steel. While the battles are not the only thing important to forge, a still and constant battles might make brittle that it will break with a single tap, but it is most important. The project is not just filling them with resources and advancing them in power, no. They also get vacations, activities, and time to develop emotions. The combination of all these factors develops a powerhouse. Battles are important. My thoughts might have been different if I had been born in a peaceful world, but our world is not at peace. It had been invaded by a very dangerous race that sees us as nothing but food. Till now, we have lost 23 grandmasters across the battles. By the time the battle would end, the numbers would likely double, stated Lord Whitmore. I have inserted the healing seed into each grandmaster. As long as they are not decapitated or their fatal organs are not destroyed, they will be saved. In the Battle of Radiant Snow Fortress, we have lost 4 grandmasters, but one of them has survived. She is now healing under Grandmaster Charline. Her injuries are very serious and would need at least a month to heal, even with my help. Saving even a single grandmaster is a big thing. Every single grandmaster is a strategic asset, and we need a huge amount of resources and time to create one. The loss of Lord Ty and Lady Croft is great. They have died a heroic death, said Grand Commander, and the whole table fell into silence. We had not just lost the grandmasters, but also the high grandmasters, 2 of them, which is our biggest loss in battles so far. Though I would have really liked it if I had other emotion other than the horror on my face. It seemed like you, Grandmaster, really have a chance to break the killing record set by your predecessor, said Lady Vivian with a laugh. She's talking about Her Excellency Roosevelt, who had the highest killing record in High Grandmaster, Quays at Grandmasters and Grand Lords. Many people might think it is Ramona Hawthorne who had killed the most, and she also has a score of killing most tyrants and tyrants of Grandmaster class, but it is Her Excellency who had the biggest score. She had killed the most number of Grand Lords. Officially it is 7, but Ramona Hawthorne herself had said that Her Excellency had killed more than that. Suddenly, everybody's face became serious. A change had occurred on the battlefield. It is a battle between Councilman Leon and Councilman Singh against Graga of Silver Rock, a member of the Coven. They have been fighting against it before they even came here, but now the battle has become serious. Should we send Lady Pies? Asked Lord Whitmore. No, they are capable of containing it, replied Grand Commander, and turned to look at one top 3 screens, where 3 Grand Lords of Humans are 5 fighting against 5 Grand Lords of Grims. Their battles have reached a horrifying stage, especially the battle between Matron Mavis and the leader of the Coven. They have changed the whole geography, the lakes have vanished, and the volcanoes have erupted as the abyssal fire of the Matron Mavis clashed against the golden fire of 9 annihilation suns, the most powerful grand art of the Grims. In the other battle, Sky Elder is fighting against the 2 Grim Grand Lords. That battle is also blurred. All 3 of them are moving very faster, even Matron Mavis and the leader of the Coven. The third battle is between Grand Tower Mistress Angela and 2 Grand Lords of Grims. It is most clear. Well, at least we could see Lady Angela, who is most staying at one spot. She has the most strangest moves I have ever seen, and if I did not know better, I would have thought she had practiced some kind of grand art. She did not. These moves she is fighting with were created by herself and polished for 400 years. This is why she's even contending against a Grim Grand Lord with the grand art. It is said that after the Lord of Glass, she is the hardest to kill among Grand Lord of Humans. I looked for a few seconds before I turned back to the battle between Lord Singh and Lord Leon, where they were getting beaten back by the Grim. Members of Covens are extremely powerful, and unless you're Grand Lord or have a body like a Grand Commander, it is very hard to deal with them. It is commendable that two councilmen are even fighting against it, and the only reason they even have a chance of fighting is because of Councilman Leon's shields that even a member of the Coven couldn't break, and due to the protection of shields, Lord Singh was able to launch those ultra-fast blows at the Grim. His speed is really something else. He is able to match against the Grim in the speed. He is a rare light elemental powerhouse and most proficient in using the light power to increase his speed, which is the reason why he had one of the best kill counts in the whole council. It seemed like Futra didn't feel satiated by the last battle, said the Grand Commander, seeing Futra appearing on the battlefield. D. Lord Whitmore, send Lady Pies to the battlefield D, she ordered. Yes, Grand Commander, Lord Whitmore replied and tapped a couple of buttons on the table. 10 seconds later, Lady Pies appeared on the battlefield D and is now moving toward them. It seemed like it had come to take revenge for the death of Baster, said the old Lord of Glass slowly, surprising a few council members. This is the first time we are acknowledging the death of a Coven member since we did not see it dead. We did not consider it dead, and most of the time, these people come out alive. The injuries that Hera brought on it were too serious for it to survive by the time we had left. The majority of its core had been frozen. Even if it somehow survived miraculously, it won't be able to project more than Grandmaster class power, said the Lord of Glass, while Grand Commander and Lady Vivian acknowledged. Good, we will add it to the cripple list, said Lord Whitmore in a while, tapping on the surface of the table. Damn th, said Lord Singh as he returned from the infirmary. He had finished his battle nearly 40 minutes ago, but went to the infirmary to check on his injury. Unlike Lord Leon, who had fought in the protection of shields, he was actively facing Grim and got some serious injuries. Even now, his aura felt like quite a week he should have been resting, but nobody had said anything. It is not the time to rest yet. Including the Grand Commander, 5 councilmen have returned from the battles, and 3 are still fighting, along with 2 Grand Lords. The battle between Matron Mavis and the leader of the Coven has become even more intense than it is now all blur. Thankfully, they have changed the place of the battle. They are now fighting above the sea. Even when fighting above, the residue of their attacks would evaporate a large amount of water and send huge tsunamis, huge enough to draw the cities. We have already sent alerts to the cities, and they will be fine unless the battles move toward them. Over 99.99% of cities in the world are incapable of dealing with the powerful shockwaves that are produced by the battle of the Grand Lords. Suddenly another flashed in the center of the table, attracting the attention of all of us. The Grims are sending an awful lot of reinforcements, commented Councilman Leon. These resource sites are important to them. Losing even a single one of them would be quite a loss, said Grand Commander, but did not say anything about sending the reinforcement. Half of the Grandmasters had come back, but the Council did not seem to be in the mood to send the reinforcements to the 5 teams that had gone to Ruins and Realms. The battles in the Ruins and Realms are different. You do not necessarily need a too big force, and the missions there last longer. It will take 2 teams at least 2 days to 10 days to return, and I think the way Grims are sending the reinforcements, we might need to send some too. Though till now they have yet to ask for the reinforcement, I am sure they will ask soon enough. The battles there aren't going to be easy, but if we are able to get our hands on the single resource site, then it will be said to be a mission success. Those are the resources sites containing very precious resources, much better resources than the Navar Ruin, which was also a resource site, and we are getting a huge number of it since we have got out hands on that ruin, but those resources are not enough. Most of these resources are water elemental in nature, and not even a tenth of them could be used for the project. I need very specific resources, and if I were to give a number, then I was only able to 1.5 of resources that came out of that ruin, which is not bad. Not to mention we have sold there are others that require many of these resources, and those that are not useful had sold by the pyramid, and brought the resources we need from them. In many worlds where there is no threat like Grimm's, resources became one of the biggest reasons to wage war against each other. There were nearly 100 battles being fought in front of me every few minutes. New battles would become visible. It seemed like the Grims wanted to push us from every angle, to find a chink on our shields through which they could make the way. While there are some weaknesses, there are no chinks. We know the Grims too well to make such mistakes. There would have been few chinks if the Council had launched the attack without the project's help, but they did not. Ask Lord Sakar to engage, ordered Grand Commander, and a second later, Lord Sakar became visible and moved toward the enemy. He had been on the battlefield F since the beginning, but the Council had kept it hidden since the Lord Sylvian was handling things. He will be the 3rd human Quasar Grand Lord on the battlefield. There is already aside from the Councilman Sylvian. Another hour passed, and now, the mood of the conference room had turned somber. We had just lost another High Grandmaster. Patriarch Bradford tried to rescue him, but was stopped by the grim Grand Lord. He was fighting against the 2 High Grandmasters. He was not at a disadvantage, till both of the Grims burst out with great power. He was not able to match against that. Seeing the death, I couldn't make myself feel happy about gaining my mobility. I could not move my body, and I silently walked toward the empty seat and sat. Nobody said anything other than nodding before everyone turned back to the screen while I looked at lunar frost energy. I was not able to destroy all lunar frost energy. There is still some deeper inside me, which I am slowly destroying without harming myself. It will take another 2 to 3 hours to deal with it, which is much longer than I had expected. It was far more resilient than I had expected. It would seep very deep inside the cells that one could need to be very careful in extracting or destroying. Thankfully, the strengthening energy is still present in my body, which is healing my defrosted cells. If it were not for it, I would have needed days to heal this damage. Still, I couldn't surprise by its presence. I had expected it would only strengthen what it could, but I was wrong. The strengthening energy is going for the comprehensive healing of my body and soul. I couldn't help but think the hidden being had some hands. The lunar frost is not normal and has done something to my cells. My avatar had been studying it deeply, and I should have a complete analysis of the lunar frost. A few minutes passed when finally, the battle between the matron Mavis and the leader of Grimm's ended. Their battles have shambled the whole area. Multiple volcanoes exploded under the sea, and tsunamis have dawned on the cities. Even now, the tsunamis are drowning the cities. Thankfully, they were far enough that the residual power had been neutralized fully by the time the tides reached the cities, and what they are dealing with is only water. If there had been a hint of their powers in the water, there would have been great casualties. Matron, everybody stood up aside from the Grand Lords as the projection of Matron Mavis appeared, and she directly looked at the old Lord of Glass. You were right, Winston. It had become more powerful. I was barely able to fight against it on equal ground, she said, and even though they have known this news from the old Lord of Glass, the effect of it is completely different when Matron Mavis said it. She is the strongest powerhouse of humans, the biggest shield of humans against the Grimms, and hearing what she said, everyone felt like the weight on their hearts increased by 10 times. All 7 battles have finished, and other armies are retreating, said the Grand Commander as the projection of Lord Sylvian sat down on his seat. It had been 2.5 hours since the battle between the Matron Mavis and the leader of the Coven was finished, and since then, the battles are rapidly closing, as if they had received the command from the higher-ups. All the battles of the councilmen had been finished, and the armies fighting the battles across the central continent also began to retreat now. There are only 43 battles active across the battlefields. Most of them are of the lower levels, and only 7 of them have the Grandmasters as the leaders. These battles would also stop soon enough. In the battles, we have lost 1 Quasi-Grand Lord, 4 High Grandmasters, and 27 Grandmasters. Lord Whitmore stated the number while everyone listened in silence. In response, we have crippled 1 member of the Coven, 3 Quasi-Grand Lords, and 44 Grandmasters. We believe we have also injured 1 Quasi-Grand Lord and 2 High Grandmaster heavily enough that they will need at least 6 months to recover fully, he added while looking at the Grand Commander. This is not the final report. We will get it when all 5 teams report the result of their missions from Ruins and Realms, he finished. That will take time, at least 3 to 10 days. The result is much better than we had imagined. We have lost fewer people than we have anticipated and brought more damage than we have expected, Matron said slowly. We have lost some brave souls, and we will not forget their sacrifice, she said, and everybody closed their eyes in silence for a minute. We have accomplished our goals in this battle, and if we played it right, then we will be able to take the morale of our forces to the highest, said the Grand Commander. The propaganda department is going to have their hands full for a coming month. Now, let's turn to the important things, she said and turned to Lord Sylvian. Lord Sylvian, you can start releasing the leaks of the projects. The official response of the pyramid will be conforming existence of the project, and nothing more, she said before she turned to me. All leaks will not be the truths. There will be some lies too. It confuses our enemies, as the Council would not be the only ones who will be leaking the information. Have you decided on the face of the project, Grandmaster? Asked Grand Commander. As she has said, most of the details of the project will remain secret, except for a few that we leaked, but they will not be the only things that will be leaked. With the existence of the project becoming known, it is clear there will be some loose mouths who will spill the details along with the identities of those involved. So, we will need the unofficial face of the project. They will steer the discussions and narrative of the project in the directions we want to become. This news is going to create a huge blast. As to how big it will be and how people will react to it, I have no idea, but one is clear. We need to be prepared for everything. Yes, I think she will be the perfect candidate, I said and tapped on my holowatch, and a projection of the person along with her information appeared. Expressions of every council member and some Grand Lords have changed. Seeing the projection, they have become a little weird. They are quite familiar with her since she held an important position in the project. I know she is the person I should not choose for many obvious reasons. Grandmaster, are you sure about her? Isn't she a little instable? Asked Grand Commander. Yes, a little bit, but I think she will be right for a job, I said. Since you have decided, we will accept your decision, but she will be on trial unless she proves that she could deal with things that came her, said the Grand Commander and pressed her temples, already worrying about a thing she agreed to. Grandmaster, there is one thing we want to talk to you about, said the Grand Commander. Please, I said. We want you to increase the scale of the project, not only from high but from bottom up, and also start to draw the plans to produce the High Grandmasters, she said, and hearing that, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before a small smile appeared on my face. The smile would have been much bigger if not for me controlling my expressions. I have been planning to propose that, and it is necessary to take the steps, as now the Grimms know about our capability and would try even harder to produce the Grandmasters and above-level powerhouses to crush us. I would gladly oblige to it, Grand Commander, but we don't have resources. The current resources we have wouldn't last even a month if we were to go all out, I said, to which she nodded. Grandmaster, you should focus on the projects. Leave the resource to us. The pyramid will provide you with all the resources that you need, she said, and looking at her expression, she seemed to have a definite plan for it. I am relieved then, I said, and I am truly relieved. I hope the pyramid does provide me a huge amount of resources. There are many experiments that require a humongous amount of resources, but if successful, they will not only help me but would also help me, but also the project. Speaking of the experiment, my clone had just finished analyzing the effects of the lunar frost and the strengthening energy that came after, and I have to say the result was shocking. So much that it excited me tremendously. The lunar frost had damaged my body and soul before the frost got burned by the solar herbal energy, and then healed and strengthened by the strengthening energy. The whole thing benefited me tremendously and amplified the effect of strengthening by 20, which is huge considering the strengthening energy is created from the powerful bloodline, and now this process has enhanced its effect by 20. Multiple ideas began to filter through me, and suddenly my eyes lit up when I remembered I had a subject to test my theory. Grandmaster, said Grand Commander, seeing the strange expressions appearing on my face all of a sudden. I looked at her before turning to the council. My apologies, but I like to be excused. There is something important I have to do, I said to the amused and confused council and turned to Grand Commanders. The next second I appeared in Healing Hall 28, where Grandmaster Charline, along with Hazel, is healing 3 High Grandmasters who are in a different formation. I nodded at Grandmaster Charline and Hazel before turning to the 3 High Grandmasters with a big bright smile on my face, which may have been a little weird and might have given them a feeling of threat as a cautious frown appeared on their faces. My lords, ladies, how would you like if I freeze you all again with lunar frost for the little experiment of mine? I asked, shocking the hell out of 3 of them. In a very secret place. We have far underestimated the humans this time, said the old werewolf with a sigh. We have thought, with a great advantage, we will crush them, but it seemed like we were underestimating our enemies too much, he added as it looked at the table. There are a few empty places on the table that were not present yesterday. We have lost Baster. Our healers tried our hardest, but that frost had damaged him too much. It had also heavily injured one of our Quays at Grand Lords and 2 High Grandmasters, that it will take them half a year to fully recover, Old Snake replied, as he projected the full list of casualties to everyone. It is the truth that we have suffered, but the numbers are manageable. It did not hurt us at the core, and I think it is a pretty good bargain considering we are able to kill their Grand Lords, said Keys the Crockman, and everyone nodded, including the old werewolf. Still, we have to remember this failure, and strive for a better. We will not suffer such loss again. You all know what will happen if failed despite this amazing blessing on us, said the old werewolf, and all the Grand Lords sitting on the table shuddered visibly in fear. Were you able to find out about the reason humans were able to produce so many Grandmasters in such a span? Asked the old werewolf to Foxwoman. Yes, many things, said the Foxwoman with a slightly excited tone. She had already made many mistakes, and she did not want to make them any more. The information she was able to collect would surely impress everyone. Go on then. Are you waiting for permission? Snapping the old snake at her dramatic pause, she glared at him before turning toward the whole council as she produced some projection. The humans have created something called projects, where they admit people and groom them especially to become the powerhouses, she said, and it made everybody frown. It is not new. The humans have been doing that for thousands of years, said Keys the Crockman. This time it is different, she replied, and made the few documents expand. Under the leadership of a mysterious unnamed director, they have brought out many strange solutions, methods, and ways that strengthen them to limit and also harness more power from their bloodline and comprehend their inheritance to make them advance fast. She said Ad sent the document to everyone to have a closer look. Were you able to find out about the methods? Asked the Ratman. Yes, few of them, she replied and sent them another few documents. Aside from the mysterious director, there is a core team, and you all would not believe who is part of the team, she said, and projected 37 images along with their information. If Mitchell had been, he would have been quite surprised seeing the Grimms getting 60 members of the project right, and almost all important people related to the project were there, including the assistants like Hazel. The list also contained the fake members that Pyramid had promoted. So the Tsar is also part of the group, said the old snake. It might not be most of them, might not be these, may be all members that humans have promoted to confuse us. The humans bastards are very good at that, said Keys the Crocman, and some Grimms nodded. I also agree with, but I think in all of them, at least a quarter of them are the true members, and Tsar is definitely part of it, she said. Prepare the kill order on all of them, with Tsar being the highest. If need to be, the Grand Lords will personally take action to kill it and place the Grand Class reward on the identity of this mysterious director, said the old werewolf, and began to read all the documents and brought out another few documents. Nobody disturbed him, and few smart ones like an old snake and foxwomen even understood what it was looking for and quickly began to check the documents. As expected, said the old werewolf with a grin after he finished reading the documents. Just like us, the humans also require a colossal amount of resources, I am sure by now. They have emptied all the treasuries of the pyramid and half of the vaults of their supreme. He projected the charts for all to see. Looking at the graph, since the past year, there is 5 times hike in ruined travels, compared to previous wars. It is clear that they are searching for the resources and the same reason why I've attacked 5 of our resource sites. And if I am not wrong, then in coming days the traffic on the ruins would increase further, he said, and with a wide grin. It seemed like the war would soon turn in a different direction, a direction no war had ever taken or never been at such scale, said the old snake, and a grin had lit up across its face too. Since they are also producing the Grandmasters and something more, their resources are rapidly depleting, but they did take any big action about it. The treasure hunting parties were kept to a minimum, so humans would not suspect anything. Now both of their cats are out of the bags, and with it there will be no holding back. They will take all the resources from the ruins and will also kill the humans, and this time there won't be any powerhouses that will come to rescue them since the battlefields will be shifted to the ruins. Begin to make the preparation this time. We will crush humans on these new battlefields, said the old werewolf and brought out another file. Also, send the reinforcements to 5 of the resource sites the humans have attacked. We will give a preview of what they are going to suffer next. It ordered and selected the people to send to the 5 resources site, and this time, the number is big. It wants to massacre every human that dares to eye the resources of the Grimm's race in the current scenario. They are strategic assets, a fuel to produce a huge number of powerful powerhouses. Wake Up, my clone woke me up exactly 4 hours later. It had been 3 days since the great battles, and things were very chaotic, so now I could not even walk in the hallway like before. Not only me, but others too. Just yesterday, Grandmaster Salvador said his social life had been destroyed. Not all are sad about what is happening, some are enjoying the fame, and the one who is most is Marie. It seems like she is born for it. I had stopped going out, not that I much go out unless it is an emergency. Since the project began, I barely had any time to do anything else, and these 3 days have been jammed-packed. I woke up from my bed and freshened up and showered before bringing out a lunch. I usually try to eat with my family, but it is afternoon, my father is working, and my sister is at school. I will try to have dinner with them tonight if possible, which is likely, considering the work I have to do. Buff. As I finished lunch, I looked at my holowatch before stepping into the teleportation formation, and a second later appeared in Healing Hall JF28. Where I saw Grandmaster Charline conversing with the 3 High Grandmasters. They were a Lady Redhorn, Lord Musk, and Lord Rivian, who were kind enough to be part of my experiment. 3 days ago, I had frozen them with lunar frost that Lady Vivian had extracted from their body like me. I have begun slowly destroying the lunar frost with herbal sun element energy, before healing them with an offshoot of strengthening energy. How are you all feeling? I asked after I greeted Grandmaster Charline. Frozen, replied Lady Redhorn, clearly very annoyed. How long this will continue, Lord Tsar? Asked Lord Ravian. Not long, you will be out in about 2 hours. Lady Redhorn will take about 5 more, while Grandmaster Musk will be free in about half an hour, I replied as I looked at their meta scans. They have been here for more than 3 days, and their powers are sealed except for their body's natural healing ability. Not to mention, the formation is sending 2 types of energies into their bodies, which are circulating through different pathways for 3 straight days, which ought to make them tired. Good, if you had said 1 more day, I might have unsealed my powers and walked away, said Lady Redhorn, to which I smiled. I talked to them for a few minutes, and they again asked me whether this experiment of mine working. As always, I kept mum and turned to Grandmistress Charline. There is huge work for us, but we have been sharing our time in this place. This experiment is very important, and if it succeeds, then it will have huge implications on the project, especially for the high-level powerhouses like Grandmasters and High Grandmasters. Before I knew it, 25 passed as I was engrossed in conversation with Grandmaster Charline and turned to Lord Musk as my clone informed me all the lunar frost inside him had been destroyed and his body completely healed. Lord Musk, you can unseal your power now, I said to him. The old nodded, and I felt his Grandmaster class aura bursting out of his body, clearly stronger than what it was when I first saw it. It immediately surprised the old man and others. Please examine your body and soul, and tell me if there is any problem. I asked. I could see the changes his body and soul had gone through, but I wanted to see that himself. It will spoil all the fun if I hold him that. He closed his eyes, and a couple of seconds later, a huge change appeared on his face, and he shuddered a moment later before opening his eyes. This, he asked in shock with eyes wide. The experiment was a success if I am not wrong. Then you had a 19 overall increase in strength, I said to the shock of all High Grandmasters. Such increase by little freezing and unfreezing? Asked Lord Musk, which made Grandmaster Charline frown. It is not so simple, I replied while shaking my head. Frost used to use freeze you was purest lunar frost. The resources used to destroy were the extremely rare sun element resources, and the energies that were to strengthen you contained the hint of divine dust and other similar resources, not mentioning the other steps like circulation energies and other things. The calculated amalgamation of all have produced such result, I explained. My apologies, Grandmaster, I spoke thoughtlessly. The change was so shocking that it had muddled my thoughts, he said. To that I smiled. Everything is fine as far as I could see, Lord Musk, but if you have time, please visit me in a month, I said. Of course, Grandmaster, he said and walked toward the formation, likely going to Central Command where he summoned. The council had been eating my ear for 3 days. I was admonishment, and I truly deserved it. In my excitement, I used 3 of them in my experiment without thinking they might be needed somewhere else during such a difficult time. We have limited Grandmasters, and I have incapacitated the 3. There would have been disastrous consequences if the Grims had launched the full attack, and there were chances they might do something like that in response to our attack. I should have used only one of them, but the lesson has been learned. Next time, I will think carefully when I do something like that. Buzz. A few minutes later, the formation buzzed, and Erica appeared. We left the 2 formations and the High Grandmasters on it in her care before walking out of the healing hall. The formation is delicate, but the most important stage is already over, and if anything handles, Erica will be able to handle it. Grandmaster Charline had taught her well in such a short time. She had become quite a capable healer. We appeared in the conference room and found everybody was already there. The conference room was full, from leaders to assistants. Everyone was present. Director, the bustling room became quiet as I appeared and stood up, greeting me with my title. Everyone, please sit down, I said, and everyone sat. Has everyone returned? I asked. Yes, all surviving members of all 3 projects have returned. Hazel replied and projected the numbers in front of me. In this war, we have lost quite a lot of subjects. Just the Grandmaster project has lost 37 people, according to your estimated. 2 of them had a nearly perfect chance of becoming Grandmasters in the next 4 months, she said, clearly stating her displeasure with my decision. I did not discuss the decision to send them all to war with my team. It is not like I did not want, but could not due to the secrecy of the mission. So after I returned from the battle, I had to hear quite a lot of complaints, and even now, they did not stop. Now let's talk about expansion, I said. We do not have enough resources for expansion. The current resources we have would not last even a month, said Jim, shooting down my words before I could explain further. We do not have to worry about resources. The pyramid had promised me that they would provide us as many resources we need. We just need to admit and work on every suitable candidate on the project, I said, surprising many of them. The pyramid is going to have a very hard time negotiating for the organizations for the resources, said Grandmaster Salvador, and everyone nodded with mirth. There are 2 ways we could get resources. One is from organizations whose coffers are filled with centuries and millennia of collection, and the other is by sending treasure hunting teams into the ruins, which is obviously difficult and take time. Seeing the craze about the project that appeared among the organizations, since the news about the project had spread 2 days ago, it is extremely clear that they are willing to give the resources to the project. I had a meeting with the council yesterday, where they informed me about the shocking interest organizations have shown in the project, far more than what they had expected. Nearly all organizations, from Supremes to Kings, have called them to inquire about it, with many of them willing to provide a huge amount of resources. Though there is one caveat to their offer, all of them wanted a quota in exchange for their resources, and they were even willing to empty their coffers as long as their members were accepted into the project and made certain progress. I flat out rejected it. Even the council was willing for a small compromise, but I opposed it vehemently. There will be no compromise on the selection of the subject of projects. I will accept only those who are suitable, and there will be no exception to that. Thankfully, the record of the project is good till now. Around 53 of Grandmasters we produced belong to Supremes, while 47 belong to other lower organizations. This number is quite shocking, considering that above 85 of Grandmasters belong to Supremes, and in thousands of years the number has changed, but it has never gone lower than the 75, but the project has already begun to change that status quo. I am confident that within a year, it will change, and it is making some members of Supremes a little iffy, but unlike the small organization, the leaders of these organizations are smart and could look ahead. They are very clear, as long as they have the highest level powerhouses, they will always be Supremes, and in that they have far greater advantages, and the project will not change things much and might even make things better as more than half people selected in the project still belong to Supremes. Yesterday, the council informed me that, by the end of the week, many Supremes would open their treasuries for the project. They were very confident about it. Speaking of organization, tomorrow the council has arranged the donor gala with the representative of the organization, and 9 among the core will have to attend, informed Crazy Mary from the other side of the table. There was a big smile on her face when she said, being the unofficial face of the projects, she is getting all the attention in the world in just 2 days. She had more than 10 appearances on popular shows and has done 3 unofficial press conferences, and even after that, she looked like a fresh flower, without any hint of tiredness on her face. Director and I are going, so there are 7 more places left, she said and looked at them. I am not going. Hounds will eat this old man alive, declined Grandmaster Salvador immediately. Me, neither. I have been stopped tens of times, and my mailbox is filled emails from people I barely. Grandmaster Sethai also shook her head. We will leave the matter of gala for later. Let's focus on important things first, I said and gave a look. While the gala is important, there are more important things to worry about. Grandmaster Charline, Grandmaster Salvador, and Mary begin to recruit people we have on the waiting list. I will give you another list when seeds come back from scanning end of the week, I said to them, and immediate Grandmistress Charline began rapidly signing. Yes, Grandmistress, I understand we need more people, and we will begin interviewing the people you have all referred, I said and brought out the long list of names they have all referred. We have constantly been recruiting for months, but this process is slow. The interview takes time, and also the background check in which Grand Lord is involved, and with strictness involved, we have never managed to recruit more than 7 people in a month. Fortunately, now that the existence of projects has become known, we can loosen up some conditions, which I hope will help us recruit more and improve our staffing conditions. Though it will not solve it, it is too difficult seeing the condition we have in place, on which we could not compromise too much. Good, we really need new alchemists, said Jim. Nearly half of the people we recruit are alchemists, and we need a lot of them, considering the sheer amount of resources we use. The project is a paradise for them, where they learn from the best and can practice their craft by working on thousands of alchemical goods. This year, we are definitely going to get at least 1 Grandmaster of Alchemy, and I am already aware of who is going to earn the title. I had thought it would take them 1.5 years to 2 years, but according to Jim and Grandmaster Salvador, it is going to be this year. As long as nothing goes wrong, we will have another Grandmaster of Alchemy, and it helps greatly, as it is not a simple title. One needs to be very accomplished to earn that, and the Pyramid and the Alchemical Association are very strict when it comes to granting them. Mary is also very close, and if she had worked a little harder, she would have earned that title decades ago. According to Grandmaster Salvador, Mary's alchemical talent is no weaker than Jim's, but unlike Jim, Mary did not work hard for it. Speaking of alchemists, we need to find a replacement for Mary to lead the King project. If you have anyone to refer, I will listen, I said, and the eyes of some people lit up. As the unofficial face of the project, Mary could not lead the King project, as with her new job, she will not be able to give the King project all her focus, which it requires. Not to mention, Mary has to work on her qualification for Grandmaster of Alchemy. Her teacher wants to see her reach designation before she dies, and even I don't dare to be cross with that old woman. I have a name to suggest, said Jim. Me too, added Grandmaster Sethai, and others also chimed in one after another. Everything is good, but keep replenishing the pool every 3 hours, for 18 hours, I said to 3 assistants while handling a small bottle with blue liquid. In front of me is a huge pool of pale blue liquid, and it is over 300-liter class tyrants sitting with their eyes closed. Each one of their bodies was covered in the formation, which would absorb the energy from the pool and send it into their bodies through the different points of their body. This method is not new, but I have made some advancements in the formation, and Jim has improved the formula, which immediately increased the efficacy of the method by about 11, which is great. After taking a look one more time, I walked toward the formation. There was one more place I had to go before I had to visit the healing hall, FT28, to release the last subject. Hun. I was just looking to step into formation when suddenly I stopped. One of the metaphysical scans in my core was showing an anomaly, and seeing what it was, a shock couldn't help but appear on my face before it had turned into a bright smile. It is true, unexpected. I said to myself, I truly did not think something like it would happen, but it is welcome after the losses we have suffered. TR. I am coming, I said as I received the call. I knew what it was about. I cut the call, stepped into the formation, and a second later, I appeared in the healing hall F28. Erica looked at me and motioned toward Lady Redhorn. She was alone in formation. Grandmaster Ravian left 2 hours ago. I had come a few minutes before he finished and gave him the rundown of the progress he had made, which made him so emotional that he cried. To be honest, I did not expect him to cry, but sometimes you come across it, like the thing that is happening in front of me. Lady Redhorn is sitting on the formation with her eyes closed. There is nothing strange about it till one senses faint first energy swirling around her. She had comprehended the first energy, though it was very faint now. It would change over time. What truly matters is summoning the first energy, and with it, it is a matter of time before she gains control over it and recognizes a quasi-Grand Lord. Still, it quite stumped me, considering she is circulating 2 types of energies in different veins. It took huge concentration as the pathways are quite complicated, and one has to maintain different speeds in 2 energies. What I mean to say is usually, one needs a free mind to comprehend the first energy, but Lady Redhorn did it while being busy circulating 2 types of energies in her body. I looked at the meta scan and saw she is still circulating the energies and would be able to get rid of lunar frost in about 20 minutes. Seeing that, I did not wait in the hall. Every minute was important, and in 20 minutes I could finish up a task. So I walked into the formation and disappeared a second later, leaving everything in Erica's care. Buzz, 18 minutes later, I appeared back into the healing hall and walked silently in front of Lady Redhorn, who was just a few seconds away from destroying the last bit of lunar frost from her body. 22 seconds passed when finally, the last bit of the lunar frost was destroyed. Now there is not even a speck that had remained, but Lady Redhorn did not open her eyes, nor I had expected her to, with the first energy swirling around her. She had stuck with epiphany and comprehended the first energy. It took a minute or few hours for her to come out. I will only wait for a few minutes before I leave. There are many things I have to do, and even though it is important, I could not stay here. Not do I need to. With Erica present here, she will inform me when Lady Redhorn opens her eyes. I looked at her meta scan, and after some observation, I was able to find out the progress she had made, and it was very good, better than 2 of her colleagues who were here with her. It seemed like the lunar frost treatment, which came to me suddenly, really worked, and it worked much better than I had imagined. Though the resources required for the method are really backbreaking, this method is not for everyone, not only because of resources, but also because of lunar frost, which is extremely powerful and dangerous that, if handled incorrectly, would easily kill a high grandmaster. I am also out of this dangerous substance. I have used everything I have on 3 of them. It is a good thing I have a meeting with the Grand Commander an hour later. I will ask her if she could provide me with some lunar frost. A little bit of it would be enough to last me a month. About 5 minutes passed, and I was going to stay here for another 5 before I left. Like I had said, there were many important things I had to do. 2 minutes passed when I sensed a faint fluctuation and saw Lady Redhorn opening her eyes with a light smile on her face. Congratulations, Lady Redhorn, the day isn't far before you will become a quasi-Grand Lord, I said to the woman, who seemed to have become a few years younger. I don't know whether it is because of my treatment or the happiness or the both. I was a little doubtful about your experiment, but it seemed like I had far too much underestimated you, she said as she lifted her dainty hand and formed a fist. If I am wrong, then the strength of my body and soul should have been increased by 20 to 25, she added as she looked at me. 22 to be exact, I replied, and hearing that a smile on her face became brighter. With this increase, I am hairbreadth away from reaching the absolute limit of High Grandmaster class, she said. Looking at her meta scans, some might say she had already reached it, but she is right. She's just a hairbreadth away from reaching the absolute limit of the High Grandmaster class in body and soul. With her, we have got another quasi-Grand Lord very soon, Erica said with hope burning in her eyes. We will also get a Grandmaster, too, I said while looking at her, which made her blush a little. It had been only a year since I fixed her bloodline from mutation. That episode had sent her to hibernation for a few months. But when she woke up, her bloodline had gone through the spurt that, within 6 months, she had reached the absolute limit of Master Class. If she wanted, she could level up to Grandmaster, but she waited and continued strengthening her bloodline, and her efforts are finally going to bear fruit, as looking at her condition, she wasn't far away from creating a bloodline core. Knock knock. I knocked on the door of a huge mansion, one of the biggest in the whole pyramid, the residence of the leader of the council. The whole mansion is white in color and has been carved from single piece of Chasa's marble, which is insanely expensive. It is a very rare type of marble that absorbs mana, purifies it, and mellows it before releasing it with a mixture of special energy, which helps in absorbing this energy without any slightest discomfort. It is a good ability, but many things could do such things and are not as insanely expensive as this marble. The reason for its insane price because its ability to increase the natural mana capacity of the body. If a child stays here for 10 years, their mana capacity would be doubled at the least. It is not just children, but powerhouses at the level of Grand Commander, and even Grand Lords benefit from it. It is not just Grand Commander have such special houses, but also all the other council members and high grandmasters and above powerhouses. I was offered one of these special category houses, but I declined after I discussed it with my family. While the benefits are great, they are not great enough that I would move away from where I am currently living. My sister and parents are getting the best benefits in all the world with all the resources I have, comparable to or even better than the offspring of Grand Lords. So there was no need to move away, which made my sister unhappy, considering all her friends in school were within walking distance. Click, a few seconds passed, and I was about to knock on the door again when the door opened, and the person who opened it shocked the hell out of me, as it was a Grand Lord. Grand Lord, I greeted with a slight bow. There is no need so formal. Grandmaster, you can address me as before, said Lady Hera and beckoned me in. The inside of the mansion is Spartan interior, it barely has anything, but everything, whether chairs or rugs, is of the finest quality, some of which are even releasing the aura that will harm if anyone below the Grandmasters walks near them. It is clear that over 95 of the things here are from the ruins, and not all of them were brought by the Grand Commander. As I walked past the visiting room and entered the hallway, I saw many famous arts, one of which was a famous painting that one of her predecessors brought from the ruin 2,000 years ago. There is a world inside that painting that the soul could enter from what I heart. It is a wonderful place that brings lots of benefits, but it is not all good. The world inside had corruption and made several grandmasters mad, some never able to recover. World of Manhwareca, a wonderful artifact to train. You should give it a try when you reach the absolute limit of High Grandmaster class, said Lady Vivian. Isn't this painting corrupt the soul? I asked, looking at a beautiful painting of snow mountains and green gardens. Yes, it does, and only Grand Lords are relatively safe in it, but those of lower level could also go and get great benefits as long as they have a strong will, she said and looked at me with a twinkling eye before we continued. Click, soon we reached in front of the bronze door with a simple flower design, and Lady Vivian pushed its hand. The bronze door opened with a click, and she walked inside, with me following behind. I walked into the hall, and like the rooms in this building, it also has minimal things except for a med bed and a few chairs. There was nothing. Though I should mention that there are 4 Grand Lords in the room. Aside from the old Lord of Glass and Lady Vivian, there is Patriarch Bradford and Lady Angela, both of them in projection. You must have already guessed why I have called you, right? She asked, to which I nodded. It is about your body, right? I said, and her expression became a little serious. Yes, it is about my body. I hope you will take a look at it, she affirmed. Please, lay on the bed, Grand Commander, I said directly. She nodded and laid on the gray stone med bed. I am going to send an investigative seed inside you. Grand Commander, it will let me see everything, every secret of yours, I said, indirectly asking for an accent, and immediately felt a fatal threat before it had disappeared. It seemed like Lady Vivian is still angry about it. Go ahead, Grandmaster, but let me inform you that your investigative seed might not be able to survive when it goes near my body, even soul senses of Grand Lords when they move so close to it, she warned. We will use a different method if that happens, I said with a smile. A second later, a tiny black seed size of peanut appeared above my index finger before flying toward Grand Commander and seeping inside her through the middle of her chest. A few seconds later, a metaphysical scan of her body appeared in front of me. It was of just the upper layer, but still, what I saw surprised me. It seemed like lunar frost was affecting the Grand Commander's body more than I had imagined. There are clear signs of it. Most of them are new and likely appeared after the battle, but I could see some old, very old. Seeing them, I could calculate when her elemental body had awaked. It had awakened quite early, much earlier than I had expected an elemental body could awaken in our world. Sigh. She would have been if it had been a complete awakening, but the signs I have seen so far, it is very clear that her awakening was far from come. Not only it was incomplete, but it also awakened suddenly, without prior warning or signs, so different from the twins. Compared to her, twins could be said to be exceedingly lucky, as the awakening of their bodies was slow. First, it was the constitution that materialized, which continued strengthening till it surpassed the boundary of the constitution and marched toward the body. As it did, it got stronger and stronger, giving enough signs of what their conditions were, and giving Patriarch Bradford enough time to find inheritances. The inheritance they found was weak and unsuitable, but it did buy them a few years before it began to elementalize them, and they went to hibernation. When the Blood Sun had called me, they were cusp of awakening, and their awakening wouldn't have been complete if not for the timely help from me and that inheritance, which I had come to know about that person in the garden. That inheritance could have also helped the Grand Commander if she had imprinted it before the awakening. Now it is useless, her condition is unsuitable for that inheritance, and if we removed her current inheritance forcefully, it would kill her within a minute. Gasp and audible gasp couldn't help but come out of my mouth when I saw her elemental body core, and I couldn't help but get shocked despite being broken. It is majestic. In front of my eyes is crescent-shaped crystal, letting out gentle, silvery light. It looked like a piece of heaven itself, a perfection, until one looked past the gentle, silvery light, and they would see the cracks on the lunar crystal. They are everywhere, covering every part of the crescent body core. These cracks are not small either, the biggest one is in the middle. It is nearly breaking the crystal in two. The two sides are only connected by the tethers. The elemental body core should not break away. If that happens, then it will be the end of Grand Commander, and whoever standing within a few miles radius of her, even Grand Lords, would suffer if they are too close. The elemental body core is surrounded by a spherical formation made of mirror runes. These are the runes that came out of the Grand Commander's body. When she had brought out the power of her constitution, she should not have done that. She had expedited the process by a few months. The elemental body core is not standing idly, powerful lunar frost energy emitting out of it, and the formation is absorbing it, but it has also reached its limit as a faint amount of lunar frost energy seeping out of it. Looking at the energy, I couldn't help but wonder how amazing it would have been if it had been just a frost body instead of lunar frost. The frost also has a crystalline structure and would have synergized well with the inheritance. They would have about 50 synergy, which is not good but not bad either. The thing is, she would have been able to use the power of her body with her inheritance, and she would have been terrifying. Alas, it is a lunar frost body she has. A body is much more powerful than the frost body, but also something extremely dangerous when broken like now. I could already estimate the months she had before the lunar energy became too much to handle for the formation and inheritance that it would freeze her to death. I already got most of the information, and now only one last thing remained, examining the core itself, which even Grand Lords couldn't do, but there is hope I might able to do it with my preparations. I already knew I would be called after seeing the condition of the Grand Commander in the battle. I have a huge amount of data on the elemental core, not only from the ones I have gotten from the twins, but also from the Hermes library and other sources. With that in mind, I have created a new investigative seed using a huge fortune. I have spent enough resources that would help a couple of grandmasters to level up to high grandmasters people would curse if they knew it. I have even added many of Grand Lord's resources. My heart has bled with the use of each one of those resources. Spending these huge amounts of resources is necessary, as it would not be just simple investigating. There will be some collection and a few other things. Though I had to succeed in doing all those things, even with all the preparations, I could not tell whether I would succeed or not. There is a high chance my seed would be destroyed before it even reaches the elemental core. Still, I have to try the life of Grand Commander, and a huge treasure trove of data, along with other things, are waiting for me. So I moved my seed, and soon it had reached the sphere. The faint lunar frost energy did not affect, nor did I expect it would. If this tiny bit of lunar energy were to affect my seed, then I would stop before I begin. The conditions inside are going to be 1,000 times worse, and my seed will have to bear that, and let's hope it will. My seed moved toward the gap in formation and began to pass through it without any problem. While the formation is extremely complicated, my clone had studied it for days. I had copied it when it came out in the battle. Its main focus is stopping the lunar frost energies from coming out, though it would also stop things from going in. There are some exceptions. A few soul senses which had imprinted, those select few soul energies could go inside. I had just copied it. I had quite a sample of Lord of Glass's soul energy. I had made some modifications, and now my seed had a clear way through it. Grandmaster, it seemed like you did not need a key, said Grand Commander with a voice filled with awe. When the Grand Lords heard it, it shocked them. There is nothing shocking about it. Grand Commander, I had copied it when it came out in the battle, and had 3 days to solve it, I said, and even shocked them further. I once again closed my eyes and put my complete focus on the seed. Now I have to give complete focus to the seed for what I am going to do next. Finally, the seed came out of the formation and reached the other side, and immediately, the lunar frost energy became thousands of times greater, 3,221 times in an instant. The lunar frost is extremely powerful. Anyone besides the Grand Lord would freeze to death, and even Grand Lords would feel the effect. I looked at my seed, and seeing it bearing the pressure of lunar frost, A smile couldn't help but appear on my face, and I moved the seed forward. This is just the beginning. The closer the seed gets to the core, the more powerful the lunar frost will be. The seed moved slowly, and by the end of the minute, it had reached very close to the elemental core and was now only hair breadth away from it. Here the power of the lunar frost increased by 3 times, reaching a little over 10,000 times. The seed is fine, but the real challenge is ahead. The black seed turned completely pink and went inside the core. It had chosen the biggest gap between the core. It went inside and froze. The power so powerful froze it on the spot, and it was expected as the next moment, the pink seed began to shine and break out of its freeze. But it did not have long. Considering how powerful the lunar frost is, it would be able to stay inside the core for 40 seconds at most. The time will shorten if the seed goes deeper, which it is planning to do. The seed glowed brighter and burst into its full power, leaving nothing back as it sped ahead toward the center of the elemental core. It had to reach deeper, as the target could be achieved after going deeper, so it went deeper. "It's time," I said as my seed had reached the center of the core, and just as it did, it glowed even brighter for a moment before releasing the dense pink wave. It is a scanning wave. I have used nearly all my supply of rule-bending crystal in this seed, and half of it is being used for this scanning wave. It is not easy to scan the core, but I have prepared for it without caring for the resources I use. It is an extremely important step, as it will give all the data I need to know whether the Grand Commander's condition could be healed or not. As of now, everything I have seen tells me that Grand Commander has merely 2 months to live, and while I could extend it by a few months, I did not see any way to heal her. Her condition is far too gone to be used by my usual methods. The scanning wave spread, and as it spread, its shine began to get dimmer and dimmer. The pure lunar frost elemental core is extremely powerful with many defensive mechanisms, and even though they could not sense the scanning wave or seed, the powerful energies around are assaulting it nonetheless. If it had sensed it like it senses the existence of coming soul senses, it would freeze it before it even touches the seed. Even Grand Commander could not see the core despite it being part of her core being broken and unstable made a lot of things harder. The core did not freeze her soul sense like it did with her others, but repel it, barely letting it touch it. I know it because I have sensed her dense soul sense remaining in the periphery of the core. It took barely a second for a scanning wave to reach the end of the elemental core, but it felt like hours, and it had lost more than half of its shine. It begins to recede, and I felt like it might not be able to reach back to the core before its power is completely spent. I hope nothing of that sort happens. All the hard work and resources I spent on it will go to waste, and so is finding a way to cure the Grand Commander's condition. A second felt like an hour, but it passed, and the scanning wave came back, and it survived, albeit barely. By the time it had reached the seed, it had nearly become invisible. If it had been even a moment late, it would have been completely destroyed. It did not, and I have got the complete scan of the Grand Commander's broken elemental core. Run. As the wave went back to the seed, the already prepared seed spent toward the exit with its full power. It had already prepared, and now it is making its way with all its power. The seed has accomplished nearly all its core, except for one. Initially, I was planning to collect extremely dense lunar frost energy, but as the seed entered the core, I changed my mind, seeing something else. I now plan to take the part of the core itself. In the biggest gap of the core, there are thousands of tiny lunar element crystals floating. These are very small. One could not even see them with the naked eye, but possess so much power that they would even Grand Lord if they dared to touch with the naked hand. Seed opened its mouth like a monster and took the crystals one after another before closing just as fast. The seed has only taken 5 among thousands of tiny lunar frost crystals. The seed had taken only 5 because taking more might alert the core, and also because it is what it could take. Those crystals are extremely powerful, and my seed could not store more than 5. It took 7 seconds for the seed to come out of the core, and it had lost 95 of its power in doing that, but it did not matter as the 5 is more than enough to get out of the frozen boundary. A few seconds later, the seed entered the formation, leaving all the frost behind. As it entered the formation, a change happened in the seed. It split into 2 parts. One came toward me, while the other remained in the formation. A minute later, I opened my eyes and found everybody was looking at me, including the Grand Commander. "Grandmaster, what do you think?" asked the old Lord of Glass and Lady Vivian in unison, with hope and uncertainty filling their eyes. Grand Commander had only had about 2 months to live, I said, and I could see no one was surprised hearing that, but still, deep grief couldn't help but appear on their faces. "This silly girl, I told her not looser her seal. If she hadn't done that, she would have longer to live," said the old Lord of Glass. "I saw the opportunity and took it, and I do not regret it. Before I die, I will try to take a Grand Lord with me," said the Grand Commander with eyes filled with conviction. "You silly girl," said Lady Vivian as she gently caressed the cheek with tear-filled eyes. "Is there any way to extend her life, Grandmaster? You have found a way for me. There must be a way for her," asked the Lord of Glass pleadingly. "There are very few things that could be made a Grand Lord plead, especially the one as old as him, who had seen and experienced everything in his more than 400 years of life. His words are a testament to how much he loved his student. Yes, it will cost us a fortune, but we will be able to extend the life of Grand Commander by 6 to 8 months, I said, and I could see the Lord of Glass and others taking a small sigh of relief, but the frown on Lady Vivian's face became deeper. Is there a way to save Hera fully? You have saved the students of Lord Bradford, she said, greatly surprising me, and I looked at Patriarch Bradford, who nodded at me. He had warned me not to tell the council or any other about the condition of the twins. While the world knows that twins are dead, the council knows they are alive, and hearing his words, I did not think he had told others about his student's real condition, but it seemed like I was wrong. There is a huge difference between the condition of Grand Commander and twins. The biggest difference is a time of awakening. Grand Commander had awakened her body when she was 6 or 7 years old, and it was not a complete awakening. While the twins awakened it when they were over 18, they had done it stages. There was ample indication for that, which had given us enough time to prepare for their awakening, I explained. I am sure before me, they have explored all the options, including inheritance, that I have used on twins. The same thing could not be done to Grand Commander. Her inheritance is too powerful, and even if removed somehow, the broken elemental core will destabilize, killing her and everyone around her. They are intelligent enough to understand it. So there is no way to save Hera? Asked Lady Vivian. Her voice shook when she asked the question. I did not say that, I said slowly, and hearing her and Lord of Glass eyes lit. What are you trying to say, Grandmaster? Speak clearly, she said. Clearly my vague answers got on her nerves. It is extremely complicated, but let me explain it in detail, I said with a sigh and sat on a chair. I would need to sit down to explain all of it. They sat in front of me, including Grand Commander. I took a deep breath and moved my hand forward. A pink-blue crystal appeared in my hand, and soon a projection size of a man came out of it. It was big, and one could see every inch of it clearly. Gasp, gasp, gasp. As it had appeared, a couple of gasps rang out as everyone was able to tell what this was. It is the elemental core of Grand Commander, and you can all see what type of condition is it in, I said to their shocked faces. The core is in a far more delicate condition than anyone had expected, even I had expected. Inside, it is filled with huge cracks, so many more than what is visible outside. Some parts are even hollow. It has nearly gone a slight interference, and it would collapse and self-destruct, said Lady Angela, and hearing expressions of Lady Vivian and Lord of Glass became worse while the expressions on Grand Commander's faces remained impassive. It is hard to what she is thinking. The decrepit condition of the core is a good thing. Actually, I said with a smile, shocking all of them. What are you saying, Grandmaster? Asked Patriarch Bradford with clear confusion on his face. It is easier to manipulate under such conditions, I replied. There is a simple way to heal Grand Commander's condition. Merge her core with element high compatible with her inheritance. An earth element, preferably of glass category or crystal subcategory, I said, and hearing that eyes of Lord of Glass lit. We have thousands of such resources in our treasury. Some of them are extremely high level, he said excitedly, but the next moment his expression changed when he saw others shaking their heads. It is not easy, teacher, said Grand Commander before turning to me. Isn't it, Grandmaster? She asked with a sad smile on her face. The resource needs to be extremely high level, the same level as her core or higher to be precise, a world level or even higher level resource that formed out of origin, I said, shocking all of them. They had expected high level, but not this level. Every Supremes have world level resources, every one or two every century, but world level resources formed out of origin are a completely different thing. We have one in our treasury, but it will be unsuitable for Hera, said Lady Angela. We also had one, but I was forced to use it in the last war, said Patriarch Bradford. Yes, that leaf of Verima. It had saved you at your last breath, said Lady Angela. I have heard about that incident. 5 grim Grand Lord had ambushed him in the last war and had nearly killed him. It is said he had used something that had the power to bring back even death. I had thought it was an exaggeration, but it seemed like it was not. We have 2, said the old Lord of Glass, and a projection of 2 things came out. Seeing them, my eyes couldn't help but widen in shock as I know them by a glance. The foundation of Supreme, I said inside in my mind. Those resources are beyond rare, and the things I could do with them are infinite. My apologies, but they are not suitable, I said as I shook my head. I will ask Hawthorne C. and other Supremes and also contact other lower organizations. This old man would not see his student die, especially now that the Grandmaster had given them hope, said the old Lord of Glass. I will begin asking immediately, said Lady Vivian, and her eyes became a little misty. I am sure she had started contacting others with her avatar. Within a minute, we have got the list of world-level origin resources from the 7 Supremes, 6 Supremes as Silverstone Academy had used them in their last war during the emergency. Of the 6 Supremes, each of them had at least one, but Hawthorne C had a whopping 4, of which 2 of them were found by Ramona Hawthorne herself. When she left, there were more than 10 such resources in Hawthorne C's treasury, but in 3,500 years, they have been used in various emergencies. Of 11, there were 2 Earth element resources, but they were not pure Earth elemental resources or had any compatibility with glass or crystal elements. Though I have asked them to bring them here for the test, as to who they might produce compatibility, it is quite hard to say with world-level resources of origin. Those resources are kept in the most secure places in their organization. It takes some time to bring them out of their organization. We should start with the treatment of Grand Commander, I said, and in a few minutes I began. Not all treatments can begin today, some of them need preparation, but all of them are necessary to extend her life. A few hours passed in treatment, and resources came in that which I tested, and unfortunately they were incapable, not even 25, which we could try as a last resort. Don't lose hope, yet we have 6 to 8 months, and anything could happen. We could find the resource we need, or we might find a different method that did need those resources, I said, which slightly improved their mood. I truly hope you will find a way to save Hera, Grandmaster, said Old Lord of Glass. I only smiled at that. I stayed in the house of Grand Lord for half an hour to discuss some important things before walking out, and a few minutes later I was in my home. I freshened up and showered before eating the later dinner, while my clone began to do an experiment on one of the crystals of the elemental core. It is very likely that we would find a world-level resource from our origin. They are beyond rare, and would not fall in our hands just because we desire it. So, I will have to find a different method. It did not need to be a method that would heal her completely. I will still be satisfied if I am able to create a treatment that will extend her life for a few years, which will give me enough time to find or create a way to fix that broken core. I am confident I could do it. Soon, I finished dinner and spent some time with my clone, experimenting on elemental crystals before moving on to other things. There are many other things I have to do, and I have to focus on them. 2, I will not find a cure for the Grand Commander in a single day. The organizations have been very helpful, but we still need your help. The projects need your help, and would very much appreciate your donations, said Mary, and the video closed. This video has been the most trending. It has been barely 6 hours since we uploaded it. From unofficial spokesperson to Marie had become the official spokesperson. We needed to make the changes in our stance considering how disastrous the donor gala had been while the organization had pledged to donate, and they donated. Though what they have donated is paltry sum to what they could truly donate, all of them, except for the Supremes, are hell-bent on having a quota. Even those king-class organizations, most of them did not even have a master to lead them, but they want quota of Grandmaster. Supremes have donated, and their donation is big, but it could have been bigger, and it would have been bigger if not for the lower organizations spoiling all the fun. It made the Supremes hold back on their big donations, as if we bowed under pressure it will benefit them the most, as they will have the biggest quota. I could use the shortcut that would make most of the Supremes donate even more, but the condition hadn't worsened that much that I would be compelled to do that, and I did not plan to unless we were really in trouble. The Grand Lords are supreme leaders, but they leave most of the responsibilities to those of lower levels. If I had asked directly for the donations, it would make things easier, but as I had said, things had not escalated that much. Many of the council members and the Grand Commander asked me to consider a quota system, even for 10 of places in the project, but I rejected it immediately. The freedom of the project is very important to me, and if I even concession, it will mess things up, and I can't have that. I walked out of bed, freshened up, and showered before walking out of my room. It is one of the days I was able to come early and wake up early, and I have intentionally come early since my mother returned from her mission last night. Look, isn't it the most famous Mitchell Czar, said my mother as I appeared in the kitchen. It seemed like, I said, she had been on a mission since before we launched the attack, and since she was out of contact, it is likely she had come to know right after she had returned to the pyramid. Yes, how can I not know when the moment you come out of the teleportation gate, and person handed you their resume with their greatest secret. And he was not the only one. By the time I had reached home, there are more than 10 people handed me their resume or gave their info for your consideration, not to mention the thousands of emails and DMs on my account. 95 of them are from the people I barely knew, she said, and even showed me the emails on hundreds of screens. All of them asking her to help them get into the project. Even Rose's homeroom teacher had handed me her resume, my father added softly, and I couldn't help but feel embarrassed by that. It was not just the teacher, but parents of fellow students had approached my father, and some bastard approached Rose. My father and my sister are still fine compared to what Hazel is going through. She tried to pick up her kids whenever she could, and since the news has become public, she and her kids are hounded that she had asked for a bodyguard whenever she is out of Project's campus and her home. I am sorry, the reaction of people is more intense than we had expected, and it is not going to die out soon, I said apologetically. You don't have to feel apologetic. Mitchell, what you have achieved is the dream of ancestors, and if it were not for you and your colleagues, the Grimms would have been at Pyramid, and we have been fighting the last battle for our survival, she said with the most serious face I had ever seen. By the way, your aunt had called. She is asking whether you would be able to help your cousin get into the project. She said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh. My mother had a love-hate relationship with her family. She hated them, but also loved them. She had helped her niece bring out the grand art from her inheritance, and now is asking for the nephew. Only the director is responsible for the recruitment, though I have looked at his file, and currently he does not possess the compatibility with the director's methods. I replied, I will inform her. She said there are not many emotions in her eyes when she said it. If it had been Jonah, I would have helped her, as compatibility could be changed, or I could have crafted the method to her suitability, but for him I do not have much interest. We were not close, and I did not like how he was when we met him in these few years. We have only met a few times and exchanged only a few words. Still, I could change my mind and break the rules if my mother had pressed me, but she did not seem impressed to press his case. Soon we noticed something and focused on the Rose. How is your school, honey? Have you learned anything new, made new friends? Mom asked to Rose. She had gotten a little angry seeing her mother giving all her attention to me. She does that when it comes to her mother, who only gets spent a few days at most with her family before getting sent on a mission. How is work? My father asked. Good, but a little stressful with new subjects and attention, I replied. Don't take too much stress, there are other things important than work, he softly, and turned to my mother and sister, who were talking about school and friends. I did not do anything, but I understand he had gotten them due to my influence. Those people of technical inventory had gone a little overboard. They had given him an upgraded version of everything he had asked for, and I had only come to know about it when they had sent me the notification. How are new machines and artifacts? I asked. They are great, working much better than I had expected. Though I would still need some of your investigative seeds. Without their help, I wouldn't have been able to make the progress I am making, I said. Here, these are the special ones. I have made them according to your needs, I said, and handed him a small bottle with 25 pink-green seeds. I spent little more than an hour with my family till it was time to drop Rose at school, which my parents did, while I walked toward the project. Buzz, you would not believe the shit that had happened since we posted that video 8 hours ago. Mary said. I kind of regret being a little friendly with as now she did not have to be polite to me. I couldn't help but pity the old man standing behind her. Mary is a peak master, and since she had become the official spokesperson of the project and the incidents happening around, the council had given her the bodyguard, a grandmaster, whom she had turned into her assistant. He may be a bodyguard, but he is mostly to intimidate others like my family. Mary also had the cover, and she had it for decades. Her teacher is the best alchemist of humans, and when she says to provide cover for her student, the pyramid listens. Are we getting trolled heavily? You should have turned off comments as I had asked you to, I said to her. The reaction to the project is too intense, and with it comes trolling. Most of all known people of the project have turned off the comments on their account, including me. No, not comments, though I have turned them off 10 minutes after posting the video, she said, waving her hand. I am talking about this, she said, pointing to a couple of video streams and screen. Feeling curious, I appeared beside her and looked what is trying to show me. A couple of seconds later, my expression changed, and my eyes went wide with shock or something beyond that. Fuck, I cursed, looking at the number and video footage, and while I watching, another screen popped up. Warehouse 1064, Mary said as a new screen popped in. I took a deep breath and decided to take it all in calmly. The donation campaign is not new. There are hundreds of them going on, belonging to Pyramid and various organizations for war efforts. It was Mary's idea, and she had suggested it a week ago after our frustration with the donor gala. I was a little uncomfortable with the idea. I wanted the working of the project as secret as possible, and not to mention donations open it to other dangers. I sat on the idea for days, and the frustration grew each day as member organizations kept screaming quota for resource, the quota for resources. Yesterday night, I officially made Mary the spokesperson for the projects and started the donor campaign. I did not have much high hope, considering the number of donor campaigns there are and how much the donations are receiving. I was only hoping that within 6 months, I would get about a month of resources, adding that with the resources we have collected from the organizations, we wouldn't be able to worry about the resources for 3 months, but it seemed like I could safely assume that I already collected the resources for a month within a day and isn't over it. How are the sorting and the logistic? I asked. We had not prepared, but not for such a scale, and since we are receiving such benefits, I want everything to go smoothly as possible. I had sent more scholars to sort and grade resources and asked the pyramid to keep the 3,000 warehouses on standby. She said, over 95 of these resources have come from those staying at Pyramid, while we have received huge donations from outside. It will take some time. I am working on a clear logistical line right now. I want everything we received from every corner of the world to be at warehouses within 6 hours of receiving, she added. Do that, I said. I know logistics can be a nightmare. It is already a wonder she had achieved such things at this speed. It seemed like I had far underestimated her abilities. Buzz. Give me the list of resources we got, I said. She swiped on the screen, and a sync file appeared on my HoloWatch every second. A new resource or its units would add to the list as scholars sort and categorize them. I looked at the list, and it is long, filled with the name of tens of thousands of resources. I am happy to see the scholars are doing their job while the resources are well categorized in level and types. The plants, crystals, and ores, and others are written down systematically. My eyes lit up brighter and brighter as I looked at the list. There are not only a huge amount of resources, but many of them are high-leveled, reaching Grandmaster and High Grandmaster classes. Ask the Council for more scholars and create a triple checking mechanism. Send our fewer alchemists to warehouses to keep an eye on things, and send the unknown things. The methods to me, I will look at them myself, I said, surprising her little. It is not resources we are accepting everything from artifacts to practice methods to formulas of alchemy and others before uploading the video. We have created a site where we uploaded our requirements, which is nearly everything. We could not use everything that came to use. Less than 5 will be useful to us. We will sell them or exchange them for the things we meet. A huge war is happening, and there is a market for everything we could sell or exchange things within a day. We have gotten good responses and some results from the emails we have sent, said Mary. The Grandmasters have said they will talk to their organization about the resources, and some even sent the resources belonging to the organizations, she said, and hearing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The donation of Supremes could be better, but it could be barely satisfactory. It is a lower organization that disappointed us, and which I don't like. The project did not ask for resources from its members, while we took them graciously if they offered on their own, as we are always in dire need of them. This time, we had expected a lot of help from the organizations, but they disappointed us by giving us just a token. So we have sent the mails to all the Grandmasters we have produced, aside from those belonging to Supremes, and as expected, the response is very good. Even in Supremes, the Grandmasters are very rare, while most organizations below Supremes did not even have a Grandmasters. Let those bastards at organizations play their little politics. I will just make their members Grandmasters, and will get the resources that they aren't willing to give. It was evening before I knew it. I did not spend much time with Marie, even when I wanted to, who did not like to see the money growing. I had only spent half an hour before I began work. In these 9 months, I have worked very hard, especially after I got the clone to modify the methods to be used without me, and I succeeded in many of them. With the special solutions provided by me and formations, along with the specially crafted tool, others were able to do what only I was able to do before. But still, there are many methods, some of the most important ones that could only be done by me. Most of these methods are delicate and usually require my strings. Now I am sitting in the center of 110 masters, who are sitting on the giant formation, which is crafted with the Grandmaster level ink, and inside are placed essences of precious materials and herbs, which are mixed and flowing through the formations toward the naked bodies masters, who are also covered in the formation. The energy that is seeping inside them, which is more than they could bear without me. A quarter would have died within 10 minutes, while the rest within half an hour, but now, there is only slight pain on their faces and nothing more. I am doing very delicate work right now. More than thousands of strings coming out of my hands are in the bodies of these people, carving delicate formations, and filling these formations with energies of resources their bodies are taking. I am planning to store enough power in those formations that if that energy leaks from the formation, it will make them explode into pieces. It is the first time I am using this method on such a large scale. I have been doing testing for 3 months, and it is working as I had expected. There have been some problems that occurred in testing, but I fixed them all till they became safe to use on such a hard scale. Sigh. 40 more minutes passed when I finally finished with the carving and heaved a sigh of relief. This method took too much of my focus, but I did it on my own without borrowing help from my clone. I begin to call back my strings, and within a minute all of them are inside me. You can all unseal your power now, I said to them, and they began to unseal their power before covering themselves with their armor immediately. Within an hour, you all will leave for ruins for training, where you will fight till your bodies and soul absorb all the energy that I have carved into your bodies, I said to myself. They need high adrenaline in their bodies and souls. In the strain, absorb these energies. I am sending them to dangerous ruins filled with powerful monsters, and seeing the current trend, the Grims. They will fight to the death against them, and will gain huge improvements by the time they absorb it all. It will even make a few of them ready to break through into the Grandmaster class. They are at the absolute limit of the Master class, and this will help them push that limit even further. After all of them had left, I turned to the only person left in the room. "You are doing good. The rate of your improvement is really amazing," I said to Neela. She had done an amazing 12 days when during the biggest mass breakthrough, and done even better now. What I had just done would have been more complicated, and I would have needed a lot more resources if not for her. She had created a special fluid, and it took her only 4 days' speed, which is a record itself, and what I am seeing is right. Then very soon she would form a core. "Thud, take a rest for at least 2 hours," I said, and the bed appeared right beside her, and a second later her eyes became droopy. Seeing that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The bed has that effect on people. The more tired you are, the more sleepy it will make you. "Sleep? No, I still need your help." 4 hours later, I said to her and walked into the formation. A second later, I disappeared and appeared in a small room where only 4 people were present. All 3 of them are elites and very young. All of them are 18 years old, and each possesses a constitution of 4 elements which are at level 1. Their constitutions are the lowest, barely giving them any advantage, but their progress did not look like such. They were unfamiliar with each other before I had found them but had been practicing together for 2 months, and in 2 months they had made astonishing progress. From the average prince stage to powerful kings, it is hard to believe such people would make such progress, and the thing is, the resources they needed were much less than others of their stage. The most expensive thing they needed in their method was huge stumps of element crystals they were sitting on. "Lord Tsar," they greeted. Everyone I greeted back with a smile before turning to look at the preparations. All the preparation had already been made, and the formation had been carved on the ground and painted on their bodies. While everything looked perfect, I double-checked one time. I nearly killed people with my carelessness, and I do not want to make the same mistake again. Now the only link remained, I said, and to be moved. Some of them pierced into their bodies while some of them began to weave. 4 minutes later, 4 runic chains made of my vines connected each of them through their heart. "Dana begins, and as always, begins slowly," I said to young women. She nodded and she began the slow circulation. The colorless wind energy felt around her, and a minute and a half later, the faint green crystalline runic chain turned colorless and took the form of wind. Another minute and a half later, another runic chain turned fiery, before another turned watery and last turned earthly. These 4 are very important. The method they are practicing has huge potential, and I want to see whether they could succeed or not. If they succeed, they are going to reap huge benefits, beyond their imagination, like upgrading their constitution. This method had the potential to take their constitution to level 12, the highest, but currently it is near impossible for them to even think about reaching that high. The method they are practicing is called Enia's Ulvar in the Universal World Language. It roughly translates to Pillars of 4 Element. It is a powerful method, but a highly dangerous one, so dangerous that if I removed my strings from inside them, they would be immediately destroyed by their own element immediately. In every session, I would create a seal inside them that refrained them from practicing without me. This method was created by a very powerful organization called Jarek Ulvar. It was the order of the cruel monks who practiced 4 elements. It was an extremely powerful organization, and it was its core method. The people would only become a full members after practicing all 12 levels of it. This order would take babies with level 1 basic elemental constitutions and raise them in groups of 4, each belonging to a different basic element. They will be brothers and sisters to each other, and trained in a way that would increase their synergy with each other. After they come to age, they will begin practicing this method. From what the book said, 99 of groups would die in practicing this method. It is extremely dangerous. They would use the concentrated elemental energy from the crystals and circulate them through the specific veins before sending them out through their heart toward the others, who would face even more pressure than others because they will have to take that element that did not belong to them and forcefully convert it to the energy of their element using the energy of the crystal beneath them before sending it to another. The third person will face even more pressure. This energy will be more concentrated, and he will have to do the same thing, but with a much greater, and the fourth person will have to do the same, but with even more effort. This converted concentrated energy will go back to the first person again, and they will have to convert to their element with even more effort, further concentrating, before sending it to another person. It is a brutal method that would kill one with the slightest mistake, as with each circulating, the energy would become more concentrated and harder to cover. It also will become volatile, and by its 24th cycle, the energy would become so powerful that will kill an emperor on the spot and injure a tyrant. But these kings bore it all without the slightest injury, as this is not a brutal method but is also very mysterious. The path of their circulation and the basic energies they convert and concentrate create some sort of rhythm that is called unnamed universal energy, which mixes with energy. With it, as long as the circulation is perfect, it will protect them and give them great benefits. They first the cycle and then another before another. With each circulation energy would become more concentrated, but it would increase its effect on them, especially on their constitution, which would slowly strengthen. There are many methods in my arsenal that could strengthen the constitution and even make them powerful, but there is the reason I chose this brutal method. It is not just the method's potential and the benefits they will bring them, but also the secret it held and the way it could show me in strengthening my own constitution. My constitution is plenty powerful, but it still has not reached the limit, and the methods I have could not strengthen it further. I have read several methods, and those gave me some inspiration, but I need more, as I do just want to strengthen my constitution but also break it. I have seen what bodies are, and I am simply not satisfied with the constitution, but I am far, far away from getting something like a body. At first, I will have to focus on strengthening my constitution to limit, which is going to be the challenge itself. Finally, the 24th circulation begins, and their bodies are literally shaking, and they grit their teeth tighter as they circulate for the last cycle. There are thousands of people with a basic constitution of level 1. I have found more than 30 groups of 4 from all the levels and even those who hadn't begun to practice, but I had chosen these 4. These 4 did not have many talents, but they had sheer will through which they could crush anything to make way for themselves. This method is not for those with faint hearts. One will need the heart of steel to practice it, and see the way they are pushing. I couldn't help but feel proud of them. Finally, they finished the 24th cycle, and the runic chains and bodies lit up their element, and the energy they had circulated began to disappear into their bodies, while some that were going to disappear were absorbed into my vines. Thud, 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 thud. Just as they have finished absorbing, they fall down on the crystal they are sitting, too tired to even talk. Well done, guys, you have done great today. I congratulated them, but they were no change on their faces, hearing my praise. The next session would be a week later on the same day, and if you all worked hard as today, then in session you will successfully practice the first stage of this method, I said to them, and their dead tired eyes lit up and their expressions changed, though they still did not move. This method takes a huge toll on the body, and from what I could, they would not move from their spot for at least an hour. You guys rest, I will see you next week, I said and walked into the formation toward my next destination. I am tired, I said as I walked toward formation with Neela. She had just helped me with the last treatment, and now we were both tired. The project had many powerhouses, all of them tyrants, who could easily go on my days without sleep, but nearly all of them, from basic tyrants to grandmaster, all of them sleep daily. They might only sleep as low as 2 hours, but they sleep. We need to sleep daily. Without it, we can simply function. The work hours are clearly toxic, but we don't have much of a choice. Recruiting new members might solve some of the problems, but as I had said, it is not an easy thing to do. Buzz. You should rest, mentor, you are clearly very tired, she said as we stepped out of the formation into the conference room, where Mary was still sitting in her usual place, with her bodyguard assistant standing behind her. She's looking at screens in front of her and discussing something with Marina, who is sitting beside her. They turned as we appeared, and strange light twinkled in Marina's eyes, seeing that a small smile lit up on my face. How are the donations? I asked as I walked toward her. You would not believe it, Marie said, opening her mouth exaggerately, to which I gave her a look which clearly said, get to the point. I am very tired to entertain you. 2,892 warehouses filled, and more are filling every minute. I have already asked for 3,000 more warehouses. You don't have to thank me for that. She said the last sentence snarkily before turning back to the screen. The warehouses have started filling even faster now that the donations from outside Pyramid kept coming in, but 70 of these resources are below the tyrant stage, which is a little let down, said Mary with a slight disappointment. It did not matter, we will take everything they are willing to give, I said as I sat down on my seat, and soon tens of screens appeared in front of me. Every resource is useful, even night grade. Even if we could not use them, we could always sell them. As I had said, with the war there is a demand for every kind of resource. The project needs a lot of resources, especially for the below the tyrant stage, as we have a large number of subjects, and each of them is resources burning, and considering how the resources are streaming in, it seemed like we would not hold back on recruitment of new subjects. I rarely hold back when it comes to tyrants, as there are very few tyrants who could be qualified to enter the project. It is a little different when it comes to the powerhouses below the tyrant grade. There are a huge number of them. As usually, only 1 in 1,200 emperor could become a tyrant. The number improved in the war times, but one could see, each level below, there are hundreds of times more powerhouses. The sheer number of powerhouses we have is shocking. The lower one goes, the greater their numbers will be, and that is very advantageous for the project. We could groom them from the lower level, which will improve their compatibility with the project method. When they reach the tyrant class, not even a quarter of subjects of the Emperor project qualify for the Grandmaster project. Breaking into the tyrant stage is a big thing. It is evolution, and it changes things. Some of the subjects may possess 100 compatibility with the project, but that could disappear the instant they level up to Tyrant class, which is why I scan every newly advanced Tyrant. Buzz, I was studying the numbers when the teleportation formation lit up and an old man appeared, holding a small wooden box in his hand. Director, this box has all the important methods and formulas, unknown resources, and artifacts we have come across in the first 12 hours, she said. I nodded, and the box disappeared into my storage. We have developed a 3-layer system to sort everything we receive, from herbs to artifacts. Everything we receive through donations will be carefully checked in its condition, its grade and age, and other things by 3 people. Only when the 3 people will come to the same conclusion, the thing will move out of the warehouses to the vaults of projects. Those that are unknown to the scholars of their fields will be sent to Grandmaster Salvador, me, and others for further checking. There would be no doubt about everything we received, as only through this way we will be able to use these things we received with maximum efficiency. Mary, take some rest, you have some important interviews tomorrow, I said as I got up and walked toward the teleportation formation. One day more rang out in my mind and I smiled. Yes, one more day and we will have the day. Marina and I had planned a day off, a day to ourselves, free from work and other stressful things. We had planned this day earlier this month, a day after a mass breakthrough, but the Lord of Glass died, and we got into preparation before going on the attack. Ever since our relationship began, we never had a day to ourselves, and we very much deserve it. The work is extremely important, but I will not let it come the way of the best thing in my life, and I will have the day and will not come to work unless another Grand Lord falls dead. A minute after reaching home, I ate dinner before falling into bed to sleep. The next day, I woke up before dawn and freshened up, showered before cooking breakfast for my parents, who came just as I finished, and me. I spent half an hour with them before coming to the project campus, looking fresh as a flower. Even her bodyguard looked tired, but not her. I looked at donations, which are still filling the warehouses, and discussed some things with her before everyone began to arrive for the meeting. We have these types of meetings every few days. They are necessary for the smooth working of all 3 projects. The meeting lasted for about 1.5 hours, and there were some intense discussions on how to efficiently use these resources. Some of the suggestions were so good that I decided to use them. With the meeting finished, I once again began my rounds, moving from one hall to another. Today is one of the special days. Today, I am going to perform a solo treatment, which is kind of rare, as nearly all my methods target groups. A treatment targeting a single person brings much greater benefits, but there are over 1,000 people in the Grandmaster project, and it is not the only project I have to handle. I sometimes have to go to the King and Emperor project too. It is why I continue to push myself to target more people in a single treatment, as it saves a lot of time and effort and some time, even resources that we are always in desperate need of. Buzz. I stepped out of the teleportation formation into the beautiful garden. You looked like shit, said Jim, who was waiting for me. Still, better than you, I said. Looking at his tired eyes, though they are tired, there is deep excitement in them. I haven't slept since yesterday. The resources we're getting are making me really excited with it. We would be able to make the solutions we have been planning to make, he said, and I couldn't help but nod. There are some formulas he wanted to craft. These were never crafted before and quite complicated with a huge chance of failure. So we held off from crafting them and decided to craft those who are less prone to failure, but now we could try some. So when do you planning to start? I asked as I walked the garden path with him toward the building, which is in the center of the garden. It was his alchemy artifacts. He had changed its location many times, much to the frustration of the alchemist working there. I will begin next week. There is a huge workload on me. I want to finish them all off before I start on it. I will be unavailable for at least a week, he said, and I nodded. I have no problem with it as long as he prepared the advanced supply for the projects. If I succeed in crafting what I am planning to craft, then I will form a core, said Jim softly, which froze me on the spot for a moment. His inheritance is different from other inheritance, different from even regular alchemical inheritance. It is an extremely high-level alchemical inheritance that such levels of alchemical inheritance have only appeared 2 times throughout history. It is not necessarily a good thing, considering how hard he had to work to achieve each level. Of all 4 of them who had gotten these angel inheritances, 3 of them have already created the core, including my ex-girlfriend, her ex-boyfriend, and his own fiancé. I am still quite surprised that Bastard was able to create the core. It is not exactly an easy thing, especially this early. Congratulations in advance, then I know you will succeed, I said to him, to which he smiled. It is not blind confidence but trust. He had been working very hard on improving his alchemy skills and is already one of the best alchemists in the world. If it hadn't for him, the project would not be at the scale it is right now. Click, soon we reached the doors of his alchemy artifact and he pushed them open and we walked inside. As we did, the walls became transparent like glass, letting me see what is happening in the tens of halls of this artifact. today seemed quite active, I said to him as I looked around. The alchemist is always busy, but today they seemed extra busy. The resources, it had made everybody happy, he said, and I couldn't help but not. In each hall, I could see the alchemists working with different kinds of instruments and formations, creating alchemical solutions and other things. If the regular alchemist were to see it, they would be quite shocked, as nearly all alchemists work on a large scale. Some even had alchemical wares as big as rooms in front of them, and they concentrated there all to manage the energies inside them. This project is a godsend opportunity for us alchemists. While the work is constant and tiring, we get to work with a scale that is impossible to imagine before, even in wartime. It is not just a scale of things we craft, but also the complicated alchemical recipes which push our skills to the limit. If it hadn't for the project, I would have needed years to achieve the skills I have today, he said while we continued walking. I saw the person I am extremely familiar with. I saw Hazel, who is surrounded by complicated glass equipment. A hand-sized glass cube is floating in front of her, which is absorbing 6 colorful clouds of smoke from all sides and creating a black swirl inside. It is a beautiful scene, but very complex. I don't think many people have the skills to craft what she is crafting. She is crafting a Grandmaster-level solution, and looking how things are going, she will succeed, Jim commented. You are mentoring her well. I said she had tremendous progress, which wouldn't have been possible without his help. My help was a little. What she had achieved is all due to her hard work and talent, he said. I did not say anything to that. I am just happy that soon we are going to get another Grandmaster of Alchemy, and I have big plans for that. Click. Soon we reached in front of the crystal door, which Jim pushed open, and we walked into a huge hall that covered the dense formations, which were painted with a high Grandmaster class grim. It did not matter whether you succeeded or not. I just really hope you don't mess me up. Tomorrow is a very important day for me, I said to him sternly. Don't worry, you will be fine. More than fine, you will come out with great benefits, he said with a bright, confident smile. Snort. I really wish you would have used your own fiancée instead of me. She would be fine if you boiled in a burning volcano, I said, to which he became a little embarrassed. She is not suitable, he replied. Liar, I wanted to say that I have read the recipe, and she is more than suitable. He just didn't want to use his precious fiancée. And I am the guinea pig for that, I said back before walking toward the center of the formation. I sat down in the center of the formation while all the clothes disappeared from my body. Buzz, I will begin, he said and activated the formation. Buzz, a second later, the runes climbed over me till they covered every inch of my body before the remaining formation lit up blindingly, and a couple of seconds later, I was inside a huge bronze cauldron made of energy. I really wish this little project of Jim would have come a few days later, as this is not really safe. I have read it, and if something goes wrong, it will mess me up, and I wouldn't be able to heal myself within a day of the damage it will do to me. I have only agreed because it is one of the solutions that will help my friend advance if he succeeds, and I will also get considerable benefits. This is not a treatment or method, but an alchemical solution. It is different from other alchemical solutions, as it literally requires a human to be inside the pot. It may be a little different, but it is a powerful solution and would be a tremendous help to the project if Jim really succeeded in crafting it. I was sitting empty cauldron when the gray water fell down on me. The gray water is heavier than normal water and contains a particular type of earth and metal type of energies. Gisenab water, I said, a quite rare resource, a very difficult to find. The water filled nearly half of the cauldron, reaching to my neck, but that was just beginning. In the next second. A palm-size hard cold crystal came down, and after that collection of herbs and roots, before I knew it, tens of other things added into the cauldron, completely submerging me. The submerge is a big part, but not really dangerous, as the powerhouses of my level could easily hold their breath for hours. A few more minutes passed, and Jim continued to add things when the change began to occur in the cauldron. It begins to get hot. First, the water was warm enough that even a child could take a bath in it, but soon it became hot, which will make even vegetables squishy within a few seconds. Still, it was comfortable to me. Such a temperature is nothing for someone like me. A few minutes passed by, and the temperature of the water had become hot enough that even I began to feel uncomfortable. Soon temperature had reached the height that would even cook Grandmaster alive, but the water was still. There is not a single boil, and the resources inside are not even letting out steam, which couldn't help but make me shudder. As the recipe says, the water must be boiling before the real process begins. You can begin, Mitchell. Jim's clear voice rang out in the boiling cauldron. It had been a few seconds since the water in the cauldron had started to boil, and it had already become unbearable, and it was not even the hottest temperature the more wear will reach. I really wanted to unseal my power and activate my defenses, but I could not do that. I have sealed all my powers except for my internal energy, which is required to create this solution. Okay, I replied, sending my voice out through the internal energy before I began. It is going to be very painful, I said to myself and took in the energy from the water, and I was right. It instantly made me grip my teeth as I felt like I had taken the burning lava inside me. It is extremely hot, and these energies are also dangerous. If I had been a common high grandmaster with regular mana veins, I would have found myself in real trouble. This energy would have really damaged my veins. I took the energy and mixed it with my internal energy, as the recipe of the solution had said, and began to circulate it. The method did not mention any path of energy circulation. I could circulate it through any path. The only requirement it had was the merging of the internal energy and the energy of the solution, which is a challenge itself. So I begin to circulate the energies through the path of supreme combat exercise, not only because it will help me score some seals, but also because it will automatically merge the two energies. I will not have to put any effort into merging the energies. The exercise will do it on its own as long as I circulate them together. The supreme combat exercise is mysterious in ways. I begin to circulate, and as usual, the circulation is difficult. I have reached quite further in the supreme combat exercise. I have already created the 6 seals, and the 7th seal is not far, which is making the circulation extremely difficult. Still, I pushed, and in just a minute, I saw my internal energy had completely merged with the energy taken from the solutions. I should have been releasing this energy, but I did not. Instead, I took more of the energy from the solution and added my internal energy to it, and began circulating in the path of supreme combat exercise. I did not stop taking the energy. I continued taking it and mixing it with my internal energy before circulating. What I am doing is very risky, not only for me, but also for the solution. I would need to continue releasing the energy into the solution. If I did not do that few minutes, the solution would go to waste. Only be used as the fuel for my art. I am taking the risk because I want to make myself feel the pressure. Only in this way I would be able to complete the circulation and create the seal. So I pushed myself further and further, taking more and more energy from the solution. After some time, I felt like a balloon which had been filled to its limit, and any further it might explode. But despite that, I kept taking more and more energies as I keep circulating. Michiel, the solution had reached the critical stage. If you do not release the energies within half a minute, the solution would be spoiled, Jim said. I did not reply to him, and instead pushed myself harder to complete the circulation. I have already reached the edge, and now I just have to break the wall that is stopping me from creating the seal, which is the biggest challenge in creating the seals of supreme combat exercise. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and 20 seconds passed, and I kept assaulting the wall, but it did not seem to break. But I kept pushing and pushing while taking more and more energy inside me, till even my veins began to protest. Jim is calling me over and over, informing me about the state of the solution while I am trying to destroy the wall. Bang, 25 passed, Mitch. Jim's voice stopped midway as I broke the wall, and I began to release the energy, which had not only merged perfectly but also purified. Though I did not release all the energy at once, I began to release it in a slow stream and would absorb as much energy as I would release. The recipe's first requirement about the energy is to be merged perfectly with the internal energy, and the second is optional but very important to the efficacy. It needs to be concentrated and pure, which will directly increase the power of the solution. I did not stop after creating the seal and continued to press even harder, as creating the new seal was going to be even harder. Time passed, and I created another seal while Jim silently worked on the solution, adding more things inside, shifting the energies in a complicated fashion that was beyond my skills. An hour passed, and now the solution had reached its peak boiling point. It had become so hot that my skin began to cook, and if it was not for its natural healing abilities, I would have been completely dead by now. While I am surviving barely, it is a fortune nonetheless. The energies inside are giving me pain like nothing else, and it is the only reason I am continuing to create a seal. I am really a sadist and wretched bastard who needs pain as motivation, but it is how I work, and I am not apologetic about it. There are not many at my level capable of doing what I am doing, and I am capable of doing it due to the motivation this nature of mine provides me. Time passed as I became completely focused on circulating the energy. I forgot everything, the solution, and even the pain that was motivating me, and had been completely focused on circulating the energy with every ounce of my focus. I could hear Jim trying to say something to me, but I did not care for it. The only thing my mind had was circulating and nothing else. I don't know how long had passed when I came to myself, as there was no energy remaining in the cauldron for me to circulate. I have processed it all, that not even an ounce of it had remained. The solution is still boiling, but I know the solution is nearly finished. Jim had to do some last stage work before cooling the solution. Until then, I will have to remain here, which is quite a bummer considering the solution is boiling me alive. Buzz, the formation of the bronze energy cauldron, lit up, and the cooling solution began to rapidly drain from it till nothing remained. When the last drop of solution from the cauldron was drained, the cauldron had vanished, and I appeared back into the hall and saw him slumping on the ground with dense sweat piled all over his body, and when he looked at me, he glared angrily. What was that? You were so crazily refining the energy, barely giving me the time to manage the energies. If I had made even the slightest mistake, the solution would have failed, and these huge amounts of precious resources would have been wasted, he screamed through his tiredness. You have succeeded, and looking at the color, the result is not bad, I said, taking one of the two bottles floating in front of me. The solution inside the glass bottle is vibrant green. We have created the perfect grade solution. We have been hoping for the best grade, but ended up crafting a perfect grade solution. A thing he should be proud, and looking at his eye, he is feeling proud. Yes, the result is not bad, Jim said softly as he got up and took the bottle in his hand. Good luck, next time you should use your own fiancé for it, I said. I am not planning to participate in another session of alchemy anytime soon. I have been boiled alive. Until I forget what I have experienced today, I will be coming back to this hall. Don't say that if the usage of solution proved as good as the formula said, we might have crafted another one soon enough, he said, looking at me with a fawning smile. Like I had said, use your own fiancé, I said, emphasizing on words before walking toward the door. Jim walked with me toward the exit of his artifact, and we discussed some things, and soon we were out in the garden. So you are out tomorrow? Jim asked. Yes, don't contact me unless it is a question of life and death, I said with all seriousness, but it had made the smile on his face bigger. Who is she? The one who had finally made you take a day off, he asked with a teasing smile. There is no she. I am burned out, and if I do not take a break, I will simply collapse, I said without a change in my expression. He is not the only one who has asked me this question today. Keep lying, I know you are dating someone, he said and looked at me seriously. I smiled at him and walked toward the teleportation formation. I may not look like it, I am in a hurry, but I am walking at normal speed, as there was still quite a redness on my skin, and I wanted to disappear before I stepped into the formation. Buzz, I was walking toward the formation when my holowatch buzzed with the purple-marked mail from the pyramid. I really didn't want to open it, but seeing it being purple-marked, I opened it with some effort while desperately praying on it shouldn't be something that needed my attention. Hun, I read the mail, and it couldn't help but surprise me and also bring a smile to my face when I read about the result. The last of 5 teams that had gone to be the ruin had returned, and they had come with the victory. We have gained complete control of the resource site from the Grimms. It is a huge accomplishment that is worth a celebration. I know Jill won't have any problem accomplishing this task. We had sent the 5 teams to the ruins and realms, and 4 came back. They were not victorious, but they did not lose either. They came back, killing many Grimms and bringing huge destruction to the resource site. These resource sites were extremely important to the Grimms that when they sensed our attack, they sent huge reinforcement, and after day, we also began to send the reinforcement. The numbers have reached so high that their 67 grandmasters were fighting in those 5 realms and ruins, especially this last ruin, which alone had 22 grandmasters and 3 high grandmasters. We have lost 3 grandmasters, which is a huge loss, but compared to what we have got, it is worth it, especially in these times when the value of the resources sites have skyrocketed. Since the big attack, changes have begun to appear in the war. It begins to shift. We are now sending more and more forces into the ruins. It is not just emperors and tyrants, but also knights and above powerhouses. The council had said, given the result of the battle, and how our forces have come out near equal term, both sides will not focus on increasing the number of powerhouses they have, and since both of us have a method to increase the number of powerhouses, the focus will shift to resources. Soon, the war in ruins is going to escalate, and it's going to cost Pyramid a lot. Unlike the war on the mainland, the war on the ruin is different. We cannot shift too many forces, and it also costs a lot. It is a huge amount of crystals to activate ream-breaking formation and gates, and according to the council, we might need to shift 3 to 10 of our forces into the ruins, and we do not have enough crystals for that, or even the ruin-breaking formation to shift even minimum of those numbers. Though there is one silver lining in it, the council calculates that we might have more crystals than the Grimms, as every Grimm is crystals mined for us, but we might not have enough realm-breaking gates. Grimm has more of them. The pyramid had already begun collecting the realm-breaking gates. Their numbers had already reached 1,000, and increasing every day. I hope we will have enough of them. We could not afford to even slightest in this new frontier. I read the mail, which is also a summon for a meeting. I looked at it for a while before replying with a no. I will not be heeding the council's summons this time. It is already past 12, and unless someone is really dying, I am not going to change my plans. Buzz, the formation lit up, and I appeared at my destination just as I did. I pressed the red button on my holowatch. Now, all the calls, emails, and DMs will stop unless they have an emergency. It is not just the calls I have blocked, but also my connection with my clone. I have given it a direction, and it will continue working on them. It will not disturb me from my much-deserved break unless it is really necessary. "You have really come," said Marin as she put down the tome she was reading and appeared beside me, and soon we were kissing passionately. These days after the attack had been really busy. I barely got a few minutes of alone time with Marina every day, which was not enough for a few kisses and or even cuddling, and then we would have to behave that everything was normal. We are just a teacher and student, and there is nothing else between us. We had kissed for over a minute before separating, and I looked at her. "You look hot," I said softly and looked at her with burning eyes that left nothing for a guess about what I wanted to do with her. She's wearing a short baby doll night dress made of red silk, which gives a tiny tantalizing glimpse of what is inside. It is making me very hard to control myself, and seeing that, a soft, daring smile appeared on her face. This devil, I curse it in my mind. I know she is doing it intentionally and wouldn't mind if I took her here now, but I wouldn't do that. We have waited for a long time, and I want it to be special. She deserves it to be special. What are you reading?" I said, looking away from her and walking toward the couch before sitting on it. "Elisha's Anatomical Observation," she replied and sat beside me. "It is a good book, but you will not touch it for a day," I said as I gently closed the tome. "It will be a long day, and I hope you won't make me bored," she said with a challenge. "Don't worry, you wouldn't be bored even for a moment," I replied. "I really hope so," she said, to which I smiled. "We are going to stay home tomorrow, but it will not be a normal day. I have planned for everything so that she will not have time to be bored, even for a second. Let's sleep tomorrow. We won't be getting any," I said. "I am not the only one who is tired. She is even more tired than me." She hadn't slept for 2 days. Yesterday, when I left, she was working with Marie all night. She nodded and got before walking toward her room, and I walked toward mine. "I sometimes come here and have my own room to sleep in." "Mitchell, sleep in my room," Marina said softly, and it stopped me in my tracks. I was shocked and opened my mouth to say something, but closed it when I saw the expressions on her face before appearing beside her. "As you wish, love," I said, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. She did not say anything. She just picked my hand and took me to her room. Soon we appeared in the familiar room while we hadn't done anything. I had been to her many times, and unlike mine, it was very cozy. There are a bed and mattress that the professor had brought her and beautiful paintings that her daughter had given her. There is a beautiful small bronze lamp on the table beside her bed, which was a gift from me. It is a very powerful artifact that even Quay's Grand Lords would desire. The room is also filled with photos, some of her childhood photos with her parents and sister. There are also some with her daughter, from being a baby swaddled in clothes to one a few months ago of the day she became a grandmaster. There is one mine too. It was of the day when I had become her student. "I should change to something more suitable," said Marina softly. It was not the first time she had said something like it. "I have said before, you are my teacher, and I deeply respect you, but you are also my girlfriend, and I love you. You are the best that has happened to me," I said to her, and she melded into me, and we stayed like that for a couple of seconds. "I know our relationship is different, and it may feel taboo to some people, but I am comfortable with it. If she wants us to open up, I am ready for it, and if she wants our relationship to be secret for a little longer, it is fine too. The only thing matter is her happiness, and for it, even if we have to keep our relationship secret, I will do it. Not that it would take longer. I know she is ready now, and the only reason we are not open is me. She is doing that for me, saving me from societal pressure and other things. I am already powerful enough that such things don't affect me, and not to mention we are doing anything wrong. Still, I will give her the time she needs, as much as she needs to understand that such things are beyond affecting me. The quickest way to help her understand is by taking her to the level I am at least in Grandmaster class. I am working on it, and it won't be long. I have already nearly finished working on the 3rd constitutional seed, which will create the 3rd and final base of her constitution by the end of the week. It will be part of her constitution. With all 3 bases finished, it will loosen her inheritance enough that she will be able to become a Grandmaster in 6 to 8 months. Things will become a lot easier when she becomes a Grandmaster. It would also make me worry a little less about her safety. Your skin felt slightly hot. Is everything all right? She asked as she let go. Jim was boiling me alive a few minutes ago, I replied, to which she arched her brow, demanding an explanation. So I did, and in the end, she couldn't help but take a sigh. I will not say anything about it, but I hope you will be careful in participating in such experiments, she said softly. I could see deep concern all over her face, and seeing that I couldn't help but hug her tightly. For you, I will be even more careful, I said in ear. Let's sleep as you have said. I will not going to get any sleep tomorrow, she said with a bit of teasing, to which I smiled and lay on the bed with her. As we lay on the bed, I immediately scooped her in my arms, and she did not resist, instead melded into me. I took a deep breath of her wonderful fragrance, and before I knew it, I fell into the most peaceful sleep in a long time. Note: the content ahead is for a mature audience 18+. I was in deep sleep when I felt a wonderful sensation that forced me to open my eyes, only to see the Marina planting kisses on me. When I opened my eyes, I saw her looking at me with a naughty smile and flushed cheeks. Seeing those expressions, something else had woken up in me, and she seemed to feel it as well as her cheeks reddened, and she pressed on it. Good morning, I said to her. She looked beautiful, the most beautiful I had seen her, and it filled my heart with intense emotions. Good more, she replied, but before she could completely say the words, I flipped her, and now our position is reversed. Now I am on top of her and she is below me. You have woken me up from the best sleep I had in quite a while. You deserve to be punished for that, I said as I pressed her down. And how do you plan to punish me? She asked with deep anticipation. I know a couple of ways. I replied and moved my head down. Her lips met mine, and unlike all our kisses, this time I took complete control of the kiss. She fought for a while but surrendered, and I made my kiss even more ferocious while grinding my body against her, telling her how hard it is to resist her. She did not resist at all, and I did not intend to hold back. I had been holding back for months, and today was the day to let everything loose. Ah. She moaned as I bit her lip before letting go and beginning to kiss all over her face gently. She is a work of her art. Every part of her is perfect, and I want to show her that. Ah, ah, ah. Soon I reached down and began to kiss her neck. She is very sensitive to the neck. Her whole started to shake, and she began to moan as I began to kiss around her neck. At every kiss, her moans will be louder and louder till she stops holding back. Soon my kisses reached her collarbone and the valley of her cleavage, which is even more sensitive than her neck, and I licked a little, which made her take a sharp breath before letting out the biggest moan I have heard from her. I kissed and licked all the naked parts of her and looked at her red nightdress. Seeing the look on my face, she nodded, and I pulled the hem of my high dress as she lifted herself, and a second later, I removed the night dress and threw it. I don't know where it went, nor do I care, as I am completely enamored by the goddess in front of me. You are a goddess, I said breathlessly, looking at her, wearing nothing but a piece of beautiful red lingerie. She looked like a goddess, and I wanted to worship her. I moved and began to her. I started with the valley between her breasts before moving on her breast, which was covered in red lingerie. Please, Marina pleaded. Her eyes are filled with lust and desire, and I know she wants it as much as I do. Of course, love, I said and moved my hand to her back and opened the hook of her bra gently. Magnificent, I whispered, and my mouth watered as her magnificent breasts spilled out of her lingerie. I have seen her naked many times and desperately wanted to look at her, but all I took a glance. I never truly got a chance to enjoy this God's creation, much less touch them. I looked at them before shakingly moved at my hands toward them, and soon I touched those wonderful globes which seemed to have been carved by the God himself. Ah. They are soft but firm at the same time, and as I pressed them, the Marina let out another moan. She is more sensitive than I had thought, which is going to make things even more interesting. I squeezed them a few times before I moved to the main event, a thing I had wanted to do for years. Since the first time I saw these wonderful things, taken them in my mouth, and now my long-lost desire going to come true. Oh ah, oh ah, oh ah. I licked the dark red areola of her left breast gently, bringing out a loud moan from Marina before taking it into my mouth and squeezing her right breast at the same time. Her breast felt wonderful in my mouth, much, much better than I had ever imagined in my dream, so much that I had nearly orgasmed. They felt amazing as I sucked them, and hearing the Marina's moans, the experience became even better. The breast had a taste, a very faint taste. It was faintly milky but tasted like sunshine, and it made me suck on her breast even more intensely while my hands squeezed and pinched her right breast. Ah, I gave a gentle bite to her breast, which brought out another loud moan from her lips before moving toward another and began doing the same as I did with the left breast. By her moans, I could feel the momentum building in her slowly. I could tell she wanted me to move fast, so she could have what she craved, but I will not do that. I want her to feel the best, and a short burst is not the way I want to feel the fireworks and make her mind go blank, and that needs work. I am doing this not only for her pleasure, but also for mine. I am enjoying it very much, especially when I hear those moans and see those lustful, craved expressions on Marina's face. Marina is a reserved person, and from what I have heard and observed during my years with her, she has always been like this. She had a heavy responsibility since she was a child first. She raised her little sister after the death of her parents, before got the responsibility of the organization before she was even 30, which had made her even more reserved with her emotions and actions. She needed to be intoxicated to express her real feeling, and even then, she tried to deny them. If I had not pushed her, she would have kept denying them even now. Even after we started dating, she had been reserved before slowly opening herself up. It was not easy for her, and it is due to it that I had waited for a long to take this big step. If I had wanted, I would have done it on the week we began dating, and I know she would not resist due to her feelings for me, but that was not the right time. Today is the right time. She let out another loud moan as I bit her right, reaching near the climax. If I bit and squeezed her breast, she would orgasm, but that is not what I want. I let go of the breasts after taking one last look at them and kissed her soft but taut stomach gently before slowly going down, planting soft kisses on her writhing body. Note: the content ahead is for a mature audience 18+. Please take them off. Marina begged as I had an edge of the panties and had been showering the kisses at the edge without going down further, and it was driving her mad. Since you have asked so nicely, love, I will oblige, I said and kissed the center of her panties before pulling them down. Marina was far more eager than me as she lifted herself up, so I could remove her panties without any problem. I threw away the panties and looked at her and froze as I looked at her in her absolute majesty. Marina was completely naked below me, and she looked magnificent, a goddess in all her glory. I am extremely blessed to have you in my life, I said and moved down for the kiss. Our lips met, and the kiss was surprisingly gentle. It was filled with passion but also love. I broke the kiss and moved back, and once again began to shower soft kisses on her. I started with her stomach and abdomen, before finally reaching her sacred region. Oa, oa, oa. As I begin to kiss it, she begins to moan louder and louder with each breath. Soon, I reached the mouthwatering rosy folds and breathed on them, making Marina nearly climax before kissing gently on her soft thighs. Mitchell, please, Marina complained. Have patience, love, I said to her and kissed her thighs gentle, building more and more anticipation inside her now and then. I would breathe on her folds before kissing her thighs and pressing her ass with my hands. Finally, after more than a minute, I came back to those delicious folds, which had become blisteringly wet. I wanted to tease her even more, but the smell coming from those folds wouldn't let me. It was a struggle every second to not come back to the folds since I had seen them. Mitchell, I looked at them for a second before taking a gentle lick across them, making her moan in my name while my eyes got blown in by the taste of them. Her taste is amazing and indescribably, but if I were to describe them, I would say she tastes like honey, morning dew with a hint of citrus. I felt like something that would make one addicted, and I am very much planning to get addicted to it. Tasting her amazing taste, I wanted to burrow up my face at those lips, but I controlled myself and started with the rhythmic licking. My tongue moved as if I were playing a delicate instrument. Yes, love, yes, right there, right there. She gripped my head with her hand and tried to push me down, but I did not move, though I took note of her words and body language and adjusted my rhythm according to it, building a crescendo with each lick. I had been building it for minutes, each time taking her high before bringing her down. She had now reached very high, and I am no mood to stop. Now she is more than ready to have the orgasm she deserves. Oh God, Mitchell. Finally, the dam broke out, and she screamed in pleasure while pulling my hair hard, while I latched my mouth across her folds, taking everything that came in my way, and at the same time, increasing the intensity of the orgasm she was feeling. It took her a while. She came back to herself and looked at me with a content smile. It was the best orgasm I have ever received, she said and came at me, and before I knew it, her lips were on mine, and she began to taste herself through my lips and did not seem to mind it seeing the way she is kissing me. We kissed for a while before breaking apart, and now she is looking at me with twinkling eyes. You have given me the best orgasm, and it is natural that I reciprocate it, she said, and I found myself spinning. A moment later, I was on my back while she was sitting on top of me. She smiled at me mischievously as she lightly grounded her ass on my member, who was already painfully erect, and her teasing was not making things any better. Love, please, I pleaded, but that only made the teasing smile on her bigger and her movement hotter than I immediately wanted to push her down and take her, but I resisted the urge. Patience, love, she said, repeating my words before bending down and touching my chest with her index finger. Green energy released from her finger and spread into my clothes. As the green energy spread, it begins to destroy my clothes, leaving not even dust behind. A second later, the green energy vanished, and with it my clothes. After vaporizing my clothes, she bowed down further till our lips were against each other with bare an inch of distance. She did not rush into the kiss. Instead, she kept looking directly into my eyes while her wonderful breath fell onto my lips. She did not say anything, but through her eyes, I knew what she wanted to say, and knowing that my eyes couldn't help but become emotional too. I love you, and now I will show it to you, she whispered and gave me a peck on the lips before kissing down on my neck gently, and started to shower soft kisses on my lips before moving toward my cheeks and ears and other sensitive places. Soon she reached my neck and began to shower it with soft kisses before moving down toward my collarbone and the chest. Ah. I let out a soft shout of pain or moan as she bit down on my chest, leaving marks on my chest. She had used considerable force, but it was of perfect amount. She's one of few people who truly know how strong I am and is aware of how to use enough force to leave the perfect marks behind. She smiled triumphantly as I moaned before continuing to go down while leaving soft kisses across my body. Soon, she reached my member, who was standing erect proudly. Love, I moaned as she breathed on it before gripping it with her hand gently and looking at me. There were emotions of great triumph on her face as she gripped my member. It is as if she is telling me she has control over me, and I could not do anything against her, and she is right. She had absolute control over me, even without her holding my member. Ah. It is really a work of art, Marina praised and licked it with a pink tongue, swiping away the pre-cum that had oozed out of it. Tasty, she said with a smile, and the next second she moved her tongue skillfully across the tip of my member, which made me moan loudly and carried me to the edge of the climax. It seemed like the slightest touch of her left me high and made me nearly come. I am proud of my self-control, and the women I had been with had always praised me for it, but now Marina had crushed that self-control with a few soft licks of her tongue and made me wonder whether I would even last for a few seconds in front of her devilish mouth. Yes, love, yes. I begin to moan loudly as she begins to suck on my member. With her amazing skills, her tongue is moving in such a way that it feels like a trip to heaven and hell, as every moment is a fight for self-control, and she knows it as well. She's not only using her mouth but also her hands, and you know what they say about the healer's hands. I am not surprised about her hands. I know how good they are. She is the one who taught me. The movement of her tongue, on the other hand, caught me by surprise. It is as skillful as her hands, and she is using it to her greatest advantage. Love, I won't be able to hold myself back for much longer if you continue like this, I said breathlessly. Don't hold back then, she challenged before making her movements even more skillful and intense. The wet sound of her movements rang out my moans as the tempo of climax reached higher and higher, and soon it would reach the height that even my self-control wouldn't be able to stop, and to be honest, I am looking forward to it. Love, I am going to come, I shouted a couple of seconds later, giving her ample warning, but instead of taking my member out, she took it all in. Ah, love, I shouted as I came. My thick hot cum began to spill in her throat, and she drank every bit of it. It was really the best orgasm of my life, and taking it all in, she made the experience even more memorable. Oh love, you don't have to do that, I said as I pulled my member out, and on the way, the last drop of it spilled on her lower lip, which her bright pink tongue swiped right away. That scene lit up a fire in my heart. It was so hot that before I knew it, I found myself in front of her and my lips crashed against her, and we began to kiss ferociously, tasting each out through our mouths, which made the kiss even more erotic. Our hands began to move, and our legs began to entangle as we got lost in the kiss. The burning passion had surprised me, especially now that we have experienced wonderful orgasms, but it seemed like the orgasm had ignited the passion instead of calming it, and we were getting lost in it. It took a while before we separated, and now we are looking at each other with deep emotion. Let's become one, Mitchell, Marina said softly. I want it to be special, I said hesitatingly. I have prepared so much and planned every hour to make this day as special as possible for her. It is special, she said, but still, some hesitation remained in my heart. I have been ready since the day I expressed my feelings to you, and if you had taken me then and there, I wouldn't have resisted and even wanted it, she said. We have taken slow, and to be honest, I have enjoyed slow. It gave us time to know each other more personally. The journey had been special, and this step will make it even more special, she added. Okay, I said finally, and pushed my waist down while looking at her beautiful, joyful face. She is right, this day is special, and I do not need to make any grand preparation to make her know how deeply I love her, as she already knows. Give me a kiss, love, she said as my member touched her entrance, and as our lips met, I pushed myself into her, feeling something I had never felt before. She seemed to feel it too as her hands wrapped around my neck as our kiss became deeper, and I pushed myself completely inside her. Ah, ah, ah. Soon we separated, and I began to move inside her while directly looking into her, and there was no sound aside from the slow rhythm and gentle moaning. My speed was slow at first, but when she entwined our hands together, I began to increase the speed of my movement, and she responded in kind. We have become one as our bodies begin to move in perfect sync. As we have been doing for years, we seem to know each other too deeply. I am feeling very happy right now, and it is not just because of the sex I am having with the love of my life, but because of the deep connection we have formed between us. It is unimaginably deeper than anything I had ever experienced romantically. No relationship of mine had such a deeper connection as I have with Marina. I understood, she is the one, and she would be the only one. I love you, I said to her. I love you too, she said and moved her neck up for a kiss. The moments passed as we lost in each other, and before I knew it, I had reached the precipice of the climax. I am close, I informed her, but I did not have to say it as she knew that. We will climax together, she replied, and I nodded. I stopped holding back and began to push myself hard, and she also responded in kind as we moved toward the climax faster and faster till we exploded together. We did not make much of a sound and experienced an amazing orgasm while staring into each eye of each other, which made the whole experience otherworldly. The climax lasted for quite a while. It was, without doubt, the best sex I ever had, and looking at Marina's expressions, it seemed to be the same for her too. It was wonderful, Marina said with a soft smile, to which I nodded. It was truly wonderful, beyond what I had experienced before. I have never been such deeply emotionally connected with anyone as I am with a Marina, and the connection is the best thing ever. Though I really hope you are not tired, I am not completely satisfied yet, Marina said with a mischievous glint in her eyes before she flipped me up. going on top of me. 2 weeks have passed since Marina and I became one physically, and since then we have constantly been doing it at every chance we have got. We did it this morning too, and Marina had been extremely ferocious, considering I am leaving today. She had left marks all over my body and used special energy, which stopped them from healing on their own with my body's natural healing ability. Unless I actively heal them, those marks will not heal, and I do not plan. I like having her marks on my body, and she likes to leave them. Lord Sylvian, how are the crystals coming from the organizations? Asked Grand Commander. It is good, Grand Commander, especially now that they are sending it with parts of realm-breaking gates. He said with a smile, the pyramid is not only asking for crystals to run those gates, but also parts of those gates to build new gates. And how is the training of new technicians going? She asked. It is slower than we like, but we are increasing the numbers steadily, he replied. Within a month, the teleportation gate technicians and operators became hot new jobs. Their salaries have skyrocketed, increased by at least 3 times within just a month, and they are continuously increasing. It is Pyramid's doing. They want talented personals, and for it they are willing to pay more. Just 3 days ago, they hiked the salaries. I was part of that meeting. Though the meeting was called on more important topics, it was just one of the agendas. Grand Commander, considering the state of ruinic battlefields, we will need 15 Grandmasters at least to be sent to the ruins in a week, said Silas Bishop, which made the Grand Commander sigh, and she looked at me. Grandmaster, when we will have the new batch, Grand Commander. 10 days more, Grand Commander, I said with a smile, to which she nodded and turned toward the Silas Bishop. We will have to manage with 10. We cannot send all our Grandmasters into the ruins when the battlefields of the mainland are still active, she said. The battles in ruins have rapidly expanded till now. We have already sent 113 Grandmasters into the ruins, the highest we have ever sent. Even in the last epoch of war, there have never been more than 110 Grandmasters into the ruins at once. The highest Grandmasters were ever present in ruins during wartime is 109, and that was during the last epoch of war. Forget the Grandmasters, we have already broken the record of the highest number of forces in ruins in all the levels. From the Knights to High Grandmasters, there is even one Grand Lord that went to the ruins. Though it is said to be a personal mission and an extremely dangerous one, even for the Grand Lords. The battles on the ruins are challenging, but they are bringing the results, said Lord Whitmore, and multiple graphs and charts appeared, revealing complete details of ruinic battlefields. First, I looked at the casualty report. We have lost the Grandmasters in the past months, but those losses are manageable, considering we have also killed more than doubled, nearly triple the number of the Grim Grandmasters. After the casualty report, I looked at the resource report and the reason for the new phase of this war. It is all for the resources. We are sending thousands of our forces into the ruins, fighting the bloodied battles, only for the resources, as the resources are the most important thing for producing the powerhouses at the factory pace. The project is getting the first pick on every resource that comes out of the ruin. Only after we are done will these resources be transferred toward the other departments of the pyramid. Thankfully, we do not need more than 10 of the resources that came out, and the other departments would have eaten us alive. Still, these resources are helping the pyramid fill its vaults slowly, which have been emptied by the project. It is not as much as the first week, but still quite a large amount. We have even got a few unexpected treasures. Those are the reason why I had been forced to postpone the mass breakthrough by 10 days, which I usually do not, but things we have found had forced me to do. We are currently doing fine and would not change our strategy till we receive a new batch of Grandmasters from Grandmaster Czar, said the Grand Commander before her eyes became even more serious. Grandmaster Czar, have you finished the plans for the High Grandmaster project? Asked the Grand Commander, which instantly made the eyes of all the council members twinkle. Yes, thankfully, I finished yesterday, and we could begin right after I have returned from the ruin, I said to her and touched my holowatch, and the file of my proposal flew toward Grand Commander, which she tapped a few times and copies of it spread toward all the councilmen and the lone projection of the Grand Lord sitting in the corner. The High Grandmaster project is divided into 2 parts. The first part involves the Peak Grandmasters, preparing them to make the advancement into the High Grandmaster class. The second part involves the High Grandmasters themselves. I have to help them reach the absolute peak of their class, which will be a little complicated. A few minutes later, everyone closed the files. It will be quite troublesome to make those people give the deep meta scans. They are quite zealous about their secrets. The old guys especially, said Lord Whitmore. Well, they will have to bear open all their secrets if they want to improve, said Silas Bishop, which greatly surprised me, considering he rarely spoke in my favor. No secret is more important than the advancement, and like Lord Bishop had said, they will bear everything if they want to improve, added Grand Commander and turned toward me. The 10 Peak Grandmasters are feasible, but 3 High Grandmasters is too much. It will put great strain on us, said the Grand Commander, making me remember the admonishment I received when I used all 3 Grandmaster for my sudden idea. I understand your concerns, Grand Commander, but 3 is the most efficient number. Using 1 or 2 will waste too much time and resources, I said, and placed the small box in front of me. I did not have to tell them what it is. I have already gotten the meta scans of all the peak grandmasters, and need high grandmasters. The council will provide me. It is their job, though it would not be easy considering how zealous those bastards are about their secrets. Fine, but if the need arises, I will pull them back into the battlefield, she said, and to which I nodded. I understand how important high grandmasters are. Every single one is important, and sometimes we are stretched so thin that we had to deploy all of them to the battlefield. Grandmaster, the council wishes you the best of luck with your mission. It is going to be the difficult one, she said thankfully. She did not try to dissuade me like she did 2 days when I told her I wanted to go for this mission. I was planning to go on the mission after I finished with this month's breakthroughs, but something happened the day before yesterday. The pyramid had sensed the powerful signs from the ruin, and reading the signals, I decided to go to the ruin, but unlike most ruins, one could not go there anytime they wanted to. This ruin had active spatial defenses, which were only open for about an hour and a half every 4 days. Today is the day its spatial defenses will open, and I am sure I will not be the only one who will be going to that ruin. The friends from Grimm's will also come, I am sure of it. The signal was so powerful that I am sure the Grimms would have sensed it, and they will send a force, and I hope they do. As the project progressed, the need for special resources also increased, especially the need for the stainless blood soul lotuses. If I had a sufficient number of stainless blood soul lotuses in my hands, I would have doubled the number of masters leveling up to the Grandmaster class, not just Grandmaster, but other stages too. The resources become too important, but I do not have enough lotuses. Even when I mature them all to a certain level, it still would not be enough for all. Mary, had Grandmaster Charline and Erica finished with the thing? I asked with a faint, guilty smile. No, they are still working, she replied and turned to show me the screen, where she was with her real body, present with Grandmaster Charline, Erica, and a man who looked to be in his early 40s. Marie is asking the question as Grandmaster Charline and Erica heals the middle-aged man. This is part of a promotional event for the project. This man was chosen through the draw, and we are going to heal him. We choose the 3 biggest donors and 2 lucky draw winners, and make their wishes come true. It is either advancement or healing them. This man chose healing over advancement, which is not surprising considering his problem. It is quite complicated that even Grandmaster healers would find it difficult to heal, but Grandmaster Charline is skilled enough to handle such problems easily. Marie had asked me to be the face of the campaign, but I declined it, as for this week, and chosen to throw Grandmaster Charline under the bus, who is not much more enthusiastic about it than me. I wouldn't have had a problem. It had been just healing. I could spare some time, but it's shooting and answering questions that got me. There are tens of camera drones are flying around them, and also Mary asking question after question. I will not say anything about PR campaign, which is obviously your forte, but I would say do not reveal too much. Most of the working of the project still needs to remain secret, I reminded her. Enemies could derive a lot of things from the smallest details, and they have already begun their sabotage attempts. We have found hundreds of spying artifacts and devices in the donated materials. We have also discovered the terrifying points and curses hidden deeply in many resources. It is the reason why I have been so adamant about the project remaining a secret, and if we did not need the resources so desperately, we wouldn't have started this donation campaign, which has been wildly successful, but also came with its own risks. Don't worry, I will be careful about what I say, she said seriously. She might look impulsive in her behavior, but she is quite careful. Still, I reminded her that the project is very dear to my heart and could be said to be extremely important for the survival of the human race and might even give us the chance to raise these pets from our world. So, I need the project to be just as it was when I returned from the room. I finished the work in the conference room a few minutes before going out for the treatments. I have to finish them all by the evening, and there is also a meeting with all core members, after which I will leave for the ruin. I wish I could have some free time with Marina, but both of us are very busy today, though I am not complaining, seeing we barely slept last night. Click, before I knew it, it was evening, and I walked back into the conference room, which was already filled. Everyone is present, including Marina. She looked at me, and in her eyes, there were no emotions that said we were romantically involved. We were just normal teachers and students. Good, since everybody is here, we can begin, I said as I sat on my seat. The meeting lasted for 1.5 hours and finished a few minutes before I had to leave, which was quite a bummer as I really wanted some good alone time with Marina before I left. Best of luck and stay safe, she said and came closer for the kiss. We kissed gently for a minute before letting go. I'm going to miss you, I said as I enveloped her in my arms. Me too, so you have to come early and in one piece, she said. I will, I said and kissed her temple gently before walking toward the teleportation formation. Bye, love, I said as the teleportation formation lit up before I disappeared. A moment late, I appeared in the hall with the teleportation gate. Only the High Grandmasters or people with enough access could enter the teleportation hall directly right now. The council had made the rules around realm-breaking gates stricter, with the change that happened in the war and also one of the traitors that had planned sabotage with the body bomb. Lord Tsar, the ruin will be opened in 9 minutes and 7 seconds, the technician informed. Okay, I said and closed my eyes. I entered my core and saw my clone, sorting the stuff we had received through an unknown donation. Currently, it is on the methods, reading them one by one before sorting them. All the methods that couldn't be properly graded are coming to me, along with the resources and the artifacts. I have found some good methods and recipes that will help the project a lot, and also me. There are some methods that held quite a lot of inspiration. My clone had already begun researching them. There are not many things for me to look at. More than 99 of things get sorted, tagged, and marked in the warehouses before moving to vaults, and very few reached me and others for a look. The scholars are quite good at their job, and with our 3-layer assessment, we have not been able to find a single fault in their work. I also started to help it, though my speed is not even half compared to my clone, it still counts in reducing the time. The sooner my clone finished it, the sooner it would be able to move to the more important things. Once again, I was in a spatial tunnel where I stood without making the slightest movement, as one should when traveling through the spatial tunnel. The ruin I am going to call is HGQPX 347, a recent ruin that came to our world, not even a century old. We had sent a Grandmaster when it had arrived, and that Grandmaster returned within an hour, almost dead not long after. We sent a High Grandmaster, and she returned less than half a day. She was fine, only slightly injured, but she did not want to go back to the ruin again, and since then nobody had gone to this ruin. Unlike the ruins of Master and below category, there are more than half of the ruins of Grandmaster and above-class ruins that hadn't been explored. It is simple for a reason for that. First is, we do not have many Grandmasters, and second, they are dangerous, especially of the X category like this one. Sending the Grandmasters into such ruins is a huge risk, as losing a single one of them is a great loss to the race, as they could be used to fight against the Grims. Such ruins of X category and above are only explored by the desperate or those who are at the end of their life and want to be useful before taking their last breath, but now things are going to change. Seeing how the war is shifting to the ruins, I don't think any ruin will remain unexplored, especially with the passing time where we would need more and more resources and might even go to the XXX ruins, which means death. More than half of the people that go there don't return at all. Thud, a few seconds passed and the tunnel before it reached its end, and I got thrown out and landed hard on soft, colorful sand. Welcome to Fantasyland, I said as I got. This is Ruin HGQPX 347 or Fantasyland, as the two people who visited this place have called it. I have appeared on the riverbank, which has 9-colored sand, soft to touch and glittering, that I couldn't resist but taking some of it. In front of me is a small river with crystal clear water, with a faint, inviting smell that even Grandmasters would have a hard time resisting. It is not just the river and sand that is beautiful, but also the plants and the sky like it is the most beautiful fantasy created out of someone else's imagination. Though it is very beautiful, it is just as dangerous, more dangerous than that. There is a reason why they called it Fantasyland, and it is not because of the beauty of the ruin. No, the beauty had played a little part in why those two have called it the Fantasyland. It is the psychedelic law that is woven into the fabric of this world, powerful enough that even most high Grandmasters won't be able to resist it. The Grandmaster who visited this ruin had needed over a year to get out of the hallucinating effect of this ruined psychedelics. It had imprinted itself into his very soul. The High Grandmaster had suffered hallucinations for more than 2 weeks before she was able to get out of it. She was none other than Lady Redhorn. I talked to her yesterday, and she said it is the most dangerous ruins she had ever gone, and I should think about 10 times before coming inside it. Talking to her has helped me a lot, and I have made a lot of preparations. My clone had already sat in the center of the huge circulation formation, and all the soul defenses of my armor had also been activated, but I felt it affecting my soul. The laws are really too powerful, I said with a sigh. The power of law had already been nearly destroyed through the thousands of years, but less than a fraction of the power that remains is still affecting me to this degree, and the more I stayed in this ruin, the greater the imprint will be and which will bring the powerful effect of the psychedelic. I could already feel some of its effects, like relaxation and slightly increased heart rate, and even some sweating. Activate the soul washing formation, I said to my clone, and the formation he was sitting in lit up and began to send the white waves into my soul while at the same time, I began to circulate the soul cleansing method into my soul. The effect was immediate, especially of the soul cleansing method. It used the soul washing waves like a cleaner, and while my soul is the floor and imprints are the stains. I am quite shocked as I have read the data of that Grandmaster and Lady Redhorn and knew how hard it is to get rid of these imprints, but I am getting it easily. It took me a few minutes, but I understood the reason. My soul is different. It is extremely pure and far too stronger for its level, and most importantly, it has been affected by rule-bending power. It could be said that the rule-bending power had merged and had been constantly, since the moment I had created my core, making it very different from the other souls. It made me relieved, as initially I was planning to stay here for 3 to 4 days, but now it looks like I could stay longer, though I will have to be careful of those dense psychedelic zones that Lady Redhorn had talked about. Those sounded extremely dangerous. You two come out, I said to Ashlyn and Nero, and soon both of them came out. This is a dangerous ruin, and I wouldn't have brought them if I had not been able to ward off those law imprints, and since I could ward them off, it is, without doubt, that they will be able to ward it off. Don't go too far, I said to them as they took up in the air. Yes, father, choo-choo. They said and flew away. I did not immediately follow them. Instead, I took out the glass bottle and gently filled it with water. The water is filled with thick psychedelic marks. I don't have use of it now, but I am sure I will once say, not to mention, it is a thing one should have in hand. After collecting the water from the river, I flew up into the sky. I have a mission in this ruin. I have to find the source of the intense reaction that Censor's pyramid had sensed before the Grimms do, which I am sure have come to this ruin. But the thing is, I don't know where to look, and this ruin is quite big, not to mention extremely dangerous. The residual psychedelic law imprints are the biggest danger of this ruin, but it is not the only danger. There are some things here that could kill me far more quickly than the psychedelics. I was thinking about the threats this place represented when I sensed the threat. From the ground, a thick dark pink energy beam is coming toward me fast. My eyes couldn't widen up in surprise seeing the beam, not because it was powerful, but because I did not sense the monster before it had attacked me. The beam had reached me and was about to hit me when it suddenly froze in the air. I looked at the dense pink beam, which seemed to have illusionary qualities in it, which made me even more curious, and I twirled my fingers, bringing it even close to me. My eyes glowed slightly as I activated my ocular abilities to look at the beam clearly. A minute later, I deactivated all my abilities and took out the crystal. As I touched the crystal beam, the runes on it lit up, and it sucked the beam inside. "You sneaky little thing, come here," I said, and a second later, a gemmed eyes rabbit monster not bigger than my hand came flying toward me before stopping in front of me. "You are very powerful, don't you?" I said to it, and its meta scan appeared in front of my eyes, and a minute later, all the life in it disappeared and it appeared in my core. This monster was just a Grandmaster class, but it was able to launch a sneak attack on me. A Grandmaster would have been powerless against the attack. Seeing that, I finally began to take the monster of this ruin seriously as Lady Redhorn had held me to. The ruin is dangerous, but the powerful High Grandmaster, Lady Redhorn with powerful, will resist the effect of the imprints for a day or two easily with various methods. The one that had forced her to retreat was an attack she had said she never saw her assailant. She just knew it was the attack of the level of High Grandmaster, and it was very wise of her to retreat the moment she hit with attack. If she had stayed for even a few said, she would have been dead meat. "Guys, be careful," I informed Ashlyn and Nero, and also became cautious myself, spreading my soul sense as far as I could, though currently I could only spread it to half distance. It is not suppression, this ruin did not have any. It is the soul cleansing method that I am constantly circulating. It restricts the range of my soul sense, which I don't like but am forced to accept. The soul cleansing method is a must in this ruin, and for it I am even willing to sacrifice half of the range of my soul sense, which will help me detect the danger faster. 3 hours passed by, and in these 3 hours I was attacked by numerous times, but all of them were exclusively the Grandmaster. I had sensed the presence of the High Grandmaster class monster, but it had disappeared before I could certain its position. As I flew disappointed, expressions couldn't help but appear on my face. I had crossed hundreds of miles, but saw no signs of thing that gave us intense reading. Even though the ruin is big, I should have sensed it by now given how big the reaction had been that our sensors from the huge distance were able to catch it, but now, even after coming to the ruins, I sense it, not even a slightest residual aura of it. "Have you guys sensed anything yet?" I asked 2 of them. "Choo-choo, no, father. Everything is blank here," Nero replied, which disappointed me even further, but I did not let it eat into me. I refused to believe such an intense reaction that could be a sense that a pyramid from the mainland could hide in its own world. "I will sense it even if I find a residue of it. It will be enough with the help of Ashlyn and Nero. I will reach it there." Another 2 hours passed, and I was pretty sure that a High Grandmaster was following me. It is maintaining a great distance that even my soul's sense could not reach, and is using a very powerful hiding method, more powerful than what little Grandmasters are using. I have decoded the hiding method of these Grandmasters, and I have to say, it is ingenious and simple. These bastards are simply melding in the law that is present in every part of the world, and which makes them very difficult to see, even when they are standing right in front of me. It is how a chameleon hides by changing its colors to its environment. "Father," I sensed it. I was once again fruitlessly trying to ascertain the direction of the monster when suddenly Nero spoke, and hearing his words, I forgot all my worries about the monster in an instant. Really, how far it is? Can you guess the direction? I asked excitedly, as finally, after all these hours, I had got good news. It is very far, father, but I could sense its direction, Nero said, and moved toward the left while gloating at Ashlyn, who had also changed her direction. Nero, how are you sensing it? I asked, interrupting his gloating session. Oh, I just melded myself into the law, like how these little monsters were doing, and sensed through it, he answered, and I couldn't help but shake my head at that. Even having rule-bending power, I could not achieve that he is talking about melding into the law. It is not easy, even for the monster born here. From what I observe, this skill is only available to the grandmasters here, and even not all grandmasters can do it. I have seen some trying and utterly failing. You have done a good job, Nero. I am proud of you, I praised. It is nothing special, father, Nero replied while literally shaking in joy by my praise. Saying he loved praises would be an understatement. He lives for them. If there are two things he loves more than food, then it would be praise and gloating Ashlyn. I tried to change his behavior as it is not healthy, but it was futile. He was far too gone to be fixed. With Nero sensing the source, I increased my speed even further, but also became more cautious when I sensed the monster was still following me. Though I understand it could attack at any moment, if the monster thought it could kill me, it would attack, and so I am prepared. About 2 hours passed when I sensed a feeling of intense danger, and a moment later, I saw it materializing a few hundred meters away from me, in the range of my soul's sense, without me even sensing its presence. It is much smaller than I had expected the monster of its level would be, but its aura is powerful enough that I immediately summoned my totem artifact. I will not take any risk against this dangerous enemy. The monster in front of me is not only powerful but also beautiful. It is a wolf monster, white as snow, and has blue crystalline claws which seem to shine under the sunny sun. The wolf monster is not big. It is big as a lower night level monster. It is no giant that usually monsters of its level are, but it is, without doubt, stronger than them and would be much harder to deal with. I am sure of it. Growl. It growled at me and disappeared from its spot, and the next second it appeared in front of me with ferocious expressions and swiped those shining claws at me. I could not let the claws touch me, not only because they were sharp and could tear my skin like butter, but also show me heaven. I sensed extremely strong psychedelic energy, which would directly affect my soul and even body. Now that energy is going to hit me. Clang. My sword moved and clashed against the monster's claw, and immediately my eyes widened in surprise. As I shot back with the hammering force, and a powerful burst of psychedelic energy came at me. My totem artifact is a powerful weapon, and it immediately whittled away the 30 power of the attack before the energy hits me. I have never been thankful for the Constitution seed as I am right now, as it begins to absorb the powerful psychedelic attack. Still, this attack contains traces of law, and it was able to absorb some of it due to the influence of the rule-bending power but not all, and that hit my soul directly. The 12 power of the attack hit me, and immediately I felt like I am in heaven. I felt completely relaxed, and stars began to shine around me in colorful light. I even saw Marina walking toward me seductively, which is what gave me a moment of clarity under this powerful attack. Full power. I said to my clone, and the formation it was sitting on lit up like a blinding sun. My clone had already increased the power as the attack came and increased further, but I knew what I was feeling and instantly activated the formation at full power, not caring how much it will cost me. At the same time, I began to circulate the soul cleansing method as fast as I could and tried to go even faster. I begin to feel better immediately, though I am still under the influence. It will not affect my judgment. I had just come back in control when I felt a feeling of immense threat from behind. An attack was coming, and it targeting my neck. No, you won't, I shouted and spun while swinging my sword at the full power of the first burst. This monster is strange and powerful. Earlier, I had been caught off guard despite making all the preparation. The thing that caught me off guard was not its psychedelic attack, which I knew was going to be powerful. It was the physical attack that had sent me flying. Its attack did not seem that powerful physically, but still, I used more than enough, wanting to dominate, but instead it crushed my attack and sent me flying. This time, though, it won't happen. Clang, my sword clashed against its claw, stopping it from going further, but still, the physical attack was so great that it shook me. Even the full power of the first boost is not enough to completely ward off its attack, not to mention the real danger is just behind. The psychedelic attack came, and this time it was 3 times more powerful than before, but unlike last time, I was more prepared. My clone used the data to make a few instant changes, and most importantly, my armor had absorbed the energies of the last attack and grown stronger. The advancement in its hard defenses is minute. What more important is that once my armor absorbs the energy, it changes its defenses to resist that energy. So, after absorbing the energy, it changes itself to resist this particular energy, and the more it absorbs the energy, the more powerful its specialized resistance will be. Still, the attack was powerful without a doubt, and about 5 had still my soul, which was stronger than the last attack. But unlike the last attack, this time I was prepared and used soul-washing formation and soul-cleansing method at full power. Its effects made me relax and showed me stars, but this time I did not get completely lost in it. I forcefully controlled myself through the hallucinations around me and swung my sword against the claw of the wolf. Clanng. Once again, my sword clashed against its claws, creating the shockwave that spread far and wide, leveling the forest below us. The trees here are quite strong, but the power of high grandmasters is not something they could resist. It had instantly raised the miles and miles below us. I did not even glance at the destruction below me, and instead focused on the attack that came at me. My armor, sword, and armor had dealt with most of the attacks, but there were still some that we were able to stick me. About 4 power of this attack had stuck my soul, and made the hallucination around me stronger for a moment before the soul-washing formation and soul-cleansing method begin to deal with. As the threat of the psychedelic energy becomes greater, I am circulating the soul-cleansing faster, which helps me get rid of the psychedelic energy faster. To be honest, I have never thought much of soul-cleansing methods. Even the best ones, everyone practices them, and they are good, but they have great disadvantages. They take a lot of time. It took years before they show any effect, and one needs to constantly practice them, which makes it unsuitable for me with my speed of progress, and that view hasn't changed, but now looking at how it is helping me clean up the psychedelic energies, I felt a newfound respect for it. It might not be much helpful to me in cleansing my soul, but it is very good in cleaning away harmful energy stuck to my soul, especially with the aid of soul-washing formation, which is releasing dense waves of special cleansing every moment. Growl. The wolf monster growled loudly in frustration, as it had unable to land even a single attack on me. This frustration of it couldn't make me smile. The monster is strong with powerful abilities, but it is still a monster that does not have any experience in fighting humans. I, on the other hand, have plenty of experience and made preparations to counter its abilities, which most high grandmasters will succumb to. Growl. Little wolf, show me everything you have, I said in a challenge. It might not have understood my words, but understood intention and growled loudly, before leaping and disappearing, and appearing directly above me silently without me sensing and swiping a sharp crystalline claw at me. I swung my sword to meet its claw when suddenly alarm flashed into the eyes of the wolf monster, and it disappeared instantly and appeared a few hundred meters away and looked at me in burning anger. It seemed like its abilities are not limited to just psychedelic and immense physical strength. There are equally powerful sensory abilities too, I thought. The reason it had stopped the attack midway was because of my strings, which is quite surprising, as in their current stage, even Grand Lords could not see them. I had personally tested with 2 Grandmasters. Unless they are very close and using their abilities, they will not be able to see my strings. I so angry. They are just little strings, I said with a smile. It growled at lovely, and its aura began to increase. The psychedelic energies of this ruin begin to swirl around it, that even a single sniff of it will send the Grandmaster to heaven, which they will not be able to leave for years. Powerful, I said as it revealed its true power, which made it glare at me even stronger before it shook and disappeared, and appeared directly in front of me before swiping claws at me at a really fast speed. Third cleave, I said, and my sword lit up faintly silver as I used the move from the mountain cleaving set. I could see the wolf's eyes becoming serious seeing my attack, and it had increased even more strength behind its claws. Clanng. Its claw clashed against my sword, and for the first time, it was a wolf that shook, and it shocked it and made the wild anger in its eyes burn even brighter, and it disappeared before appearing on my left and attacking me with even more powerful attack. Clanng. The wolf had launched a ferocious attack at me. It was attacking me from all angles, targeting my weakness it knew from its instincts. But even then, its clear inexperience in fighting the humans was visible. But despite that, my sword was not able to touch this bastard. It is very good at countering the attacks, whether it is just instinct or some ability this residue of the law giving it, but is extremely hard to get an edge over it. Not to mention this bastard is powerful, and every second I had to resist the hallucinations. The energies are still attacking my soul despite my defenses. A tiny percent would always escape and strike me. If I stopped circulating the soul cleansing method even for a second, I would begin hallucination, and this monster would tear my neck alive and eat me. I am sure I would be very delicious to the monster. With the number of resources I have consumed, I am one delicious treat. Clanng. The monster is relentless in its attacks, and these attacks are so powerful that I had to activate the third burst to deal with its attacks. But even with that, I was only able to deal with its physical attacks. The powerful psychedelic energy kept hitting. These extremely faded residual marks of law are making things extremely difficult for me usually. I have very tight defenses against the energy. Most of the time, the energy came inside me directly goes to the runes to absorb, but it is directly going to my soul and even body. If this energy didn't have those faded law marks, my armor would have been able to deal with it easily. Even a tiny speck of it would have been able to pass through my defense. Now 2 to 5 energy of the attack is hitting me, and these energies are powerful with each attack. If I wasn't circulating the soul cleansing method with soul washing waves as if my life depended on it, and it literally does, a single attack of these energies would finish me off. Still, I am not that far. I am fighting the effect of it every second. I am hallucinating. My body is relaxing and trying to make my movements uncoordinated, not to mention I am sweating profusely, and the only reason I am even fighting all because of my clone. We are connected, we are one, but we are also separate, and I am using its clarity like a beacon to keep my thoughts straight. More than 10 minutes have passed since we began fighting, and the destruction we have brought around us is shockingly huge. This land, which looked like it came out of someone's dream, a perfect place, now had a blotch that we had created. I am feeling a little bad about destroying such a beautiful place, but I have no choice. Hun. Suddenly, I felt intense danger. Out of sudden, the feeling was so intense that I harnessed all the power of the third boost and began to circulate so soul-cleansing method at such intensity that my nose began to bleed due to the huge pressure. I retreated with all my strength from the wolf, and to my surprise, it did not stop me. Instead, its raging eyes became calm, and a look of mirth appeared in its eyes. I looked at it with all my abilities, even a crown appeared on my head, and my eyes began glowing, but I did not see the life-threatening threat. Through, I am sure, it will come from it. I had just put up a distance of our 100 meters between the wolf and me when the threat materialized. It snowed while the unassuming tail lit up like a sun in the bright blue light, covering even the wolf in it. The energy is not normal. When I looked at it, I felt the hallucinations I was feeling getting intense. Not only it, the side effects too had felt the same. That I had immediately looked away and used every bit of energy I had to run away. A second later, all the blue light concentrated into a single round point the size of the thumbnail standing on the tail point of its pure white tail. Growl. It growled loudly at my retreating finger and flicked its tail at me, and with it, it released that tiny blue ball of energy that raised all the hair on my body. Sup, the ball was very fast, so fast that I could not track it even with all the power of a crown of roses. That immediately made me understand that I could not dodge it and focused all my efforts on the defense. I had to survive this ball, no matter the cost. BANNG. Soon the ball appeared in front of me, and the loud band rang out as it crashed against something invisible, and the shock couldn't help but appear on my face the very next instant. This is a fucking monster, I thought as I experienced one of the most sophisticated attacks of my life. What it did sound very simple. It used my own energy in that ball to bypass my defenses, and it is not an easy thing. Energy changes when it comes in contact with energy, so even when it is repelled, the defenses of the body considered it a foreign entity, but what it did was keep the energy exact. It did not let the energy change, which I don't know how, but it made me very curious. The monster had a shock in its eyes when it saw that my defenses still treated the energy the foreign energy. If I had been a normal powerhouse, my defenses would let the ball pass, but I am not. There is rule-bending power involved in my energy, and one could not deceive the great deceiver. Still, there was not a shred of happiness on my face as this attack was sure to kill attack of it, and my own energy was only a tiny part of it, as inside there was a huge amount of psychedelic energy, and it spread into my shields, lighting them up like bulbs before coming at me in full force. It took less than a second for a huge amount of psychedelic energy to come to my armor and light it up in beautiful pink, green, and blue light. If anyone looked at me from the outside, they would see a beautiful scene of me, and my shields lighted up in beautiful, colorful lights. I wish I could enjoy the condition I am in, but I could not. My shields and armor had only been able to hold back 80 of this dense, powerful psychedelic energy attack, while the 20 is coming at me, and this could very well be the end of me. Marina, I called out as I looked at the Marina in this beautiful world. She looked amazingly beautiful, and had a wonderful pink halo around her as she walked on the colorful fractal steps. All types of patterns in vivid colors are floating around me, and I saw many familiar people flashing in and out just a while ago. I saw my sister riding a rainbow pony and squealing in delight. I tried to follow her, but she was too fast and disappeared too soon, like Marina, who had just disappeared. I'm not sad seeing her go. I know she will return. Like these pesky Grims who are floating in and out, I tried to throw them out of this wonderland, but they wouldn't go away. Still, in this wonderland, I do not hate them as much as I used to, and they even look cute when they change into bright colors and do the frog jumps. This is heaven, and I don't know why I did not come to this place sooner, but no matter, now that I have come, I am not going to leave this place ever. This is my home, away from all the stress and worries of life, in the embrace of joy and happiness. I am coming, I shouted after the Grims and lined up to hop like a frog behind them on the colorful circular fractals. Wake up, Mitchell, wake up from these hallucinations. A voice rang out behind my mind. The voice had been an insistence. Sometimes it would be faint as a whisper, while sometime it would be loud as the horn, like right now it very frustrating, affecting the fun I was having. Fuck off. I said loudly and began hopping behind the Grims. For a couple of minutes there was only a whisper before the sound began to get louder and louder, and this time it was getting louder too faster. Wake up, Mitchell, wake up from these hallucinations. The loud sound rang out in my mind. It was the loudest I had ever heard. It is like someone had blown the air horn by ear, shaking my soul with it. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I screamed loudly, but despite that, the clouds got louder and louder till I heard nothing else, do nothing else. The world around me changed, the bright colors darkened, the wonderful patterns became gloomy, and smiling, hopping Grims showed their real faces, becoming even more horrifying than reality, but still, the voice kept banging in my mind. Crack, wake you P-M-I-C-H-E-A-L, wake up from the hallucinations, the voice said in an even louder voice, and the crack appeared in the psychedelic world. You basta. I stopped screaming midway as my mind cleared for a moment, and I broke out of the psychedelic hallucinations, and I saw it was my clone calling to me with our link and how the wolf continued to attack me, but my shield was stopping it. The control of the strings is in the hands of my clone, and it is the wisest thing I have done because if not, then I would have been in the stomach by now. Things are very bad right now. I nearly stopped circulating the soul cleansing method, and most importantly, the psychedelic energy is not attacking my clone through our link. The defenses of the clone are extremely strong, but this psychedelic energy is overwhelming, and it will break through the defenses. I have to stop. If the psychedelic marks affect my clone, then I will be good as dying. I knew I did not have much time before I pulled into the hallucinations again, so I did the only thing I could do to survive. So I began to circulate the soul cleansing method and started as fast as I could, not caring about the strain my body and soul might have to bear, as no strain or even an injury is not more important than life itself, and that is the thing is won the line here. The crack closed, and I was once again back in the psychedelic wonderful. My intense emotions cooled down in an instant, and I nearly forgot everything before and was about to let this wonderland consume me like before, but this time it will be impossible to come out of it. No, I shouted as this knowledge seemed to have triggered a primal reaction inside me and helped me form the connection with my clone, which had been blocked by this psychedelic wonderland. As that happened, a faint view of the outside appeared around me. The visuals were extremely faint, as if non-existent, but it helped resist the overwhelming psychedelic hallucination and preserved the sense of self. Though every moment is a challenge, the hallucination just wants to sweep me away in it. Through the waves of hallucination, I again concentrated on the soul cleansing method, which seemed so far away that I even had a problem getting hold of it. I concentrated hard through the powerful waves of psychedelic hallucinations and finally got hold of the method, which I am barely maintaining the circulation instinctively. As I got a hold of it, I mustered every bit of the focus I had and began to circulate it as hard due to the great interference of psychedelic hallucinations, which now have to begin to entice with Marina, who is lounging seductively on the couch, sitting on the inviting position. I concentrated on that and circulated the method faster and faster, even when it's difficult. I continued through the immense resistance, and with time, I felt the grip of the psychedelic had loosened faintly. At first, I thought I imagined this whole world by making me see and hear what isn't real, and it is hard to distinguish what is reality and what is hallucinations. I don't know how much time had passed, but the soul cleansing method began to show greater effort. The faint view of the outside began to get clearer, and my connection with the method started to get stronger, which helped me circulate it even faster. Soon, the visuals outside became even clear that I could see them without concentrating, and I began to form back a connection with my clone, which immediately helped me strengthen my resistance against the hallucinations, which were still threatening to sweep me in them. It is a good thing that the attack of the wolf seemed to be a one-time attack. If it had launched such an attack again, there is no way in hell I would be able to resist it, no matter the cards I use. Still, the wolf is very dangerous, considering how it is still attacking me, and it is not the only danger. Earlier, I had sensed the presence of a couple of high Grandmaster monsters when I was fighting against the wolf. If they decided to attack, then the chances of my survival would nearly reach zero. I am making progress against the psychedelic energy, but it is very slow. It is too powerful to destroy in one fell swoop. Crack. I was circulating with all my might when suddenly I heard the loud cracking voice, and at first I thought it was from the psychedelic wonderland, but I saw no crack on it. It took a few moments for my slow mind to understand where the sound came from, and when I did, my eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. Crack, 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 bang. An exploding sound rang out, and the soul cleansing method reached the second level. Instantly, the visuals of reality became much clearer, and my connection with my clone deepened, and now I could circulate the method much faster and get benefits. The biggest of them all will be getting rid of this psychedelic that is still covering all my soul, trying to infect to the core. Even with the second level of soul cleansing, it will be difficult, but now with it I have a much greater chance and it will be quicker. Still, it is quite shocking that I have reached the second level of this soul cleansing method in less than half a day, while Marina had taken 1.5 years, and she was considered faster in centuries. The method was left behind by Her Excellency Roosevelt without any information about it, except that everyone should practice it, and it has 12 levels. This is why we called it Method 12, and like all the soul cleansing methods, it is slow and does not give that great of result. Though I have changed my mind about that thing, it is extremely useful in fighting psychedelic energy, and I wouldn't have been sane without it. A few minutes passed, and I became quite surprised by the soul cleansing method. It is working much better than I had anticipated. Now my connection to reality had become quite strong that now I could control my body and even my strings if I wanted to. Though I did not do that, I am still very much in danger, and unless I wipe away all the traces of the energy, I will not touch the strings. It took 20 minutes to wipe away half of the spycheliac, which weakened the hallucination by a lot, but they are still strong enough to keep me trapped in the world of psychedelic hallucinations. Crack, 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 bang. It took another 10 minutes and a total of 80 removal of psychedelic energy before I was able to break out of the psychedelic world, but the hallucination did not go away. They are now existing with the reality around me. Still, very dangerous. 7 minutes later, I had cleaned my body of the psychedelic, and now there was not even a speck of psychedelic energy on my soul. Fuck, I cursed when I looked at my soul. The changes have appeared in it were shocking. I directly compared it to my meta scan before appearing in this ruin, and the changes my soul had gone through in a matter of hours in shocking. My soul had already been quite pure for its level, and now its purity had increased even further. Its benefits have already become evident. These will help me more when I will make a breakthrough and create a second clone. The creation of the soul requires a huge amount of pure soul power, and it seems like I will have to practice this soul method and find a way to advance it further. Creating the second clone in the next stage going to be much harder than the first clone. Analyze the soul. I commanded my clone and turned to the wolf bastard, which was still attacking the shield. I could even sense a few high grandmaster monsters, which have gotten quite close. I will need to kill this bastard, and it would be good if I create some sort of show. So the other monsters would think 10 times before attacking me, because even with the advancement of my soul, I am not a match for these monsters. You have nearly killed me, you bastard, and if I pay you for that, then I wouldn't be Michiel Czar of my name, I said with a smile and waved my hand, and with it, the shields disappeared. Growl. It growled at me and leaped before disappearing and appearing directly behind me with the power of the boosts and cleaving set. My sword moved to leave behind a faint silvery radiance. CLANG. Its claw stuck against my shield and shook for the first time since our battle began. My attack had affected it physically. It should not be surprising the attack it had launched had been too powerful, and it had cost it a lot, weakening it so much that even after an hour, it was not able to recover. Which put it on the same wagon as me. It had to win and show its might. If it does not, I will kill it. If it runs away, the monsters watching in a shadow will tear it apart. Hee, this is just the beginning, I said to the wolf and repelled its claw before attacking with another powerful attack. CLANG, CLANG, CLANG. Within a few seconds, the battle had taken an opposite turn from dominating me. I began to dominate it, forcing it to disappear and retreat, and it could not do anything else, as its powerful psychedelic energy has weakened so much that my armor is able to spot it, though I am letting some of it touch my soul, so I can continue to practice the soul cleansing method at a ferocious pace. It is a risky thing to do, and cost me a fortune with the usage of soul washing formation. I am willing to take risks seeing the benefits it is providing to my soul. RIP. Finally, after exchanging hundreds of blows with it, I was able to avoid its claws and manage to land the attack on its skin. I was planning for a neck, but I had to go for a back before the bastard disappeared and appeared 100 meters away from me. Growl. It growled lowly as its aura became stronger. The rise is not much, but it is enough to tell me the wolf is using all its power, and that made me cautious. Earlier, I had been caught off guard, and I did not want that to happen again. HOWWWL. I thought the wolf would attack, but unexpectedly it howled. It was the first howl since we had begun fighting, as this monster usually growled. Hun. As it howled, it disappeared, and my expression changed suddenly when I saw what was happening. The bastard really has some dangerous moves, I said to myself before a smile appeared on my face. You should have used this move earlier. You might have been able to kill me, but now there is no chance, I said and pulled. At that very moment, the wolf became visible, and it was directly in front of me, with its claws just inches away from me. Its melding was so perfect that my thick cover of soul sense, which forms a sensory sphere, wasn't able to detect it at all. It is a good thing my clone was able to wrap the strings around it when its psychedelic energy had sent it to Wonderland. It is time for you to die, I said and swung my sword at it with full power. Pachak, my sword cut through it, dividing it into two. I only killed the Grims this way, but I had to make a show, and this seemed to be the best way. I saw the two falling pieces of a wolf. I let them fall for a few hundred meters before taking them back into my storage. I did not immediately move away after taking the wolf's body instead. I looked at the retreating monster for a few seconds before moving toward my destination. The wolf will not be the only monster I will ever face in this ruin. There will be more, and after what I experienced, I wanted to take precautions. It would have been great if I could travel from the ground, but I could not. I had to fly and fly fast, which meant attracting attention. The Grims have come, and I am sure with their luck and arsenal of artifacts, they are moving toward the source of the signal. They might have even fallen atop of it, so I have to reach there as soon as possible, not let the Grims receive any benefits. If there are benefits there, then it would be huge without a doubt. The signal was too powerful for it to not receive any benefits. I am traveling fast but still practicing the soul cleansing method, releasing the psychedelic energy stored in my armor into my soul before removing it with the help of soul-washing waves and soul-cleansing energy. It is costing me a fortune, but also providing me the benefits. I need those benefits when I face the powerful monster. I am aware there are more powerful monsters than a wolf, and I have sensed a couple of them against them. The stronger and purer my soul would be, the greater advantage I will have. For nearly 2 hours, it was an uninterrupted flight before the monster had enough and attacked me. It had about the same strength as the wolf, but this one had wings and could fly. I had finished the fight within 15 minutes, compared to 1.5 hours I had needed to finish off the wolf. This time I had been much more prepared and knew the kind of abilities they have. Though the bird revealed some different abilities, they had a similar essence, and with the data of the wolf, I was able to kill it in 15 minutes before continuing my journey. Another hour passed by, and I closed my eyes once again and tried to sense the residue of the signal, but failed again like hundreds of times before. Nero is able to sense it, and after some time, Ashlyn also sensed it through the trick to advance for me. I have been running experiments and trying different methods, but till now I was not able to sense the residue, which is a little frustrating. A day has passed since I came to this ruin. Until now I have fought against the 7 monsters aside from the first battle. All of them have been finished within 20 minutes, and 3 of them have even 2 less than 10 minutes. These monsters are powerful, but as long as you have pure and powerful souls, along with an arsenal of moves, you will be able to deal with them, though not all of them. There have been 2 monsters against which I had to ask Nero and Ashlyn for help. Seeing their aura, I did not even try to fight them. I had directly summoned the shields and asked them for help, like now where is Nero fighting a flying centipede, which I am no match off. Nero does not look powerful, but he is and has a plethora of strange abilities. Though his soul is not invincible as Ashlyn's, he fell into hallucinations but came out of them surprisingly quick. Nero, you had enough fun already. Finish it quickly, I said to him, to which he looked at me disappointedly, and his cute wolf shape collapsed and transformed into a cloud of colorful fog and enveloped the centipede before it could even take a step to escape. In less than a minute, we are flying again with Nero sitting on my head, sporting sad expressions. Once we reach our destination, I will let you fight to your heart's content, I said with a sigh. I want to fight a Grim, said Nero, and hearing his tone, I don't think he would budge. Ever since that incident, I don't him fight the Grims. He hates Grims even more than I do. Such hate is not good, and I couldn't blame myself for that. My emotions seem to have imprinted that hate on him, which I don't like. While Nero is bonded to me, I truly consider him a son and do not want my emotions to affect him. It is he who should discover what he hates and loves. Thankfully, aside from my hate about the Grims, he does not get other things just as stronger. Still, I am thinking about giving him greater freedom, but it is a question that will take some time. This ruin is not the place where we should think about it. Fine, if there is a suitable Grim, I will let you fight it, I said after a minute of thinking. How much longer, Nero? I asked as I flew up in the sky. It had been 2.5 days since we had come to this ruin. We flew and fought for more than 2 days before deciding to take the rest. I have fought 18 battles, which takes a toll, even when most finished within 20 minutes. Another 2 to 3 days, father, Nero replied as he flew beside me. I have a power of a high grandmaster and fly at a very fast speed, but this ruin is so big that I had to fly constantly for 5 days to reach the destination, which I still couldn't sense. The travel would have been quicker if we had not been harassed by the monsters regularly, but that is nature. The monsters will attack if foreigners enter their world and pass through their territory. Though one thing that is making me sad is that I wasn't able to collect much of the resources here. This place is filled with them. If I had time, I would collect tons of them, but unfortunately I did not, though I will definitely try when I am finished with the mission, as some of the resources here would be tremendously helpful to me and the project. Choo choo. A few hours passed when suddenly Ashen chirped. Hearing what she said, my expression became serious, and I changed my direction. Ashlyn had sensed the high psychedelic zone ahead, which was very bad news. The further we stay away from that place, the better. Lady Redhorn had appeared very close to the high psychedelic zone and entered there accidentally, where a powerful monster had attacked her, and she was barely able to escape with her life, and even then, had to spend a week distinguishing between hallucinations and reality. I moved far away from it as possible and began to circumvent it. Taking a roundabout way wastes a lot of time, but I don't really have a choice unless I want to face off against those powerful monsters, which I will have a hard to defend against, even with all the advancement I have made. 4 days had passed since I came to this ruin, and now I am less than a day away from reaching my destination, and the thing is, I still have not sensed the residue of the signal, despite trying hundreds of times to apply different methods. I have also not seen any Grims either, which is nothing surprising considering how big the ruin is. There might be a chance that they have not sensed it or died, which I very much doubt. The Grims are strong and have a plethora of artifacts. I am sure some of them would help them sense the source of the signal. I had also brought some artifacts from Pyramid, but they had failed to sense anything. Half a day passed, and I fought a few more monsters before I stopped with grave expressions on my face. Are you guys really sure? I asked them. Yes, father, the signal is coming from the high psychedelic zone, Nero replied, making me take a huge sigh. Fine, both of you be careful, I said and flew down while activating my stealth abilities. Thud, I landed on the ground and moved toward the destination while the invisible strings moved around me, collecting the resources at the speed of a blink. I will not take the risk of flying above the high psychedelic zone, even with my stealth abilities. I am very confident in my stealth abilities, but I don't want to take any big risks before I reach the place which produced the signal. I chose the ground for safety, and since I am walking on it, I might as well harvest the resources. This place is littered with it. I see hundreds of them with a glance, filled with powerful herbal energies, and while most psychedelic in nature, some were of a different element. The ones that interested me the most are the anti-psychedelic plants. They are the most precious. I am collecting them, even if they are right beside the monster, which too would die and enter my core. 2.5 hours passed, and I reached the entrance of the high psychedelic region. Just looking at me made me feel jitters, and to be honest, I did not want to enter inside, but since my destination inside, I would have to go inside it, whether I wanted or not. Taking a deep breath, I walked inside, and immediately I got surprised. Not because of the sudden increase in the density of the psychedelic energy, which is expected. It is in the name of this place. The thing that surprised me was the spatial reinforcements. This ruin is spatially locked. There is a window of 1.5 hours every 4 days, but there is no restriction on leaving the ruin. That is how 2 people we have sent have survived. The spatial reinforcement means getting out will be difficult. The realm-breaking formation would have a hard time creating a tunnel to pull us through. 95 of the time, one will fail, which means we will need a powerful spatial artifact to escape, or one will need to get out of this region to get out of this ruin. This region is extremely dangerous, without a doubt. The Grandmasters wouldn't be able to stay in this place, even for a moment. Even high Grandmasters will have to circulate the soul cleansing method to survive this place. This energy is already very strong. I wonder how strong the monsters here would be. Rustle. I had just thought that when I heard the rustle and saw a graceful gray feline with speckled golden eyes. It is walking lazily with the grace of a killer, and it is the High Grandmaster monster. Despite being just a few hundred meters away from me, I had not sensed its presence, and seeing how lazily it was walking, it had not sensed my presence at well, which is quite unbelievable. Considering how powerful High Grandmaster's senses are, they would instantly know whenever someone had entered a mile of distance from them. I have not able to crack the melding in 4 days, but I have improved my stealth ability for this ruin, after taking tips from Ashlyn and Nero, along with my own observation, and seeing how such a powerful monster didn't sense me despite being so close. It is clear my stealth method working better than I had imagined. Still, I would have to work harder on my sensory abilities. It is a great failure on my part to be unable to sense the monster so close. I have already started making the tweaks in my soul sense, and I hope it will help me in sensing the monsters better. I had to wait for 20 minutes before I could move again, before stopping half an hour later, when I sensed another High Grandmaster monster. It seemed like this area was filled with the High Grandmaster monsters. I am sure it has more High Grandmaster monsters than the whole humans and Grim race would. Which made me think how amazing it would be if I could tame a few, but that is near impossible. They may be monsters, but their minds are quite strong. It is not easy to tame them, especially when they reach so close to the limit. It had been tried many times and resulted in failure, except for one time when we have got someone with tamer-type inheritance. That person had a natural talent with beasts and would have been an exceptional asset to humans if he had not been killed. It was not a Grimm's that killed him, but humans, a high-level member of Supremes. He was the elder brother of Ramona Hawthorne, and in revenge she had destroyed that Supreme. She and Her Excellency, only two people, together had destroyed one of the oldest Supreme with the 3 Grand Lords at its helm. Another hour had passed, and I passed through 3 more High Grandmasters, and luckily I was able to avoid them all. My God. I nearly shouted when I saw the piece of ore, densely packed with psychedelic energy, lying buried in the ground. This ore would be perfect to cast the totem artifact of the soul domain, especially that goes toward the psychedelic, but those with illusion abilities will also be able to use it. This region is dangerous, without a doubt, but also jam-packed with resources. It is virgin land, has never been touched by the Grimms or humans before, and is jammed-packed with resources. I have already harvested thousands of them and still doing now. Hundreds of invisible strings are spread around me, harvesting resources skillfully without making the slightest sound. 2 hours passed and I couldn't believe myself. I have not been sensed by any monster. Such thing had never happened before ever since I have come to this ruin. Though it is also true that I am moving hundreds of times slower and using a powerful stealth method. The monsters here have their strange abilities, and I have mine. Jojo. Suddenly, Ashlyn chirped in my mind, and the scenery in front of me changed. An eagle-eye's view appeared, and I saw a domain hidden in the ground. A very well-constructed, powerful domain, and just one look and I knew who it belonged to and what kind of abilities it had. Its appearance here is not surprising given its abilities, though I did get surprised seeing it get caught with the monsters. This Grimm has one of the best stealth abilities among the High Grandmaster, and we had wanted to kill it for a long while. It had assassinated quite a lot of our people. It is a little far, but on the way, I said to myself as I looked at the way, I need to reach there within an hour, as I don't think the battle would last more than an hour. It could be finished within a few minutes, for all I know. Ashlyn, could you see what is happening inside the domain? I asked while already starting to move toward the battlefield, which is on the way toward my destination. It is the main reason I decided to take the risk of hastening my travels. Choo-choo. Ashlyn denied she could see through the domain, whose ability to stop anyone from spying in it. It has not even produced the aura, and the only reason that it isn't being sworn by monsters, but still invoking a domain is quite a risky move. I am sure, if it had any choice, it wouldn't have done it. I could ask Ashlyn to enter the domain, but I did not. Instead, I asked her to patrol around to watch for danger. I have a good guess of Grimm's strength, and since its domain is hanging in there, I know I am right about it. Against one-on-one, I am no match for it, and nor do I want to fight against it in such a tough environment. I would be more than happy if I fish out a few benefits, mostly kill it through the hands of monsters. It would not be too difficult but would be very dangerous, as the monsters would be attracted by it, and which will cause a danger to me. So I have not decided on using that strategy. If there is a condition of trading my life with it, I will absolutely not do that. Half an hour passed, and my body had turned completely sweaty in this half an hour. I had taken so many risks that I had not taken in the 4 days since I had come to this ruin. I had passed by 4 High Grandmaster monsters. Those bastards are fucking everywhere. Just a few minutes ago, I had to jump over a sleeping High Grandmaster, as either it was that or get discovered by Worm High Grandmaster, which was releasing very powerful seismic waves in the territory. I have reached close to the domain. 10 more minutes and I would reach it. If it had been outside, I would have needed a few seconds to cross such a distance. Thankfully, the domain is still active, so I should be able to reach there before the battle is finished. Though it would finish any moment, nothing could be said without a doubt. I moved, and after 8 minutes and passing a High Grandmaster, I reached my destination. The domain is about a mile distance away from me, and I could get close, but it is the closest I am willing to get to it. The domain is invisible. I could not see through my eyes, and even most of my ocular abilities are useless against it. It is the domain of one of the top assassins in our world before me. It was known to make people disappear, and most of them would never be seen back in the world. Still, I do have some abilities which let me see it, but they are not enough for me to tell what is happening inside. Though I am not worried about that, as my precious strings would solve that problem soon enough. They have already reached the domain sphere and are now slowly passing through it without alerting the host. This is much harder than one could imagine, as the domains are the places which one has absolute control over. Even the smallest developments would be sensed by the host, but not my strings. I am confident of it. My strings released the soul sense filled with the rule-bending power, and immediately my silent world was bombarded with bright colors and deafening sounds. Clanng, clanng, clanng. The domain is a world of the night compared to the bright day outside, but the figures become visible every moment, especially the 2 rainbow eyes monkeys, which are clashing against the Urda of the Black Mantisman tribe. The monkeys have dark yellow fur and diamond eyes, which shine in the dark brightly. One would begin to feel the hallucinations. Its sharp blades are clashing against the long nails of monkey monsters, which are big as me, and seeing their size, one might even think they might be just malnourished apes, but no. They are monkeys, their physiology, movements, and fighting style is all monkey. They are powerful handling, even one of them would be difficult for me, and now the Urta is fighting against two, and it will have to bring out even more power than right now if it wants to do something against these monkeys. Its condition is not good, but is not bad either, the same with monkeys, who had few injuries on their bodies. These monkeys are not only attacking with their long nails, but also through their diamond eyes, which are sending sharp beams of psychedelic energy. It was avoiding most of them with its speed, but some of them were striking it. That purple brick seemed really powerful. I said to myself, there is a tiny brick that is floating above the Grims, which would absorb most of the psychedelic energy. More than 90 of the energy would get absorbed by it, but that is not making it happy. Every time the psychedelic beam hit, its face looked like it had eaten shit, and I could understand why. The purple brick is an extremely powerful artifact, and the only reason it is even capable of fighting against the monkeys, but this powerful artifact is consumable in nature. Each hit would consume it faster, and after observing it for a while, I could tell more than half of its power had already been drained. You bastard monkeys. If you had met me outside, I would have drained your blood and flayed your skins already. It shouted and went toward the monkeys in fury, who declared before disappearing, making the whole domain dark as a starless night for a moment. They appeared the very next moment and clashed. I have to say, this domain is quite powerful, not only at isolating sound and aura, but also absorbing the powerful shockwaves created by the attack. The small area in the domain had been utterly destroyed, but on the outside, everything was fine. 12 minutes passed, and 3 of them continued to battle. They have accumulated a few more injuries, and the purple brick floating above the head of Grim became even more. The main reason for Grim's burning anger is its inability to do anything against these frustratingly strong monkey monsters. I could tell it was becoming desperate. That brick was its lifeline in this ruin, and these monkeys seemed to have wasted a lot of chunk of it. If I had been in its place, I would have been angry and scared, as these would not be the last enemies I would face, and I would need that brick for what was next to come. You damn monkeys, you have forced me, said the black mantisman, and it looked down on the tiny monkeys. The powerful bloodline aura exploded out of its body. It was powerful that it had immediately stopped the frustrating deckering of the monkeys. Die, you bastards, the black mantisman shouted as the giant phantom of mantisman seeped back inside it, and the mantisman disappeared. The aura coming out of it made me shudder. It was very powerful, and I knew it had used a forbidden method to raise its strength such high. It is very risky to use such a method in such a place, but monkeys had forced it, and if I were in its place with its abilities, I would have done the same. Clap. The monkeys, who had become serious for the first time, had raised their hands together. Their movements were very fast but felt very slow, and it felt like a minute and moment at the same time as their hands touched, and a gentle clapping sound rang out. The clap was gentle, but it felt thunderous, and just as the clap rang out, dense diamond energy burst out of that clap and covered both monkeys, taking their aura to the same level as black mantisman, even slightly higher. As this energy covered them, the monkeys too disappeared, and utter silence appeared in the domain. The time is flowing slowly, and even a fraction of seconds begins to feel like a moment. I knew both had launched their final moves, and it is highly likely to present a winner, or it will show who will win the battle. Pachak, dream of the dark night. A gentle sound rang out in the dark night, and with came the sound of the blade cutting through the flesh. The moment lasted long before stopping abruptly, as if it was really a dream from which one abruptly woke up. Thud, 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 thud. Just the moment ended, 4 loud sounds rang out as the 4 pieces of dead monkeys fell down on the floor. The result of the battle truly surprised me. I am not surprised by its ability to kill it. It had protection from the psychedelic, which is the biggest challenge, and was not dumb like a monster. It is an intelligent being with great experience in hunting monsters and us. I am surprised at how cleanly it killed them. It did not give them even a chance to defend themselves before cutting them down into 4 pieces. Fucking bastards, they are really hard to kill, said the mantisman as it deactivated its method, and instantly its aura became weakening before beginning to strengthen slowly. They are, but you are able to kill 2 of them. I would have died if I tried something like that, I said as I walked into the domain. It turned as it heard my voice and looked at me in shock with its huge eyes, which were bigger than my palm. Michiel Zar, it seemed like the humans have sent you, it said, becoming very cautious. I could feel it was consolidating its aura rapidly to attack. Yes, me, as you know, we humans had too few high grandmasters, that they have sent me, who was quite busy with the project, I replied, to which its killing intent had reached so high that I could drink, and I have to say, I like this flavor. There is some darkness and gloominess mixed in the usual hate. So you are involved in the project, it asked as if conforming to the fact. Yes, but that did not mean anything. as the higher-ups had still sent me on this dangerous mission. I replied with a disappointed sigh, and my sword appeared in my hand. "Then it's better I kill you," it said with a ferocious smile and disappeared from its spot, and came directly in front of me and slashed down its short sword soundlessly at a speed that I could barely track. "You should have run away when I came waltzing down in your domain, even after killing so many of you. I rarely see any fear in your eyes." "I just don't understand how to feel no fear for me," I complained as I stopped its sword a meter away from me and saw it looking at me with eyes filled with horror, which only came when I bound them. "Though your appearance was at the right time, I really need a boost to survive in a dangerous place," I added, and the monster disappeared from its place, along with pieces of monster. As they disappeared, I also moved the domain would collapse in a few seconds, and seeing the destruction they have brought and the chaotic aura here, it won't take long for monsters to swarm to this place. If the destruction hadn't been so vast, I would have cleaned the battlefield, but it is not a work of minutes, but of hours or even day. A few seconds passed by as I moved fast but cautiously under the direction of Ashlyn when I began to the sounds of monsters and hearing the sounds. It was not just simple roars and growls, some monsters seemed to start fighting too. It scared the shit out of me, and I became even more cautious as I moved as I did not want to be discovered by the monster. Unlike that bastard, I do not have the ability to keep my domain invisible, and fighting without it would bring an endless swarm of monsters that would tear me apart. While I am scared right now, there is a big bright smile on my face. The reward I have got is far more than I had imagined. To be honest, I would not think I would be able to get my hands on it, considering the gap of strength we have between each other. It is very powerful, so powerful that I could only defend with all my strength if it had attacked me. When I decided to come, I planned to fish it in the troubled waters and kill it in the hands of the monster if possible. Even when I had wrapped my strings around it, I had no intention to take it as I knew the monsters would go batshit crazy, and no prize worth that risk, even a delicious Grimm's with the bloodline. As I would have been found out within seconds by those dangerous monkeys, I was not a match for them. So when it killed them, I was over the moon, and it was the reason I had dared to show myself in front of such a powerful monster, who had some senses would have tried to run away, not that it would have saved it. Now it is bound as the runes spread inside and outside of it within a few seconds. The harvest will begin, and after that, I will have that strengthening energy that I desperately need, not to mention the growth energy, but I am not worried about that right now, though it was the main reason I have come to this ruin in the first place. I am now giving more priority to increasing my strength, and if I had been outside of the high psychedelic region, I might have even practiced my art to gain even more strength. This place required the strength to survive. Fortunately, I have found the Grimm at the right time. It will help me a lot in dealing with monsters and their friends who have found this place. Nero had already found faint traces of them a few minutes ago. There is a high chance they had already reached the destination, so I have to hurry. Buzz, the runes buzzed and released the thick, strengthening energy, far thickest than I had ever received. This grim monster had far above my degree, and I wouldn't be able to defeat it if I had fought it on my own. As they say, supreme strength might be unbeatable, but guile could make even supreme powerhouse eat the shit. The thick energy spread inside me, increasing my strength every second. I had to slow my pace to adjust to the constant increase in strength, lest I end up making mistakes. As the strengthening energy was released, the growth energy had also released inside me, and just like the strengthening energy, the growth energy had also been extremely powerful. The resources begin to grow and mature at an extremely fast speed, from normal resources to the metal essence tree, which had covered itself with the bronze energy. It is sucking from the half-bronze tree floating above it. The growth of the stainless blood soul lotuses is slow but still faster than usual, especially of the lower level ones, which are rapidly climbing the Emperor stage, while the energies inside them become purer and more powerful. It is certain without a doubt that the growth energy definitely helps the 7 lotuses reach the Grandmaster class, considering they are already in the leader class. I only glanced at my core for a moment before focusing on my moving away. Even without looking at the core personally, I know what is happening inside it through my clone, who is now busy harvesting the resources rapidly. They are rapidly reaching the Grandmaster and High Grandmaster classes. Even 2 types of seeds I have planted have grown into trees in just a couple of seconds with this powerful growth energy. I am sure they will be able to reach a high level in a tyrant class. These 2 seeds are from the thousands we have got through donations. There are hundreds of amazing seeds, but only these 2 I could plant in my core. These are extremely rare, and more importantly, they are needed for the project. One of them is extremely important for the High Grandmaster project. It would be great if I could take it to the High Grandmaster class. It would tremendously benefit me and others. A minute has passed since the strengthening energy began to come out of my runes, and it is still coming. My strength has taken a huge leap already, and it is not stopping. There is still a huge amount of energy that is coming toward me. I really needed that boost because there is a very high chance that I will come across Grims of its level or even stronger. Not to mention the monsters, which are an even bigger threat than the Grims because once they have discovered me, I will not be facing a single monster, and defeating a single monster here challenge it to itself. With every second I could hear the sounds of monsters getting louder and louder despite covering more distance. Some of the monsters seemed to have joined the fights, which erupted not long ago, and I began to hear the loud sounds and the shockwaves, which had forced me to hasten my face further despite ever-increasing power, which is harder than one could imagine as it is not just the speed I have to maintain, but also stealth ability, which power is also growing. It is a good thing I have Ashlyn from above who is helping me. If not for her, I would have been running away from the Grims. 4.5 minutes passed, and finally, the last speck of strengthening energy had been absorbed by me, giving me a huge boost in strength. It made me ecstatic, as this boost had increased my chances tremendously. The growth energy that the mysterious tree produced has also done magic in my core. It became verdant again, and now has an even higher level of resources than before. The one thing that made me most happy was the 7 stainless blood soul lotuses. All the first 7 roses have reached the Grandmaster class. I will have been surprised if they have not, considering how powerful the energy had been. Aside from them, the second batch of essence roses had not only reached the Tyrant class, but also reached the peak of the Elite class. I have reached even closer to my goal. I am planning to take them to the High Grandmaster class before I begin to use them. Though I will keep one back to make it reach as high as possible to be used in the making of a clone. I would be really happy if I could take one to the absolute peak of High Grandmaster class, just like I had found them in the first place and used them for my first clone. 4 hours passed, and I reached very close to the destination, about an hour distance away, which I am quickly reducing as I am moving through the forest under the direction of Ashlyn. In these 3 hours I have not come across any grim monsters, nor Ashlyn and Nero. Though they have caught the signs of them, these signs are quite visible around the destinations. The Grims have about a day of lead over me, and it is not surprising with their luck. I just hope it is not too late. I want to get my hands on whatever produced that powerful signal, or at least stop the Grims from getting it. I have finished with the formation, informed my clone, and hearing that, a big bright smile couldn't help on my face. I asked my clone to make the changes in the soul washing formation when I had entered this high psychedelic region. The monsters are more powerful here, and my soul cleansing method also has advanced, and for it, I need a more powerful soul washing formation to protect myself. It had finished a while ago, but when I obtained that purple brick and investigated it, I asked my clone to make further changes to incorporate it into the formation. Now, it had successfully done it, increasing my defenses against the psychedelic by a huge margin. While the new powerful soul washing formation would cost me, it is nothing compared to my life, not to mention, it produces quite great benefits. Change it, I said, and stopped circulating the soul cleansing method, which I have constantly been practicing with the heavy dose of psychedelics coming at me from my armor. I have stored quite a lot of it for my practice. The soul washing formation covering the ground of my core disappeared, and the next moment, a slightly bigger and even more elaborate formation took its place, and it had the purple brick at its center. Buzz. The formation is activated, and the soul washing energies begin to come out of it. The soul washing energies are a little different. They are more attuned to my soul and are reaching more deeper level than before. My clone had collected a huge data on the working of the formation and used it to create an even better and more efficient version of it, which is capable of releasing very powerful soul washing energies when I needed to. Not to mention there is an additional defense of purple brick. It could be said that with all the preparations, I am ready to deal with all the challenges that will come to me when I reach the destination. I had reached the destination, and it turned out to be a huge faded spherical marble ball with a rusted door that was big enough that even Grims could easily walk through it. It is the first structure I have seen in this ruin. There was no structure, not even collapsed and aged other than this one. This is the first ruin where I have not come across any collapsed structure, which made me even more curious. I cautiously looked around before walking toward the door, and my expression changed. There are really traces of Grims here, I said softly. The Grim energies are extremely faint, but I could sense it. There are 2 types of them belonging to the 2 Grims. I looked around for a while before appearing next to the huge rusted door, which was giving off faint energy. I have never sensed this energy and could not say anything about it, but if I were to guess, it felt similar to cosmic energy, but not cosmic energy. It is very different than cosmic energy. Though it is at the same level as it, I could be wrong, as the level of cosmic energy in this energy is too high, and my senses could not measure its full gravity of it. I looked at the door with all my abilities and soon came to a startling conclusion that I did not dare to believe, but seeing the proof in front of me, I gently placed my hands on the huge rusted doors and pushed. Krrrr. The door began to push open as I applied considerable energy to it as seen by my abilities. I did not need to break the formation to push open the door. It is not like there is not a formation on it, it is just deactivated. The huge door pushed open, and I stared inside before walking through the doors and seeing it in a pristine state. There is barely any damage that could be seen inside. The sign of time affecting it is the slightly faded colors and the visible formations. There is barely any psychedelic energy in here. Even a common tyrant will be able to bear it for a few hours before starting to experience the hallucinations. It truly shocked me, as I had been expecting this place to be filled with thick psychedelic energy and had increased the output of soul-washing energy, and even asked my clone to turn it into the full power and activate that tablet if I began to experience the hallucinations. Well, it seemed like I had been worried for nothing. I said to myself and looked around. House of Churning. I read the faded text protected under the formation. The text did not hit or give too much hint that I could not tell what it did exactly. Churning referred to many things, but mostly to the churning of the universe's ocean to bring out the nectar of immortality. The name had spread my thoughts in the direction I did not want them to go. I forcefully calmed my thoughts and turned toward the 7 pillars. There are huge 7 rainbow color pillars that seem to hold the whole structure, and each of these pillars has huge doors. Unlike the front door, these doors have formation on them. They are powerful, but I could break them. I walked around the lobby carefully, looking for any other thing or the way, but found nothing. If anything had been here, it had been swiped clean by those who had come before me. There was no other way than the 7 doors, and all the 7 have the formation visible to them. The texts above the doors are also indiscernible, that I could not see where these doors lead to, and the bastard Grimms had been too careful. They have left their auras on all the doors. I could not tell which door had then gone to. I looked around for a minute before looking at the second white door. There was no specific reason other than that while felt pleasant. It was the only thing I could follow, as despite looking, I saw nothing that could tell me about the door. I had to open the doors the old-fashioned way. It would have been wonderful if I had the key for once, but it seemed like I did not have such luck. Guard me, I said to Ashlyn and Nero before sitting down and closing my eyes as I began breaking the formation in my core with my clone. As I had said, the formations on the door are difficult, but I have the confidence I could solve them. I could do it faster when I and the clone do it together. Finished, I said about 2.5 hours later. It was a tough formation, and despite working together with my clone, I needed about 2.5 hours to solve it, but I finally did, and it was time to walk into the gate. I am feeling quite excited about it, but also scared, as I have a feeling that this ruin wouldn't be like any other ruin, and I will have to be very cautious inside it. I got up and appeared in front of the wild door before waving my hand as I did. The formation appeared and moved toward the door before sticking to the door. Buzz. The runes buzzed as the formations activated, and a couple of seconds later, the formation on the door had disappeared. Click. I pushed open the door and saw nothing. There was a film of energy that was blocking my vision. I would have to enter inside to look inside, which is kind of risky as anything could be there, but it is the risk I have to take. Fuck. It was the first word that came out of my mouth as I looked and walked to the other side, with expressions of awe and horror appearing on my face. I have appeared in the vast space, so big that it would easily fit 100 tyrant-level arenas, and this vast place is filled with the biggest formation I have ever seen. The runes smaller than my nails are everywhere. There are millions and millions of them floating around as the formation connecting them has been broken. Seeing the number of runes the formation had used, it must be a majestic formation. I wish it had been complete. I would have really liked to see what kind of formation it was. Right now, it is a broken mess, even some parts that are readable seem incoherent without a complete picture. There is a bridge made of white crystals that leads to the other side, where there seems to be a red door at door. From what I could see, the bridge looked fine, but there was one slight problem: the floating runes and broken formation. The bridge is miles long, and there is a high chance that these broken formations might be reactive, considering these runes seem to hold quite a power in them, among other things. Either I could move forward or go back, I said to myself, and took a step forward. Going back is an option, but who knows, the other door might also contain something like this or an even bigger danger, not to mention the waste of time. The Grimms had already had about a day of lead over me, and I did not want to widen their lead any further. My feet faintly touched the bridge as I walked. I did not bring too much pressure on it. Who knows, it might collapse, and that would be a very bad thing. I could fly away over the bridge, but I fear it might induce some reaction if I do not walk on it. If people could fly in this place, there wouldn't be this here. A few seconds later, I came across the first set of flying runes and avoided them by walking around. I am quite thankful for the bridge being so big for my size. I would be easily able to avoid most of the obstacles. If Grimms had chosen this way, I am sure they would have had lots of problems avoiding these tiny runes, which are everywhere. As I walked, I was also studying these runes, not the formation since it is broken beyond belief, but these ruins themselves. I want to see what they are made of and, most importantly, whether they are useful to me and I could take them. In just a minute, I have found the answer to both of my questions. I could take these runes, and there wouldn't be any reaction. I have looked extremely carefully and saw these runes held no connection to each other or this place to create a reaction. They also did not have an aura strong enough to create any imbalance or spatial restrictions, which would stop me from taking them. As for their usage, which is a little complicated considering these runes are made of things far higher than I have contact, and these ingredients had already been fused, and it had been tens of thousands of years, which is a good thing. At their current level, I could take them and will take a few, but if I find something really useful at the end of my journey, I will take more than a few. A few minutes passed, and I felt like I had become an acrobat. I am not simply walking but jumping in some weird angels to move through the runes. It had been a while since I had done this, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I was having a lot of fun. It had taken me 20 minutes to cross half of the bridge, which is quite a lot for such a distance. On the mainland, I would have needed just a few seconds to cross this distance. A few more minutes passed, and I had crossed some distance when suddenly, I felt some vibration under my feet before sheer horror appeared on my face. Crack, 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 cop, cop. Behind me, the cracks began to form rapidly within a few seconds. They appeared under my feet before they kept spreading forward. If it had been just that, I would have managed, but the huge pieces of the bridge had begun to fall down before the entire began to collapse behind me rapidly. The sudden change caught me off guard. I had seen the cracks on the bridge and avoided them, and seeing how minute force I was applying on the bridge, I thought I would be able to walk through the bridge without trouble, but it did not seem to be the case. Fuck it. I cursed as I saw the bridge collapsing and sprinted at full power as the boosts activated inside me. I moved at a blurring speed, which I could barely control this time. I did not avoid any runes and directly crashed through them. Thankfully, the runes did not react. They were just pushed away by the field I had created. I reached close to the door, but there was one last hurdle before I reached the end. If the bridge hadn't been collapsing behind me, I would have waited for it to pass, as it is moving slowly over the bridge, but currently I have no time. Bam! I directly crashed through the formation while hoping nothing would happen. Something had happened, something dangerous. I don't know what happened, but I felt a strong burst of energy hitting me. It was powerful enough to knock the air out of me. Puh! I vomited the blood as the energy had packed quite a powerful physical punch. If I had not had my defenses activated to the limit, it would have done much more than that, like knocking me down off the bridge. That would have been extremely bad, considering the area outside the bridge is a no-fly zone. Even with all my power, I would not be able to fly in it, and I don't know what would have awaited me down below. I shook my mind of those 1,000 and focused on reaching the door and even increased my speed even more. The bridge seemed to be chasing me, as normal bridges did not fall so fast as it is doing right now. Even with this speed, I am barely maintaining a meter of an edge over it, and that was a shocking thing. I just thought that when another sudden change occurred, the area in front of me began to collapse as well. Shit, I cursed loudly. I was just barely 2 seconds away at the base of the door when this happened. There is no way I could step on the collapsing bridge as it would take me with it, but I could also not fly over it. Well, it seemed like I could only do that, I said to myself and leaped. My leap was not high but was fast, and I did not fly. Instead, my feet would touch parts of collapsing bridge gently before I shoot to another piece at very high speed. Thud, my feet gently landed by the base of the door with the momentum I was moving. It would have been a deafening landing, but the no-fly zone was too powerful that it had sucked all the momentum of my flight, leaving me barely landing at the edge of the base. I released the breath I was holding and turned back toward the bridge that had collapsed. I could see the pieces of the bridge falling down and hear the sound, even when the parts of the bridge disappeared from my eyes. I kept looking for a minute before turning back toward the door with a shudder. I do not think I would survive that if I had fallen down. I never had thought that I would have it easy when I had entered this building, but this close shave with death had made me even more cautious about it, and also even more curious about what this thing is about. I do not know much, but one thing is sure: this ruin is no treasure palace, it is something different. The collapsed building might have provided some clues, but it is utterly damaged, and seeing those cracked ruins, even I will dare to enter inside it. There is a building beside the door. It is an unassuming and half-collapsed state with all its formations moving around. After what I have experienced, I will not take any risk, but still, I felt quite regretful about its state. I shook my head and turned toward the door, which is a little rusted with age, but the formation on it is still good. Which is great news considering the risk I would have to take, as now there is no bridge to return to. My clone had already copied the formation on the door and began to solve it a minute later. I sat down and started to help it with that while Ashlyn and Nero watched over me. Done, I said and got up. It took me 2 hours and 22 minutes to solve the formation. Buzz. I did not waste any time and brought it out, and a few seconds later it stuck to the door and activated, but I immediately went in instead. My strings came out and formed the net, capturing a large number of runes. Click, I stored the runes safely the next brought before pushing the door open. It had opened smoothly with a click, and like before, there was a film stopping me from seeing what was on the other side. Learning the lessons from the last time, I upped my defenses before stepping out of the door. Buzz. As I stepped onto the other side, I felt the formation activating before I saw anything else, and before I moved, I was assaulted by TH's strongest psychedelic energy I had ever suffered. It was at least 5 times stronger than the attack of the first monster that attacked me. My defenses immediately activated formation in my core, which was sending out the lowest amount of soul-washing waves, immediately flared up, and huge waves of soul-washing energy came at my soul while I started to circulate the soul-cleansing energy faster and faster. Only a single human. I was expecting more. I heard the sound of Grim, not a normal Grim, but a Vidette, a yellow Vidette. It had been a long time since I had seen the Vidette, since I had fought the violet Vidette. I had fought quite a lot of Master Vidette, but only got a chance to fight a single Grandmaster Vidette, and now this yellow Vidette represents the limit strength of High Grandmaster class. It is powerful that very few absolute limit High Grandmasters could fight against them. As for killing them, that is a completely different game. It is Michiel Zar. I had not humans would send such gem here. Vidette spoke from the boundary of the formation and moved its hand, and I felt it increasing the power of the formation even more. I have heard you are quite a willy bastard, good at getting away at impossible conditions. Taking you lightly wouldn't be wise, it said, and I felt the power of formation stabilizing, but it did not make me feel any good. Even my Vidette defenses wouldn't be able to survive such powerful energy. I wonder if the golden boy of humans have any way or artifacts survive it. It added as it massaged its hands, while hallucinations began to float in my mind. I have fallen into the trap that Grims have created for the humans. The few flashes I have seen before closing my eyes have told me all the tale. The Grims have set the trap, and not only this door but all the doors. I could see the formations they had created and powered them up with the resources and the monster cores. It is right about the power of the formation. It is powerful, so powerful that High Grandmasters could forget about resisting it, and the only reason I am maintaining a shred of sanity is because of the purple tablet, which is shining brightly as it protects my soul. The trap set by the Grims is too perfect. They have taken the account that we might take the anti-psychedelic artifact on us, and made the formation powerful enough that no High Grandmaster would be able to resist it, including them. The powerful psychedelic attacking me is draining the power of the brick fast. If this continued, then in 1.5 minutes, all its power would be drained, and even with all the advancements I have made, I wouldn't be able to defend against this raw psychedelic power. It seemed like you humans do have some good artifacts, but how long will it last? Asked the yellow Vidette as the silver brooch in my chest lighted up and shone covered my whole body as I looked toward the grim Vidette. The brooch is a powerful soul-protecting artifact, but it is completely useless against the psychedelic energy with the residual law marks. I am just using it to fool it. It would be weird if I did not have an artifact on me. Arsas, we were just wondering whether you have died to old age, but it had turned out you have become a Vidette. It seemed like we will be updating our records soon, I said, which shocked it considering even peak High Grandmasters wouldn't able to talk, even with the protection of artifact. You think you will leave alive to tell them? The Grim asked, soft smile as it took control of its emotions. The Grim in front of me, Arsas of Twin, Horned Tribe, an average strength High Grandmaster with average abilities. The only notable thing about it other than reaching the High Grandmaster class is its ability to survive. This bastard is over 350 years old and is extremely good at running away. I am quite surprised it had become a Vidette, considering how cowardly it is. I have survived much worse. I will survive this one too, I said with a shrug while I circulated the soul-cleansing energy rumblingly. I lied to it. Of course, I saw no chance of surviving. Even now, I am fighting the hallucinations around me, which feel even more real than reality, alluring me to get lost in them.